Chapter 1. What kind of world? Damn it. Heavens, must you be so cruel? Have I wronged you in any way? Why do you treat me like this? In his final moments, Zuo Yang let out a roar of frustration, sprawled on the ground as he struggled to extend a hand forward, as if he could grasp his fate that lay just out of reach, unwilling to let it slip away. An unknown world. In a quaint little town named Tianshui Lake, there stood a school dedicated to the teachings of magic and combat energy, known as Tianshui Lake Middle School. At this very moment, with just 5 minutes remaining before class, a student by the name of Zuo Yang lay with his head down on his desk, sound asleep. Why must I lead such a miserable life? From childhood to adulthood, even stepping outside could lead to my demise by a falling flower pot. I refuse to accept this fate. I must seize it with my own hands. I will grasp it. I will grasp it. I will grasp it. In a daze, Zuo Yang stretched his hand forward, as if to firmly hold onto the hardships and misfortunes that fate had dealt him. My destiny is mine to control. As he reached out, he muttered to himself, caught in a dreamlike state. Huh, what's this softness? Bun? Bread? In his haze, Zuo Yang was bewildered. Was it possible that, in his last moments of unwillingness, he had actually grasped something? What could it be? It felt soft. In a fog, Zuo Yang opened his eyes and looked up, only to be utterly dumbfounded. Round and plump, firm and perky he was to his astonishment, clutching half a buttock. Whose butt is this? Zuo Yang's mind momentarily shut down. What is happening? How'd I come to be holding half a buttock? Yet, the sensation is rather pleasant. The contours are quite appealing. Ah, late-ite, hif. Initially dazed, Zuo Yang soon fell into a daydream, unconsciously squeezing a couple of times, instantly igniting a surge of youthful exuberance, feeling somewhat lightheaded. The sensation was simply delightful. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, sharp and grating, its volume exceeding 100 decibels, causing the classroom windows to tremble. Following that, whoosh, a hand, akin to a mountain, swept towards him at a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour, and with a resounding smack, Zuo Yang was sent flying across the room, truly an extraordinary display of strength. Had it not been for the classroom wall, Zuo Yang might have soared 2 miles away. What the hell is going on? Zuo Yang screamed, feeling the imprint of 5 fingers swelling on his left cheek, red and fiery. It hurt. Ha ha! Laughter erupted in the classroom as students looked at the misfortunate Zuo Yang, reveling in his plight. Zuo Yang scrambled to his feet, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Wasn't I killed by a falling flower pot from a high building? Where am I? Why am I in a classroom, surrounded by students? Zuo Yang struggled to comprehend, his eyes sweeping over unfamiliar faces, none of whom he recognized. Am I dreaming? Or did that flower pot not kill me, but instead leave me dazed? His mind was a chaotic whirlwind. But in the next moment, something even more bizarre occurred. Whoosh! A blazing fireball hurtled toward him, the size of a fist, flames roaring and emanating intense heat. It was the girl whose rear he had inadvertently groped, now furious and ready to retaliate. Magic? A fireball? Zuo Yang's eyes widened in shock, startled to see the girl merely tracing patterns in the air with her hand, conjuring a fireball seemingly out of thin air. Unbelievable. Is this a dream? Zuo Yang die! The girl screamed, her face flushed with embarrassment and rage. The scorching fireball raced towards Zuo Yang, trailing waves of heat, closing in rapidly. Zuo Yang felt the heat emanating from the fireball, his face paling as he frantically dodged. Boom! The fireball whizzed past him, crashing into the classroom wall. Miraculously, the wall, seemingly reinforced by magic, remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage after the explosion. What a terrifying fireball! Zuo Yang's heart raced, shaken not only by the fireball, but also by the astonishing world around him. Magic, Flamisa, a completely foreign realm. Everything felt strikingly real. He could now affirm that he was not dreaming, rather, he had been reborn. Suddenly, Zuo Yang's vision blurred as a towering youth appeared before him, significantly taller and more muscular than he, exuding an imposing presence. In the midst of his astonishment, the burly youth had already seized Zuo Yang by the throat, hoisting him up and pinning him against the wall. Who is this? Why is he so strong? Zuo Yang gasped in terror, the youth's grip like a vice, constricting his throat and making it difficult to breathe. Zuo Yang struggled, but could not escape. The other students merely watched, seemingly delighted by his plight. Zuo Yang, you seek death. How dare you lay hands on Huashan? The towering youth glared at Zuo Yang, his eyes ablaze with fury. No one could tolerate the humiliation of their girlfriend. Zuo Yang felt helpless, tears brimming with frustration. He had not intended for this to happen. Who could have predicted how he would inadvertently end up grabbing Huashan's rear? Please let go. I truly didn't mean to. Zuo Yang gasped, his voice barely escaping his constricted throat. The youth's fingers were like iron bands, refusing to yield no matter how hard Zuo Yang tried. Damn it. You claim it was unintentional? What are you, a worthless piece of trash? Today I will break this hand of yours. The burly youth cursed, reaching out with his left hand towards Zuo Yang's right hand. It was this very hand that had, moments ago, experienced the texture of the girl's backside. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang out suddenly, causing the youth's brow to furrow as he reluctantly released Zuo Yang's neck. Zuo Yang, just wait. After class, I will settle the score with you. With that, the furious youth stormed back to his seat. Zuo Yang collapsed onto the floor, clutching his throat and gasping for breath, silently relieved that he had narrowly escaped a potential disaster. A strikingly tall teacher with silver-rimmed glasses entered the classroom, holding a purple and a red crystal ball, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Seeing the teacher arrive, Zuo Yang quickly returned to his seat. Damn it, in my past life, I was unlucky, and now in this life, I still face misfortune. Just after being reborn, I already find myself in such trouble. Oh heavens, are you trying to end me? Zuo Yang sat in his seat, lamenting internally, realizing that his rebirth had come with endless complications. Having been so unfortunate in his previous life, it seemed this one would be no different. Most troubling of all was his utter ignorance of this new world. He knew nothing, not even a single familiar face among the students in the classroom. He felt completely lost, wondering why the memories he was promised had not surfaced. What a melodramatic plot, not even a fragment of memory was granted. Who was the wretched soul responsible for this narrative? Such cruelty. Could it possibly be any worse? Chapter 2. Talent Assessment. The teacher with silver-rimmed glasses stepped into the classroom, her hands holding a purple and a red crystal ball, the purpose of which remained unclear. She placed the two crystal balls on the podium and addressed the class. In 10 months, you will face the most crucial decision of your lives. Among you, some will become great magicians, some will become powerful warriors, and of course, some will be relegated to the lowly status of laborers. As she spoke, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally flicked towards Zuo Yang, sitting at the back, her expression tinged with disdain. Why are you looking at me? Am I not capable of becoming a great magician or a powerful warrior? Must I be relegated to the status of a laborer? Zuo Yang thought, feeling a surge of indignation. Therefore, the teacher continued, focusing on the rest of the class, her voice rising. Strive to cultivate your talent. Only with exceptional talent can you aspire to greatness, garner respect, and enjoy glory in the future. Talent? What talent? Zuo Yang's eyes widened in confusion, utterly perplexed by what the statuesque teacher was saying. Meanwhile, the other students in the classroom were brimming with excitement, all eyes fixed on the two crystal balls on the podium, each of them eager to participate in the forthcoming assessment. Today, we will conduct a test to evaluate your talent. The teacher adjusted her glasses. As we all know, our world is imbued with two forms of energy, elemental power and the power of the heavens and earth. The power of the heavens and earth is akin to an ocean, while elemental power is represented by the fish swimming within that ocean, comprising 7 elements: earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, light, and darkness. The ability to perceive the power of the heavens and earth, or the 7 elemental forces, is what we define as talent. The teacher's gaze was serious as she addressed the students below. Possessing talent grants you the eligibility to become a strong individual, whether as a magician or a warrior. As long as you can become sufficiently powerful, respect, status, and reputation will naturally follow. All the students listened intently, their spirits ignited with fervor and anticipation. Who does not yearn for strength? Who does not crave respect? They were all filled with eager anticipation. Zuo Yang was utterly astonished. His worldview completely upended. He had unexpectedly been reborn into such an extraordinary realm. Elements, magic, combat energy, and warriors, such fantastical concepts truly existed. In my previous life, I was beset by misfortune from the moment I was born, only to meet my end in despair. Surely, in this life, fortune must favor me. A magician, a warrior. In this lifetime, I, Zuo Yang, am determined to become a magnificent magician, or at the very least, a formidable warrior. I shall acquire beauty, wealth, honor, and prestige. All of it shall be mine. With these thoughts, Zuo Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he was instantly invigorated. Now, let us commence the testing. The purple crystal ball will assess the affinity for the 7 elemental forces, while the red crystal ball will gauge the affinity for the power of heaven and earth. Li Man, you shall begin, and we shall proceed in turn, the female instructor concluded. A girl seated in the front row stood up and walked toward the podium. Everyone held their breath, and Zuo Yang widened his eyes in anticipation. The girl, named Li Man, approached the purple crystal ball, and under the fervent gaze of the crowd, she slowly extended her hands, placing them upon the surface of the crystal. Li Man closed her eyes, and after a short while, a mesmerizing blue light began to shimmer upon the purple crystal ball, intensifying with each passing moment. Simultaneously, 4 6-pointed stars coalesced above the crystal, their blue luminescence strikingly vivid. Blue light and 4 6-pointed stars. Zuo Yang's eyes grew wider, increasingly captivated by the spectacle. After another moment, a 5th 6-pointed star began to form on the purple crystal ball, though not as radiant as the previous 4. It coalesced completely. Water affinity, level 5 remarkable. You are destined to become an exceptional water magician, the instructor announced. Ah, Li Man exhaled, opening her eyes, her face lighting up with joy as she patted her developing chest. A level 5 in water affinity was indeed an extraordinary talent. Being a magician was a position of great nobility, and everyone took pride in the prospect of becoming one. Feng Liang, it is your turn, the teacher called out. Feng Liang rose and made his way to the podium, while Li Man happily returned to her seat. Feng Liang approached the red crystal ball directly, seemingly aware that he lacked any talent for the 7 elements, thus not even glancing at the purple crystal ball. Whenever you are ready, proceed, the instructor instructed. Yes, teacher, Feng Liang replied, rubbing his hands together before placing them upon the red crystal ball, closing his eyes as if to sense something. Moments later, the surface of the red crystal ball began to glow softly, the light gentle and far from dazzling. 4 6-pointed stars emerge upon the ball, but the 5th star only partially formed before dissipating into nothingness. Affinity for the power of heaven and earth, level 4. You possess the potential to become a warrior, the instructor stated. A hint of disappointment flickered in Feng Liang's eyes. He was dissatisfied with such an outcome, aspiring to enter a prestigious high school, and he believed that a minimum of level 5 was necessary for that. However, there were still 10 months remaining at time. Next, Zhao Kuntang, the instructor, continued to call out. The third boy stepped up. Zuo Yang was intently focused when he suddenly felt someone poking him in the back, prompting him to turn and look behind. Ah, I didn't realize there was someone sitting behind me, Zuo Yang remarked in surprise, only now noticing the presence of another person. However, when he turned to look, he was momentarily taken aback. My heavens, this person has an extraordinary lack of presence, Zuo Yang thought, astonished. He saw a small figure seated behind him, thin and diminutive, huddled in place like a frightened little mouse. He wore a pair of thick, black-rimmed glasses on his face, the lenses so substantial that one could only wonder how severe his myopia might be. Zuo Yang, once school was out. You must make haste and run, the little one stammered, nearly burying his head beneath the desk. Who are you? Zuo Yang inquired, furrowing his brow, pondering how timid this fellow was, trembling at the mere act of speaking. I am Hao Yan. The little one adjusted his glasses and fixed his gaze on Zuo Yang. Hao Yan, are we acquainted? Zuo Yang asked again. His memories belonged to a past life, leaving him utterly unfamiliar with this world, knowing not a single soul. Please, don't frighten me. Hao Yan straightened his posture, a hint of panic evident in his demeanor. "We are good brothers, don't you recall? Yesterday, when you forgot to bring toilet paper to the restroom. It was I who delivered it to you." Zuo Yang felt a surge of irritation, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. Since delivering toilet paper qualifies one as a good brother, then what does that make me? "Why do you insist I run as soon as school ends?" Zuo Yang retorted, his tone less than cordial. Hao Yin widened his small eyes, leaning over the desk and lowering his voice earnestly. "Did you not hear Jia Zheng say he would settle accounts with you after school? Jia Zheng is already a junior warrior, the strongest in our class. That if you don't run, are you just waiting to be beaten? Is a junior warrior truly formidable?" Zuo Yang queried. "One hand is all it takes to lift you. Wouldn't that be impressive?" Hao Yin replied, his voice quivering with fear. Zuo Yang's heart sank. Indeed, it was quite impressive if one hand could hoist him as if he were a mere chick, leaving him utterly helpless in combat. The best strategy, as the saying goes, would be to flee. It seemed that after school, he genuinely had to make a swift escape. But where was his home? A wave of frustration washed over Zuo Yang. In the novels he read previously, others reincarnated with their memories intact. Yet here he was, reincarnated with naught but ignorance. "Never mind, I shall cross that bridge when I come to it," Zuo Yang reassured himself. "Jia Zheng, it's your turn," the female teacher suddenly called out. "Jia Zheng?" Zuo Yang immediately perked up and turned to glance at the podium. This Jia Zheng was the very individual who had threatened to confront him after school. Observing closely, he saw the tall and robust Jia Zheng ascend the platform. First, he tested for elemental affinity among the 7 elements, and to everyone's astonishment, the purple crystal orb only manifested a single 6-pointed star, signifying an affinity with the wind element. Next, he tested for affinity with the power of heaven and earth, and to everyone's surprise, the red crystal orb revealed 7 6-pointed stars, leaving even the teacher in shock and causing a stir among the students. Wind element affinity, level 1. Affinity with the power of heaven and earth, level 7. He is undoubtedly on the path to becoming a powerful warrior, the teacher exclaimed excitedly. Level 7? Such an affinity with the power of heaven and earth surely grants him hope of entering the best high school in the entire city. Zuo Yang was taken aback. Among all those tested before him, the highest talent level had been 5, and yet Jia Zheng had achieved 7. Hao Yin had claimed Jia Zheng was the strongest in the class. Evidently, those words were not mere hearsay. One by one, classmates approached to test their affinities, most opting for the power of heaven and earth, with only a select few testing the 7 elemental affinities. Clearly, mages were far rarer than warriors. Most surprising to Zuo Yang was that the little Hao Yin behind him had achieved a level 5 affinity, and it was for the rare lightning element. "Well done, Hao Yin, a level 5 affinity with the lightning element. You shall become a formidable lightning mage," Zuo Yang praised as Hao Yin returned, clearly flattered and blushing from the compliment. Zuo Yang, however, remained speechless. Such a personality was quite peculiar. He pondered what talent he possessed. Would he become a mage or a warrior? His gaze fell upon the 2 crystal orbs on the podium, and he felt a rising anticipation. Eager to try his hand at the test that in truth, Zuo Yang harbored a greater desire to become a mage, capable of wielding devastating magic, dazzling and magnificent. Now that would be truly cool. Yet, whether he would be a mage or a warrior remained to be seen. Contingent upon the outcome of his test, before long, all students had undergone testing, save for one. "Teacher, I have yet to be tested," Zuo Yang exclaimed, his face marred with frustration as he hastily raised his hand. It was absurd. Having just been reincarnated, how could he not know his own abilities? Perhaps he might even attain a level 7 or 8. The teacher adjusted her glasses and cast a sidelong glance at Zuo Yang. Suddenly, laughter erupted in the classroom, as if they had heard the most amusing joke in the world, their mirth uncontrollable. "What are you laughing at? Why won't you let me test?" Zuo Yang's ire ignited, and he stood up, exuding a rebellious spirit. "Very well. If you are unconcerned about your embarrassment, then come up," the teacher replied. "Humph, what do I have to be ashamed of?" Zuo Yang scoffed, internally seething, disregarding the mockery of his peers as he strode confidently to the front. "It's merely a test. Surely I won't end up with nothing," he thought defiantly. Determined, he resolved to achieve at least a level 6 or 7, enough to silence everyone. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, Zuo Yang approached the podium. "Teacher, how do I conduct this test?" he inquired, standing before the purple crystal orb and turning to the female teacher, unflinching in his query. "Ha! You don't even know how to test. Zuo Yang, you truly are the epitome of foolishness. The laughter grew louder from the surrounding students. Zuo Yang fixed his gaze resolutely on the teacher, dismissing the jeers directed at him. Place both hands on the crystal orb. Close your eyes, and then use your heart to sense the 7 elemental affinities surrounding you. That's all. Hurry up and test. Then you can leave, the teacher replied, her tone impatient as she adjusted her glasses. Clearly uninterested in prolonging the exchange. Humph, it's just a test. I refuse to be deterred. Zuo Yang silently vowed. His gaze locked onto the purple orb that he took a deep breath, extending his hands toward the orb. However, as he closed his eyes, his brow furrowed tighter, his jaw clenched, and after some time of straining in silence, the orb remained unresponsive. Enough? 7 elemental affinity. Level 0 that you may leave, the teacher declared, shaking her head. Level 0? Ha ha! The laughter from below swelled in volume. Humph! I still wish to test my affinity with the power of heaven and earth, Zuo Yang exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. This was his temper. He would tread his own path, irrespective of the hounds that barked at him. Amidst the derisive stares of his classmates, Zuo Yang sidestepped to the left, positioning himself before the red crystal orb. Chapter 4. An unwelcome arrival. Zuo Yang approached the red crystal orb, closed his eyes, and began to sense it meticulously. The purple orb tested for affinities with the 7 elements, while the red orb was meant to gauge the affinity with the power of heaven and earth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed swiftly, and soon a minute had elapsed. Affinity with the power of heaven and earth, level 0 to Zuo Yang. Even now, you have no talent whatsoever, the teacher proclaimed impatiently, delivering her final verdict. Even now, Zuo Yang's heart stirred as he noted the peculiar phrasing. This implied that his previous self had lacked talent altogether. A realization dawned upon him. He had assumed his testing methods were flawed, leading to 2 zeros. However, it seemed he simply possessed no talent at all, and no wonder the entire classroom erupted in laughter upon hearing he would take the test. Oh heavens, what have I done to deserve this? Zuo Yang lamented internally, on the verge of tears. In his past life, he had already faced ruin. How could this life be so afflicted, to reincarnate into a life even more wretched than the last? What kind of misfortune was this? Devoid of talent and ability, it felt akin to being bereft of both money and power. How would he navigate life henceforth? It was utterly disheartening, and Zuo Yang felt a profound sense of despair wash over him. Zuo Yang, you may leave now, the teacher said, her tone impatient, perceiving Zuo Yang as nothing more than a disruption. Indeed, hurry and leave. With no talent, don't embarrass yourself further, the other students chimed in, their laughter ringing out in unison. Damn it! Zuo Yang was instantly incensed. Even a clay figurine still had some lingering fire, let alone Zuo Yang, who had grown up in the underworld. Oh, what if he lacked talent? Talent was worth little, even without it. He could surpass them 10-fold or 100-fold in the future. With his eyes wide with fury, Zuo Yang bellowed. This roar of anger was also a challenge to fate. How dare you, who possess no talent, attempt to outshine us? Dream on. Indeed, what nonsense. Dream on. The students below were immediately stirred, each one pointing accusatorily at Zuo Yang, as if ready to pounce in unison. They were all destined to become mages or warriors, the pride of heaven. Yet they were being scolded by a worthless individual devoid of talent, who even dared to claim he would surpass them 10-fold or 100-fold. It was simply outrageous. Zuo Yang was seething with rage. Facing the reproach of the entire classroom, he showed no fear, which only ignited his fighting spirit further. Bang! Zuo Yang slammed his palm on the lectern, unleashing a fierce aura that stunned everyone into silence. Not for the sake of steamed buns, but for pride. At this moment, even in death, he could not concede defeat. The female teacher beside him was also taken aback, wondering where Zuo Yang had summoned such fervor today. In 10 months, wouldn't there be entrance exams? What is the best high school? I'll show you. Zuo Yang fixed his gaze on the students below, enunciating each word with determination, his voice not loud, yet inexplicably resonant. Silence fell. The entire classroom was rendered mute, all struck by the momentary eruption of Zuo Yang's spirit. This had nothing to do with strength. It was purely an overwhelming presence, invisible and intangible, yet capable of shaking the heavens. The best high school is Yuqing number 1 high school. A quavering voice emerged from the back row. It was Hao Yan, who spoke in a low tone, almost burying his head beneath the desk in fear. Good. Yuching #1 high school, is it? In 10 months, I'll show you. Zuo Yang declared emphatically, his gaze unwavering. Having said that, he descended from the lectern and returned to his seat. Ahem, let us continue with the lesson. The female teacher, momentarily stunned, coughed twice and spoke up, later, on the way home. Hey, Hao Yin, are you sure this little path is unknown to anyone? Zuo Yang glanced back at Hao Yin, who was trailing behind him, noticeably shorter and frielier, and asked with irritation. Zuo Yang was the epitome of a person feeling unbalanced, envisioning himself as elegant and heroic, yet somehow lacking talent, while this fellow appeared timid and mouse-like, boasting an elemental affinity level of 5. A rare thunder type no less. It was utterly absurd. There shouldn't be anyone who knows. Hao Yin hesitated before replying. Shouldn't he? Zuo Yang's forehead immediately bulged with veins to evade Jia Zhang's pursuit. Zuo Yang had hurriedly whisked Hao Yin away right after class. Despite his righteous proclamations from the lectern, he was filled with trepidation. This little path is usually only traversed by us two. Others should be unaware, Hao Yin said timidly. All right, enough of this. Hao Yin, let me ask you, is it difficult to get into Yuching #1 high school? Zuo Yang, feeling irritable, changed the subject. What is meant by difficult? It's either a blessing or a curse. One cannot escape their fate. Just go with the flow. Hao Yin suddenly grew serious, his eyes brightening as he fixed his gaze on Zuo Yang. Yuching #1 high school is the best in our city. One must achieve at least a level 7 in talent to qualify, and that's the minimum requirement. Level 7. Zuo Yang was taken aback, inwardly lamenting. Truly, one reaps what they sow. In the heat of the moment during class, he had boasted recklessly, but now, reflecting on his lack of talent, he wondered how he would manage. Why am I so unlucky, without a shred of talent? In 10 months, am I merely setting myself up for failure? Zuo Yang wanted to slap himself. Impulsiveness was indeed the devil. Zuo Yang and Hao Yin lived quite close to each other, one lacking talent, the other socially awkward. Both regarded as outcasts by their peers. Thus, they had become partners, accompanying each other to and from school. This was a small path, surrounded by woods, exuding tranquility, typically only walked by Zuo Yang and Hao Yin. However, today, 3 uninvited guests appeared on this path as the two walked. 3 figures emerged from behind a few large trees, smirking coldly, blocking their way. Jia Zhang, Hao Yin gasped in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his words faltering. Zuo Yang's heart sank. What was inevitable had finally come to pass, and it seemed he could not escape this ordeal today. The 3 stood before them, with the tallest among them, Jia Zhang, possessing a level 7 affinity for the power of heaven and earth, exuding an imposing presence that instilled a sense of powerful pressure just by standing there. To Jia Zhang's left stood a girl, Hua Shan, whom Zuo Yang had previously offended, and she regarded him with disdain. On the other side was another boy, Zhuang Yushan, who Zuo Yang recognized as well. His affinity level for the power of heaven and earth was 5. It was clear that these 3 did not come with good intentions. Chapter 5. Painful Dilemma. Zuo Yang, you run pretty fast, almost slipping away, but do you think you can escape from my grasp? Jia Zhang sneered. Indeed, daring to make a fool of me in front of the entire class. Zuo Yang, I want to let you off today. Hua Shan glared at Zuo Yang. Furious, having been groped by this worthless individual, she felt sullied, repulsed at the mere thought. You think I care about touching you? Even if you offered, I wouldn't bother. Zuo Yang shot back. At this point, softening would be futile. It was evident that these 3 had made up their minds about him. So why endure the humiliation any longer? Though he couldn't fight back, he could at least vent his frustrations verbally. Zuo Yang was no pushover either. If they wouldn't let him live in peace, he wouldn't let them have it easy either. You. Hua Shan was immediately flustered and enraged, stamping her feet as she clutched Jia Zhang's arm, exclaiming in a mix of fury and breathlessness, Jia Zhang, you must teach this filthy rogue a lesson. It drives me mad. Zuo Yang, you're asking for death. Jia Zhang's expression turned icy. Zhuang Yushan stepped forward, simultaneously stating, Jia Zhang, let me deal with this loser first. I've been itching for a fight these past few days. All right, but go easy. I still need to warm up later, so don't kill him, Jia Zhang replied, a playful smile on his face, arms crossed, as if watching a show. Rest assured, I know my limits. I guarantee I won't kill him. Zhuang Yushan sneered as he stepped closer to Zuo Yang. his hands cracking ominously, an unmistakable threat in his demeanor. Zuo Yang. Hao Yin trembled in fright, curling up in fear, completely at a loss, his fingers nearly finding their way into his mouth. Meanwhile, Zuo Yang stood tall, his brows furrowed, his demeanor cold that he appeared calm, yet was secretly gathering strength, like a lurking cheetah poised to deliver a lethal strike that, oh, not bad. You worthless fool. You're not scared enough to wet your pants. What? Are you thinking of exchanging blows with me? Zhuang Yushan taunted. Let me tell you, my talent is a level 5 affinity for the power of heaven and earth. I've already cultivated combat energy that if you dare to make a move. Be careful I don't lose control and cripple you. Zhuang Yushan advanced, smirking as he spoke. Combat energy. Zuo Yang's gaze sharpened. After attending a class and chatting with Hao Yin, he had gained some understanding of mages and warriors. He knew warriors cultivated combat energy, while mages cultivated magical power. The fact that Zhuang Yushan had already developed combat energy was truly troublesome. Zuo Yang inwardly fumed. Possessing combat energy was a whole different ballgame. Those who had it could multiply their strength several times over in an instant, capable of shattering stones with a single punch, far surpassing ordinary individuals. Zuo Yang, you mustn't fight back. Hao Yin had already retreated far behind. His voice trembling, he was genuinely worried for Zuo Yang. Yet he himself was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling, barely able to stand. Indeed, you better not think of striking back, otherwise you'll suffer a gruesome fate. Zhuang Yushan chuckled ominously. He had already approached Zuo Yang, standing merely a meter away, contemplating whether to land a punch on Zuo Yang's face or in his gut first. That moment, Zuo Yang's patience snapped. Screw you. When I was out here hustling, you were still drinking milk. Zuo Yang's eyes narrowed as he aimed a kick directly at Zhuang Yushan's groin. Snap, snap, it seems that something is shattered. Suddenly, Zhuang Yushan gasped for breath, his body jerking upright as he clutched his groin with both hands, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. His face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Following this, he collapsed onto the ground, curling up like a kidney bean, writhing in agony. That moment, he was genuinely in excruciating pain, unable to utter a sound. Hao Yin, trembling with fear, hid behind, worried that Zuo Yang might be beaten. And his jaw dropped in shock. This is utterly ruthless. Jia Zheng, arms crossed in satisfaction, eagerly awaited the sight of Zhuang Yushan teaching Zuo Yang a lesson, when unexpectedly, he witnessed Zuo Yang delivering a kick to Zhuang Yushan's groin. In an instant, Jia Zheng's heart skipped a beat. Feeling as though his own groin had been struck, he could empathize with Zhuang Yushan's suffering. Zuo Yang, how dare you resort to such underhanded tactics? Jia Zheng was instantly enraged, striding forward to throw a punch at Zuo Yang. You may be a novice, but I am far more formidable. Zuo Yang shouted back, spinning around and bolting into the woods. Running with all his might, Jia Zheng, a junior warrior, was significantly more powerful than Zhuang Yushan. While Zuo Yang could employ tricks against Zhuang Yushan, he stood no chance against Jia Zheng. It is better to preserve one's life than to foolishly confront an opponent one cannot defeat. Bang! Jia Zheng's fist struck the ground, creating a deep crater, sending dust flying and shaking the earth. My goodness, how formidable! Zuo Yang glanced back, his neck recoiling in fear, prompting him to run even faster. You think you can escape? Jia Zheng's punch missed, fueling his rage, transforming him into a furious lion, seething with anger. With a powerful push, Jia Zheng charged into the woods, pursuing Zuo Yang, the two soon disappearing among the trees. Only Hao Yin and the astonished Huashan remained, staring at the writhing Zhuang Yushan, their faces a blend of embarrassment and anxiety, unsure whether to stay or flee, caught in a state of indecision. Deep within the woods, Jia Zheng shouted, Zuo Yang, stop right there. You cannot escape. Zuo Yang, panting heavily, retorted, I'm not foolish enough to stop. With every ounce of strength, he zigzagged through the trees, sprinting wildly. Though Jia Zheng, bolstered by his fighting spirit, was significantly faster, Zuo Yang's erratic movements made it impossible for him to catch up. Fine, if you wish to run, I shall see how long you can endure. Jia Zheng bellowed, opting for a war of attrition. With his fighting spirit, he could easily maintain his pace for an hour. Once Zuo Yang exhausted his energy, he would see how he could escape. Chapter 6. Foolish Brothers Bang. Jia Zheng delivered a powerful kick, shattering a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, enhanced by his fighting spirit. His strength had become formidable. Zuo Yang was astounded. How much power must one possess to break a tree of that size? With Jia Zheng relentlessly pursuing him, Zuo Yang had been running through the woods for over 10 minutes. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, utterly spent. Humph, Jia Zheng paused, observing Zuo Yang leaning against a tree, panting heavily, and sneered, "Why have you stopped? Weren't you quite the sprinter? You dare to covet my girlfriend Hua Shan's tofu. You must be tired of living." Humph, Zuo Yang's eyes narrowed. At this juncture, further explanations were futile. That if you wish to kill me, then so be it. Today is simply my misfortune, but remember this. However you treat me today, I will repay you tenfold in the future. Zuo Yang gasped, his breath heavy. Repay tenfold. Ha! Jia Zheng laughed. Just you, a worthless waste, thinking you can threaten me with such empty words. Oh, very well. I shall await the day you attempt to repay me. Bang! Jia Zheng moved like lightning, appearing before Zuo Yang in an instant, then delivering a punch that struck Zuo Yang's abdomen with tremendous force, sending him flying backward. Zuo Yang was hit, his body soaring like a human sandbag, flying 7 or 8 meters before crashing into a large tree, which shook violently, its leaves cascading to the ground. Puffed. Zuo Yang coughed up blood. The impact of Jia Zheng's strength was so immense that it could shatter stone, let alone Zuo Yang's body. With a single blow, Zuo Yang was grievously injured. Zuo Yang, weren't you going to repay me tenfold? How is it that you have now fallen? Did my punch strike too hard? TSK, my apologies. I forgot you were a useless waste. Haha. Jia Zheng laughed triumphantly, reveling in his superiority. Zuo Yang lay on the ground, utterly powerless, feeling as if he might disintegrate, especially in the area Jia Zheng had struck, where his insides felt as though they were being torn apart. Yet he gritted his teeth and stood up. Better to die standing than to live on my knees. This was his conviction. If the situation turned dire, he would flee, but if there was no escape, Zuo Yang would not cower. Even a small person has their dignity. While he could disregard his own, he would never allow others to trample upon it. You would do well to kill me. Otherwise, I assure you, you will regret it. Zuo Yang wiped the blood from his lips, speaking each word deliberately, his gaze icy, chilling to the bone. Regret? You, a worthless waste? Is this a threat? Jia Zheng approached Zuo Yang, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Zuo Yang dangled helplessly, devoid of any strength to resist, yet his gaze remained resolute, unwaveringly fixed upon Jia Zheng, resembling two sharp blades that unsettled Jia Zheng greatly. How infuriating it was to see a good-for-nothing, who had been thoroughly beaten, still daring to act defiant. Slap! Jia Zheng struck Zuo Yang's left cheek, leaving it red and swollen, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Zuo Yang gritted his teeth, his eyes locked onto Jia Zheng, flames of fury igniting within him. He felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation and rage, simultaneously yearning for strength and power. Only with immense strength could he safeguard his dignity. Only with formidable power could he resist the mockery of fate. Strength. I must grow stronger. Zuo Yang's heart roared, an unquenchable desire for power surging within him. At that moment, a timid voice rang out. Let him go. It was Hao Yan, trembling with fear, his body shaking uncontrollably, revealing the extent of his terror, yet he still mustered the courage to speak up for Zuo Yang. Hao Yan. Zuo Yang's heart stirred, feeling an inexplicable warmth upon seeing his timid friend, who he often looked down upon, that he never anticipated that this cowardly friend would chase after him, admonishing Jia Zheng to release him. It was unexpectedly touching. In that moment, Zuo Yang felt a warmth in his heart. What else could this be but brotherhood? Jia Zheng, taken aback by Hao Yan's sudden appearance, was equally astonished. Who would expect that even Hao Yan, who could barely speak above a whisper, would dare to confront him for the sake of a worthless individual? Today is indeed unusual. Hao Yan, were you speaking to me just now? Jia Zheng turned to Hao Yan with a mocking smile. Hao Yan's face turned pale, his fear reaching its peak, his knees trembling as he swallowed hard. Yes, I was speaking to you. Let Zuo Yang go, or else I shall not be merciful. Ha! Jia Zheng erupted in laughter. A worthless individual threatening him, and now another mouse appearing to assert themselves. You two fools are seeking your own demise. His expression darkened suddenly, casting a fierce glare at Hao Yan, who shivered and instinctively took a step back. Now, while I have no desire to deal with you, begone. Jia Zheng's cold gaze bore down on Hao Yan as he bellowed. How dare a mere fly defy him? I want to leave unless you release Zuo Yang. Though Hao Yan trembled, his tone was unwavering. Hao Yan, You need not concern yourself. Flee while you can, Zuo Yang shouted, fully aware of Jia Zhang's formidable strength. Hao Yan stood no chance against him, but we are brothers. I will not abandon you. Hao Yan's voice rose, filled with emotion, resonating louder than Zuo Yang's call. Upon hearing this, Zuo Yang felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Where else could he find such a foolish brother? Very well, good words. This is indeed a predicament of your own making. Jia Zhang's face contorted with malice as he discarded Zuo Yang onto the ground, then strode towards Hao Yan with menacing intent. Jia Zhang was incensed, thoroughly provoked by Hao Yan's ignorance and misplaced loyalty. Hao Yan, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me, Zuo Yang urged anxiously, yet he was utterly drained, unable to even stand. Hao Yan remained silent. For Jia Zhang was already upon him, his heart pounding in terror, blood seeming to freeze in his veins. That it was utterly terrifying, especially with Jia Zhang towering over him like a black bear, radiating a powerful aura that rendered Hao Yan breathless. Hao Yan, you possess great audacity to oppose me. Jia Zhang glared down at him, his expression foreboding, as he extended a massive hand and forcefully grasped Hao Yan by the collar. Lifting him off the ground, Hao Yan's feet dangled helplessly, his hands clutching Jia Zhang's wrist in a desperate attempt to scream. Magic, lightning. In a panic, Hao Yan instinctively unleashed an attack, surging arcs of purple electricity erupting from his grasp. The crackling bolts raced along Jia Zhang's arm, instantly coursing into his body. Jia Zhang's countenance shifted as he felt the searing shock, his entire being jolted with discomfort. However, as a novice warrior, his physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Hao Yan's lightning magic merely caused him momentary distress and could not inflict any real harm. Jia Zhang was now fully enraged. Hao Yan, you are courting death, he snarled, veins bulging on his forearm as he violently hurled Hao Yan away. Bang! Bang! Hao Yan's body was propelled through the air, crashing into 2 trees before collapsing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Hao Yan, Zuo Yang cried out, his eyes wild with panic. Heartache, fury, and despair gripped him as he gazed at the fallen Hao Yan, feeling a wrenching pain in his chest. Why was he so weak? Why had he endangered his friend? Why? Why? Zuo Yang's fists clenched with unbridled rage. I will grow stronger, I swear it. I, Zuo Yang, shall become formidable, he roared inwardly, his eyes nearly bursting with intensity. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated through the sky, akin to war drums resounding through the mountains. The sound was deafening, causing Zuo Yang's ears to ring, as if they might burst from the pressure, startling him profoundly. What was happening? A bolt from the blue. Had his innermost cries been heard by the heavens? Zuo Yang was momentarily stunned. Jia Zhang was equally taken aback, both men instinctively looking skyward, and in the next moment, they were filled with shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief as a pitch-black rift appeared in the sky. Resembling a pristine fabric that had been torn asunder, with chaotic forces swirling within, akin to an unfathomable abyss. The instant the rift manifested, a tempest swept through the land, disrupting the very energies of the world. Threatening to annihilate everything in its path, the winds howled as the landscape shifted dramatically, trees bending violently, blinding them with debris. What was happening? Was the Demon King awakening? Zuo Yang gasped, his fear rendering him speechless. Suddenly, a brilliant yellow light burst forth from the dark rift, resembling a meteor streaking through the void, hurtling directly toward the grove where Zuo Yang stood. Not good, Jia Zhang exclaimed in terror, turning to flee. Yet, the speed of the yellow light's descent was alarmingly swift, vanishing into the woods in the blink of an eye. Boom! A catastrophic explosion erupted, shaking the earth violently, splintering trees, and sending dust soaring dozens of feet into the air, obscuring the sky and creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Zuo Yang, Hao Yan, and Jia Zhang were all thrown into the air by the tremendous shockwave, akin to leaves in a tempest, utterly beyond their control. Ah! Jia Zhang screamed in horror before losing consciousness. The overwhelming force was far beyond what a novice warrior could withstand. That if Jia Zhang was incapacitated, Zuo Yang's fate was even more dire. His body was flung through the air, fighting to maintain a semblance of consciousness, for he still did not know the fate of his friend. Hao Yan, please be safe. Zuo Yang prayed desperately, yet the immense force proved insurmountable, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the final moment before darkness consumed him, He was astonished to see that the yellow light was indeed heading toward him, and within it lay a six-pointed star. 3 days later, at a hospital in Tianshui Lake Town. In a patient room, Yangzi. Zuo Yang lay in his hospital bed, groggy and disoriented. Finally managing to open his eyes, two unfamiliar faces came into view, a man and a woman, both in their 40s. Yangzi, you have finally awakened. Oh, this is wonderful, the middle-aged man exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he saw Zuo Yang stir. Yangzi, you worried your mother sick. You were in a coma for 3 days, but now you're awake. The middle-aged woman cried, hastily wiping away her tears. Are these truly my parents? Zuo Yang's mind reeled, struggling to comprehend the situation that it was all too sudden. He had imagined meeting these strangers who claimed to be his parents. But he never anticipated it would occur in such a manner. Was this a surprise gifted by fate? Upon opening his eyes, he had seemingly transitioned into another life, and now, awakening again, he found himself reunited with his parents. With a foolish grin, Zuo Yang could only chuckle, his mind blank except for the sound of "haha." Yangzi, why are you laughing? Have you lost your mind? His father asked with concern. As Zuo Yang touched his head, he realized it was wrapped in bandages, likely from a blow sustained during the ordeal. Now, the child has just awakened. Why are you bombarding him with questions? Go call the doctor, his mother scolded, anxiously urging his father. Right, I'll fetch the doctor immediately. His father hurriedly exited the room. Moments later, a female doctor in a white coat entered. Doctor, my son seems a bit off after waking. He keeps laughing and saying nothing. As if he doesn't recognize you asked. Is it possible he suffered some sort of injury? His mother expressed her concern. The doctor leaned in to examine Zuo Yang's pupils and then replied. Your son experienced a head trauma resulting in a mild concussion. There is a possibility of temporary amnesia. Amnesia? Both parents gasped in alarm, their worry palpable. Do not be overly concerned. I assure you, it is only temporary. With some rest, he should recover fully, the doctor reassured them. Will he truly be all right? His mother asked, deeply troubled for her son. Rest assured, the doctor affirmed with a nod. After providing further instructions, the doctor departed the room. Yangzi, I am your mother, Gao Mei, and this is your father, Zuo Yishan. Your name is Zuo Yang, and you have a younger sister named Zuo Xiaoya, his mother said softly, sitting beside the bed. You are my parents. And I have a younger sister. Zuo Yang gazed at them, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Of course, this was entirely feigned. Amnesia was an excellent excuse. Previously, he had been troubled about how to explain his unfamiliarity with everyone. But now, with amnesia, he needed no explanation. Finally, the heavens have done me a favor, sparing me a great deal of trouble. Zuo Yang rejoiced inwardly. Suddenly, he felt an itch in the palm of his right hand and scratched it with his left. However, upon doing so, Zuo Yang froze in shock. Chapter 8. Home the Six-Pointed Star. Zuo Yang stared at his right palm, a chill running down his spine. There, imprinted upon his skin, was a faint six-pointed star, as though drawn with a pen. Yet Zuo Yang understood that this mark had been deeply embedded in his palm, impossible to remove without a blade. How did this six-pointed star appear on my palm? I distinctly remember it not being there before. Could it be that? Zuo Yang gasped, recalling the yellow light that had descended from the sky, clearly remembering how it had approached him after landing. Encased within that yellow light was indeed a six-pointed star. Could it be that the six-pointed star left its mark upon my right hand? Zuo Yang speculated, filled with dread that a pitch-black rift had appeared in the sky, from which the six-pointed star had emerged. It was all too bizarre. Such anomalies could not occur without reason. This was far from ordinary. Yangzi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Mother Gao Mei noticed the pallor on Zuo Yang's face and urgently inquired. What is wrong? Nothing much, Zuo Yang quickly replied. Could you tell me how I ended up in the hospital? He grasped his right hand tightly, glancing at his mother and father, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Suddenly having parents and a younger sister was quite an adjustment for Zuo Yang, that we aren't entirely sure of the specifics. His father, Zuo Yishan, explained. When we received the notification, you were already in the hospital. However, we heard that a meteorite fell, landing precisely in the woods where you and your classmates were walking, causing injuries and rendering you unconscious. That a meteorite. Zuo Yang's heart stirred. The situation did indeed resemble the aftermath of a meteorite's fall. Yet, he was aware that it was not a meteorite at all, but rather a mysterious six-pointed star. With such force, that six-pointed star was undoubtedly not an ordinary object. Zuo Yang mused internally, lowering his gaze to his right palm. Pondering the connection between this mark and the six-pointed star, by the way, Zuo Yang suddenly remembered his classmate. How are my classmates doing? As for them, his mother Gao Mei sighed. Hai Yin was seriously injured. He suffered a severe impact to his back, damaging his spine. He will likely need a considerable period to recuperate. It's truly unfortunate for that child. They were not far from each other. And both families were well acquainted, having watched Hai Yin grow up, and their essay student with the surname Zhuang, is what Yishan added. He somehow sustained injuries too. Well, it's quite tragic, really. Just thinking about it makes one wince. He shivered slightly after finishing his sentence. Zuo Yang couldn't help but chuckle at his father's endearing nature. Dad, Mom, I want to see Hai Yin, that he expressed, feeling a pang of guilt for the trouble he had inadvertently caused his friend. Upon hearing Dad and Mom, Zuo Yishan and Gao Mei exchanged delighted glances. Gao Mei quickly said, Hai Yin is in the room next door. That you've just awakened and your body is weak. You should eat something first. Once you regain your strength, it won't be too late to visit him. All right, I'll eat something first. That a warm current coursed through Zuo Yang's heart. He could genuinely feel his parents' love for him. This is your favorite preserved egg and lean pork congee. Here, eat more. Gao Mei cheerfully served him a bowl of steaming congee from the thermos. Zuo Yang held the steaming bowl, feeling enveloped in warmth. He had longed for such selfless love and warmth. His eyes moistened with gratitude toward the heavens for granting him a family once more. Hai Yin's injuries were even more severe than Zuo Yang had anticipated. His entire body was wrapped in bandages. And the most troubling issue was the damage to his spine, which posed a significant challenge for recovery. Seeing his friend in such a grave condition ignited a fierce anger within Zuo Yang, who silently vowed to avenge this wrong. Zuo Yang, I'm fine. Please, do not provoke Jiazheng again. He is too formidable for us to handle, Hai Yin urged, grasping Zuo Yang's hand from his hospital bed. Zuo Yang felt deeply moved. Even in such a state, his friend was worrying about him. Such a brother was rare indeed. Do not worry, Hai Yin. I am not foolish enough to seek trouble, Zuo Yang replied with a smile. Yet, internally, he vowed to grow stronger, strong enough that no one would dare to provoke him. Powerful enough to shake mountains and rivers, he would surely take revenge. After visiting Hai Yin, Zuo Yang completed the discharge procedures. His injuries were not severe, and according to the doctor, he just needed to rest at home. The Xing'an community was filled with dilapidated houses, and Zuo Yang's family resided here. Their living conditions were not particularly affluent and were somewhat impoverished. With 4 family members squeezed into a space of less than 70 square meters, with furniture that was quite outdated, is this my home? Zuo Yang stood at the entrance, surveying the unfamiliar dwelling. He felt no sense of destitution. Instead, he found it rather warm and inviting. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, and he had dreamt countless times of such a scene in his mind. The feeling of returning home was truly delightful. Yangzi, this is our home. The doctor mentioned you are experiencing temporary amnesia, and that you will soon remember everything. Come in, I'll take you to see your bedroom. Zuo Yishan said. Dad, what about my sister? Zuo Yang casually inquired. Your sister hasn't returned from school yet. She will be back in an hour, Gao Mei interjected. Zuo Yang observed his home and continuously studied his father and mother, feeling their unwavering affection and concern, which melted his heart at every moment. Over an hour later, Zuo Yang finally met his sister, a delightful 10-year-old with a lively ponytail, full of energy. Upon seeing her, Zuo Yang was instantly smitten. That evening, seated at the dining table, Zuo Yang enjoyed the meal his mother had prepared while listening to his sister recount tales from school. Their laughter filled the air, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. In that fleeting moment, Zuo Yang even experienced a peculiar illusion that this was the home he had lived in since childhood, devoid of the trials of his past life and the rebirth of this one. Looking at his father and mother, along with his sister, whose eyes sparkled with joy, he felt immeasurable happiness and contentment. In the dead of night, in his bedroom, Zuo Yang sat cross-legged on the bed, his heart directed toward the heavens, beginning to sense his own abilities according to the methods outlined in his textbooks. This was a world of magic and martial arts, where individuals began learning various magical and martial knowledge from a young age. Zuo Yang's textbook contained detailed methods for sensing the powers of the world and the 7 elemental forces, which he quickly grasped. Chapter 9. Supersensitivity in this realm of magic and martial arts. People were born with various talents, some strong, some weak, Yet all talents could be honed. Particularly before the age of 16, the effects of training were optimal. Thus, during this period, the primary task for individuals was to cultivate their talents. Striving to elevate them to higher levels, as a solid foundation would facilitate future progress. Zuo Yang silently contemplated this, realizing the logic behind it. After all, a solid foundation would allow for greater advancement in the future. Well, I might as well try to sense my own talent. With my good looks and charm, how could I possibly lack talent? Zuo Yang thought defiantly, sitting cross-legged on his bed, beginning to apply the methods from his textbook to perceive his abilities. Embrace unity, concentrate your mind, eliminate all distractions, empty yourself, and allow your spirit to commune with the heavens and earth. Zuo Yang silently chanted in his heart, gradually dispelling extraneous thoughts, his mind becoming increasingly ethereal. His spirit melded with the universe, seeking to sense the existence of the 7 elemental forces and the powers of the world. Before long, Zuo Yang's heart became as still as water, devoid of thought. His entire being merging with the cosmos, feeling as though he had transcended into an ethereal state. He felt as though he had entered a vast void, boundless and limitless, where darkness reigned supreme. Devoid of anything but the dim expanse. Where are the 7 elemental forces? Where is the power of the world? I'm not greedy. I would be content to find even a trace. Zuo Yang concentrated, his spirit extending outward, striving to sense and seek out that I must find it. I must find it, regardless of which of the 7 elemental forces it may be, or even the power of the world. O heavens, I implore you, let me find it. Even the weakest level of talent would suffice. Zuo Yang fervently prayed, his heart brimming with desire. However, after half an hour had passed, he had yet to discover any talent. And despair began to creep in. Just as Zuo Yang was on the verge of giving up, the 6-pointed star mark on his right palm suddenly underwent a transformation, with a flash of golden light. The mark, previously a faint pale yellow, suddenly radiated softly, not with intensity, but with a gentle glow, as if a tiny yellow sprite were dancing in the palm of his hand, an indescribable wonder. At that very moment, while Zuo Yang was desperately searching for his abilities, a yellow point of light appeared, resembling a speck of dust, illuminating the endless darkness. The yellow point of light signifies the earth elemental force. Zuo Yang could not help but burst into joyous excitement. Ha ha, as I suspected, a person of my extraordinary talents could hardly be devoid of abilities in earth element manipulation. This is simply splendid. His lips curled upwards in delight. Yet soon his expression froze. Countless yellow lights began to materialize. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 100 points, 1,000 points, a myriad of points, thick and fast, an overwhelming multitude that left him breathless. Zuo Yang was astonished. As if turned to stone in his perception, the entire void was filled with these yellow lights, a vast, dense sea that was terrifyingly intense. What on earth is happening? Why are there suddenly so many earth element manifestations? Zuo Yang gasped in disbelief. The 7 elemental forces, earth, fire, wind, thunder, water, light, and darkness, each bore their distinctive colors. Yellow for earth, red for fire, cyan for wind, purple for thunder, blue for water, white for light, and black for darkness. Zuo Yang was certain that these dense yellow lights were indeed manifestations of the earth element. Suddenly, the boundless yellow lights began to transform, each one swiftly morphing into small hexagram-shaped runes, floating before Zuo Yang's eyes like a mesmerizing ocean of symbols, breathtaking and awe-inspiring. How could this be possible? Zuo Yang was taken aback. These were earth element runes. Earth element runes, hexagrams, with extraordinary elemental affinity. This indicated supersensitivity. Zuo Yang could hardly believe it. His breath quickened in a moment of realization. The textbooks had noted that some individuals are inherently unique, possessing heightened sensitivity that enables them to comprehend the mysteries of the universe, to sense the very essence of elemental existence. They are powerful, confident, proud, endowed with boundless potential, capable of utilizing and even creating rules. A single thought can stir a tempest. A single action can devastate mountains and rivers. They are known as super sorcerers. This was a legendary account inscribed on the title page of the textbook. Strikingly prominent. What is a super sorcerer? It is one who possesses extraordinary sensitivity to the essence of elements. And what is the essence of elements? It is the elemental runes. The runes of the earth element are hexagrams. Super sorcerers are mythical beings, rarely seen within a century, with historical records documenting no more than 10 individuals, each a prodigy shaping and leading an era, creating a legacy of their OW entity. Oh, think that I have sensed the existence of earth element runes. Am I dreaming? Could I one day become a formidable super sorcerer? Zuo Yang's heart surged with exhilaration. Overwhelmed by emotion, he opened his eyes, ablaze with fervor and excitement that it was unfathomable. Just moments ago, he had tested in class and found himself devoid of any abilities. Yet now he possessed the qualifications of a super sorcerer, truly astonishing. The fluctuations of life had been so rapid, so exhilarating. Wait, why is my right palm glowing? Zuo Yang suddenly paused, noticing the anomaly in his hand that it was the hexagram mark that radiated light, gazing at his palm. His pupils constricted in realization, as a spark of understanding ignited within him. So, it was due to that hexagram. Zuo Yang inhaled deeply. Everything stemmed from that mysterious hexagram. His destiny had been irrevocably altered. Zuo Yang vividly recalled that day when the sky had split open, a pitch-black rift appearing, from which the hexagram descended, rushing towards him. Chapter 10. Condensing magical power. I had always believed that the mark on my palm was left by the hexagram's touch. But it now seemed that this mark was likely the hexagram itself, having merged into my palm, granting me the credentials of supersensitivity. Zuo Yang murmured, as if awakening to a profound truth, the strange appearance of that hexagram. Tearing through the sky with such an awe-inspiring force, assured Zuo Yang that its origins were anything but ordinary, not of this world. Haha, it seems that Zuo Yang is truly destined for a change in fortune. To have such a treasure fall into my hands, heaven has finally opened its eyes, a super sorcerer. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. Leading an era, creating a legacy. I, Zuo Yang, shall forge my own era. To those who have looked down upon me, let them eat dirt. Yang laughed heartily, his spirit soaring, fervor igniting within him, as though he could see a brilliantly illuminated path unfolding before him. His future would no longer be ordinary. He would surely rise to prominence, achieving renown throughout the heavens. The earth element runes, the hexagrams, were all that he perceived. Thus, it could be concluded that he was an earth element super sorcerer, with no affinity for the other 6 elements, not a single one resonating with him. Alas, what a pity! Zuo Yang sighed, but then shook his head and chuckled. Human greed knows no bounds. When devoid of abilities, one would be satisfied with even the slightest talent. Yet now, having attained supersensitivity, he found himself unsatisfied. That I ought to be content. Such luck and opportunity are rare for anyone. It is time to begin condensing magical power. Supersensitivity is already the highest level of ability. Further training would hold little significance. Zuo Yang chuckled at himself, then closed his eyes, commencing his practice. Supersensitivity transcends all, penetrating to the essence, rendering further training unnecessary. With 10 months remaining until the entrance examinations, Zuo Yang needed to utilize his time wisely. Aspiring to enter the city's best secondary school, Yuqing No. 1 high school, merely possessing high-level talents would not suffice. His own strength was also a crucial factor in the examination. Commencing the condensation of magical power, Zuo Yang silently recalled the textbook methods for condensing magical power, gradually beginning his attempts. In truth, the method for condensing magical power is quite simple. Absorb the elemental force into the body, and then transform it into magical power. Closing his eyes, Zuo Yang adjusted his state, merging his spirit with the cosmos, and soon perceived the presence of earth elements surrounding him. Each minute yellow light was a particle of earth element. Initially, these earth elements were not densely packed, but before long, thousands upon thousands began to converge, enveloping Zuo Yang entirely. Should someone witness this moment, they would surely be astonished. It was overwhelmingly dense to the naked eye. One could clearly see a fine layer of yellow light enveloping Zuo Yang, with even more yellow points continuously emerging, illuminating his bedroom, as if a swarm of fireflies danced within it. That moment, Zuo Yang's spirit felt an unprecedented relaxation, as if he were swimming in an ocean of freedom, carefree and utterly at ease. He even felt as though he were a particle of earth element, surrounded by countless earth elements at play, frolicking, and reveling in sheer joy. This sensation was truly exquisite. Zuo Yang could not help but marvel, floating on a euphoric cloud, utterly captivated, unable to resist. The next step was to guide the earth elements into his body. Zuo Yang focused his mind, controlling the earth element that was closest to him, attempting to draw it into his being. For his first attempt at condensing magical power, Zuo Yang was cautious and meticulous. Everything proceeded smoothly. The earth element encountered no resistance and easily entered Zuo Yang's body. That was quite simple. Zuo Yang rejoiced. Now with a single experience, the subsequent attempts would be much easier. One by one. The earth elements flowed into him, finding their way into his meridians, where they would run and transform, condensing into pure magical power. However, this process was rather slow, particularly as Zuo Yang's absorption rate of the earth elements was limited. Related to the strength of his soul and mental capacity, it was not an endless absorption that it was akin to dining. A small child naturally eats at a slower pace than an adult, and Zuo Yang was that child just beginning to learn. Half an hour passed, then an hour, then 2 hours. Zuo Yang was immersed in his practice, completely unaware of the passage of time, surrounded by countless earth elements, enveloping him in exquisite comfort. Gradually, Zuo Yang discovered yet another delightful revelation. As the earth elements entered his body, a portion of them seamlessly integrated into his muscles and bones, a process that required no guidance from him. These earth elements naturally merged within him. To be precise, they were assimilating into his cellular structure. Who would have thought that condensing magical power could yield such effects? These earth elemental forces merging into my muscles and bones may not yield immediate changes, but over time, my physical prowess will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Zuo Yang's conjecture proved to be astute. The elemental force is, in essence, a pure form of energy. When this energy permeates the body and merges with the cells, it undoubtedly engenders positive transformations. Over time, such a process results in a metamorphosis of the body, elevating the very essence of life. This is the remarkable strength of the transcendent sorcerer. Not only is their magical prowess unparalleled, but their physical strength is equally formidable, rendering them no less than a powerful warrior. Traditionally, the frailty of physical constitution has been a vulnerability for sorcerers who excel in ranged combat. Should a warrior close the distance, peril looms. Yet, such a vulnerability is non-existent in the transcendent sorcerer, for they possess no weaknesses. Zuo Yang diligently practices, refraining from interfering with the earth elemental forces that integrate into his body's cells. While this approach may slow the refinement of his magical energy, in the grand scheme, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. More importantly, Zuo Yang yearns for robust physical strength. He cannot shake the memory of being effortlessly lifted by Jia Zheng in the classroom. The valor and might of a warrior have left him in awe, direct and unyielding. That epitomizes true masculinity. I aspire not only to become a powerful sorcerer, but also a warrior, though I cannot sense the elemental forces of the universe and cannot cultivate combat energy. The constant nourishment from the earth elemental forces can still fortify my physical strength. Even if I solely focus on honing my body, I can still emerge as a formidable warrior. Zuo Yang's heart brims with aspiration, a reflection of his ambition. Lost in the ocean of earth elemental energies, Yang completely loses track of time, unwittingly practicing throughout the night. The morning sun filters through the window, casting its warm glow upon him. A stirring in his heart prompts him to open his eyes. Chapter 11. The apprentice sorcerer. To his surprise, I have indeed practiced all night. Zuo Yang opens his eyes, gazing at the bright sunlight outside, and softly murmurs. Immersed in the ocean of earth elemental forces, he gallops freely, unburdened by worries, altogether oblivious to the passage of time. The sensation is exquisite, allowing him to forget the world around him. After a night of practice, he wonders about the results. With anticipation, Zuo Yang closes his eyes once more, beginning to perceive the changes within his body. Gradually, his brow furrows. Within his meridians, the magical energy he has gathered is but a minuscule trace, as fine as a thread, almost imperceptible. That it was only after meticulous examination that he managed to detect it, nearly leading him to believe he had failed in his endeavor. Why is it so scant? The speed of refining magical energy is painfully slow. After an entire night of effort, this is all I have to show for it. Zuo Yang frowns, discontented with his progress. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his current rate of magical energy refinement is already astonishingly swift compared to others. The term transcendent is not mere rhetoric. Their cultivation speed surpasses that of others by several times, even dozens of times. Knock, knock, Knock. A sudden rap at the door interrupts his thoughts, followed by a voice calling. Yangzi, it's time for breakfast. I know, Mom. Zuo Yang promptly replies, springing from his bed, tidying up briefly before exiting his bedroom. After a night of practice, he feels no fatigue. Instead, he is invigorated and full of vitality. Mom, where's Dad and my sister? Zuo Yang inquires as he sits at the dining table, enjoying his breakfast. Your dad has gone to work and dropped Xiao Yu off at school that I've taken a few days off to stay home and take care of you. His mother, Gao Mei, responds while bustling about in the kitchen. By the way, Yangzi, she suddenly steps out from the kitchen, standing at the doorway and gazing at Zuo Yang. After a night's rest, do you feel any better? Have you remembered anything? I feel much better. My head no longer aches. However, I still can't recall anything. Zuo Yang replies hastily. He is currently suffering from amnesia and must act the part. That so? No need to rush. The doctor said that resting well will help you recover, Gao Mei says, observing her son with a gentle smile. Zuo Yang nods, seizing the opportunity to ask, Mom, do you know how long it takes for someone to gather magical energy and become an apprentice sorcerer? An apprentice sorcerer represents the lowest rank among sorcerers. The next level is the junior sorcerer. Sorcerers cultivate magical energy, and once they gather even a trace, they can claim the title of apprentice sorcerer. However, that trace must meet certain criteria. At the very least, one must be capable of casting a spell. Otherwise, what right do they have to call themselves a sorcerer? Zuo Yang's meager trace of magical energy, gathered through a night of practice, falls far short of the standards required for an apprentice sorcerer. Gao Mei ponders for a moment before responding. It largely depends on an individual's innate talent. The higher the talent level, the greater the affinity for the 7 elemental forces, leading to a naturally quicker cultivation speed. Generally speaking, it takes at least 3 months to have a chance at becoming an apprentice sorcerer. Why? Have you reached the standards for an apprentice sorcerer? Not at all. I was merely curious and asked casually. Mom, I'm full now, so I'll head back to my room. The midterm exams are approaching, and I need to make the most of my study time, Zuo Yang declares, setting down his bowl and swiftly retreating to his bedroom, closing the door behind him. How peculiar. This child has lost his memory, yet still remembers the midterm exams. I don't recall mentioning this to him. Gao Mei muses, perplexed. Returning to his room, Zuo Yang is filled with elation. Haha, to think that it takes at least 3 months for someone to cultivate to the level of an apprentice sorcerer. And I have managed to gather a trace of magical energy after just 1 night. At this rate, I should reach the standards for an apprentice sorcerer in less than 10 days. Zuo Yang exclaims, brimming with excitement. Previously disheartened by his perceived slow progress, he now realizes that his cultivation speed is nothing short of extraordinary, at least 10 times faster than others. Jiazheng, Zhuang Yushan. And all those who look down on him can take a back seat. They would never dream that Zuo Yang could turn the tide. I am eager to witness their expressions once I am admitted to Yuqing No. 1 middle school. Zuo Yang resolves within himself that he is determined to silence all those who have ridiculed him. With 10 months remaining, he is resolved to at least become a junior sorcerer, if he is to win. He shall win resoundingly. Clenching his fists tightly, Zuo Yang is filled with ambition and confidence. The following day, unwilling to squander time and eager to enhance his abilities, Zuo Yang boldly requests an extended leave of absence for several months, ensuring he can fully dedicate himself to rigorous training until the new school year begins. Days later, Yangzi, your memory hasn't returned yet. Preparing for the midterms is important, but don't overexert yourself. His mother, Gao Mei, observes his unrelenting dedication to studying and practicing, secretly worried for him. Mom, I'm well aware of what I'm doing. You needn't worry, Zuo Yang assures her loudly, then immerses himself once more in the ocean of knowledge. Stellar Horizon Continent, Magic Guild, Warrior Alliance, Abyss of Darkness, Beastmaster Mountain Range, the 7 elemental forces, earth, fire, wind, water, thunder, light, and dark, each correspond to specific colors. Earth is yellow, fire is red, wind is cyan, water is blue, thunder is purple, light is white, and dark is black. Zuo Yang, like a parched sponge, is ravenous for knowledge, fervently absorbing every bit of information within reach. While practicing is undoubtedly crucial, acquiring foundational knowledge is equally vital, particularly since Zuo Yang has just been reincarnated and knows nothing of this world. He now dedicates 3 to 4 hours daily to learning in order to grasp the fundamentals of magic and combat energy. For the remainder of his time, aside from the essentials of life. Zuo Yang is perpetually engaged in refining his magical energy. Even during sleep, he manages only 3 hours each night. Such a lifestyle brings Zuo Yang no sense of monotony. Instead, he revels in the progress he witnesses. Feeling the magical energy within him grow ever stronger, his spirit and mood are immensely uplifted, brimming with enthusiasm. After 10 days, the magical energy within him has burgeoned into a ribbon-like flow, significantly more robust than it was a mere 10 days prior, bringing him immense joy just to behold. With the results of 10 days of effort, my magical energy should now meet the standards for an apprentice sorcerer, Zuo Yang exclaims with delight. What takes others 3 months to achieve, he has accomplished in just 10 days. How could this not bring him joy? This is also aided by the earth elemental forces that have integrated into his cells, enhancing his cultivation speed. Otherwise, his progress would have been even swifter. I should be capable of casting spells now, shouldn't I? Upon reaching this thought, Zuo Yang was immediately filled with eagerness to experiment. Chapter 12. Release. Flying rock that a mage absorbs the elemental powers of the 7 elements and refines their magical energy. Once their magical energy meets the standards of an apprentice mage, they may attempt to cast spells. The act of casting magic involves both magical energy and mental strength. In some respects, mental strength is even more crucial than magical energy. 4. Casting a spell requires control. Without sufficient mental strength, an abundance of magical energy is futile. Magical energy can be likened to bullets, while mental strength is akin to the gun itself. Without the gun, even the most plentiful bullets are rendered ineffective. Beside the Xing'an community, in a tranquil grove, Zuo Yang stood alone, clutching a tome of magic that detailed several fundamental earth element spells. The Star continent is a realm entirely governed by magic and combat energy. Such elementary spells are chronicled in primary school textbooks and can be learned anywhere. Flying rock. This was the spell Zuo Yang intended to attempt today, which involves levitating a rock and then launching it at an adversary. It may sound simple, yet for a novice, it constitutes a considerable challenge. Taking a deep breath, Zuo Yang set the magic book aside. He was already well versed in the spell of flying rock. Bringing the book along was merely a comfort, as it was his first attempt at casting magic, and he felt uncertain. Flying rock is the most basic of earth element spells and can be cast upon achieving the status of an apprentice mage. With the lowest requirements for the caster. In contrast, spells such as Earth Spike and Earth Trap necessitate one to become a junior mage to cast. Zuo Yang silently reviewed the descriptions of various spells and their casting methods in the magic book, gradually calming his thoughts. The process of casting a spell primarily involves 2 steps. The first is to draw the magic array. It is essential to understand that elements do not speak. To communicate with them, one must utilize the most primal form of their existence. Runes. To cast a spell, one must inscribe the elemental runes into a magic array, thus eliciting a resonance of elemental power, resulting in dazzling magical effects. The incantations mentioned in novels are merely the fanciful musings of the authors. The heavens and the earth do not converse, and uttering a string of convoluted phrases will not compel them to heed you. Such notions are simply tricks to deceive children, and should not be taken seriously. Once the magic array is drawn, the second step is to release it, locking onto a target and directly activating the magic array to initiate an attack. In comparison to the act of release, the first step of drawing the magic array is the most arduous, particularly for beginners, as it tests their magical energy, mental strength, and control to a great extent. Now, let us commence. Zuo Yang had adjusted his mindset, concentrating intently as he extended his right hand, gradually sketching in the air before him. The reason flying rock is considered the simplest of earth element spells is that it requires only the drawing of a single rune, the hexagram. This rune serves as the fundamental essence of the earth element, and through it, he could activate the spell of flying rock. Of course, this is contingent upon successfully inscribing a complete hexagram rune. Zuo Yang's index finger glimmered with a faint yellow light, a manifestation of his 10 days of diligent practice. His magical energy. The 7 elemental energies possess distinct colors, and the magical energy refined from the earth element is yellow. Using his hand as a quill, magical energy as ink, and the world as his canvas, he began to draw the magic array. This was the most critical step in casting a spell. Zuo Yang focused his thoughts, moving his index finger in the air, and with each motion, the magical energy left a trace in the void, resembling the act of painting. The only difference was that the ink used for painting remained on the canvas. While the magical energy employed in drawing the magic array required formidable mental strength to maintain its form and prevent it from dissipating. Otherwise, one could never hope to draw a complete magic array. This was truly challenging. Zuo Yang gritted his teeth. Just as he completed a right-side-up triangle, he felt a strain. While his magical energy was ample, the most difficult aspect lay in maintaining the integrity of the parts he had already inscribed, preventing them from fading away. This was exceedingly difficult to impose a fixed shape upon something intangible through sheer willpower. How arduous! The toll on his mental strength was immense. Alas, with a moment's distraction, the triangle he had just inscribed shattered like a soap bubble, vanishing without a trace. Rendering his efforts in vain, he had failed. Frowning, Zuo Yang recognized that drawing the magic array was indeed no simple task. The demands on mental strength were even more stringent than those on magical energy. Having failed once, Zuo Yang refrained from hastily attempting again. Instead, he took time to reflect and summarize, determined not to repeat the same mistakes once more. After a brief respite, Zuo Yang focused his gaze and commenced his second attempt. Completely concentrating his thoughts, he moved his finger incrementally, and soon a right-side-up triangle emerged in the air, radiating a yellow glow, enchanting and brilliant. Following this, Zuo Yang began to sketch a second inverted triangle. But midway through, with a sudden pop, the magic array collapsed once more. This time, the two triangles intersected, creating a disturbance he could not control. He would need to be more cautious next time. Zuo Yang committed his errors to memory. One more time. This time, success was within reach. Taking a deep breath, Zuo Yang initiated his third attempt. Practice makes perfect. The first right-side-up triangle was quickly completed, and he proceeded to draw the second inverted triangle. This time, Zuo Yang was meticulous, learning from his previous failure. Seconds ticked by, and Zuo Yang's entire focus was devoted to the magic array before him, his concentration so intense that beads of sweat formed on his brow. Everything around him seemed to fade away. In his eyes, only the magic array remained. Finally, buzz, the yellow radiance surged, and a complete hexagram rune appeared before Zuo Yang, shining brilliantly like a newborn child, innocent, pure, and flawless. Its mesmerizing light was breathtaking. "Ha! Success!" Zuo Yang exclaimed in delight. But in his moment of excitement, the magic array slipped from his control, and with a puff, it vanished once again. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Zuo Yang's spirits. The most challenging step, drawing the magic array, had been accomplished, and the second step of release was merely a thought away. Let us test the power of flying rock, wiping the sweat from his brow. Zuo Yang invigorated his spirit and began the fourth attempt at drawing the magic array. The process proceeded smoothly and seamlessly in no time. A hexagram magic array, shimmering with enchanting luster, materialized before Zuo Yang. This is it. Zuo Yang focused his mind on a stone on the ground, immediately activating the hexagram magic array before him. Chapter 13. Earth Trap. Buzz. With a mere thought, the hexagram magic array sprang to life. And the yellow light intensified, summoning the earth elemental energies from the surroundings. The hexagram magic array served as a bridge, establishing a mysterious connection between Zuo Yang and the stone he had locked onto. It was as though an invisible thread linked the two. Even with his eyes closed, Zuo Yang could sense the stone's presence. What a marvelous sensation! This extraordinary state captivated Zuo Yang. The stone seemed to become a part of him, completely under his command. With his right hand's fingers spread wide, magical energy flowed through his palm into the magic array, and with a flash of the hexagram's light, the stone began to levitate slowly. The stone was about the size of a child's fist, and under Zuo Yang's control, it gracefully lifted into the air, approaching him. Attack! Zuo Yang aimed at a large tree 10 meters away and shouted. Whoosh! The stone shot forth with astonishing speed, as if propelled by invisible hands, swift as lightning. Bang! The stone struck its target with pinpoint accuracy, delivering a powerful blow that splintered a large chunk of the tough bark, startling the birds in the forest into flight. What incredible force! Zuo Yang rushed over to examine the damage he had inflicted upon the tree, filled with awe, and Joy was an ancient locust tree. Its bark exceedingly tough. Even with an axe, one would need several strikes to remove a piece of bark. Yet now, with the flying rock spell, his first attempt had caused such significant destruction. The might of magic truly astounds. This was merely the most fundamental and straightforward earth element spell. If such power could be unleashed on his first try, what might the might of an advanced earth element forbidden spell entail? Meteoric descent. The earth shattering. The sheer magnitude of such power was beyond imagination. Zuo Yang marveled at the astonishing phenomenon of meteors falling from the heavens and the earth shattering, both of which were forbidden spells of the earth element. Only executable by those who had attained the rank of a grand mage, a mere apprentice mage. The prospect of reaching such a level seemed an indeterminate number of years away. Nevertheless, the vivid imagery of countless meteors cascading down from the sky and obliterating everything sent a shiver through him. It was utterly terrifying. The term forbidden spell was aptly chosen, for their destructive capacity was immense. One such spell could easily lay waste to an entire city. Having successfully cast the rock flight spell, Zuo Yang felt emboldened and decided to attempt a second spell, Earth Sink. The rock flight, Earth Sink, and Earth Split spells constituted the foundational magic of the earth element. The rock flight was the simplest of the three, requiring only the sketching of the six-pointed star symbol of the Earth's primal runes. In contrast, the Earth Sink and Earth Split spells were far more complex, necessitating the addition of various derivative runes, such as the three-pointed star, four-pointed star, five-pointed star, seven-pointed star, and eight-pointed star, all of which were variations of the six-pointed star's fundamental rune, each possessing the ability to communicate with earth elementals. Different combinations of these runes could yield a plethora of magical effects. The Earth Sink spell not only required the basic six-pointed star, but also demanded the incorporation of two three-pointed stars, significantly increasing the difficulty. Zuo Yang took a deep breath, sensing the weight of the challenge, yet this only ignited his determination. After all, how could he know his limits without giving it a try? He began to sketch. With a focused gaze, Zuo Yang extended his right index finger and immediately commenced his drawing. He reminded himself to concentrate, to stay focused, without distraction. His eyes narrowed, his concentration peaked, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The expenditure of mental energy was swift. The magic circle for the Earth Sink spell, while merely an augmentation of the rock flight's six-pointed star with two additional three-pointed stars, was far more strenuous for Zuo Yang. I must succeed. I must succeed. He gritted his teeth, persevering as the magic circle in the void gradually took shape. Inching closer to completion as he reached the final stages, he felt an acute sense of urgency. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and in what felt like an eternity, less than a minute had passed. The depletion of his magical energy was secondary. The primary toll was the fatigue weighing on his mind. Only a final push remained. Zuo Yang clenched his jaw, his fingers moving incrementally, sweat cascading down his cheeks. His face paled from the exertion, yet he had no intention of yielding. He threw caution to the wind. He vowed not to relent until he reached his goal. A hum filled the air as brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a complete and striking magic circle, a six-pointed star at its core, flanked by two three-pointed stars above and below, radiating an enchanting glow. Release, Earth Sink. Zuo Yang's eyes sparkled with determination as he pressed his hand down upon the ground, commanding the magic circle in the next moment. A radiant beam shot forth from the earth several meters away, the magic circle of the six-pointed star and two three-pointed stars shimmering as the earth elementals were summoned. The once solid ground transformed instantaneously into quicksand, swirling counterclockwise in a 1-meter radius, forming a vortex. Zuo Yang could vividly imagine that anyone ensnared within would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. At that moment, a leaf drifted down, landing in the quicksand, only to be consumed in an instant. I have actually succeeded in casting the Earth Sink spell. Zuo Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a spell reserved for novice mages, and he had only just attained the level of an apprentice mage, yet he had managed to execute it. Shock and elation coursed through him, as if he were dreaming that it had merely been a whim, a desperate attempt, and he had never anticipated such a triumph. With a long sigh of relief, Zuo Yang slumped to the ground. Utterly exhausted, his head spinning, his mental energy nearly depleted. Have successfully cast the Earth Sink spell, a feat requiring the prowess of a novice mage, was nothing short of miraculous. Even now, he struggled to comprehend it. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation in the palm of his right hand, stirring something deep within him. Was it due to that? Zuo Yang glanced at his palm, where a faint six-pointed star mark pulsated with a soft glow. As if it possessed a life of its own, mysterious and elusive, Chapter 14. 1/7 Zuo Yang gazed at the six-pointed star mark in his palm, his expression becoming complex. Because of it, his fate had transformed from a talentless wastrel into a genius endowed with extraordinary potential. What kind of extraordinary treasure could alter one's innate abilities in such a manner? Zuo Yang murmured in a daze, recognizing that this six-pointed star held immense significance, though he was yet unable to grasp its deeper mysteries. The Earth Sync spell was a magic only a novice mage could wield, and his success in casting it was undoubtedly linked to this six-pointed star that he needed to uncover its significance as swiftly as possible. His subconscious urged him that this six-pointed star would prove crucial to his future growth. Resolving not to dwell further, Zuo Yang settled into a meditative posture, focusing on replenishing his magical and mental energies, both of which had been nearly exhausted in the casting of Earth Synced. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by a misty golden light, an essence of earth elementals at their most concentrated. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Particles of earth elemental energy flowed into Zuo Yang's body, a small portion merging with his cells, subtly altering his physical constitution. The remainder of the elemental energy coalesced into magical power. His magical energy surged back to life. And alongside it, his mental energy rejuvenated. While mental cultivation required meditation, Zuo Yang's honing of magical energy felt instinctual, requiring little conscious effort. His mind empty, he melded with the heavens and earth, merging with the elemental energies, transcending all thoughts and distractions, allowing his mental energy to grow rapidly. This was all attributable to Zuo Yang's extraordinary physique. Others would find such a method of cultivation utterly unattainable. 2 hours later, Zuo Yang stood, his magical and mental energies restored to their peak. As an apprentice mage, both were still relatively weak, thus their recovery was swift. Let me see just where my limits lie, he resolved. Initiating the sketching of a magic circle in less than 30 seconds, the first six-pointed star magic circle materialized before him. Rock flight, attack. Zuo Yang spread his fingers, channeling magical energy into the six-pointed star magic circle, which flared brilliantly as a stone was propelled into the air, hurtling towards a nearby tree. Bang! The bark shattered, splintering in all directions. Again, Zuo Yang's eyes narrowed as he began to sketch a second six-pointed star magic circle, completing it in just 20 seconds. Another stone soared forth, darting like lightning. Again, he concentrated, his fingers dancing rapidly in the air, and this time, he finished the third magic circle in 18 seconds. Bang! Another stone flew out, striking its target with precision. Again. Zuo Yang relentlessly unleashed the rock flight spell, rapidly forming one six-pointed star magic circle after another, each stone flying forth with speed. As trees were accurately struck, he paid no heed to the drain on his magical or mental energies. He was determined to discover just how far he could push himself. Bang! 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 The sounds of stones colliding with tree trunks echoed through the grove as Zuo Yang unleashed the spell 10 times. Yet he showed no signs of stopping. On the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th attempts, sweat dripped from Zuo Yang's forehead. His complexion paling, he felt on the verge of collapse, ready to crumple at any moment. Yet he knew he had not yet reached his limit. 15th attempt. Bang! The 15th stone soared forth, striking the distant trunk with a resounding thud. Zuo Yang's legs weakened, and he sank to the ground, nearly depleted, as the magical and mental energies within him had been utterly drained. This was the limit, the very edge of Zuo Yang's capabilities, releasing the fly rock spell 15 times in one breath. Fortunately, there were no onlookers in the grove. Had anyone witnessed this feat, their jaws would have surely dropped in disbelief. It was truly astonishing. Most apprentice magicians could manage only 2 consecutive casts of the fly rock spell, yet Zuo Yang had accomplished an extraordinary 15, more than 7 times the norm. 15 casts of the fly rock spell, while the average apprentice could barely muster 2. How remarkable! Zuo Yang was astonished by his own achievement. Surpassing the average was commendable, but exceeding it to such an extent bordered on the monstrous. Chuckling to himself, Zuo Yang gazed at his right palm, a foolish grin spreading across his face. That it was undoubtedly linked to the hexagram imprinted in his palm. He believed that his magical and mental prowess did not significantly outmatch that of other apprentice magicians. Yet the frequency with which he could cast the fly rock spell was astonishingly more than 7-fold compared to others. Calculating the cost, he realized that his consumption of magical and mental energy for each cast was less than 1/7 of that of his peers. 1/7. What a concept. While others possessed a single bullet, he had 7 at his disposal. Such audacity. It was akin to wielding a cheating device. Moreover, while others were still toying with handguns, he was unleashing artillery. Consider this. Zuo Yang could now successfully cast the Earth Trap spell, typically reserved for junior magicians. For other apprentices, this was tantamount to wielding a cannon. If he continued down this path of cultivation, it would not be impossible for Zuo Yang to cast forbidden spells beyond his level. 1/7. This hexagram was indeed a priceless treasure. Zuo Yang had struck gold. His face beamed with joy, and he chuckled foolishly, as if he had become an unparalleled powerhouse. Standing atop the heights of history, looking down upon the masses, with beauty, wealth, status, and prestige all beneath his feet, suddenly, a voice interrupted his reverie. Whose mischievous child is this? How could they damage the bark of the trees? Do they not know that harming trees incurs a fine? An employee from the community, hearing the thuds in the grove, approached and exclaimed in anger. Zuo Yang jolted, scrambling to his feet. He quickly brushed himself off and dashed away. What a joke, a fine. He had not a single coin to his name. Mom, I'm home, Zuo Yang shouted joyfully upon returning home. His mother, Gao Mei, was tidying up the living room and looked at him in surprise. Yangzi, did you run into someone while out? Why are you so happy? Zuo Yang grinned widely. Mom, I have wonderful news. I am now an apprentice magician. Really, that is fantastic. Gao Mei's eyes lit up immediately. Your father and I were worried about your studies, but now, being an apprentice magician, you should have no trouble getting into a regular high school. But wait, Gao Mei suddenly paused. Didn't your teacher say you lack talent? How could you suddenly become a magician? She was well aware of the concerns regarding Zuo Yang's lack of talent, as the school had approached them multiple times about it. That was just the teacher's mistake. I am a genius, Zuo Yang replied proudly. After spending these past days with his mother's love, his father's care, and his sister's consideration, Zuo Yang felt deeply touched. He had finally recognized the warmth of this family, something he had yearned for in his past life, but could never attain. I must ensure that this family becomes even happier, he vowed silently to himself. Chapter 15. It's you I'm targeting. After becoming an apprentice magician, Zuo Yang added a new training task to his daily routine, practicing spellcasting. In truth, every form of magic required continuous practice. The more one practiced, the more adept one became at instantly drawing the magical array and launching an attack. That it was akin to learning simple addition. Initially, one would need to count on their fingers, but with time, they could effortlessly declare that 1 + 1 = 2, as if it were second nature. Casting spells followed a similar pattern. Beginners needed to trace the array in the air with their fingers to better focus their minds. However, once they became proficient, a single thought could conjure the array. This required both talent and relentless practice. Even geniuses needed to put in the effort. While practicing spell casting, Zuo Yang was pleasantly surprised to discover that exhausting his magical and mental energy and then restoring it in this extreme state of training significantly accelerated his progress. Of course, this rigorous training was not without its downsides. It was exhausting. Each session left him feeling half dead. While once or twice a day was manageable, doing so repeatedly was unbearable, even for the most resilient. A month later, Hao Yin was discharged from the hospital. His spine had been injured, but after a month of recovery, he was well on his way to healing without any lasting effects. Still, he needed to rest and avoid exertion. Thus he took a long leave of absence and would not return to school until the new year. In the grove outside the community, Zuo Yang had become a regular visitor, practicing spell casting there every afternoon. To avoid the embarrassment of being fined for damaging the trees, he had even buried a wooden stake in the grove to serve as his target point one afternoon. Zuo Yang finished his training early and headed to Hao Yin's home. They had agreed that he would take Hao Yin out for some fresh air and a change of scenery. Since Hao Yin's spine had not fully healed, he was still unable to exert himself and required a wheelchair for outings. Zuo Yang, thank you for taking me out, Hao Yin said earnestly, tilting his head back to look at Zuo Yang as he sat in the wheelchair. Thank you. You're in this predicament because of me. You wouldn't have been injured so severely otherwise, Zuo Yang replied, feeling a deep sense of guilt towards Hao Yin. On that fateful day, after Zuo Yang's reincarnation, he had never anticipated that the outwardly timid Hao Yin would step up to confront Jia Zhang on his behalf. Despite knowing he was no match for him, He had bravely intervened. Such a brother deserved Zuo Yang's utmost sincerity. To treat him otherwise would be a disservice to their bond. Hao Yin scratched his head sheepishly, a nervous smile creeping onto his face as if he had committed a transgression. Zuo Yang could not help but admonish him. Hao Yin, I'm not trying to criticize you, but your temperament truly needs adjusting. You speak hesitantly and lack assertiveness. That can't you exhibit a bit of masculine courage? Stand tall and speak clearly, instead of always appearing as if you owe someone 2 tails of soybeans. Hao Yin felt a flush of shame as he scratched his head, his face turning crimson. It's a habit I've grown accustomed to. It's hard to change, he murmured. What do you mean? Hard to change? Let me ask you, how did you find the courage to confront Jia Zheng that day? Did someone hold a knife to your throat? I tell you, there's no habit in this world that cannot be changed. It all depends on your determination. Zuo Yang's tone was serious. He spoke this way for Hao Yin's benefit. If it were anyone else, he would not bother to say so much. I am not sure what came over me at that moment. I just acted impulsively, Hao Yin replied softly. Zuo Yang sighed inwardly. This brother was wonderful in every way, except for his weak disposition. Hao Yin, how about we make a bet? If I get into Yuqin No. 1 high school, you'll change your timid nature. What do you say? Zuo Yang paused, speaking earnestly. Wait, you're really planning to apply to Yuqin No. 1 high school? Hao Yin turned abruptly, astonished at Zuo Yang's words. Of course, as a man of my word, I'll hold true to my promise. That so. Hao Yin, do you dare to take this bet with me? Zuo Yang locked eyes with Hao Yin, his gaze unwavering. Hao Yin felt a tremor in his heart. From Zuo Yang's eyes, he perceived the steadfastness of their brotherhood. He understood that Zuo Yang's intentions were for his own good. All right, it's a deal. This time, Hao Yin did not hesitate. He nodded decisively. A smile broke on Zuo Yang's face. This was the brother he cherished, one who could understand his intentions with just a glance. With such a friend, what more could he desire? The two continued walking and chatting, unknowingly exiting the community. Hey, Zuo Yang, I SNT that your sister, Xiaoyu, she seems to be crying, Hao Yin suddenly pointed out, indicating a corner of the community. Zuo Yang turned to look and was instantly filled with rage. Damn it. How dare they bully my sister? They're asking for trouble. Hao Yin, wait here for me. Without another word, Zuo Yang charged forward, fury boiling within him like an enraged leopard. At the corner of the community, a little girl with a ponytail, carrying a backpack, was crying uncontrollably. It was none other than Zuo Yang's sister. Xiaoyu, you little wild girl. How dare you hurt my sister? Where are your manners? What kind of upbringing did your parents give you? Have they lost their senses? A senior girl stood before Zuo Xiaoya, one hand resting on her hip while the other forcefully poked Zuo Xiaoya's forehead, loudly scolding her. Beside the senior girl stood a young girl of similar age to Zuo Xiaoya, both presumably classmates. Attired in identical school uniforms. Sister, you must avenge me. This girl is utterly barbaric. She even ripped off one of my buttons, the young girl stated haughtily. Zuo Xiaoya, feeling bullied, was overwhelmed with a sense of grievance and helplessness. Sobbing uncontrollably, her eyes swollen from crying. And you still dare to cry? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, the senior girl declared with a haughty expression, raising her hand to strike Zuo Xiaoya's face. Just then, a thunderous roar pierced the air. How dare you? An enraged hand appeared, swift as lightning, grasping her wrist tightly, the fingers gripping like iron hooks, causing her wrist to throb with pain. The senior girl's face instantly paled. Cold, furious eyes fixated on her, their murderous glare instilling fear within her, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her entire being chilled to the bone. That gaze was terrifying. Who do you think you are to bully my sister? Zuo Yang shouted coldly, his fury palpable. With a swift motion, he held the senior girl's wrist with one hand while raising the other to deliver a resounding slap to her face, eliciting a pained scream from her as her delicate cheek began to swell. Why you dare hit me? The senior girl exclaimed, clutching her cheek, tears brimming in her eyes as she glared at Zuo Yang with fury. I hit you. Now get lost, Zuo Yang bellowed, forcibly releasing her wrist, causing the senior girl to stumble back 2 steps, nearly losing her balance. Who do you think you are to strike me? She shrieked, her face reddened and swollen from the blow. I am her brother. Now leave, Zuo Yang replied, one arm encircling his still sobbing sister, Zuo Xiaoya, casting her a fierce glare as he spoke with simmering anger. Had it not been for the fact that she was a girl, he would have unleashed his wrath upon her without hesitation instead of wasting time with words. Fine, You're tough. I will remember you. Just wait. I will make you regret this, the senior girl hissed. Pointing a finger at Zuo Yang, her teeth clenched in malice. This humiliation was something she vowed to avenge. Zuo Yang, disinterested in her threats, squatted down, placing both hands on Zuo Xiaoya's shoulders, and smiled gently. All right, Xiaoya. Brother has avenged you, so stop crying. Zuo Xiaoya threw herself into Zuo Yang's embrace, her myriad grievances and helplessness finding release as she wept aloud. Zuo Yang held his sister tightly, his heart aching for her. Xiaoya was sweet and clever, the joy of their family, always bringing laughter to their home, and now she was crying so heartbreakingly. He could only imagine the extent of her distress. Stop crying. Your eyes will swell up and look unattractive. Zuo Yang consoled her. The senior girl, witnessing Zuo Yang's complete disregard for her, felt her anger intensify, her gaze turning venomous as she remained undeterred, pulling out her phone to dial a number. Phone Tao. Where are you? I've been attacked. If you don't come soon, I'll make sure to die right in front of you, she said over the phone, never taking her eyes off Zuo Yang with a fierce glare. Zuo Yang, seemingly oblivious to her threats, comforted his sister for a moment before guiding her across the street, where Hao Yin was waiting on the opposite sidewalk. Zuo Yang. What happened? Why are they bullying Xiaoya? Hao Yin inquired with concern. I don't know. Xiaoya, tell brother why they are bothering you, Zuo Yang gently urged, wiping away the remnants of Xiaoya's tears. Xiaoya, still choking back sobs, explained, Li Yijia said at school that you are useless. And I couldn't take it, so I fought her. She couldn't defeat me, so she called her sister to attack me. As she spoke, fresh tears streamed down her cheeks. Zuo Yang was momentarily stunned. A wave of sorrow washing over him as he felt his eyes moistened. It dawned on him that all of this was for him. Because of him, his sister had suffered, and because of him, she had been looked down upon by her classmates. His heart ached. At that moment, he contemplated a multitude of thoughts. His sister, Xiaoya, had likely endured countless grievances at school, yet she never complained at home, instead striving to bring joy to the entire family. She was only 10 years old. How mature and kind she was, bearing an unimaginable burden in her little heart. Had he not coincidentally encountered her today, he might have remained oblivious to the pain she harbored within. In that instant, Zuo Yang felt a whirlwind of emotions, his heart wrenching. Xiaoya, thank you, he said, tears welling in his eyes, yet his face bore a radiant, gentle smile. In this life, he felt truly fortunate. A family, his parents loved him dearly, and his sister Xiaoya was so understanding, even willing to fight with classmates to defend her incompetent brother. What more could he ask for? Zuo Yang questioned himself. Nothing. Even if it was not for himself, for the sake of his family, he had to strive harder. If his sister Xiaoya was putting in so much effort, what reason did he, as her brother, have to not give his all? He silently vowed to train diligently, to become a true powerhouse, ensuring a better life for this family, so that his sister would never again be bullied. Stop crying, Xiaoya. Today brother will show you just how strong he is, Zuo Yang said with a smile. His sister Xiaoya's grievances stemmed from his reputation as a useless person, to lift the shadow from her heart. He had to prove his strength. Zuo Yang, you're not thinking of, Hao Yin began, his expression shifting in alarm as he realized Zuo Yang's intentions. Zuo Yang glanced across the street where the senior girl and her sister had not yet departed. Still engaged in a phone call. Can't you see she's on the phone? She must be calling someone to come deal with me. I'll be waiting. It's the perfect opportunity to test my recent training. Zuo Yang replied with a smile. Zuo Yang, we should really avoid trouble and head back. Hao Yin trembled, fearful at the mere mention of a fight. Don't worry, I've got this figured out. Come, let's south head to that grove over there, and wait for our prey. Xiaoya, today brother will broaden your horizons, Zuo Yang said with a grin, nudging Hao Yin toward the grove where he often practiced magic. Okay, Xiaoya nodded emphatically, finally ceasing her tears and beginning to smile. Nothing delighted her more than being with her brother. Moments later, the three arrived at the small grove. Zuo Yang, what are we doing here? Hao Yin asked, his worry evident. On the street. Even if they were to be beaten, at least it wouldn't be too severe in front of everyone. In the grove, it would be a different story. He had no faith in Zuo Yang. Lacking any real talent, how could he possibly fight? You'll find out soon enough, Zuo Yang replied with a mysterious smile, having yet to share that he could already practice magic. The trio waited quietly in the grove for merely a few minutes. Suddenly, the buzzing of high-speed engines filled the air as two heavy motorcycles burst into the grove, each carrying two individuals. Among them the senior girl, The other three, one sporting a mohawk, another with a scarred face, and the last wielding a steel pipe, were clearly three delinquents. All four dismounted from their motorcycles. That's the one who hit me. That's her sister, and the one in the wheelchair. They're all in cahoots and not good people. Feng Tao, teach them a lesson, especially him. I want you to break one of his hands. The senior girl pointed at Zuo Yang, speaking with sinister intent. Hao Yin shivered, lamenting his perpetual misfortune, always caught in the middle, even as a bystander. Xiaoya, too, felt fear creep in, gripping Zuo Yang's hand tightly. Xiaoya, don't be afraid. Brother is here, stay close to Hao Yin, and once I deal with these punks, we'll head home. Zuo Yang reassured her, gently patting her head. The term punks was deliberately used for the benefit of the three thugs. What did you say? The thugs growled, their expressions darkening, their eyes filled with malice. They were eager to make a move. You little brat. What did you say? The scar-faced man snarled, his countenance menacing, exuding an air of wickedness. He was Feng Tao, a notorious bully in the town. Brother, why waste breath on him? Let me break his hand first. One of the thugs urged impatiently that a man wielding a steel pipe emerged, merely a middle school student. Yet I shall take charge, allowing him to witness the might of my iron rooster. The crew-cut-headed youth grinned menacingly as he approached Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang scanned the three with a relaxed demeanor, his gaze ultimately settling on the crew-cut youth. A smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. If you're going to make a move, do it quickly. Don't delay my return home for dinner. What an audacious lad, still boasting even as death looms near. Let me show you how I can knock your teeth out today. The crew-cut youth lunged forward, a blur, closing the distance to Zhao Yang. His fists were clenched, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Aimed squarely at Zhao Yang. A warrior indeed. Zhao Yang recognized the impending attack and immediately understood that mages were far rarer than warriors. That it was highly probable that all three miscreants were warriors, judging by his assault. The crew-cut youth appeared to be no more than a level 1 warrior. Zhao Yang silently assessed the situation, simultaneously evading with swiftness. The ranks of mages and warriors were categorized into 3 major realms: novice, intermediate, and advanced, with each major realm further subdivided into 9 minor realms. Levels 1 to 3 constituted the novice tier, levels 4 to 6 the intermediate, and levels 7 to 9 the advanced. Zhao Yang discerned that the crew-cut youth's speed and power were comparable to that of Jia Zhang. Both being level 1 warriors, you were rather quick at dodging. The crew-cut youth sneered, bellowing as he charged at Zhao Yang once more. Warriors cultivate their fighting spirit, and with this enhancement, a single punch could shatter stone. Facing the crew-cut's ferocious onslaught, Zhao Yang had no intention of engaging him head-on. The crew-cut youth attacked relentlessly, the force of his fists slicing through the air with a terrifying velocity, each strike accompanied by a menacing whoosh. Showcasing his ferocity, Zhao Yang deftly evaded, weaving through the forest. The crew-cut youth's fists couldn't even graze his attire at a level 1 warrior. Indeed, he is feeble, even without resorting to magic. I feel I could best him. Zhao Yang shook his head. This was his first genuine combat experience, and he intended to observe his opponent closely. Although Zhao Yang was a mage, nearly 2 months of training had infused his body with earth element energy, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. While he still fell short of a warrior's prowess, he was far superior to an average mage. With a resounding thud, the crew-cut youth's fist collided with a tree trunk, splintering wood and leaving a cavity the size of a bowl. Witnessing this, Zhao Yang couldn't help but marvel at the warrior's explosive power. Reinforced by fighting spirit, their strength was indeed formidable. Fortunately, his speed leaves much to be desired. Otherwise, he would be quite a nuisance. Zhao Yang mused that the crew-cut youth's attack, though fierce, was chaotic and easily evaded due to his relatively sluggish pace. Hao Yin and Xiaoya watched nervously, their hearts in their throats, anxiously sweating for Zhao Yang. Damn it, is dodging all you can do? If you have the guts, stop running. The crew-cut youth shouted in frustration, surrounded by towering trees. Zhao Yang slipped away, more elusive than an eel, making it maddeningly difficult for the crew-cut youth to catch or strike him. I merely wish to gauge your abilities, and now that I have, to be frank, you are incredibly weak to AT this moment. Zhao Yang's presence shifted, becoming sharp and intimidating. Seizing the crew-cut youth's moment of vulnerability, Zhao Yang bent low and, like a bolt of lightning, was instantly before him. You are utterly weak, Zhao Yang stated slowly, locking eyes with the crew-cut youth. The latter's eyes widened in shock, his breath caught in his throat. He was taken aback by Zuo Yang's agility. Never expecting that this middle school student, who seemed only to flee, could be so formidable when he was serious. With a sudden impact, Zuo Yang's right hook struck the crew-cut youth's left cheek, sending him sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth, 2 teeth knocked out. How can this be? Both Feng Tao and the man with the steel pipe gasped in disbelief. They recognized that Zuo Yang was merely a middle school student, while the crew-cut youth was a level 1 warrior, yet he had been vanquished. Unbelievable that he's only a middle school student. Could he have reached the level of a warrior? Feng Tao squinted at Zuo Yang. For a middle school student to attain the realm of a level 1 warrior or mage would mark him as an extraordinary talent. No, his agility is impressive, but his strength is lacking. He is not a level 1 warrior. Feng Tao suddenly realized, his own strength surpassing that of the crew-cut youth, and quickly discerned that Zuo Yang's striking power was far below that of the crew-cut youth. You little brat, you're seeking death? Enraged after receiving a punch, the crew-cut youth howled, charging forward once more. How is he still standing? Zuo Yang marveled. His punch had nearly shattered his own bones, causing him excruciating pain. While his adversary seemed unfazed, still ferociously aggressive. In truth, Zuo Yang had underestimated the physical strength of a warrior. If a mere punch could incapacitate him, how could he engage in close combat with his opponent? The strength of Zuo Yang's previous blow had only caused the crew-cut youth to spit blood and lose 2 teeth, failing to defeat him and instead provoking his ferocity further. Die, the crew-cut youth roared, his fighting spirit surging to its peak, his speed accelerating to an extreme as he unleashed a thunderous punch aimed directly at Zuo Yang's face. The sheer force could pulverize stone. Zuo Yang, watch out, Hao Yin shouted, her heart racing. The intensity of the enemy's assault left Zuo Yang with little hope of evasion. Brother, Xiao Ye clenched her tiny fists, her face etched with anxiety. Zuo Yang's expression hardened. He had no choice but to take this seriously. The crew-cut youth's furious, all-out strike would be difficult to dodge, given its astonishing speed. Furthermore, even if he managed to evade this blow, the subsequent attacks would undoubtedly be even more ferocious, leaving Zuo Yang with little chance to catch his breath. Magic, flying rock technique. Without hesitation, Zuo Yang initiated his counterattack, extending his right hand as a 6-pointed star magic array materialized instantly. After more than a month of rigorous practice, Zuo Yang could now cast the flying rock technique instantaneously, conjuring the magic array with a mere thought. What? He is a mage. A magician? My brother is a mage. As the 6-pointed star magic array manifested before Zuo Yang's outstretched hand, Feng Tao, the steel pipe-wielding thug, the senior girl, Hao Yin, and Xiao Ye were all left in utter shock. Chapter 18. An unexpected conclusion. This boy is a mage. All were taken aback. They had assumed Zuo Yang was a warrior. Even Hao Yin believed this to be true. Zuo Yang had been engaged in close combat with the crew-cut youth, landing a solid punch, and now he had conjured a magic array, achieving instantaneous casting. This revelation was utterly astonishing. How could he transform so suddenly into a mage? Hao Yin was momentarily dazed. My brother isn't useless. He's a mage. This is incredible. Xiao Ye was overwhelmed with excitement. In that moment, all the grievances and criticisms she had faced at school vanished into thin air. The magic array. As the crew-cut youth charged at Zuo Yang, he suddenly noticed the magic array illuminating in front of Zuo Yang. Momentarily taken aback, but his fierce demeanor soon returned. Oh, what if you're a mage? Prepare to die, the crew-cut youth bellowed, channeling all his strength into an even more ferocious assault. Magic, flying rock technique. Zuo Yang's eyes glinted fiercely, the 6-pointed star magic array radiating with brilliance. With a whoosh, a stone the size of a fist soared into the air, akin to a shooting star, striking the crew-cut youth squarely in the chest in the blink of an eye. It is worth noting that over a month prior, Zuo Yang's flying rock technique had already been capable of smashing through the tough bark of a locust tree. Now, after another month of training, the technique's power was unimaginable. The impact resonated with a dull thud, sending the crew-cut youth hurtling backward, blood spewing forth as several of his ribs shattered, leaving him grievously injured. The crew-cut youth crashed heavily to the ground, clutching the area struck by the flying rock technique, groaning in agony. Iron Rooster, the thug with the steel pipe, turned pale, rushing over to assess the crew-cut youth's injuries. Feng Tao's expression darkened as he observed Zuo Yang. Lost in thought, the senior girl began to feel fearful. The trouble she had instigated, intending to have Feng Tao and his companions teach Zuo Yang a lesson, had backfired spectacularly. Zuo Yang's prowess was astonishing, having incapacitated the crew-cut youth with a single spell that you've concealed yourself well. To think you are an earth mage, Feng Tao spoke up. Zuo Yang had conjured a hexagram, emanating a yellow light, and his means of attack involved stones, making it quite apparent that this was earth-based magic. Flattery, flattery. I inadvertently injured that birdman. My sincerest apologies. By the way, may I inquire about your warrior level? Perhaps we could exchange a few blows? Zuo Yang raised an eyebrow, his words laced with a hint of provocation. Confident in his abilities, Zuo Yang felt no fear even when facing the trio led by Feng Tao in this small grove. After all, he was an earth magic practitioner, and this setting was entirely to his advantage. Heh! Feng Tao suddenly chuckled, surveying his surroundings. Kid, I must admit, you truly have an eye for choosing your battleground as an earth magic user. Even a level 3 warrior would find it challenging to gain the upper hand here. Let's call it a day. We can spar another time. Not fighting anymore. Zuo Yang was taken aback. He had prepared himself for a grand showdown. Yet Feng Tao seemed to be retreating. Farewell? Feng Tao smiled, saying no more as he turned to mount his motorcycle. Let us go, he called out to the high school girl, who jolted to attention and quickly took her place behind him. The steel pipe man helped the crew-cut boy onto another motorcycle, and with a rumble, the four of them sped away. Such a letdown, leaving just like that. Zuo Yang shook his head, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. This fight was far from thrilling. Brother, you're incredible. A magician who scared off those 3 rascals. Xiao Yu ran over, taking Zuo Yang's hand and exclaiming joyfully. Hee, what do you think? ISNT, my brother, impressive. Very impressive. The most formidable. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. That scar-faced man seems quite extraordinary. Why did he leave so easily? Could it be a ruse? Hao Yin, maneuvering his wheelchair, approached Zuo Yang anxiously. Indeed, that scar-faced fellow is exceptional. He recognized me as an earth magic user. This grove, filled with stones and soil, is rich in earth elements, unfavorable for him. Hence his decision to withdraw, Zuo Yang explained. This was also why he had chosen to wait for his adversaries in this grove, where he held a distinct advantage. The power of a magician in casting spells relies significantly on the elemental forces present in nature. The more abundant and concentrated these elements, the more beneficial for the magician. On solid ground, an earth magic practitioner enjoys tremendous advantages, while in water, a water magic practitioner holds dominion. The strength of a magician is wholly contingent upon the elemental forces around them. Devoid of these elements, their potency diminishes drastically. Everything in the world is balanced. While magicians wield formidable, world-altering powers, they also face considerable limitations, physical weakness being one, as well as environmental constraints. If an earth magic user were to fall into the ocean, it would truly be a dire predicament, beyond even the reach of celestial beings. On the street, 2 hefty motorcycles roared side by side. Boss, you're a level 4 warrior. Why fear that middle schooler? Though he's an earth magic user, he surely can't match your prowess. The steel pipe man shouted over the roar of the engines. Feng Tao chuckled. He may not be my equal now, but what about 10 years from now? 10 years hence? The steel pipe man was momentarily perplexed, failing to grasp Feng Tao's implication. That kid merely unleashed a flying rock spell, seriously injuring Tai Ji, which suggests he is at least a level 1 magician. Remember, he is still just a middle schooler. How many such geniuses exist in our town? He may not be able to defeat me now, but in a few years, he will surpass me to that point. Who do you think will be at a disadvantage? Feng Tao articulated. I see. Hee, it seems our big brother has a long-term vision. I hadn't considered that angle. Hearing you say this, that kid is indeed remarkable. A middle schooler who can already break through to level 1 magician and cast spells instantaneously is no small feat. It appears our town may soon produce a magical master. The steel pipe man replied eagerly. Just wait and see. That kid is far from ordinary, Feng Tao remarked, having discerned Zuo Yang's potential, hence his desire to avoid enmity with him. Boss, does that mean my injury was in vain? Tai Ji, seated behind the steel pipe man, grumbled. Not in vain. At the very least, we've uncovered a magical prodigy. That kid is decisive and astute. Individuals like him should be befriended, not opposed. So, make sure not to provoke him. Feng Tao's expression suddenly turned serious. Rest assured, we won't trouble that kid anymore, the steel pipe man assured him. Good. Feng Tao nodded, then turned to the senior girl behind him. Exine, let's call it a day. After all, you started this by bullying his sister. Taiji was injured trying to defend you. So let us leave it at that. Pack your things tonight and return to Hongbei High School tomorrow. As the saying goes, it is difficult to nurture small-minded individuals and women. Thus, women are often the most vengeful. Even though Feng Tao had acknowledged Zuo Yang's remarkable potential and deemed him an unsuitable enemy, how could she swallow the humiliation of being slapped in the face? I understand, the senior girl replied, her words betraying her true feelings as she harbored intense resentment towards Zuo Yang. This debt will not simply be forgotten. She seethed inwardly. Chapter 19. Warm Zuo Yang. How did you suddenly become a magician when you previously had no talents? Hao Yin asked in astonishment on their way home. Fortune turned in my favor. Quite mysteriously, Zuo Yang replied with a smile, uttering 8 enigmatic words. What do you mean by fortune turned in my favor? Quite mysteriously, you're not trying to keep secrets from me, are you? Hao Yin shot him a glare. Honestly, I'm not quite certain myself. Perhaps my dismal fate moved the heavens, who couldn't bear to see me in such a woeful state, granting me a stroke of good fortune and the abilities of an earth magic practitioner. Zuo Yang jested. The hexagram had descended from the heavens, fortuitously embedding itself in his right palm, an occurrence so unfathomable that even Hao Yin would likely struggle to believe it when the hexagram fell. Hao Yin had already been knocked unconscious by Jia Zhang. Entirely unaware of the events that as for Jia Zhang, he had witnessed the rift in the sky alongside Zuo Yang. The only uncertainty was whether Jia Zhang had seen the hexagram itself. This was Zuo Yang's sole concern, as both he and Jia Zhang had seen the rift and the yellow light that emerged from it, ultimately striking the grove that moment. Both he and Jia Zhang were present. Why had the hexagram chosen him? Was it merely coincidence? Zuo Yang pondered anxiously. He worried that the origins of the hexagram were anything but ordinary, and he might unwittingly become embroiled in some conflict. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. Danger could strike at any moment, pulling him into turmoil that felt as though a sword hung above his head, threatening to fall at any time. The existence of the hexagram must remain a secret. No one could be informed. Zuo Yang firmly resolved, not out of distrust towards friends and family, but to shield them from potential peril. This treasure could transform an individual into a transcendent being, significantly reducing the magical and mental energy expended in spellcasting. Such a miraculous object was akin to divine artifact, concealing secrets that would surely astonish the world. The more people who knew, the greater the danger. Thus, this secret must remain concealed from others. The more who are aware, the greater the risk. All right, Zuo Yang, I can manage on my own. You and Xiao Yu should hurry home, Hao Yin said as they arrived at the residential complex. Adjusting her thick glasses, very well. Be careful as you head upstairs, Zuo Yang replied. I will. Goodbye. Hao Yin turned her wheelchair and departed. Brother, let us hurry home, Xiao Yu urged. Xiao Yu, whatever happened today must not be mentioned to Mom and Dad, lest they worry. You understand? Zuo Yang instructed earnestly. Yes, I understand, Xiao Yu nodded, displaying maturity beyond her years. Brother, let's go home quickly. I'm so hungry. All right, let us head back. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. And as Zuo Yang diligently practiced magic day after day, the new year arrived before he realized it. And on New Year's Eve, the family gathered around the table, enjoying the festive meal, filled with laughter and warmth, creating an atmosphere of immense joy. Brother, look, this is the dumpling I wrapped. Does it resemble a little mouse? Xiao Yu exclaimed, lifting a dumpling from her bowl with a giggle. Zuo Yang scrutinized it closely and replied, it looks like a little mouse, and a famished one at that. Just skin, no filling. Ha! Xiao Yu feigned annoyance, scrunching her nose. Next time, I'll wrap a dumpling in the shape of you, ensuring it has plenty of filling, turning you into a big fatso. Ha ha! The entire family was amused, and their spirits were lifted. By the way, Yangzi, in just 6 months, you will be taking your entrance examination. Which high school do you intend to apply to? Father Zuo Yishan suddenly inquired. I know. Xiao Ye raised her hand eagerly and declared, brother is planning to apply to Yuqin No. 1 High School. Yuqin No. 1 High School. Both Zuo Yishan and Gao Mei were taken aback. Yangzi, Yuqin No. 1 High School is the finest in the city, with exceptionally high requirements for talent. I have heard that one must possess at least a level 7 talent to have a chance of being admitted, Zuo Yishan remarked. Indeed, Yangzi, gaining admission to Yuqin No. 1 High School is quite challenging. How confident are you? Mother Gao Mei added, I am about 70 to 80% confident. It should be fine, Zuo Yang replied with a smile. He wished to assert that he was 100% confident, but feared his parents would think him overly presumptuous, so he understated his certainty. 70 to 80% confidence. Zuo Yishan was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed, stating that such confidence was already quite substantial. It seems I must prepare your tuition fees in advance. Yuchen No. 1 High School is the best in the city, providing the finest resources for training both magicians and warriors. And naturally, the tuition is exorbitant, amounting to 30,000 star coins a year, not including living expenses, accommodation fees, and so forth. Altogether, it is estimated to cost around 50,000 star coins annually. Star coins are the common currency of the Star continent. For a typical family like the Zuos, their annual income hovers around 100,000 star coins, after accounting for necessities such as food, clothing, and shelter, along with the tuition fees for both Zuo Yang and Xiaoya. Little savings remain. 50,000 star coins is indeed a considerable expense. Zuo Yang was acutely aware of the steep tuition fees for Yuchen High School and recognized the financial constraints of his family. When his father, Zuo Yishan, mentioned the need to prepare tuition fees in advance, Zuo Yang felt a pang of guilt. "Thank you, Dad and Mom," Zuo Yang expressed. "You are our son. Why thank us? If you truly manage to gain admission to Yuchen No. 1 High School, it will reflect well on your mother and me, and we will be so proud that we might wake up smiling in our sleep. Now, stop overthinking and eat your vegetables," Zuo Yishan said, as he placed a piece of braised pork into Zuo Yang's bowl. Zuo Yang felt an overwhelming warmth and happiness. These were his parents, ordinary and unpretentious, seeking no reward, only wishing to provide the best for him. "I must earn a great deal of money in the future so that my parents will no longer have to toil daily, nor worry about finances. That I want to ensure this family enjoys a better life." Zuo Yang silently vowed. "Dad is biased. He only serves brother the braised pork and not me," Xiaoya pouted. "You little rascal, here, let Daddy give you a piece of braised pork too, and I'll pick a large one for you. Is that satisfactory?" Zuo Yishan teased as he selected a sizable piece of pork and placed it in Xiaoya's bowl. "Daddy is the best," Xiaoya exclaimed, rising to plant a kiss on Zuo Yishan's cheek. Mother Gao Mei interjected. "You little girl, is a piece of braised pork all it takes to win you over? And I am the one who made it. How come you haven't given your mother a kiss?" "Because Mommy is the most beautiful woman in the world, and I want to save my kiss for bedtime," Xiaoya said, tilting her head sweetly. "Ha ha ha, you little imp." The entire family burst into laughter. Chapter 20, Classmate Zhuang soon. The day to return to school after the new year arrived. Early in the morning, Haoyan came to Zuo Yang's house, calling for him to get ready for school. "Hurry up, Zuo Yang, or you'll be late," Haoyan urged from the doorway. He had initially waited downstairs, but seeing that Zuo Yang took too long to come down, he ran upstairs. Zuo Yang donned his coat, one hand holding his backpack, and called out, "Mom, I'm off to school. Be careful on the way," Gao Mei advised. "Auntie, we are leaving," Haoyan added. "All right, be careful and stay safe." "Thank you, Auntie, we will be careful," the two boys said as they closed the door behind them and set off for school. After a period of recuperation, Haoyan had nearly fully healed, as long as he did not engage in excessive physical activity. "The weather is splendid today," Zuo Yang remarked, taking a deep breath as they walked through the neighborhood. Feeling invigorated, the warm morning sun bathed his face, providing a delightful sense of comfort. "This winter has been unusually warm. I have yet to see any snow, which is quite a shame. That I had hoped to build a grand snowman." Haoyan adjusted his glasses, expressing his disappointment. "That isn't it just about wanting to build a snowman? What is so difficult about that?" Zuo Yang replied, "Oh, you have a solution." Haoyan's eyes lit up as he gazed at Zuo Yang, eagerly asking, "Why not find a water-type magician? She could conjure a snowstorm for you," Zuo Yang suggested, intentionally teasing Haoyan. "The essence of ice and snow is water. When a water-type magician reaches a certain level, they can cast ice and snow-related magic." "What a ridiculous idea. It's utterly impractical. I knew anything that came out of your mouth would be nonsensical," Haoyan said, flustered, his cheeks reddening. "Haha, then why did you even ask? My suggestion is quite brilliant, as you would gain a wife and a snowman in one go. What could be better?" Zuo Yang chuckled. "That I can't argue with you. I'll stop talking." Haoyan lowered his head, focusing solely on walking. "Ha ha," Zuo Yang laughed heartily, quickly catching up to him. The two left the neighborhood, took a bus, and soon arrived at the school gate. "Zuo Yang," a furious voice suddenly rang out. Zuo Yang looked up and couldn't help but smile. "Zhuang Yushan, Hao Yan's legs trembled in fear as he recognized the person ahead. The individual before them was none other than Zhuang Yushan, the one who had, along with Jia Zheng and Hua Shan, blocked Zuo Yang and Hao Yan's path last year. Only to be kicked in the groin by Zuo Yang. Isn't this classmate Zhuang? It's been a while. By the way, is your precious brother still in pain? Zuo Yang squinted and smiled, speaking in an exceedingly friendly manner, even waving to Zhuang Yushan in greeting. With many students around, those witnessing Zuo Yang's cordiality assumed they were good friends. Zhuang Yushan's expression darkened. He was filled with animosity, and the sight of Zuo Yang only intensified his ire. He felt a surge of anger that demanded release. He loathed the humiliation of being kicked in the groin, nearly rendering him unable to have children, an affront to any man. Even now, the mere sight of Zuo Yang made his lower body ache. What can be tolerated cannot be tolerated. Zuo Yang. Zhuang Yushan roared like a madman, his arms trembling as the internal energy surged to its zenith, propelling him forward like a cannonball, charging directly at Zuo Yang. His visage was twisted with ferocity, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. Fueled by an unquenchable hatred for Zuo Yang, he was determined to avenge the grudge of the kicked bird. The explosive power of a warrior is formidable, and after months of rigorous training, Zhuang Yushan had approached the threshold of a first-level warrior, his strength significantly enhanced compared to before. With a powerful push against the ground, he almost instantaneously appeared before Zuo Yang, his right fist raised high, crackling with the sound of thunder as it descended towards Zuo Yang's face. Hao Yan inhaled sharply, his complexion shifting dramatically, utterly intimidated by Zhuang Yushan's overwhelming might. Zuo Yang, with a cold smirk gracing his lips, moved his right hand, causing a six-pointed star magic circle to flicker briefly, its speed so swift it was almost imperceptible. Whoosh! A small pebble zipped along the ground, striking Zhuang Yushan's left ankle just before his fist could connect with Zuo Yang. It is worth noting that Zuo Yang had become a first-level magician 2 months prior, and was now on the brink of reaching second level, significantly surpassing Zhuang Yushan in terms of rank. Not to mention the unpredictability of magic. Though the pebble was small, its force was not to be underestimated. Ouch! Zhuang Yushan yelped, tumbling forward and landing in a most undignified manner, his lips bloodied and bruised. Zuo Yang sidestepped swiftly to avoid being struck. What's the matter, classmate Zhuang? It's been ages since we last met, but there's no need to get so worked up, is there? Tiske, I'm truly moved to the core by your enthusiasm. Zuo Yang sighed, shaking his head as he stepped through the school gate. Hao Yan, hurry up, we're going to be late for class. Zuo Yang called out. Oh, right. Hao Yan snapped back to reality and hurried into the campus. Chapter 21. Hurry up. At the school gate, Zhuang Yushan, having missed his target, found himself in an embarrassing predicament, sitting on the ground and rubbing his ankle, wincing in pain. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at him. Damn, Zuo Yang, this isn't over. What are you looking at? Scram. Zhuang Yushan glared at the onlookers, his voice filled with venom. Hey, what's going on, Yushan? Why the anger so early in the morning? Why are you sitting on the ground? Did you twist your ankle? And what happened to your lips? 2 figures approached, one of whom chuckled. Zhuang Yushan's anger flared further upon hearing this, and he shot up, ready to explode, but his expression faltered when he recognized the tall figure before him. Jia Zheng, he gasped, realizing it was none other than the strongest in their class. Jia Zheng, accompanied by their classmate Su Hao. What's wrong? Get up. Jia Zheng commanded sternly as he stood before Zhuang Yushan. Frowning that it was the first day of school, and Zhuang was making a fool of himself sitting at the entrance. Wincing in pain, Zhuang Yushan stood up and exclaimed, It's that Zuo Yang. I just ran into him, intending to exact my revenge, and before I knew it, I just slipped. Zuo Yang? Jia Zheng's face darkened at the mention of that name, memories flooding back of the humiliation he suffered in front of the entire class when Zuo Yang had taken advantage of him and the week spent in the hospital due to a meteorite incident. That guy was nothing short of a calamity. Is he at school today? Jia Zheng inquired. Yes, he came with that coward Hao Yan. Just entered the school. Zhuang Yushan replied eagerly. Good. You two go fetch him for me. Same place as last time, Jia Zheng said with a cold smile. What if he doesn't come out? Zhuang Yushan asked. Don't you have hands? Jia Zheng retorted, turning to leave. Heh, understood. Zhuang Yushan grinned as if he had received a royal decree. In the classroom, Zuo Yang and Hao Yan had just settled into their seats when Zhuang Yushan and Su Hao approached. Zuo Yang, our leader Jia Zheng wants to see you outside. He has something to discuss. Su Hao said with a sly grin. Zuo Yang, Come with us now, or don't blame us for being rude, Zhuang Yushan barked, seething with the desire to eliminate Zuo Yang on the spot. Zuo Yang, don't go. They want to hurt you. Hao Yin trembled in fear, warning him. Humph, Hao Yin, this doesn't concern you. Stay out of it, or you'll regret it, Zhuang Yushan said with a chilling glare. Hao Yan's heart sank, and he swallowed hard, refraining from saying anything further. Most of the classmates had gathered, turning to watch with keen interest, as if they relished the spectacle of Zuo Yang and Hao Yin being bullied. Not a single soul expressing concern. Zuo Yang chuckled, standing up. All right, where to? It's been ages since I've seen Jiazhong. I'm quite nostalgic. What? Nostalgic? Both Zhuang Yushan and Su Hao were taken aback. Completely unprepared for Zuo Yang's reaction, they exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether Zuo Yang had lost his mind. Come with us, Zhuang Yushan said, his eyes narrowing. He was unfazed by Zuo Yang's peculiar demeanor. Today he was determined to teach him a lesson. Zuo Yang? Hao Yin exclaimed, anxious. Don't worry, it's fine. I'll be back shortly. You just focus on your class, Zuo Yang reassured Hao Yin with a smile. Recalling that Zuo Yang was now a first-level magician, Hao Yin felt somewhat relieved and nodded. Under the watchful eyes of their classmates, Zuo Yang followed Zhuang Yushan and Su Hao out of the classroom. Outside the school, they arrived at the small grove that had been destroyed by the meteorite. Initially, scientists had come to investigate, but soon the incident faded from public attention, and the area was filled in and prepared for reforestation. In the Starry Marks continent, meteorite appearances were common and not particularly remarkable. Zuo Yang accompanied Zhuang Yushan and Su Hao beyond the school gates, arriving in a desolate, barren area devoid of any greenery. A tall figure stood there, his gaze sharp and demeanor cold. Hello, Jiazhong. It's been a while. You seem even more impressive than before. Your eyes shine with vitality, and your energy is palpable. Have you perhaps become a second-level warrior? Zuo Yang called out from a distance, his greeting exuberant, more enthusiastic than that of long-lost friends. Jia Zheng's brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized Zuo Yang, thinking to himself that this guy was as enigmatic as ever. Likely up to some trick. However, Zuo Yang was correct about one thing. Jia Zheng had indeed just recently become a second-level warrior. The path of a warrior's training is generally simpler than that of a magician. They need only absorb the power of the earth and sky to transform it into combat energy. The power of the earth and sky is akin to an ocean, while the 7 elemental forces are merely fish within it. It is far easier to scoop a bowl of seawater than to catch a fish. Of course, the might and mystery of a magician are unparalleled. The high status and respect accorded to them stem not only from their rarity, but also from their formidable abilities. When a magician matures, their destructive potential is nothing short of terrifying. Boss, we've brought Zuo Yang here, Su Hao announced, having followed closely behind to prevent any escape. Zuo Yang halted about 7 or 8 meters from Jia Zheng, surveying the surroundings. Returning to this place brings back memories. It's a pity the grove is gone, leaving it all barren and unappealing. What do you mean barren and unappealing? Watch your mouth, or I'll smash it. Su Hao shouted impatiently, kicking at Zuo Yang, irritated that he was standing too far away. Now that Zuo Yang was on the verge of becoming a second-level magician, his mental acuity far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The moment Su Hao lifted his foot, Zuo Yang sensed it and deftly sidestepped, causing Su Hao to kick at nothing but air, nearly losing his balance. Classmate, we're not that familiar. No need for such formalities. Please get up. I have no red envelopes for you. Zuo Yang grinned, his tone teasing that you're asking for it. Su Hao fumed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to retaliate, feeling that Zuo Yang was shamelessly taking advantage of him. What formalities, red envelopes? Are you trying to make me your servant? Chapter 22. You've been tricked. As Su Hao was about to take action, Jia Zheng impatiently uttered a cold reprimand. His 2 subordinates were a source of embarrassment. One was lamenting and wailing at the school gate early in the morning, while the other was being mocked as a worthless fool. Su Hao, daunted by Jia Zheng's authority, shot a fierce glare at Zuo Yang and retreated to the side alongside Zhuang Yushan. Zuo Yang, with a smirk at the corner of his mouth, paid little heed to the two. Zuo Yang. Jia Zheng turned his gaze towards him, suddenly chuckling. I am quite curious. What gives you such audacity to come here today without a hint of fear? Zuo Yang responded with a grin. You are not a beast. What is there for me to fear? If a purple-eyed bloodline were to leap out right now, I would undoubtedly flee in terror. Beasts are inherently gifted, some possessing immense strength, others with impenetrable scales, and some adept at wielding elemental powers. When they unleash their might, the destruction they cause is far more terrifying than that of mages or warriors. Many of the spells humans employ have been learned from these beasts. Fortunately, beasts tend to have limited intelligence, often congregating in remote mountains and forests, rarely venturing into human settlements. Otherwise, should they unite, the Starscar continent might have long succumbed to their dominion. The purple-eyed bloodlion is among the most formidable of beast races, with adult specimens typically classified as 9th-level beasts, formidable enough to challenge even magic masters. Purple-eyed bloodlion. Humph, such grandiose claims, Jiazheng sneered. Last time you were fortunate enough to be saved by a meteorite. Today, do you truly believe you will be so lucky again? Our debts have yet to be settled. Indeed, they remain unsettled. I have been eagerly awaiting this day. Zuo Yang replied in the same tone, bending down to pick up a stone from the ground. Zuo Yang felt a sigh of relief within. Judging by Jiazheng's tone, he seemed to genuinely believe that what had transpired that day was merely a meteorite falling, unaware of the existence of the hexagram. Thus, Zuo Yang's sole concern dissipated, for he alone was privy to the existence of the hexagram. Jiazheng furrowed his brow, sensing something strange about Zuo Yang today. His demeanor was distinctly abnormal, causing him unease. Humph, I am now a 2nd-level warrior. Why should I fear dealing with a talentless fool? No matter how clever the trick, it crumbles before absolute strength. Jiazheng mused, his confidence in his abilities restored. Zuo Yang, do not claim I have not granted you a chance. Today, you shall make the first move. I shall allow you 3 strikes. After that, I will cripple one of your hands. That I have always kept my word. Jiazheng's expression turned cold. Last year, when Zuo Yang had just reincarnated, a twist of fate had led him to accidentally touch Hua Shan's backside, infuriating Jiazheng, who had vowed to incapacitate Zuo Yang's right hand. Please, I am no expert in combat. Why must you have me strike first? You may go ahead. My right hand is right here. Come and take it if you wish. Zuo Yang nonchalantly extended his right hand, a small stone resting in his palm. Jiazheng's anger flared. Being mocked and belittled by a worthless fool was intolerable. As for the stone in Zuo Yang's palm, he completely disregarded it. Merely a pebble. How could it pose any threat to him? Very well, you have asked for this. Jiazheng's face darkened as his right hand clenched into a fist, cracking ominously with rage. Indeed, I have brought this upon myself. Please come forth, for I can hardly wait. Zuo Yang eagerly urged, as if he were impatiently anticipating a beating. Zhuang Yushan and Su Hao exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by Zuo Yang's reckless demeanor. Had he truly lost his mind? You have truly enraged me, Zuo Yang. Jiazheng bellowed, his combat aura swirling within him, exuding a powerful presence that disturbed the air around him. What a formidable aura! It seemed Jiazheng had indeed reached the 2nd level of warrior status. Zuo Yang appeared indifferent, yet he remained cautious. Bang! Jiazheng propelled himself forward, leaping 3 to 4 meters into the air, lunging at Zuo Yang. For a 2nd-level warrior, leaping such distances was a mere trifle. Magic! Rock launch! Zuo Yang had been waiting for this moment. The hexagram on his right hand flashed, and the small stone in his palm shot forth, directly aimed at the airborne Jiazheng. What? Magic! Zhuang Yushan and Su Hao's eyes widened in shock. A talentless fool was performing magic before their very eyes, and it was instantaneous. How could this be? Magic! Jiazheng was equally taken aback as he recognized the hexagram's formation before Zuo Yang's hand. He instantly identified it as a basic earth magic, rock launch. Whoosh! The small stone sped through the air like a bullet, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Such speed! Jiazheng felt a jolt of alarm. He could see that this small stone could indeed pierce a person's body. When Zuo Yang had dealt with Zhuang Yushan previously, it had been a casual strike. Now, however, he was unleashing his full power with rock launch. And its might was not to be underestimated. That a mere stone cannot harm me. Jiazheng's brows furrowed as he bellowed fiercely, his right fist slicing through the air, shattering the small stone into dust. With combat aura backing him, even a 1st-level warrior could easily shatter rocks, let alone Jiazheng, a 2nd-level warrior. Having obliterated the stone, Jiazheng's ferocity remained undiminished as he continued his assault on Zuo Yang. Indeed, 2nd-level warriors are formidable, Zuo Yang thought with a wry smile, seizing the opportunity to swiftly retreat a few steps while Jiazheng was preoccupied with the stone. Jiazheng landed where Zuo Yang had once stood, resembling an enraged tiger, eager to pounce once again. However, you've fallen into my trap. Heh. Zuo Yang suddenly grinned, lifting his right foot and lightly stamping it on the ground. Release, quicksand technique, with Zuo Yang's gentle stamp. The ground beneath Jia Zhang's feet suddenly glowed, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a complete and captivating magic array, anchored by a hexagram, with two opposing triangles at its center, radiating an enchanting glow. Magic converged, altering the earth in an instant. The ground beneath Jia Zhang transformed into quicksand, swirling counterclockwise to form a vortex with tremendous suction. Jia Zhang's feet sank into it, at least a foot deep, rendering him unable to extricate himself. First-level magic, quicksand technique. How is this possible? Jia Zhang found himself momentarily dazed, as if struck by lightning. He could hardly believe it. A talentless fool had not only cast rock launch, but now also unleashed the quicksand technique. How could this be? When did casting magic become so effortless? If he could cast the quicksand technique, did that not imply that Zuo Yang had already become a first-level mage? Jia Zhang struggled to reconcile the disbelief with the reality before him. His feet were ensnared in the quicksand, the powerful suction nearly burying him to his knees. Chapter 23. Gudu by first-level magic, quicksand technique. Jia Zhang, trapped within the swirling sands, abruptly looked up to fix his gaze on Zuo Yang. You are an earth mage? Haha, congratulations, you are correct, but it is too late, Zuo Yang replied, in high spirits that to prevent Jia Zhang from escaping. He spread his fingers, conjuring yet another magic array, anchored by a hexagram. With two triangles positioned oppositely, it was once again the quicksand technique. Jia Zhang, how about trying my enhanced quicksand technique? Zuo Yang bellowed, pressing down on the magic array with his right hand. Buzz. Instantly, yellow light flickered, and another magic array appeared beneath Jia Zhang's feet. The vortex of quicksand that had ensnared him began to spin even faster, its suction intensifying, and Jia Zhang's body quickly sank, reaching chest level within mere breaths. At this moment, Jia Zhang found escape utterly impossible. His expression darkened. He understood that Zuo Yang's so-called enhanced quicksand technique was merely the combined power of two quicksand techniques, resulting in a greater magical effect. What surprised him was that Zuo Yang's casting of the quicksand technique was also instantaneous. Just months prior, he had been devoid of any talent and was a complete waste. Now, within a mere few months, not even half a year later, how had he suddenly become a mage? This is impossible. Jia Zhang's mind trembled, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Zhuang Yushan and Su Hao were equally stunned, rendered speechless as if petrified. Earth magic, the quicksand technique. When did he become a mage? How could he cast even first-level magic instantaneously? The two individuals were taken aback, their gazes towards Zuo Yang laden with terror and trepidation. Had they not witnessed even the seasoned second-tier warrior? Jia Zhang, being half-buried alive, they were mere novice warriors, not even at the first-tier level, and thus were no match for Zuo Yang. The Earth Collapse technique was a first-tier spell, capable of instantaneous casting, requiring at least a first-tier mage to execute it. Zuo Yang turned to glance at them, causing their hearts to tremble, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, their hearts pounding incessantly at that moment. Zhuang Yushan finally understood why he had inexplicably fallen at the school gate. It was undoubtedly due to Zuo Yang's magic. He could find no other explanation. This lad had concealed himself profoundly. He had already become a first-tier mage while masquerading as an underdog, deliberately causing him embarrassment. Zhuang Yushan sighed internally. Mages held a status far superior to that of warriors, not only due to their scarcity, but also their formidable strength. A powerful mage could obliterate a group of warriors. He resolved never to provoke Zuo Yang again. A mage of such caliber was not someone he could afford to challenge. Fear enveloped Zhuang Yushan, and he even felt a twinge of regret, his gaze towards Zuo Yang shifting considerably. The principle that strength commands respect is an immutable truth anywhere. As long as one possesses sufficient power, all will bow in reverence. Zuo Yang merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhuang Yushan and Su Hao before approaching Jia Zhang. Jia Zhang's torso was mostly buried in sand, with his arms resting in front of him, presenting a somewhat comical sight. Jia Zhang, how does this feel? Zuo Yang crouched before Jia Zhang, peering down at him with a playful smile. Jia Zhang's current state was indeed ludicrous. Humph! Jia Zhang's face turned ashen, dark clouds gathering as he glared at Zuo Yang, his eyes brimming with fury and resentment. TSK, quite the temper you have. Do you believe I would hesitate to cast another Earth Collapse spell and bury you alive? Zuo Yang extended his right hand, fingers splayed, and with a flick of his will, another magical array manifested above his palm. The foundation being a six-pointed star, with two opposing three-pointed stars at its center, glowing with an enchanting yellow halo. It was indeed the magical array for casting the first-tier Earth Collapse spell. Jia Zheng's expression shifted, fear creeping in. Who would not fear death? He was human, and when faced with mortality, it was only natural to feel apprehensive, though he would not yield. Fine, if I must fall into your hands this time. Consider it my misfortune that if you wish to kill or maim, go ahead, Jia Zheng said, his eyes wide with indignation. Zuo Yang chuckled, dissipating the magical array in his hand. In truth, he harbored little animosity towards Jia Zheng. On the contrary, he felt a tinge of gratitude. Had Jia Zheng not obstructed him that day, how would he have obtained the six-pointed star? How could fate have shifted? As for the conflict between him and Jia Zheng, it was entirely a misunderstanding. Who could have predicted that he would inadvertently touch Hua Shan's backside? It was purely coincidental. Jia Zheng, as classmates, I do not wish to escalate matters unnecessarily. Let bygones be bygones. Frankly, I did not act with intent that day. It was merely an unthinking act. You retaliated by striking me and involving good intentions, thus avenging yourself, correct? There is no need to hold on to grudges. Let us both take a step back, shall we? Zuo Yang implored earnestly, offering Jia Zheng a way out. Leave room for future encounters, he thought. Zuo Yang genuinely wished to avoid deepening the rift. After all, they were classmates and not malevolent villains. Why must one resort to completely destroying another, to the point of psychological torment? One must not seek mere satisfaction, but also bear responsibility, having breadth and vision. While it is commendable to despise evil, harboring a vengeful spirit is the mark of a petty person. As Xiang cultivated his magic, his strength and realm continuously ascended, and his mindset evolved as well. It was a breadth of understanding that hinted at transcendence. An extraordinary mage, born different, possessed heightened sensitivity, allowing them to perceive the mysteries of the universe and the elemental essence. Although Zuo Yang's extraordinary spirit was acquired rather than innate, it was fundamentally no different from that of a naturally gifted individual. As his power grew, so too did the transformations in his mindset. Jia Zheng scrutinized Zuo Yang, his expression shifting multiple times before finally saying, I only wish to know one thing. When did you place the magical array for the first Earth Collapse beneath me? And why did I not notice? This was the question that plagued Jia Zheng. Had he detected Zuo Yang's ability to cast Earth Collapse earlier, he would not have been so easily ensnared when Zuo Yang unleashed the second Earth Collapse. Jia Zheng had witnessed him pressing the magical array into the ground. But what of the first one? Ah, that matter. Zuo Yang rubbed his nose, revealing without concealment. Do you remember when I first arrived here and bent down to pick up a small stone? It was at that moment. Jia Zheng was taken aback, realization dawning upon him that time, he had been unaware that Zuo Yang had already become an Earth System Mage, and thus he had not paid much attention to Zuo Yang's action of picking up the stone. So my every move was anticipated by Zuo Yang. The thought made Jia Zheng draw in a sharp breath. Such meticulous planning was truly terrifying. You had everything laid out at that moment, constantly provoking me merely to lead me into your trap. Zuo Yang, I truly underestimated you, Jia Zheng scoffed, his expression one of dejection, lamenting his defeat and the fact that he had been manipulated throughout, losing in a most humiliating manner. I am a mage, not a warrior. I must consider all potential occurrences in advance. Otherwise, should you close in on me, wouldn't I be in peril? Zuo Yang was candid, stating plainly, close combat was the greatest weakness of mages. Although Zuo Yang possessed an extraordinary spirit capable of absorbing earth elements to enhance his physique, his cultivation time was still too short, and relying solely on his body could not match that of a warrior. Zuo Yang, I didn't expect you to reach such heights. I concede my defeat today without grievance. Jia Zheng admitted, acknowledging the difficulty of facing such a strategic opponent. Spare me the flattery. I tend to become arrogant if there is nothing further. I shall return to class, Zuo Yang declared, standing up and turning to leave. Hey, are you not going to get me out? Jia Zheng exclaimed, urgency creeping into his voice, for much of his body was still ensconced in the earth, rendering him unable to extricate himself. That I never promised to get you out. Aren't your two dear friends over there? Let them toil a bit. Zuo Yang waved dismissively, striding away without a backward glance. Jia Zheng's expression darkened, anger bubbling within him as he cursed silently. Moments ago, he had felt a semblance of admiration for Zuo Yang. But now, Zuo Yang had transformed in his eyes into a petty, calculating, and cunning individual. "What? You expect us to dig you out?" Zhuang Yushan and Su Hao's faces instantly morphed into expressions of despair. "How deep is this? How can we dig? What are you two dawdling for? Hurry and fetch a shovel to dig me out," Jia Zheng bellowed. Yes, boss. Just a moment. We'll get the shovels right away." The two hurried off in haste. "Damn it, two fools. Couldn't one of you stay behind with me?" Jia Zheng's furious reprimands echoed. Yet the two individuals seemed oblivious, fleeing with a swiftness that rivaled that of a rabbit, vanishing in the blink of an eye. On the desolate expanse of land, only Jia Zheng remained, resembling a forlorn turnip buried in the earth, a truly pitiful sight. Chapter 24. Level 3 Magic. Earth Spike. Zuo Yang, having become a mage with earth-based abilities, not only triumphed over the formidable Jia Zheng, but nearly buried him alive. This entire incident swiftly took flight, spreading like wildfire within a single day, becoming common knowledge among all. Zuo Yang emerged as the focal point of the class, eliciting a wave of skepticism from most. How could a talentless waste transform overnight into a mage and defeat Jia Zheng? It was nothing short of ludicrous. However, the moment they beheld the look in Jia Zheng's eyes directed at Zuo Yang, all fell silent. That gaze, devoid of its former disdain and mockery, bore a grave seriousness, tinged with a hint of apprehension, as if confronting an equally matched opponent. The way everyone regarded Zuo Yang shifted dramatically. Some sought to curry favor, others aimed to forge connections, and many approached to inquire about the truth behind the events. Even those who had never exchanged a word with Zuo Yang began to draw near. Zuo Yang merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. Friendships that offer timely assistance are far more genuine than superficial flattery. For Zuo Yang, his true brother was only Haoyan. The rest were merely classmates. In a world driven by self-interest, it was rare to find tranquility. Compared to being the center of attention in the class, Zuo Yang preferred solitude, relishing the freedom to be unencumbered and at peace. As the third year of junior high progressed, the foundational knowledge had largely been covered, and students' talent levels had become relatively fixed, making further advancement challenging. Consequently, everyone directed their energies toward cultivation to gain entrance into their desired high schools. Talent levels were undoubtedly crucial, but personal strength also constituted a significant criterion that if two individuals possessed the same talent level, the one with greater strength would naturally find it easier to secure a place in a prestigious institution. What delighted Zuo Yang most was the school's decision to no longer mandate attendance. Students could choose to cultivate at home or elsewhere, based purely on personal preference. Naturally, Zuo Yang opted to cultivate at home. Adhering to his previous training regimen with methodical diligence, reading, refining magical energy, and practicing spellcasting all progressed seamlessly, resulting in steady improvements in his strength. After more than a month, Zuo Yang finally exhaled in relief. Filled with joy, for through relentless practice, he had achieved the status of a level 2 mage. Typically, reaching level 1 mage status by junior high graduation was already a commendable feat. Now, having attained level 2, he had taken a significant leap forward, ensuring his admission into Yuchin No. 1 high school was a certainty. Zuo Yang declared with confidence, "I will definitely get in. Yuchin No. 1 high school is the finest institution in the city, and it is Zuo Yang's ambition to enroll there." From level 1 mage to level 2 mage, he had dedicated 4 months to this endeavor. As for breaking through to level 3 mage, it would likely require a year. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous with time, and a breakthrough in the near future seemed implausible. Zuo Yang silently contemplated the need to maximize his strength before the upcoming high school entrance examinations. While his magical energy could not be increased, the magical and mental energy consumed when casting spells was merely 1/7 of the usual requirement, allowing him to effectively unleash level 3 magic. In the remaining months, I will focus entirely on practicing spell casting to enhance my combat capabilities, Zuo Yang resolved, his eyes gleaming with determination. Under normal circumstances, a level 2 mage could not possibly cast level 3 magic. But with the aid of the hexagram artifact, his magical expenditure was drastically reduced. With effort, he believed he could achieve this. In the woods outside the community, a figure was diligently practicing spellcasting. Earth Spike. Zuo Yang called out, his right hand outstretched, concentrating his mental energy. He swiftly inscribed a complex magical array, even more intricate than that of the Earth Pit spell. First, he sketched a hexagram, followed by an outer ring. And then sharp spikes materialized at each of the 6 points of the hexagram. In just 2 breaths, the magical array was complete, exuding a perfect brilliance that captivated the heart. Release. Zuo Yang pressed down on the magical array. And instantly, a 5 to 6 meter wide magical pattern illuminated the ground 10 meters away, golden light swirling as if something were about to emerge. The next moment, with a thunderous roar, dust surged as the earth ruptured. And countless densely packed earth spikes erupted from below. These spikes varied in length, some reaching a meter while others measured a foot, yet each was exceedingly sharp, bursting forth with astonishing destructive force. The ground trembled violently. Truly, this is level 3 magic. The destructive power is formidable, Zuo Yang marveled, observing the area now brimming with spikes. The sheer force of impact could undoubtedly slay a magical beast. After days of relentless practice, Zuo Yang had become adept at sketching the earth spike magical array with relative ease. However, achieving instantaneous casting would require further training. The art of spell casting relies on various magical arrays. When perfected, instantaneous casting becomes possible. Relying on incantations would likely result in being struck down before finishing the words. The 3 foundational earth magic spells are the Flying Rock spell, Earth Pit spell, and Earth Crack spell. The Flying Rock spell can be cast upon reaching the Apprentice Mage level, while the Earth Pit spell is classified as level 1 magic, and the Earth Crack spell as level 2 magic. With increasing difficulty, thus far, Zuo Yang had mastered instantaneous casting of all 3 foundational spells. With a mere thought, he could conjure the corresponding magical array and unleash the spell. What puzzled Zuo Yang, however, was that although the Earth Crack spell was classified as level 2 magic, it seemed somewhat redundant. Its casting difficulty surpassed that of the Earth Pit spell, yet its practical applications appeared lacking. The Earth Crack spell, as its name implies, splits the ground apart. Zuo Yang had tested it to its fullest extent and could create a fissure nearly 10 meters long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter deep. While the power was commendable, he struggled to discern its significance. If an enemy fell into it, they would not necessarily perish. Therefore, Zuo Yang seldom employed this spell, preferring to combine the Earth Pit and Flying Rock spells to ensnare opponents, turning them into live targets for his merciless assault. Now that he had mastered the level 3 Earth Spike spell, he had gained another formidable weapon, significantly enhancing his strength. Time flowed quietly, the bleakness of winter gradually receding. Grass sprouted anew, flowers bloomed, trees flourished, and cicadas sang, heralding the imminent approach of the high school entrance examinations. Chapter 25. Magical Beasts. Pterosaur double-check to ensure you have your identification card and examination permit. Then line up to board the bus. Early that morning, the entrance of the school in Tianshui Lake Town buzzed with activity. 3 large buses had already arrived, and over 100 students formed 3 lines, eagerly awaiting their turn to board. These students were all preparing to participate in the entrance examinations, divided into 3 classes, each with over 40 students. Zuo Yang and Haoyan were in the same class, ready to embark on the first bus. Tianshui Lake Town is part of Yuchen City, situated nearly 40 minutes from the urban center. There are no high schools within the town, necessitating travel to the city for secondary education. This situation applies not only to Tianshui Lake Town, but to other regions as well, as high schools are only established in larger cities. This policy serves 2 purposes: to concentrate educational resources and to ensure safety. Given that the world is inhabited not only by humans, but also by countless magical beasts. Magical beasts are ferocious and bloodthirsty, often more savage than wild animals. Although they primarily dwell in forests, unexpected encounters can occur, such as magical beasts attacking human settlements, an all too common occurrence. Establishing a high school within a small town poses severe risks in the event of a magical beast attack, the consequences of which would be dire. In contrast, larger cities boast robust defenses. Unless a massive beast tide occurs, such incidents are rare. Yuchen City is home to 13 high schools, with only 1 key institution. Yuchen No. 1 High School, recognized as the finest in the city. Besides Yuchen No. 1, Hongbei Middle School and Qingfeng Middle School are also reputable high schools, far surpassing the remaining 10 in educational quality. It is crucial to understand that this is a world of magic and martial arts. Yet not everyone possesses the potential to become a powerful mage or warrior. Those with advanced talents are, after all, a minority. Thus, what becomes of those with average or even subpar talent? The remaining 10 high schools are their choices. Cultivation is no longer their primary pursuit. Their main task is to diligently study academic subjects. With aspirations to become scientists, doctors, economists, engineers, professors, and so forth, wizards and warriors are the guardians of this world, while ordinary people are its builders, each with their own responsibilities and paths. For Zuo Yang, he harbors but a singular ambition, to become a powerful wizard and to provide a better life for his parents and younger sister. This is his greatest wish at present. Under the guidance of 3 teachers, the students line up in an orderly fashion, and before long, everyone boards the bus, which slowly sets off towards Yuchin City. Zuo Yang and Hao Yin sit in the first bus, led by their homeroom teacher, a lady wearing silver-rimmed round glasses, surnamed Tung, whom the students affectionately call Teacher Tung, since the news of Zuo Yang becoming an earth element wizard and defeating Jia Zheng spread. Teacher Tang's attitude towards him has subtly transformed, at least no longer as harsh as before. However, Zuo Yang still holds no fondness for this homeroom teacher. The 3 buses gradually leave the small town. Heading along the road to Yuchin City, Hao Yin, which high school are you planning to apply to? Zuo Yang inquired, glancing at the scenery outside the window. Hee. Hao Yin scratched his head and smiled. I definitely have no hope for Yuchin No. 1 high school, so I plan to apply to Hongbei High School. If I work hard, I should be able to get in. You are currently at a level 6 talent. And with your rare thunder element affinity, if fortune smiles upon you, you might just make it into Yuchin No. 1 high school. Are you not considering giving it a try? Zuo Yang suggested. Among the 7 elemental types, thunder element wizards are relatively rare. Earth, fire, water, and wind are more common, while light and dark are even scarcer. One might question whether 100 wizards could yield even a single light or dark wizard. During last year's assessment, Hao Yan's talent was rated at level 5, but after nearly a year of training, he has reached level 6, and with his rare thunder affinity, he still stands a chance of being admitted to Yuchin No. 1 high school. Let's not push it. It's too uncertain. Although thunder is rare, my talent level is still a bit low, so Hongbei High School is a safer bet. By the way, Zuo Yang, what is your current talent level? Hao Yin curiously looked at Zuo Yang. Zuo Yang smiled mysteriously. It's a secret, TCH, keeping secrets from me, but with how quickly you've been progressing, your talent level must be quite high. Hao Yin marveled. Not particularly high, about the same as yours, Zuo Yang replied with a grin. Standard talent assessments cannot detect a super spirit body, so as long as the individual does not disclose it, it is difficult for the outside world to know. As for Zuo Yang's talent level, it is naturally a perfect 10-star, as the talent testing crystal ball can only display up to 10 stars. The students in the bus are excitedly chatting, filled with laughter, completely devoid of any examination-related anxiety. Jia Zheng occupies a position towards the back of the bus, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. His goal, like Zuo Yang's, is to gain admission to the city's best high school. Yuchin No. 1 high school. Oh, look at that large bird. It looks so strange. Everyone, come quick and see what kind of bird it is, a girl sitting by the window suddenly exclaimed. The students, intrigued by her call, leaned over to look outside. Even those sitting on the other side of the bus crowded over. Zuo Yang, seated by this very window, turned to gaze outside, his heart racing in shock. In the distance, a terrifying large bird soared through the sky. By mere estimation, its wingspan was at least 10 meters, with a long, pointed beak and enormous teeth resembling serrated edges, sharp and menacing. Its body was devoid of feathers, with membranous wings and a red crest atop its head, while its long tail resembled an iron whip, exuding an aura of dread. This was no ordinary bird. It was evidently a wind element beast, pterosaur. Oh no, it's a wind element beast. Pterosaur, everyone stay seated. Teacher Tung, seated in the front passenger seat, paled in an instant and urgently urged the driver to accelerate. The pterosaur, a level 5 beast, step on it. Step on it. We need to get out of here. Teacher Tung implored the driver, her heart racing. The driver, without needing further urging, had already floored the accelerator. So this is what a pterosaur looks like. It's massive. I can't believe they look like this. I wonder how powerful this one is. The students in the bus, rather than feeling fear, grew increasingly curious, marveling at the sight. Having lived in the small town their whole lives, they had never had the chance to witness a true magical beast, always hearing tales from their teachers about their ferocity and might. Today, finally seeing a magical beast, they were filled with awe. Zuo Yang stared at the enormous flying beast in the sky, quickly recalling the descriptions of the pterosaur in his mind. The pterosaur, a wind element beast, can reach a wingspan of 12 meters in adulthood. Growing into a level 5 beast, adept at wind element magic, with a non-fixed active area and extremely aggressive, being one of the main magical beasts that threaten humanity. This pterosaur's wingspan undoubtedly exceeded 10 meters, indicating it had reached adulthood, and an adult pterosaur is indeed a level 5 beast. Should it charge towards us? Zuo Yang felt a chill run down his spine. The pterosaur's aggression is formidable. Once it detects them, it will surely attack. After all, it is a level 5 beast. As far as Zuo Yang knows, among the 3 accompanying teachers, Teacher Tung is a level 4 wizard, also of the wind element, while the other 2 are warriors, one at level 4 and the other at level 5. That it is well understood that the strength of magical beasts far surpasses that of humans, under equal levels. Few humans can contend with magical beasts. That a level 5 magical beast, especially one that can fly, would render the combined efforts of the 3 teachers futile. That if discovered, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 26. Sonic Attack. Everyone, buckle up and secure your seatbelts. Teacher Tung turned around and shouted anxiously. The students, unaware of the looming threat, were simply excited by the sight of the pterosaur, chattering away. What a bunch of ignorant children. Teacher Tung thought, knowing full well the dangers of a level 5 beast, that if the pterosaur spots us, it will undoubtedly attack. I am a level 4 wizard. Teacher Zhao is a level 4 warrior. And Teacher Ma is a level 5 warrior. Even combined, we cannot contend with a level 5 beast, not to mention the need to protect the students. Teacher Ting's heart raced with anxiety, scolding the students while fervently praying not to be detected by the pterosaur. Yet their 3 buses were traversing the highway. A target so large, how could they possibly remain unnoticed? Even she found it hard to believe. The 2 teachers in the other 2 buses had also spotted the pterosaur, their expressions mirroring Teacher Tung's distress. Nothing could be more unfortunate than encountering a magical beast while out. Areas populated by humans, such as cities and towns, generally have military defenses. Although magical beasts possess lower intelligence, they instinctively avoid dangerous situations, which is why they rarely attack human settlements. However, in outskirts and on highways, once magical beasts detect humans, they will launch attacks without hesitation. That we must not be discovered. We cannot be discovered. The 2 teachers in the back buses silently prayed, fully aware that if the level 5 pterosaur noticed them, escape would be impossible. Whether they survive now truly depends on fate. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the sky, grating and resonant, its penetrating sound unsettling even those inside the bus, causing the windows to tremble violently. Oh no, we've been spotted. All 3 teachers felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Indeed, their worst fears had come to pass. My head hurts so much. It feels like it's going to split open. The students clutched their ears, writhing in pain, utterly distressed as the piercing scream seemed to invade their very souls, tearing through them with excruciating agony. Zuo Yang too pressed his hands tightly against his ears. Shaken, truly, a level 5 beast is formidable. Just a single scream holds such power. If it were to launch an attack, the terror would be unimaginable. Zuo Yang, being a level 2 wizard, possessed greater strength both in ability and soul compared to the others, and thus was able to withstand the impact of the shriek. Everyone, take care of yourselves. The pterosaur is coming. Teacher Tung shouted, her face ashen with fear. The bus driver had already floored the accelerator, racing forward at breakneck speed. This moment, even the slightest proximity to Yuchen City could offer a glimmer of hope for survival. With a thunderous roar, a colossal pterosaur spread its enormous wings, which extended over 10 meters, soaring above the 3 buses and casting a vast shadow. All the students huddled in their seats, too frightened to utter a sound, finally grasping the terror of the magical beasts. Zuo Yang, if we die today, let's be brothers in our next life, said Hui Yin, swallowing hard to moisten his parched throat. What nonsense are you spouting? I won't die, and neither will you. That we still have 3 teachers with us. Nothing will happen. Stop overthinking, Zuo Yang reassured him, though his heart raced with anxiety. Devoid of certainty, the 5th-level magical beast, the pterosaur, would render any combined efforts of the 3 teachers futile, unless a miracle occurred. It was uncertain how many of the 3 buses' occupants would survive. That a piercing shriek echoed once more, resembling the sound of a blade scraping across glass, sending chills down their spines. This was the sonic attack of the pterosaur. Fortunately, they were inside the bus, which mitigated part of the assault. Otherwise, few would withstand such an onslaught. Sonic attacks, a form of wind magic, could directly impact the soul, employing an insidious offensive that was exceedingly difficult to defend against. Everyone clutched their ears, warriors summoned their fighting spirit, and mages activated their magical energies to shield their minds. The pterosaur's cries could injure the soul. They could not afford to be careless, as Teacher Ting anxiously scanned the students in the bus and urged them to stay calm. The three buses sped along the road, racing against time and the specter of death. The enormous pterosaur had locked onto its target, its enormous presence rendering the buses painfully conspicuous. Magical beasts were innately ferocious. Born of bloodlust, designed for destruction and slaughter, particularly against humans, they harbored a deep-seated enmity for humanity. Upon spotting humans, their instinct was to kill and devour. This particular pterosaur, being a fifth-level beast, had gained a modicum of intelligence. It repeatedly swooped over the buses, unleashing ear-splitting cries, both in play and derision towards its adversaries. Like a cat toying with a mouse, it would relish the hunt before delivering the fatal blow. With another shriek, the pterosaur unleashed a sonic attack, having previously demonstrated its might without intent to harm. This time, however, it had fixed its sights on the first bus, having grown bored of its previous antics. The pterosaur opened its sharp, elongated maw, and a deafening shriek transformed into a tangible wave of sound, descending upon the bus below. Zuo Yang and Huiyin, seated within, felt a terrifying force seep in, penetrating the bus and their bodies, burrowing into their minds and tearing at their very souls. That a collective scream of agony erupted from the students as they clutched their heads, their bodies convulsing. Blood oozing from between their fingers, their eardrums shattered. The pain was indescribable, a torment more agonizing than death itself, as if a knife were incessantly slicing through their minds. Damn it, Teacher Tung gritted her teeth. Enduring the pterosaur's sonic onslaught, though she too suffered, she persevered and began to cast a spell. Upon her right hand rested a turquoise gemstone ring, which now emitted a brilliant light as she channeled her magic. Shield of the Guardian Wind. In the blink of an eye, a magical array shimmering with turquoise light materialized, featuring two crescent moons in an X formation and two concentric circles, surrounded by a dense array of intricate runes. Creating a complex design. To Zuo Yang's astonishment, a hexagram appeared within the magic array. What is going on? Isn't Teacher Tung a wind mage? Why is there an earth element hexagram within her array? Zuo Yang's eyes widened in disbelief that he exerted all his magical energy to safeguard his mind against the sonic assault. Though a second-level mage, facing the sonic attack from a fifth-level beast rendered his resistance nearly negligible. And he felt as though his head might explode. At the peak of his suffering, a warm current suddenly flowed from his palm, entering his mind and forming an invisible barrier that instantly weakened the sonic assault's impact. The residual force was now bearable. This newfound strength allowed Zuo Yang to focus on the magical array that Teacher Tung had crafted. Chapter 27. Teacher Tung as an earth mage. Zuo Yang quickly recognized the hexagram within Teacher Tung's array. The fundamental rune for earth magic was the hexagram, while that of wind magic was the crescent moon. Though Teacher Tung was a wind mage, her array inexplicably contained the earth element's hexagram. This was truly remarkable, a mystery beyond Zuo Yang's current understanding. The hexagram in my palm can actually emit energy to protect my soul. What a precious find. Today, I have finally uncovered another function of it. Zuo Yang glanced at the hexagram's imprint in his palm, feeling a surge of joy. This hexagram had altered his fate, transforming him from a talentless waste into an extraordinary being. Now, it could even withstand soul attacks, truly a divine artifact. It was impossible not to thrive with such a boon. Huh? Huiyin. Zuo Yang's expression shifted sharply as he realized Huiyin lacked such a miraculous artifact. Clutching his head in agony, Huiyin writhed in pain, crying out in torment. Shield of the Guardian Wind. Teacher Ting's turquoise gemstone ring glowed as she formed the corresponding magical array. At a first glance, the array appeared entirely turquoise, but upon closer inspection, hints of yellow could be discerned, emanating from the earth element hexagram. However, just as Teacher Tung was about to unleash her spell, an unforeseen event occurred. The pterosaur's sonic attack pierced the bus, assaulting their souls and inflicting unbearable pain on everyone, including the driver. The driver, merely a first-level warrior, was ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught of a fifth-level beast. The horrifying sound wave invaded his ears, mercilessly attacking his spirit, plunging him into agony beyond bearing that I in such a state. It was impossible for the driver to maintain focus. His hands abandoned the steering wheel as he clutched his ears, and ahead lay a treacherous curve. The bus veered off the road, crashing violently. The cabin crumpling, the engine rendered useless, and Teacher Tang's impending spell was interrupted as the bus was violently jolted. Many students lost consciousness, not only from the crash, but also from the sonic attack that had ravaged their souls. Misfortune indeed does not come alone. Teacher Tang's head throbbed painfully. Her hair was disheveled, and her forehead bore a bruise. Zuo Yang, assist the injured students, Teacher Tang commanded sharply. Turning to the cabin, she noticed Zuo and Zuo Yang still conscious. And without hesitation, she kicked open the bus door and leaped out. The pterosaur in the sky had zeroed in on the wrecked bus, preparing to strike again and obliterate it completely. Damn beast. I'm right here. Come at me. Teacher Tang shouted. Magic, Windblade. With a sweeping gesture of her hand, the magical array shimmered, unleashing a barrage of wind blades, each over a meter long, resembling curved knives, hurtling towards the pterosaur. Windblade, a second-level spell, allowed the release of wind blades to attack foes. A mid-level mage, fourth level. Teacher Tang could effortlessly produce multiple blades in rapid succession, while the power of the wind blades was insufficient to contend with a fifth-level beast. Their purpose was not to defeat the pterosaur, but to divert its attention. Zuo Yang's heart trembled as he discerned Teacher Tang's intentions through the shattered bus window. Despite his reservations about her, he couldn't help but feel a surge of respect at this moment. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless blades of wind struck the body of the pterosaur, producing a series of thunderous explosions. Although these wind blades were sharp magical attacks, they failed to inflict any damage upon the pterosaur, unable even to breach its skin defenses. The disparity in power between a second-tier magic and a fifth-tier beast was far too great, especially considering that Teacher Tang was merely a fourth-tier mage. Had she been a high-level sorcerer, even a basic spell would have unleashed formidable force that was akin to the difference between a knife wielded by an ordinary person and one held by a master martial artist. The resultant power would naturally differ vastly. Roar. The pterosaur, incensed by the futile attacks, was stirred to fury. The wind blades, though harmless, had effectively ignited its wrath. The audacity of that insignificant human to employ such juvenile magic against it was a provocation and an affront. Roar. The pterosaur charged towards Teacher Tang, its wings flapping violently, unleashing a tempest that swept down like an avalanche. Magic, flight technique. Teacher Tang had already inscribed the magical array in anticipation, the moment the gale approached. She unleashed it, enveloped by a gentle breeze that propelled her swiftly into the air. However, she dared not ascend too high, skimming the ground as she deftly evaded, successfully diverting the pterosaur's attention. The sonic attack from the pterosaur had primarily targeted the first bus, leaving the occupants of the latter two buses relatively unscathed. The two drivers remained alert, safely navigating the bend without incident. Not halt the vehicle. Continue forward that I will assist Teacher Tang in drawing the pterosaur's attention. Do not concern yourselves with me, declared Teacher Zhao from the second bus, instructing the driver to open the door and leap out as a fourth-tier warrior. He leaped from the speeding bus, his protective aura shielding him from harm. Simultaneously, a figure leapt from the third bus, none other than Teacher Ma, a fifth-tier warrior. The two men, in unison, made the same choice, joining forces with Teacher Tang to attract the pterosaur's focus and protect the children. Ma, shouted Teacher Zhao, no need for words that I am a fifth-tier warrior. My strength surpasses yours. I will aid Teacher Tang. You must rescue the children. Teacher Ma replied with an authoritative tone. Very well. Be cautious. Teacher Zhao nodded, recognizing that Teacher Ma's arrangement was the most prudent course of action, thus refraining from further comment. Whoosh! With a powerful push of his legs, Teacher Zhao shot towards the wrecked bus, intent on rescuing the injured children, while Teacher Ma surged with even greater speed towards the pterosaur. Inside the damaged bus, most students were injured and unconscious. Even those who remained awake were in a daze, with only Zuo Yang and Zuo maintaining clarity. Zuo Yang was shielded by the mystical six-pointed star in his palm, allowing him to stay alert, while Zuo, a mere second-tier warrior, surprisingly withstood the pterosaur's sonic assault without serious injury. Chapter 28. Magical Artifacts. Gently. Zuo Yang patted the cheek of Hao Yan, who stirred awake, his gaze unfocused. How are you? Hao Yan. Are you badly hurt? Zuo Yang inquired anxiously. Hao Yin took a moment to gather himself, murmuring, "I'm fine, just a terrible headache." As if my head might explode. Zuo Yang felt a wave of relief. At least Hao Yan's consciousness remained clear, suggesting the situation was not dire. Experiencing the sonic attack from the pterosaur had likely strained his soul, resulting in the headache. Zuo Yang, I cannot believe you endured the sonic attack from a fifth-tier beast and emerged unscathed. Your condition appears even better than mine. You must possess a remarkable protective magical artifact. Jia Zheng remarked, looking at Zuo Yang with newfound curiosity. Protective magical artifact? Zuo Yang suddenly understood. Magical artifacts are abbreviated as magic tools, encompassing items such as wands, magical armor, and enchanted jewelry, each serving different purposes. Some offer formidable protection, while others assist in cultivation or enhance spellcasting. Protective magical artifacts, as the name implies, are designed to offer defense against magical attacks. For instance, the azure gemstone ring worn by Teacher Ting aids in spellcasting. This knowledge formed the foundation of the magical world, which Zuo Yang had memorized thoroughly. With Jia Zheng's reminder, the realization struck him. How could Jia Zheng withstand the pterosaur's attack and remain so alert? He must possess a protective magical artifact that mitigates sonic damage, Zuo Yang surmised. His gaze fixating on a particular accessory adorning Jia Zheng's chest. It was a silver cross emblem, subtly radiating an enigmatic magical aura. Strikingly unique. It must be that silver cross emblem. Zuo Yang's pupils constricted slightly as he deduced that the emblem was indeed a protective magical artifact. Magical artifacts are classified into 4 tiers based on their rarity: bronze, mithril, gold, and sacred. Bronze artifacts can be acquired for a few tens of thousands of star coins, while mithril ones start at 1 million. Gold artifacts often command tens of millions, and sacred artifacts are so rare that they cannot be purchased even with vast wealth. Their value beyond comprehension. Zuo Yang's assessment was entirely accurate. The silver cross emblem on Jia Zheng was indeed a protective magical artifact, specifically of the mithril tier, after nearly being buried alive by Zuo Yang's earth trap spell. Jia Zheng had grasped the potency of magic and subsequently invested significantly to acquire the silver cross emblem, which cost over 1 million star coins and could substantially mitigate magical damage. This emblem was designed specifically for warriors, capable of autonomously storing magical energy and forming a protective barrier without requiring external magical input, which is why Jia Zheng could utilize it. Heh, you aren't lacking either. Zuo Yang smirked, neither confirming nor denying his own possession of a protective magical artifact. However, to Jia Zheng, this implied an acknowledgement. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for Zuo Yang's unscathed state, which was decidedly abnormal. Zuo Yang opted not to elaborate further. He needed to keep the existence of the 6-pointed star a secret. He speculated that the 6-pointed star might very well be a sacred magical artifact. Its worth beyond imagination. One must understand that possessing such a treasure could lead to dire consequences. As the saying goes, a man may be innocent, but possessing a gem is a crime. Should this secret be divulged, Zuo Yang would find even 1,000 lives inadequate to atone for the loss. The stakes were far too high. Teacher Zhao, Zuo Yang, and Jia Zheng were tending to the injured when Teacher Zhao entered the bus. You too are unscathed? Teacher Zhao looked incredulously at Zuo Yang and Jia Zheng, astonished at their well-being amidst the chaos, having endured the sonic attack from a 5th-tier beast and the bus veering off course with such force. It was remarkable that these two remained unharmed. We possess protective magical artifacts, which is why we are relatively unscathed. Jia Zheng explained it. I see. Teacher Zhao replied, understanding how the presence of protective magical artifacts could clarify their unusual condition. However, he mused, a protective magical artifact is not inexpensive. Teacher Zhao glanced at Zuo Yang with curiosity. While he could comprehend Jia Zheng's family wealth, Zuo Yang's modest background raised questions about how he could afford such an artifact. Little did he know, Zuo Yang's magical artifact was not purchased but a fortuitous gift from the heavens. Teacher Zhao, we should expedite the rescue of our classmates. It is unsafe to remain in this bus. Zuo Yang suggested, noting Teacher Zhao's lingering gaze filled with intrigue. Right, we must prioritize saving lives. You need not worry. I have already contacted the Yuqing City Guardian Squad. Reinforcements will arrive shortly, Teacher Zhao assured them. The City Guardian Squad? Zuo Yang and Jia Zheng exclaimed in surprise. The City Guardian Squad was a formidable force established specifically to combat magical beasts and safeguard the city, comprised of exceptionally skilled individuals revered as the protectors of humanity. Enjoying high status and honor, with the city guardian squad on their way, Zuo Yang and Jia Zheng felt a wave of relief wash over their tense nerves. All right, you two assist me. Let us hasten the rescue of our classmates. Teacher Zhao commanded. Understood. The two individuals nodded in unison and promptly began to assist the injured alongside Teacher Zhao. Several hundred meters away from the bus, Teacher Ting unleashed her flying magic, channeling all her magical energy as she soared through the air, narrowly evading the attacks of the pterosaur multiple times, drawing it further away. The pterosaur, enraged, unleashed a sonic wave attack, its relentless onslaught proving ineffective even against a mere insect, which was utterly infuriating. The terrifying sonic attack manifested as ripples, causing the very fabric of space to tremble, and suddenly struck downwards. Ah! Teacher Tung exclaimed, her expression contorted in pain. Despite exerting every ounce of her strength to evade, she was still caught by the sonic wave. And in an instant, unbearable agony overwhelmed her, interrupting her magical flight. With a powerful flap of its wings, the pterosaur descended violently, its two robust and razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Teacher Tung, an unstoppable force akin to the wrath of thunder. The full might of a fifth-level magical beast, the pterosaur, could easily crush steel, and should it land a blow, death would be inevitable. Teacher Tung gasped, her face drained of color, fear gripping her heart. With a furious roar, the ferocious pterosaur lunged down from the sky, its claws resembling the scythe of death as they reached for Teacher Tung. Terror engulfed her as her complexion paled, despair looming over her. In that critical moment, a figure appeared like a flash of lightning, interposing itself before Teacher Tung. Battle technique, Thunder Slash. In an instant, a cold, gleaming long blade sliced through the air, akin to a raging thunderbolt, meeting the pterosaur's descending claws with ferocious intent. Clang! The long blade clashed with the pterosaur's claws, producing a piercing sound, akin to striking steel, even sparking in the process. Teacher Ma, who had rushed over, was jolted by the tremendous recoil, staggering backward as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The figure that had appeared was none other than Teacher Ma, gripping a black-bladed long knife, his countenance grim as he stared at the gargantuan pterosaur above them. It was overwhelmingly powerful, as a fifth-level warrior. Even the mere shockwave from the collision was nearly unbearable. Although Teacher Ma was indeed a fifth-level warrior, the might of magical beasts far surpassed that of humans. In a direct confrontation, few could stand against them. Despite unleashing his full strength and executing the Thunder Slash, he still found himself unable to rival the pterosaur. The disparity was too great. However, the pterosaur was not unscathed. A half-meter-long wound had appeared on one of its claws, blood gushing forth. For a creature with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, a half-meter wound was trivial, merely a scratch. Yet the excruciating pain sent the pterosaur into a frenzy. Roaring in rage, the pterosaur ascended into the sky once more. Though furious, its instincts alerted it that this knife-wielding human posed a far greater threat than the female mage, having inflicted injury upon it. Truly, as a fifth-level magical beast, Teacher Ma's full power strike, even with the Thunder Slash, had only managed to break the surface of its skin, showcasing the beast's formidable defenses. Teacher Ma was alarmed, feeling his internal energy roiling, his arms numb and swollen. Delivering that strike against the pterosaur had been nothing short of grueling. Wizards could cast spells, while warriors utilized battle techniques. These techniques were essentially the application of combat energy, allowing warriors to unleash several times, or even dozens of times, their usual might through specific methods of execution. This was one of the key reasons warriors possessed explosive power that far exceeded that of wizards. The pterosaur's skin was exceptionally tough, its defense ranking just below that of armored beasts. Under normal circumstances, a fifth-level warrior would stand no chance against it. Teacher Ma had only managed to wound the pterosaur due to his use of the Thunder Slash. Yet, it was merely a wound, further illustrating the overwhelming strength of magical beasts. Teacher Ma, what brings you here? Teacher Tung exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Both Teacher Zhao and I have arrived. Teacher Zhao is rescuing the students, and I have come to assist you. By the way, we have already contacted the Yuqing City Guard, and help will be on the way shortly. Teacher Ma replied. That's wonderful news. We are saved. Teacher Tung exclaimed with delight. Hold your joy. This is an adult pterosaur. A 5th-level magical beast that my earlier strike barely broke its skin. Its defenses are formidable. Together, we may not be its match. For now, our only option is to delay until the city guard arrives, Teacher Ma stated sternly. Yes, we must buy time. Teacher Ma, your strength surpasses mine. I will assist you, Teacher Ting said, her heart racing as a wind mage. Her offensive capabilities were indeed formidable, but her supportive role could yield even greater benefits. Very well, assist me, Teacher Ma nodded, gripping the black-bladed long knife tightly. With a mighty flap of its wings, the pterosaur stirred a violent wind, circling ominously above Teacher Tung and Teacher Ma, casting a shadow over them that felt suffocating. The pterosaur locked onto the two, its jaws agape as it unleashed another sonic wave attack, waves of sound rippling outward, shaking the very air around them. Magic, speed, Teacher Tung extended her right hand, summoning a cyan glowing magic circle. Instantly casting the speed-enhancing spell, not upon herself, but upon Teacher Ma. Speed, one of the fundamental wind magic spells, could dramatically enhance one's velocity, and could be applied to others as well. A 5th-level warrior. Teacher Ma's explosive power and swift movement were already considerable, but with the wind magic enhancing his speed, he felt as if he were floating, enveloped by a gentle force. Whoosh! Teacher Ma merely swayed slightly before dashing forward. As swift as an arrow loosed from a bow, his speed had nearly doubled. It was no wonder he marveled at the capabilities of a wind mage. Teacher Ma surged forward. Another intricate magic circle appeared before Teacher Tung, illuminating with cyan light and radiating brilliance. Release, flight. The magic circle blazed forth, connecting with the heavens, conjuring a soft whirlwind around Teacher Tung. In the next moment, she glided effortlessly above the ground, narrowly evading the impending danger. Boom! The terrifying sonic wave enveloped the area, causing the very ground to tremble violently, shattering several long stones scattered about. What a terrifying sonic wave! It seems this pterosaur has been thoroughly incensed, Teacher Ma thought in astonishment. While Teacher Tung felt a twinge of envy, the sonic attack was also a form of wind magic, specifically an advanced spell. Only a 6th-level mage could execute such an attack, known as Sonic Burst. Such an impressive sonic attack. Alas, my talents are limited, and I fear I shall never be able to wield such wind magic in this lifetime. Teacher Ting sighed, a mix of admiration and melancholy in her voice. Roaring in fury, the pterosaur, having failed to strike its target, flapped its wings and accelerated towards Teacher Ma, its massive jaws revealed, lined with razor-sharp teeth, exuding a terrifying ferocity. It aimed to devour the human that had dared to wound it. The pterosaur's mouth was elongated and menacing. It was capable of crushing a truck in a single bite, let alone a human that if swallowed, death was certain. Faced with the pterosaur's monstrous jaws, Teacher Ma's blood surged with courage. You wish to consume me? Let us see whether your jaws are tougher than my blade. He charged forward, suddenly pivoting 180 degrees, hurtling towards the pterosaur. Battle technique. Thunder slash. The blade's chilling shadow sliced through the air like a flash of lightning. And in an instant, Teacher Ma found himself above the pterosaur's gaping maw. Swish! The black-bladed long knife descended upon the pterosaur's mouth with tremendous force, a strike imbued with the power of thunder. Unstoppable in its momentum. Yet, to his shock, the blade shattered upon impact with the pterosaur's jaws, unable to withstand their hardness. What? Teacher Ma's heart raced, his eyes widening in disbelief. Despite the long knife being a fine weapon, purchased for nearly 20,000 star coins, it had shattered so easily. How could its jaws be so incredibly tough? Teacher Ma felt a wave of dread wash over him as his weapon shattered into pieces. How could he possibly fight in such a state? A dull thud echoed as he was violently struck by the pterosaur, sending him sprawling through the air, dazed and bloodied, with several ribs surely broken. Like a ball ricocheting off the ground, he was hurled over 100 meters before crashing down, creating a substantial crater upon impact. With a fierce roar, the pterosaur flapped its wings, opened its gaping maw, and dove toward Teacher Ma, intent on devouring him. Magic, wind wall. Teacher Ting quickly gestured with her hands, conjuring a magical array about half a meter in size that materialized before her. This intricate array, adorned with runes of the wind, light, and earth elements, was far more complex than the Wind Guardian spell, radiating a brilliance that seemed eternal and mesmerizing. Release. Teacher Ting's gaze sharpened as the magical array erupted in a dazzling display of light. An immense quantity of wind elements surged forth, coalescing into a tempest that rapidly formed a formidable wall of wind. With a resounding boom, the wind wall shot up, standing nearly 20 meters high and 10 meters long. Its interior swirling with fierce gales like countless white ribbons. The sound of the wind was deafening, akin to the slicing of thousands of blades, emanating a powerful aura that shook the very earth around them. The wind wall, a fifth-tier magic, boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding frontal assaults from foes, while possessing a degree of lethality through the rapidly intertwining wind blades within. Teacher Ma was astounded. This spell was clearly the work of Teacher Tung. It was remarkable that a fourth-tier mage could wield fifth-tier magic. As the pterosaur charged furiously towards Teacher Ma, ready to consume him, it collided with the newly formed wind wall without the anticipated thunderous crash. Instead, it was as if it had plunged into a thick and dense spider's web, albeit one woven with countless cutting wind blades that not only ensnared but also sliced with astonishing sharpness. Though the pterosaur's hide was tough, not every part was equally resilient. Areas such as its abdomen and wing membranes lacked the fortitude of its claws and back. The wind blades intertwined and cut. Wounds appeared on these vulnerable spots, causing blood to spray forth. While these injuries were superficial and merely surface wounds, they still elicited a horrific howl from the pterosaur, which thrashed about in agony, desperately attempting to break free. Teacher Ma, are you injured? Teacher Tung, hovering low before him, noticed the bloodstains on his chest, her expression shifting to one of concern. I'm fine, just a couple of broken ribs that I won't die from this. Teacher Ma replied, pressing a hand against his chest as he rose to his feet. Sighing, he lamented, it's a pity about my black blade longsword. It's broken now. If only I had a titanium alloy sword. Today would not have been so dire. Titanium alloy is the highest quality material that can be produced in the Star continent, excelling in both hardness and flexibility. Weapons crafted from titanium alloy can effortlessly slice through bullets and are highly compatible with fighting energy, making them the ideal weapon material for warriors. However, their cost is exorbitant. Magical tools for mages are classified into 4 tiers: bronze, mithril, purple gold, and sacred, and the same classification applies to warriors' weapons. That a top-tier purple gold weapon can be worth billions of star coins. Teacher Ma's black blade longsword was valued at 20,000 star coins. Had it been a titanium alloy longsword, it would have been worth at least 1,000,000 star coins, easily capable of breaching the defenses of a 5th-tier magical beast. Unfortunately, you possess none such weapon. We should retreat for now. This wind wall won't hold it for long, Teacher Ting advised, aware that, as a 4th-tier mage, her wind wall's power was inferior to that of a 5th-tier mage. Over there is a patch of woods. If we can lure the pterosaur there, we might buy ourselves some time, Teacher Ma suggested, pointing to a nearby forest. Not good. Teacher Tung's expression suddenly changed. The pterosaur is about to break free. We must hurry. She hoisted Teacher Ma and activated her flight spell, soaring towards the trees. With a deafening roar, the pterosaur finally unleashed its fury, breaking free from the wind wall with a single powerful movement of its wings that stirred a tempest, obliterating the wall into fragments. The pterosaur's body was marred with blood, remnants of the wind wall's assault. Yet it was merely superficial damage, having no significant impact on its strength. If anything, it only served to enrage the beast further, its eyes turning a blood-red hue, radiating a terrifying aura. Run, that beast is going mad, Teacher Ma cautioned, glancing back in alarm. Teacher Tung, bearing Teacher Ma aloft, sped through the forest, desperately seeking refuge. The pterosaur pursued, entering a frenzied state, unleashing a sonic attack that reduced swathes of trees to mere dust. From above, the forest appeared to have a vast clearing, nearly 1/5 of its entirety ravaged. Teacher Tung and Teacher Ma cleverly utilized the trees for cover, evading the pterosaur's wrath. Roar, roar, roar. The pterosaur continued its furious cries from above, its eyes bloodshot with rage, furious that the 2 humans had managed to conceal themselves within the woods, utterly infuriating it, with powerful flaps of its wings. It summoned forth relentless gales, sweeping down upon the forest, the winds sharp as blades, shredding tree after tree into splinters. In mere moments, the entire forest lay flattened, not a single tree remaining intact. Chapter 31. Life or Death. At the mercy of fate. Boom, boom, boom. The trees fell victim to the savage winds, reduced to mere fragments in the blink of an eye. Not good. We must move. Teacher Ma and Teacher Tung exclaimed in horror. Utterly taken aback by the pterosaur's terrifying display of power, which had effortlessly decimated an entire forest, they desperately attempted to escape, fearing for their lives. But it was too late. The pterosaur's attack had been too sudden and violent. Leaving them no time to prepare, the furious wind blades descended upon them, engulfing the two in a torrent of destruction. Without hesitation, Teacher Ma stepped in front of Teacher Tung, bracing for the onslaught. The wind blades, sharper than any steel, sliced through his clothes and defenses with ease, leaving him grievously wounded. Countless blades, sharper than daggers, raked across Teacher Ma's body, each cut measuring nearly a foot in length, exposing flesh and blood that soaked his garments in crimson. Ah! Teacher Ma howled in agony, his face paling as he realized the severity of his injuries. Had he not utilized most of his fighting energy to shield his vital organs? This assault might have claimed his life. Wind Guardian, shield. Teacher Ting's heart raced as she hastily unleashed the wind protection spell that a magical array, adorned with crescent moon and six-pointed star runes, shimmered into existence, forming a semicircular barrier around them. This barrier, while appearing as a mere shield, was actually a dense, rapidly flowing weave of wind, intricately interlaced like silk, providing a sturdy defense. Swish, swish, swish. The furious wind blade struck the protective barrier, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. Though the pterosaur's attack was indeed powerful, its broad area of effect meant that the force was dispersed, and with both Teacher Ma and Teacher Ting sheltered together, the Wind Guardian held firm against the onslaught. Teacher Ma, hold on. Teacher Tung cried out in desperation, observing Teacher Ma's blood-soaked form, his face ashen and terrifying to behold. I can't go on. Leave me behind. You must hold off the beast until the city guard arrives, Teacher Ma uttered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to speak. Stop saying such foolishness. You will not die. You must endure, Teacher Tung shouted, her heart racing and panicked at that moment. The enraged pterosaur had spotted them, its wings beating fiercely as it swooped down, a harbinger of terror. Teacher Ma, gravely wounded, had lost much of his strength. And Teacher Tung, having exhausted her magical energy after casting several spells, including the strenuous fifth-tier wind wall, found herself nearly depleted, unable to muster even a semblance of magic. Teacher Tung, don't worry about me. You need to flee. Teacher Ma yelled desperately. Teacher Tung shook her head, forcing a faint smile. That I can't. My magical energy is completely spent. The heavy sorrow weighed upon Teacher Ma's heart, his countenance ashen. The rescue team from the city guard had yet to arrive. If the two of them perished, only Teacher Zhao would remain. How could he protect the children then? It was truly a lamentable fate for these unfortunate youths, who had yet to mature, destined to meet an untimely demise. Among this group of students, there were indeed a few promising talents. Should they flourish, they could become remarkable figures in the future. Alas, how tragic. Teacher Ma was engulfed in grief, mourning not only for his own potential demise, but also for the lives of the students, who were to suffer such a grim fate at the hands of a monstrous beast. Suddenly, a colossal pterosaur descended from the heavens, its wings unfurling to span over 10 meters, exuding an aura of ferocity. Its long, sharp beak gaped wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth, and before it even landed, a foul wind swept through the air, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Both teachers closed their eyes. They had done all they could, and now there was nothing more to be done. What? Teacher Ma, Teacher Tung, beside the wrecked bus, Teacher Zhao, along with Zuo Yang and Jia Zheng, had managed to evacuate all the students. The three of them were struck with horror upon witnessing the scene before them. They yearned to rescue their colleagues, but the distance was insurmountable. Even if they could somehow reach them, could the three of them, with their limited strength, save the two teachers? Their eyes widened in disbelief, and Zuo Yang clenched his fists so tightly that the knuckles turned pale from the strain. Such was the power of a level 5 beast, a stark reminder of the brutal law of nature. The weak are prey to the strong. Without sufficient strength, one could not only fail to protect others, but could hardly safeguard themselves. Strength was paramount. Everything relied on it. Without being formidable, one risked being mercilessly eliminated. The world was governed by the law of survival. A realm for the mighty. I must grow stronger. With a heart steeled like a blade and a gaze resolute, Zuo Yang underwent a profound awakening as he witnessed the imminent demise of his teachers. In that moment, he felt neither anger nor fear. Rather, he gained a clearer understanding of the essence of survival in this world. Strength reigns supreme. Without formidable power, one's life hangs by a thread. And death could come at any moment. Only with sufficient might could one carve out a space for oneself and one's family. In Zuo Yang's eyes, the enormous pterosaur lunged downward, its maw wide open, swallowing Teacher Ma and Teacher Tung whole. Blood spattered like a gruesome shower, raining down as they became mere sustenance within the beast's belly. Teacher Ma, Teacher Ting, watching helplessly as his colleagues were devoured. Teacher Zhao was overwhelmed with sorrow, fury, and an acute sense of helplessness. Jia Zheng stood frozen, his face pale, paralyzed by the horrific sight before him. Yet, Zuo Yang's expression remained largely unchanged. He merely appeared a touch more resolute. As if shedding the last remnants of his boyhood, in this moment of rebirth, he comprehended the world's essence more clearly than ever. This is bad. The pterosaur is coming our way. Teacher Zhao suddenly paled. He saw that, having satisfied its hunger with Teachers Ma and Tung, the monstrous creature had changed course and was now heading toward them. You too. Run. The farther you go, the better, Teacher Zhao shouted, turning to Zuo Yang and Jia Zheng with urgency. I will stay, Zuo Yang replied calmly, his voice devoid of fear. I want to stay too. Jia Zheng gritted his teeth. Although he felt fear, seeing Zuo Yang's steadfastness ignited his competitive spirit, compelling him not to flee. You are being foolish, Teacher Zhao shouted in exasperation, glaring at the two. What madness is this? If even Teachers Ma and Ting couldn't withstand that beast, do you think you can? Stay here and await your doom? Get out of here. Whether I stay or go is my choice. Life or death is in the hands of fate, Zuo Yang declared resolutely. Chapter 32. Teacher Zhao. Whether I stay or go is my choice. Life or death is in the hands of fate, Zuo Yang stated with calm conviction, his voice unwavering. Jia Zheng stared at Zuo Yang in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the person before him with the boy who had once tested at 0 in class 10 months ago. The disparity was staggering. In that instant, he recognized that Zuo Yang had transformed completely, particularly in his gaze, determined and cold, like a peerless sword gleaming with frost, piercing the heavens. You are being reckless, Teacher Zhao bellowed, fixing his gaze on Zuo Yang. What do you intend to achieve by staying? What can you accomplish without your life? Do you think fleeing now makes you a coward, afraid of death? Let me tell you. Once you are dead, nothing remains. Only by living is there hope. Now, hurry and leave. Whether I stay or go is my choice, Zuo Yang reiterated, his resolve unwavering. Teacher Zhao was at a loss for words. Dealing with a student like this was exhausting. And you? He turned sharply to Jia Zheng. I won't flee either. That pterosaur is evidently an adult, a level 5 beast. Even Teachers Ma and Tung fell to it. Even if I wished to escape, could I? Jia Zheng replied, now composed. Teacher Zhao's pupils constricted. Indeed, if even Teachers Ma and Tung had been devoured, how long could he endure against such a creature? The pterosaur was a level 5 beast. While he was merely a level 4 warrior, beasts were inherently stronger than humans, and with his limited strength, he would likely last only a few minutes at best. A few minutes. Zhao and Zuo Yang, even if they managed to separate and flee, could not outrun the pterosaur's wingspan. In the end, they would meet the same fate. Rather than perish in vain, it was better to fight to the death. With this thought, Teacher Zhao regarded Zuo Yang with newfound respect, astonished by the boy's composure in the face of a level 5 beast and death itself. He felt a twinge of inadequacy as a teacher. Very well, let us prepare to fight to the death. To clash with a level 5 beast is worth dying for, Teacher Zhao resolved, no longer urging Zuo Yang and Jia Zheng to flee. With the strength of a level 5 beast, escape was indeed futile. The massive pterosaur flapped its wings, blotting out the sun as it approached, its ferocious presence stirring the air. Let us retreat further. So as not to endanger the injured students, Teacher Zhao advised, surrounded by unconscious and wounded students. The consequences of the pterosaur's arrival were all too clear. Agreed. Zuo Yang and Jia Zheng nodded in unison. The three of them swiftly made their way to a safer distance, moving with remarkable speed. Though Zuo Yang was an earth mage, his body had been nurtured by earth elements, granting him physical prowess comparable to that of a novice warrior. Zuo Yang, an earth mage, is keeping pace with me and Teacher Zhao. Jia Zheng marveled, taken aback. Run, the pterosaur is on our tail, Teacher Zhao shouted, as the beast locked onto their position, its massive wings propelling it forward. Wind howling in its wake, a level 4 warrior. Teacher Zhao's speed surpassed that of Zuo Yang and Jia Zhang. He swiftly grabbed both of them, propelling them forward with even greater speed. Impressive, this speed is almost like flying, Zuo Yang thought. As the scenery blurred past him, the rush of wind roaring in his ears that a novice warrior is classified as level 3, while levels 4 to 6 denote intermediate warriors. Teacher Zhao was indeed an intermediate warrior. However, no matter how fast he could not outrun a level 5 beast. Within moments, the massive shadow cast by the pterosaur enveloped them. Suddenly, sound waves, palpable and tangible, rippled downward. Damn it, it caught up so quickly. Teacher Zhao's face paled. The pterosaur's sonic attack was now locked onto them. With his speed, he could not evade it. You too. Run. Teacher Zhao shouted, channeling his strength into his arms, hurling Zuo Yang and Jia Zhang away from him. Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao. The two individuals were taken aback, both presuming that Teacher Zhao was prepared to fight alongside them. To their astonishment, he intended for them to escape first. Suddenly, a terrifying sonic wave attack struck, hurling them away. Teacher Zhao, a level 4 warrior, could easily toss massive boulders, let alone two people. With a powerful throw, Zuo Yang and Jia Zhang found themselves completely unable to control their flight, being flung outwards just as the dreadful sonic attack descended upon them. The piercing sound seemed intent on tearing their souls apart, while the high-frequency vibrations threatened to obliterate their very bodies, causing their muscles, bones, organs, and even blood to feel as though they might explode from unbearable agony. Teacher Zhao cried out to the heavens, his expression one of excruciating pain, blood seeping from his ears, eyes, and nostrils, presenting a horrifying sight that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. A level 4 warrior. He was fortunate to endure such an attack. A mere ordinary person would likely be reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Magic, flying rock technique. Zuo Yang, quick on the uptake, unleashed his magic the moment he was thrown. He extended his hands, and simultaneously, a 6-pointed star magic array materialized above his palms. In the next instant, a flurry of sounds erupted, whoosh, 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 as a dozen small stones, akin to marbles, shot forth towards the pterosaur. The pterosaur, a level 5 beast, was far beyond the capabilities of Zuo Yang, a mere level 2 magician. These small stones could hardly inflict harm on the creature. They would barely be sufficient to tickle its hide. However, Zuo Yang's target was not the beast's body, but rather its eyes, given the pterosaur's immense size. The stones were akin to grains of sand, yet the sensation of sand entering one's eyes is never pleasant. Roaring, the pterosaur ceased its sonic assault, squinting its eyes in discomfort as it veered away, blinded by the grains of sand. Chapter 33, Flight. The pterosaur, driven by fury, lunged towards Zuo Yang, its gaze filled with wrath as it recognized him as the wretched human responsible for disrupting its vision with magic. Zuo Yang and Jia Zhang had been flung nearly 100 meters before they landed. Jia Zhang, a level 2 warrior, and Zuo Yang, possessing commendable physical prowess, managed to stabilize their fall gracefully. It's targeting me. You must flee. Zuo Yang called to Jia Zhang before turning and sprinting away. Jia Zhang squinted his eyes, his emotions a tumultuous mix. The proud warrior found himself relying on Zuo Yang for survival. A blow to his self-esteem. The massive form of the pterosaur swept past Jia Zhang, creating a fierce wind as it pursued Zuo Yang. Ignoring Jia Zhang entirely, the beast, the humans below seemed no more significant than ants. It intended to eliminate Zuo Yang first before turning its wrath upon the others. Zuo Yang's attack on its eyes had ignited its fury. The intellect of magical beasts is generally low, and the mind of a level 5 beast is akin to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Whoever angered it would surely face death. Damn it. Teacher Zhao gritted his teeth, his body swaying dangerously, filled with dread after narrowly escaping. The power of a level 5 beast's attack was indeed terrifying. Thankfully, Zuo Yang had managed to divert the pterosaur, giving him a chance to escape, or else his body would have been obliterated by the sonic assault. Where are the reinforcements from the city defense team? Teacher Zhao thought anxiously, seeing the pterosaur relentlessly pursuing Zuo Yang, while he himself was rendered incapable of fighting. Surviving a direct hit from a level 5 beast was already a stroke of luck. With a powerful flap of its wings, the pterosaur soared above Zuo Yang, opening its massive jaws and diving downward. intent on consuming him whole. So fast. Zuo Yang felt a jolt of dread, every nerve in his body taut. His focus razor dashed sharp that moment. Even if he exerted every ounce of his strength, he was uncertain if he could survive. He couldn't afford to lose concentration. Flying rock technique. Zuo Yang spread his fingers. The six-pointed star magic array flickering into existence as a football-sized stone lifted into the air, propelled towards the pterosaur's eyes under his control. The pterosaur's skin was as tough as armor, impervious to harm. Even Master Ma, a level 5 warrior, struggled to pierce its defenses with a blade. Zuo Yang's current strength was merely sufficient to scratch the surface. Thus, he aimed for the creature's eyes, the most vulnerable part of its anatomy. Even for a level 5 beast, the advantage of a magician over a warrior lies in their ability to attack from a distance. Zuo Yang could manipulate the flying stone, whereas Jia Zheng would likely fall before even reaching the beast. The flying rock technique was the spell Zuo Yang had mastered most thoroughly, allowing him to control it with precision, as if swatting away mosquitoes. He maneuvered the stone in a perfect arc, striking from a cleverly deceptive angle towards the pterosaur's eyes. Despite its colossal size and rapid flight speed, the pterosaur lacked agility for small, quick movements. As another slightly larger grain of sand approached, it instinctively closed its eyes in irritation. Bang! The stone struck the pterosaur's coarse eyelid, shattering upon impact, yet leaving the lid unscathed. Nevertheless, Zuo Yang's objective had been achieved. With its eyes shut, the beast's aim faltered, allowing Zuo Yang to dodge the razor-sharp teeth that threatened to rend him. The massive form of the pterosaur skimmed the ground, narrowly missing Zuo Yang's back, sending a gust of wind that stirred up dust and debris. Zuo Yang pressed himself against the earth, nearly lifted off the ground by the ferocious wind, his heart racing as he sensed the overwhelming fury of the level 5 beast. He had narrowly escaped becoming the pterosaur's meal. Move. Zuo Yang scrambled to his feet, changing direction to continue his frantic flight. A level 2 magician, confronting a level 5 beast head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. His only option was to buy time, even if it was just for an additional minute. The members of the city defense team were elite warriors, and he hoped that by holding out a little longer, help would arrive. In the face of a level 5 beast, escape seemed impossible. All hope for survival rested on the reinforcements from the city defense team. This formidable unit existed in every city, dedicated to repelling magical beast incursions and safeguarding urban safety. Their strength being well-known. It was said that the weakest official member of the city defense team was at least a level 6 warrior. Roaring in fury, the pterosaur was thoroughly enraged by the relentless assaults on its eyes. After circling overhead, it changed course, lunging once more at Zuo Yang. This time, it did not descend but instead flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of razor winds aimed at the ground below. It sought to shred the wretched human into pieces. The wind blades, sharp as knives, cascaded down like a storm of blades, threatening to obliterate everything in their path. This is bad. Zuo Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He could not withstand such a fearsome attack, and given his speed, there was no way to evade unless he could fly. What to do? What to do? Panic surged within him, the urgency of life and death pressing down, forcing his mind into overdrive as he sought every possible means to survive. The speed and scope of this storm of blades were too great. At his current pace, there was no way to escape without the ability to fly. Zuo Yang racked his brain, realizing that none of the spells he had learned thus far were defensive. The Earth Magic defensive spell, Earth Armor, was intermediate level, and even if he wished to learn it now, it was beyond his capability. The Shrinking spell, a high-level magic for escape, was also beyond his reach. Fly. Suddenly, inspiration struck Zuo Yang. Though he had never attempted it before, desperate times called for desperate measures. Flying rock technique. He summoned the six-pointed star magic array, and a stone the size of a soccer ball lifted from the ground beside him. Soaring away. With remarkable speed, Zuo Yang leaped and grasped the stone tightly, just as it passed him. In the next moment, the stone, with Zuo Yang in tow, hurtled through the air, landing 3 to 4 dozen meters away. Thud. Zuo Yang crashed to the ground, the force of the stone's launch nearly breaking his arms from the impact, pain shooting through him. Wow, this actually works. Teachers Zhao and Jia Zheng, witnessing the multitude of wind blades descending, were certain Zuo Yang could not escape. Their hearts raced to their throats, astonished as Zuo Yang employed such an ingenious escape to evade certain doom. This method is truly extraordinary. Chapter 34, City Hunter. Wow, this actually works. Mr. Zhao and Jia Zheng were utterly astonished, left speechless and captivated by Zuo Yang's extraordinary ingenuity. Utilizing the flying rock technique to evade the attacks of the pterosaur was nothing short of a stroke of genius. With another failed assault, the pterosaur became increasingly enraged, its massive form circling in the air before changing direction and charging once more at Zuo Yang. Though the pterosaur's enormous body boasted a wingspan exceeding 10 meters and its speed was remarkable, its agility in confined spaces was limited. Thus, Zuo Yang only needed to alter his trajectory, forcing the beast to make a wide turn in pursuit, granting him precious moments to breathe. The pterosaur unleashed a terrifying sound wave attack, causing the air to ripple as if it were tangible, enveloping Zuo Yang in a cacophonous assault that reverberated through the very fabric of space. Flying rock technique, drawing from his previous experience, Zuo Yang executed his plan with precision. In an instant, a six-pointed star magic array flickered into existence. His right hand gestured, and a stone soared into the air, propelled like a cannonball, with swift reflexes. Zuo Yang grasped the stone with both hands, catching another ride on the wind and hurtling away. The sound wave attack possessed a range of over 10 meters, while Zuo Yang's flight spanned several dozen meters, allowing him to escape the assault with remarkable speed and agility before the waves of sound could reach him. The only downside was the overwhelming force with which the stone was launched, causing his arms to ache painfully. Fortunately, his physical resilience held, or else he might have risked injuring himself. The pterosaur, with its massive frame, struggled to change direction, while Zuo Yang, riding the currents of the flying rock technique, could shift his course in an instant, rendering the beast unable to lock onto him. Roar! 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 The pterosaur, seething with fury, its eyes aflame, let out a series of enraged roars, perceiving Zuo Yang as an insufferable pest, like a fly darting back and forth. Evading its grasp, Mr. Zhao and Jia Zheng were both left in a state of disbelief. A mere boy, yet to graduate from middle school, was toying with a fifth-level magical beast. Who would believe such a tale? While onlookers found the scene effortless, Zuo Yang's heart raced, his nerves taut. He was dancing on the edge of a knife, and one misstep could spell disaster. He dared not be careless. Boom! The pterosaur flapped its wings, unleashing a howling tempest that generated a barrage of wind blades, tearing the ground asunder. However, Zuo Yang, already airborne with his stone, had anticipated the onslaught. The pterosaur's blood-red eyes blazed with primal rage, its fury reaching a fever pitch as it found itself outmaneuvered by the infuriating human below. In a fit of rage, it abandoned its pursuit of Zuo Yang and charged directly at Mr. Zhao and Jia Zheng. If it could not vanquish this detestable fly, it would feast upon other humans instead. Magic, flying rock technique. With the pterosaur shifting its target, Zuo Yang felt a jolt of urgency. He unleashed the flying rock technique, hoping to provoke the beast into redirecting its ire back at him. Yet, his attack struck the pterosaur with no discernible effect. Its thick hide remained unscathed. More critically, the beast had entirely forsaken Zuo Yang, rendering any attempts to incite its wrath futile. This is bad. The pterosaur is heading our way. Mr. Zhao and Jia Zheng paled, knowing they lacked Zuo Yang's evasive capabilities. As Zuo Yang danced around the pterosaur, Jia Zheng had moved to Mr. Zhao's side, and upon witnessing the beast's charge, a chill gripped his heart. With Mr. Zhao gravely injured and devoid of combat prowess, and Jia Zheng only a second-level warrior, they were all but destined to be obliterated, with no opportunity for retaliation. Zuo Yang, though anxious, felt powerless to assist. Roar! The pterosaur emitted a deafening roar as it descended upon Mr. Zhao and Jia Zheng, its jaws agape, intent on devouring them whole. The palpable aura of death emanating from the beast rendered their faces ashen. At that moment, unless a miracle intervened, escape seemed impossible. Are we to perish? Both men felt a profound despair wash over them. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted across the heavens, a singular, unmatched sword light soaring upward like a celestial river, its velocity unparalleled, reaching them in an instant. This radiant blade was so luminous that it dimmed the very world around it, exuding an imposing force that cleaved the fearsome pterosaur in twain. Stunned, in that fleeting moment, Zuo Yang, Mr. Zhao, and Jia Zheng stood transfixed, their minds racing to comprehend the sheer might displayed before them. A mere stroke of sword energy had felled a fifth-level magical beast. The pterosaur scarcely had time to react. its formidable defenses crumbling like parchment under the onslaught. Unbelievable! The pterosaur was severed from its brow, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, its immense carcass quaking the earth. Blood and entrails spilling forth in a gruesome display. The stench of death overwhelming Mr. Zhao and Jia Zheng were utterly flabbergasted, unable to fathom the magnitude of such power, who had unleashed this sword light. And what might their strength entail? Had the city guard arrived? Zuo Yang too was awestruck. The celestial sword light traversing the firmament seemed to suspend time itself, sending shivers down his spine. A sudden, piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of an extraordinary avian creature that soared with a speed surpassing even that of the fifth-level pterosaur, swiftly approaching, with the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle. It was a sixth-level magical beast, Griffin. Zuo Yang's heart raced. Had he not seen a man seated atop this noble creature, he might have cursed his luck for encountering two magical beasts upon stepping outside. However, it was evident that this griffin was a steed, unlikely to attack humans indiscriminately. Though magical beasts are often ferocious and brutal, they possess a modicum of intelligence. Powerful humans can indeed tame them. Yet, most magical beasts would rather die than serve as a human's mount. Subduing them requires not only strength but also a stroke of fortune. The man atop the griffin, capable of taming such a formidable creature, was undoubtedly a figure of immense power. Zuo Yang scrutinized the man, who appeared to be in his 40s, of average height and unremarkable features. Were it not for his position atop the griffin, Zuo Yang would never have believed him to be a formidable expert. Thank you for your timely rescue. May I inquire if you are part of the city guard? Mr. Zhao expressed his gratitude promptly. The city guard, the man, seated regally on the back of the majestic griffin, shook his head with a smile. I am a city hunter, a freelancer, and have no affiliation with the city guard. That I happened upon your plight and intervened purely by chance. Encountering a fifth-level magical beast was merely a fortunate bonus. He chuckled heartily, reaching down to grasp a glimmering object that had flown from the severed head of the pterosaur, the magical beast crystal core. Zuo Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a turquoise, crystal-like object, roughly the size of an infant's fist, radiant and luminous, emanating waves of pulsating energy. Clearly a valuable treasure. The magical beast crystal core is regarded as the most precious item within a beast's body, essential for storing energy and connecting with the elemental forces of nature. For humans, the significance of these cores is immense, and the more advanced the beast, the greater their worth. The crystal core from this fifth-level pterosaur could fetch upwards of 300,000 star coins. As Zuo Yang approached the now dismembered pterosaur's remains, unbeknownst to anyone, a wisp of ethereal white light emerged from the beast's colossal carcass. This elusive white glow was imperceptible to all, but had anyone been able to see it, they would have discerned the faint outline of a diminutive pterosaur, its eyes filled with terror, struggling as if faced with the most dreadful of fates. That it was the soul of the pterosaur. Logically, upon death, a soul should dissipate, yet now it soared forth, rapidly darting towards Zuo Yang's right hand as if caught in a powerful pull, unable to escape. Though it seemed slow, everything transpired in an instant. The white glow flickered, vanishing into the palm of Zuo Yang's hand. The six-pointed star mark on his palm shimmered faintly, enhancing its air of mystery. Why does my palm feel suddenly itchy? Zuo Yang pondered. Yet he did not dwell on it, as his attention was consumed by the city hunter atop the griffin, oblivious to the extraordinary event that had just transpired. As for the others, even if they had wished to perceive it, they would have been unable to do so. A city hunter, indeed. Teacher Zhao was somewhat taken aback by the identity of this individual. City hunters, akin to bounty hunters, exist solely for the purpose of earning rewards by vanquishing city-invading monsters or the most heinous of threats to urban safety. Alas, if only this person had arrived a little sooner, both Teacher Tung and Teacher Zhao might have been spared from being devoured. The heavy heart burdened Zhao as he expressed his gratitude. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance. Merely an act of convenience. There is no need for thanks. Farewell, the man replied with a hearty demeanor. With that, he patted his seated griffin, which let out a resounding cry before soaring into the sky, disappearing from sight in an instant. Teacher Zhao, how are your injuries? Zuo Yang approached, casting a concerned glance at Zhao. Thanks to your timely diversion of the pterosaur, I am holding up well. Zhao expressed his heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that without Zuo Yang's cleverness in stalling for time, they would have long been consumed by the creature. "Thank you, Zuo Yang," Jia Zheng, though reluctant to admit it, interjected coolly, recognizing that Zuo Yang's performance today far surpassed his OWNIT last. The members of the city guard arrived. Zhao lifted his gaze towards the distant sky and remarked suddenly. Both Zuo Yang and Jia Zheng followed his line of sight. Chapter 35. Long Tianqing. As Zuo Yang and Jia Zheng looked upwards, they spotted a helicopter approaching, adorned with a striking emblem, a shield crossed by two swords, symbolizing power and protection. That emblem was unmistakably that of the city guard. It became clear to Zuo Yang that not everyone possessed a monstrous steed. Even the city guard relied on helicopters, he mused inwardly. Zuo Yang's assumptions were not far from the truth. To tame a magical beast as a mount required not only formidable strength, but also a stroke of fortune, something not all could achieve. Unlike that city hunter, given the helicopter's speed, its late arrival was understandable. Had they ridden flying beasts, they would have at least saved half the time. Before long, the helicopter landed, its rotors buzzing and stirring up a cloud of dust. Two middle-aged men disembarked, striding towards Teacher Zhao, Zuo Yang, and Jia Zheng. Each bore a long blade on their backs, their gazes sharp and exuding an aura of formidable strength, unmistakably indicating their prowess. This fierce demeanor was honed through years of battling magical beasts. Such an essence could only be forged in the crucible of life and death. Notably, the uniforms of the two men bore several stars, one adorned with 4, the other with 5. That upon approaching Zhao, Zuo Yang, and Jia Zheng, they remained silent, their eyes drawn to the severed corpse of the pterosaur, astonishment etched on their faces that a single strike to slay it. "A true master," murmured the man with 5 stars. Narrowing his eyes, members of the city guard were officially ranked warriors. At least level 6, they immediately discerned that this level 5 pterosaur had been slain by a sword attack, its body cleaved in two with smooth, even wounds, a feat only achievable by a level 7 warrior. Given the pterosaur's considerable size, indicating it was an adult, the one who had vanquished it must be at least a high-level warrior. Levels 1 to 3 were considered novice, 4 to 6 intermediate, and 7 to 9 advanced. The gazes of the two warriors then shifted to Zhao, Zuo Yang, and Jia Zheng. It was clear to them that none of these three had dealt the fatal blow to the pterosaur. "Who was responsible for slaying this beast?" asked the man with 5 stars. Directing his query at Zhao.it was a city hunter who happened to pass by, who struck down the pterosaur and saved our lives. Zhao explained. "A city hunter? Did he leave a name?" The man inquired further. Zhao shook his head. "I asked, but he did not disclose it. He was riding a griffin. A griffin." Both warriors were taken aback, a name immediately surfacing in their minds. Long Tianqing, a city hunter with a griffin mount. Only one individual met such criteria. "Oh, you know this person's name?" Zhao pressed. "The one who saved you must be the esteemed Long Tianqing. You are indeed fortunate to have him intervene on your behalf." One warrior responded, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Long Tianqing, a figure second only to those of the holy domain in strength, was a being of unimaginable power, undoubtedly deserving of a place at the pinnacle. General Long Tianqing. Zhao's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing the truth. The name Long Tianqing resonated profoundly within him. A legendary figure known for his martial prowess. It was said that he had lost his parents at a young age, yet taught himself, mastering his abilities through sheer determination. By the age of 30, he had reached the pinnacle, having challenged and defeated 15 formidable opponents without a single loss. A true master among masters. Enough, such figures are beyond your reach. The mere fact he chose to save you is already a stroke of luck, the warrior with 5 stars remarked, casting a distant glance at the numerous students lying by the wrecked bus. "What is the status of your casualties?" he inquired further. "Among us 3 teachers, apart from myself, Teacher Tung and Teacher Ma, have tragically perished, consumed by the pterosaur. The students suffered severely from the creature's sonic attack, their souls deeply wounded. Thankfully, their lives are not in danger. Alas, if only you had arrived sooner," Zhao lamented, a hint of grievance in his tone. Having encountered a level 5 pterosaur and only losing 2 is a miracle. The warrior with 5 stars scoffed. "The city guard has its own responsibilities. If you have any grievances, you may address them to our superiors. Now that the pterosaur has been dealt with, our mission is complete. We will arrange for subsequent personnel to assist the injured. Farewell," the other man stated, turning to leave. "Wait a moment," Zhao called out. "What is it?" The warrior with 5 stars replied coldly. Today is the day of the entrance examination. Might I trouble you to take my 2 students to the examination venue? If they miss today, they will have to wait another year, and time is of the essence for them, Zhao implored. Gazing earnestly at the warrior adorned with 5 stars, Zuo Yang and Jia felt a surge of anxiety. The once-a-year examination would not be postponed for their sake. Missing today would mean waiting until next year. Time waits for no one. After a moment's hesitation, the man glanced at Zuo Yang and Jia, seemingly recalling his own youthful days, and nodded. Very well. Since it's on the way, I shall take you along. You too, follow us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Zhao expressed his gratitude profusely. Zuo Yang and Jia felt a weight lift from their hearts, grateful beyond measure. Indeed, the thought of missing this year's examination was unbearable. Well, we shouldn't waste the corpse of this magical beast either. The man with 5 stars glanced at the massive remains of the pterosaur. With a swift wave of his hand, the colossal body vanished into thin air. As if by magic, Zuo Yang was taken aback, realizing that the man must possess a spatial magical artifact. Spatial magical artifacts, like other magical tools, were categorized as magical equipment but were far more precious due to their relation to space. The crafting techniques were extraordinary, and those capable of creating such artifacts were exceedingly rare, making them much scarcer and more expensive than other magical tools. Even a bronze-level spatial magical artifact would cost upwards of 1,000,000 star coins. While comparable magical tools of other types might only be priced at several tens of thousands, illustrating the staggering difference in value. Chapter 36. The examination begins. Buzz. 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 The helicopter's rotors whirred rapidly, producing a thunderous sound as Zuo Yang and Jia boarded the city guard's helicopter en route to Yuqing City, arriving above the city in no time. What school is your examination center? Inquired the man with 5 stars. Hongbei High School, Zuo Yang replied. Are both of you attending Hongbei High School? The man asked again. Yes, Zuo Yang nodded. All students' examination centers had been randomized, and coincidentally, both he and Jia were set to take the exam at Hongbei High School. That simplifies things. We can make a single trip to Hongbei High School. The man chuckled effortlessly, then skillfully maneuvered the helicopter towards Hongbei Secondary School. Within mere minutes, they found themselves hovering above the institution. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the helicopter's communication system, alerting, Dao Lang, suspicious individuals from the crime city have been spotted at the Dingxing building in Pingshan District. Proceed to investigate. Acknowledge receipt. Both Zuo Yang and Jia were taken aback. They understood that the so-called crime city was, in fact, the very heart of the abyss of darkness, a haven for nefarious characters where the most vile individuals resided, lawless, extreme in nature, and ruthless in their methods. The crime city, the core of the abyss of darkness, lay beyond the Beast Mountain range. How could these individuals have appeared here? Zuo Yang pondered in astonishment. The Beast Mountain range, often referred to as the Beast Forest, spanned nearly the entirety of the Starry Mark continent, a realm dominated by magical beasts, deemed a forbidden zone for humans. The abyss of darkness lay on the other side of this mountain range. Making the appearance of its denizens in Yuqing City utterly inconceivable, was something significant about to transpire. While Zuo Yang's mind raced with conjectures, the man adorned with 5 stars on his chest responded, Dao Lang acknowledges. Proceeding to investigate immediately, after concluding his communication, he took a breath, glanced back at Zuo Yang and Jia with a grin, and remarked, Another mission has come up. Fortunately, I've delivered you to your destination. Once your strength reaches that of a mid-level warrior, I would be delighted to recommend you for the city guard. Haha. Thank you. We will consider it, Zuo Yang replied earnestly. Joining the city guard was indeed a commendable option. Official members of the city guard were at least level 6 warriors, yet they also trained their own recruits, allowing those who reached mid-level warrior status to apply for membership, albeit after undergoing a series of rigorous tests and evaluations. The personnel of the city guard were predominantly warriors, with few mages among them, as powerful mages held a significantly higher status and could easily pursue better career paths. The helicopter gradually descended, hovering over a clearing in front of the campus. As Zuo Yang and Jia disembarked, it took off into the sky. At that moment, a multitude of students had gathered on campus, all present for the examination, and they were astonished to witness a helicopter land. Who are those two, that they warrant a helicopter's escort? One youth in the crowd expressed enviously. This is no ordinary helicopter. Did you not see the insignia on its body? That is the exclusive emblem of the city guard, another chimed in. The city guard, the surrounding individuals scrutinized the helicopter's fuselage closely, confirming it indeed bore the city guard's insignia. How did they manage to have personnel from the city guard escort them? What an impressive privilege. Who knows? They might be of significant standing, or perhaps there are other reasons. Students conversed in small groups. Attention, examinees. Attention, examinees. Please follow the event staff to the physical education hall to queue for the talent test. I repeat, examinees, please follow the event staff to the physical education hall to queue for the talent test. The campus broadcast suddenly resonated, incessantly repeating the same two statements. The throng of students gathered on campus, awaiting their examinations, promptly moved towards the staff clad in uniforms. The test is about to commence. We should hurry over, Zuo Yang suggested. Agreed. Zuo Yang nodded, and the two approached a staff member, forming a line as requested. There were 10 staff members in total, leading the students into 10 lengthy queues as they proceeded towards the school's physical education hall. With so many students needing testing, only a gymnasium could possibly accommodate them. There are truly so many. Zuo Yang marveled at the 10 lines resembling serpents. Combined, the queues numbered at least 1,000 individuals. With nearly 30,000 candidates across Yuching City, it's not surprising to see such a turnout at our examination site. Zuo Yang replied calmly. Zuo Yang was taken aback. He had not realized there were nearly 30,000 candidates citywide. The physical education hall was exceedingly spacious, likely able to accommodate over 10,000 individuals without issue. The 10 queues entered, forming 10 long lines. Each student eager and ready for the test. At the front of each line sat a table, upon which rested 2 crystal orbs, one red and one purple, alongside electronic devices designated for recording student information and results. The instructors responsible for testing were verifying the equipment. Soon, the testing began, with students approaching one by one. Huang Ku, affinity with the water element, level 6. Feng Shuang Shuang, affinity with the powers of heaven and earth. Level 3. Wang Liang, affinity with the powers of heaven and earth. Level 4. The 10 lines commenced testing almost simultaneously, with students stepping forward in succession, first confirming their personal details, then testing their abilities, and finally verifying their results before departing to prepare for the next examination. Although the number of students appeared overwhelming, dividing them into 10 lines meant each queue contained just over 100 individuals, and each test was brief. The swiftest could complete it in a minute. Thus, the entire testing process progressed rapidly, and within an hour, it was Zuo Yang's turn. The testing instructor, youthful and no older than 30, directly requested, "Your examination permit and identification card." Zuo Yang handed over his examination permit and ID. And after verifying his information, he commenced the test. The red crystal orb measured affinity with the powers of heaven and earth, while the purple orb gauged affinity with the 7 elemental forces. Zuo Yang placed his hand directly on the purple crystal orb. "I am now a super spirit body. If not controlled, my affinity with the earth element would undoubtedly be at level 10. Which seems rather exaggerated. Up to now, the highest recorded talent appears to be only level 8. So I should maintain a low profile to avoid future complications." Zuo Yang mused internally that a super spirit body would guarantee a talent level of 10. But the reverse was not necessarily true. Possessing a level 10 talent did not automatically signify one was a super spirit. Such beings were exceedingly rare, with only a few documented cases throughout history. Just 10 months prior, Zuo Yang had possessed a talent level of 0. If he were to suddenly reveal a level 10 talent now, it would certainly raise alarm, and he might be seized by research institutions for experimentation. The secret of the hexagram must remain concealed at all costs. Very well, level 8 it is. Such a talent level is already quite impressive and should suffice to gain me admission to Yuching No. 1 High School, Zuo Yang resolved. Chapter 37. Ji Feier. Zuo Yang placed both hands on the purple crystal orb, gently closing his eyes. With a slight attunement, the orb began to emanate a yellow glow. 1 hexagram, 2 hexagrams, 3 hexagrams, 6 hexagrams appeared in rapid succession upon the purple crystal orb, and in under 10 seconds, 6 dazzling hexagrams were visible. The young instructor in charge of testing, along with the students waiting behind, observed the orb's transformations with widening eyes. Zuo Yang stood behind Zuo Yang, more concerned than anyone else about Zuo Yang's talent level at this moment. 10 months prior, Zuo Yang had been a talentless individual. How had he managed to showcase such strength now? What level had his talent truly reached? This was the question Zuo Yang yearned to unravel. Wow, the yellow glow signifies earth element affinity, and he has already manifested 6 hexagrams. His talent level is extraordinarily high, exclaimed someone from the queue. The higher the talent level, the faster hexagrams appeared on the crystal orb. Thus, the speed at which the hexagrams emerged provided a rough estimate of an individual's talent level. Zuo Yang, being a super spirit body, more precisely, an earth element super spirit, was intrinsically a part of the earth element itself. Consequently, when his affinity with the earth element was tested, the hexagrams naturally appeared in rapid succession. Moreover, this was the result of his deliberate control. Had he not exercised restraint, the hexagrams would have emerged at an even faster pace. In a mere breath, the 7th hexagram manifested, heightening the tension among onlookers. The young instructor responsible for testing could not help but hold his breath. 7 hexagrams have already appeared, and the glow shows no signs of waning. This talent must be at least level 8. Up to this point, among all the candidates tested, only 4 or 5 had exhibited level 8 talent. What if this student were to apply to our Hongbei Secondary School? The talents of level 6 are relatively common, and level 7 is also not particularly extraordinary. However, talents of level 8 are exceedingly rare. Provided there are no unforeseen circumstances, one is bound to become a formidable force in the future, especially since Zuo Yang is a magician, which will augment his influence even further. Which school wouldn't desire to nurture a few renowned individuals? When encountering the rare talent of level 8, the young teacher responsible for the assessment naturally hopes that Zuo Yang will choose to enroll in Hongbei Middle School. A few seconds later, the violet crystal ball radiated a brilliant light, and the 8th hexagram materialized before them. As Zuo Yang exhaled deeply, releasing his grip, as if the recent test had drained a significant amount of his energy. 8 hexagrams. Earth element affinity. Level 8. Level 8. His talent level had astonishingly reached level 8. He would undoubtedly become formidable in the future, which was truly enviable. What is his name? How handsome. The other students gasped in admiration, with some girls even swooning. Level 8. Zuo Yang's pupils constricted in disbelief. He simply could not fathom how Zuo Yang's talent level had ascended so rapidly. Could it be that he had been pretending to be feeble all along? Yet that didn't seem plausible. Zuo Yang shook his head, unable to comprehend. Earth element affinity. Level 8. Classmate Zuo Yang, our Hongbei Middle School is very eager for you to consider enrolling with us, the young teacher enthusiastically stated. Thank you. I will give it serious thought after the exams are over, Zuo Yang politely replied, for his aspirations lay with Yuchin No. 1 High School. Please confirm your test results. If everything is correct, you may leave to prepare for the next examination, the young teacher instructed. Zuo Yang glanced at the electronic display screen. Name, Zuo Yang. Gender, male. Age, 16. School record, Tianshui Lake Junior High. Talent test level, Earth element affinity level 8. Confirming the information, Zuo Yang clicked the confirmation button on the screen, at which point the electronic device automatically recorded his fingerprint. Just as Zuo Yang was about to depart, a dazzling red light suddenly illuminated the gymnasium, resembling the birth of a miniature sun, with crimson radiance bathing the entire space in a fiery glow. Level 10. A talent of level 10. Good heavens, a talent of such caliber has actually emerged. Unbelievable. Fire element affinity level 10. Who is that girl? I have witnessed a talent of level 10. The gymnasium erupted in an uproar, gasps of astonishment filling the air as all eyes turned towards the brilliant little sun. The crowd buzzing with excitement. Level 8 talents are already rare. Now, a level 10 talent has appeared. How could this not be shocking? Zuo Yang was equally taken aback and quickly turned to gaze. Momentarily stunned, there stood a young woman in a flowing red gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an unparalleled charm. The light radiating from her was akin to the sun, and as she stood there, she resembled a celestial being amidst flames, captivating and breathtaking, leaving Zuo Yang utterly mesmerized. Who is she? A longing blossomed within Zuo Yang, a fervent desire to know her name, yet he quickly suppressed this impulse. A level 10 talent, and possessing such exquisite beauty, she would undoubtedly attract countless suitors and become the focal point of various factions' attention. Zuo Yang wished to remain uninvolved, focusing on enhancing his own strength instead. However, to Zuo Yang's astonishment, just as he was about to divert his gaze, the girl smiled gently in his direction. His heart raced as he hastily averted his eyes and made his way towards the exit of the gymnasium. "Hello, I'm Ji Fair. May I ask your name?" A voice that made Zuo Yang's heart skip a beat suddenly called out from behind him as he stepped out of the gymnasium, but he paused. Turning back, his heart pounding. It was indeed the girl with the level 10 talent, and seeing her up close made her even more enchanting. Her figure was tall and well-proportioned, her complexion rosy like a peach blossom, her eyes shimmering with a gentle allure, and her demeanor was exquisite. The faint smile on her face was captivating, making her appear almost otherworldly. Ji Fair, such a unique name. "I am Zuo Yang," he responded promptly, inwardly puzzled as to why this beauty would engage in conversation with him. Could it be due to his striking looks? Zuo Yang mused to himself. "Your talent test results indicate an earth element affinity of level 8, which is quite impressive," Ji Fair remarked with a sweet smile. "Ha. In comparison to your fire element affinity of level 10, I am far behind. A level 10 talent is a rarity that may not appear for many years." Zuo Yang replied with self-deprecating humor. "You are not lacking at all," Ji Fair unexpectedly interjected, causing Zuo Yang's expression to stiffen. He studied her sweet smile, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Did she perceive that he had intentionally downplayed his abilities during the test? "You jest. My talent is merely level 8, and there have already been several level 8 talents before me, all far superior." Zuo Yang chuckled awkwardly, regardless of whether this young woman had discerned his intention to hold back. As long as he did not admit it, what difference did it make? He. Ji Fair laughed melodiously, then continued, "I plan to apply to Yuchen No. 1 High School. What about you?" "I also intend to apply to Yuchen No. 1 High School," Zuo Yang replied. "That's wonderful. We'll be classmates then," Ji Fair exclaimed with delight. Zuo Yang smiled but remained silent, eager to depart. Before Ji Fair, he felt as if his every secret was laid bare, leaving him uncomfortable. "This classmate, I am Qin Ziming. My father is the chairman of Hongye Group. After the exams, may I take you out for a meal?" A somewhat portly youth approached Ji Fair, casting a menacing glare at Zuo Yang as he spoke. Sighing inwardly, Zuo Yang shook his head. So soon, a suitor had appeared. Ji Fair would undoubtedly attract a host of admirers, and it would be wise for him to minimize his interactions with her to avoid unnecessary trouble. In response to Qin Ziming's invitation, Ji Fair smiled charmingly and replied, "Sure, that's fantastic. What would you like to eat? You can choose any restaurant in the city." Qin Ziming rejoiced. Seeing this, Zuo Yang turned and walked away, his impression of Ji Fair plummeting. Upon learning that she was a rich girl, he felt disillusioned by her immediate acceptance of the invitation. Such a woman, driven by vanity, surely had questionable character. Ji Fair glanced at Zuo Yang, but did not attempt to retain him. Continuing her conversation with Qin Ziming, the next examination was a power test, divided into two areas: warriors and magicians. The warrior test assessed strength and speed, while the magician test evaluated the casting of spells based on their level, speed, and power, assigning different scores accordingly. Notably, no magical tools could be used during the tests. Any infractions would result in immediate disqualification and a score of 0. The number of magicians was considerably fewer than that of warriors, with a ratio of approximately 1 magician for every 10 warriors. Thus, the number of participants in the magician power test was relatively small. Before long, it was Zuo Yang's turn. There had been over 30 individuals tested before him, the vast majority only managing to cast level 1 spells, with only 2 achieving level 2 spells. "Well, I suppose I could manage to cast a level 2 spell as well," Zuo Yang contemplated, raising his right hand and beginning to draw in the air before him. The 3 foundational earth element spells, Flying Rock Technique, Earth Trap Technique, and Earth Split Technique. Zuo Yang was capable of instantaneously casting all 3. Yet given the context of the power test, he believed it prudent to maintain a low profile, thus opting to draw slowly. However, even with his deliberate pace, Zuo Yang's speed in constructing the magic circle exceeded that of the 2 students who had previously cast level 2 spells. In less than 10 seconds, a magic circle composed of hexagrams and pentagrams appeared before the onlookers. "This is a level 2 earth spell, Earth Split Technique, that I remember him. His talent test indicated an earth element affinity of level 8. And he can actually cast a level 2 spell. What a genius!" The surrounding spectators murmured in astonishment. Upon graduating from junior high, achieving the status of a level 1 magician or level 1 warrior was already commendable, and reaching level 2 was undoubtedly a mark of genius. During the elementary and junior high years, the focus was on honing talent, while high school was when one would fully strive to enhance their power. Therefore, power levels were generally lower upon junior high graduation. Earth split technique. Release. Zuo Yang called softly, controlling the magic circle as he pressed it forcefully against the ground. With a resounding roar, the earth trembled, and the ground cracked open, revealing a fissure over 10 meters long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter deep, an impressive display of power. The successful casting of the level 2 earth spell, Earth Split Technique, took 8.5 seconds, with excellent power, leading to an overall evaluation score of 92.5. The electronic system automatically reported Zuo Yang's test results among the previous 2 students who had cast second-tier magic. Neither their speed nor their power could compare to Zuo Yang's. Their scores were below 90. Zuo Yang was the first to surpass the 90-point threshold. Wow, an impressive score of 92.5. Which school does he attend to possess such formidable strength? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Zuo Yang was quite pleased with his score. With an ability level of 8 and a strength test score of 92.5, such achievements were sufficient to secure his admission to Yuchen No. 1 middle school. As for the subsequent knowledge examination, it held little practical significance for exceptionally talented students like them. At most, it served merely as a reference. Only those with lower ability levels would genuinely concern themselves with the knowledge exam, as they could not become formidable and could only rely on diligent study in hopes of pursuing careers as doctors, engineers, financial experts, and other professions, thus seeking alternative paths. Once the testing concluded, Zuo Yang did not hasten to leave the testing hall, for he wished to observe Ji Feier, who possessed a fire element affinity of level 10, and discern her strength. The magic testing hall was spacious, allowing anyone to remain as long as they maintained silence and did not disrupt the candidates. Whirlwind technique, release. Fireball technique, release. One by one, the students executed their magic tests, with the overwhelming majority casting first-tier magic, and only occasionally did someone manage to cast a second-tier spell. However, no one surpassed Zuo Yang's score. The record of 92.5 points remained unbroken. Finally, it was her turn. With a fire talent level of 10, what strength might she possess? Zuo Yang widened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Ji Feier, adorned in a flowing red gown. Ji Feier gracefully glided to the center of the testing area, her demeanor exuding no hint of nervousness, instead radiating a sweet smile, enchanting as a fairy, leaving onlookers feeling as though they were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. Stirring their hearts, all eyes were drawn to her unparalleled beauty, leaving the crowd in awe, and even the girls present were captivated. How could such beauty exist in this world, so stunning that it could incite one to sin? At merely a teenager, she was already this exquisite. In a few years, as her body matured, with curves that would develop and allure that would intensify, how could any man resist? Zuo Yang inwardly lamented. Magic, fireball technique. Ji Feier exclaimed, raising her hand. A swastika-shaped magic array shimmered into existence. The primal runes of the fire element, akin to the hexagram of the earth element, representing the most elemental existence among the 7 elemental categories. With a whoosh, a fireball shot forth, striking the target ahead with a resounding explosion. What? Fireball technique? Zuo Yang's eyes bulged in astonishment. The fireball technique was the most fundamental magic of the fire element, achievable by an apprentice magician. Zuo Yang could scarcely believe that Ji Feier, with a fire element affinity of level 10, had merely cast a fireball technique. Chapter 39. Disappointment. She actually chose to cast the fireball technique. Zuo Yang's eyes widened, unable to fathom it that a talent level of 10 should have manifested a second-tier spell, yet she only unleashed the most rudimentary of fire element spells, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Wasn't she the girl with a fire element affinity of level 10? How could she only cast the fireball technique, a spell even apprentice fire magicians could perform? Could it be that she had only just reached the apprentice magician level? What did you say? Her talent is level 10. The crowd was taken aback, not just Zuo Yang. Anyone aware of Ji Feier's talent level was bewildered at that moment. The electronic system announced Ji Feier's results. She completed the fire element first-tier magic. Fireball technique, with a release time of 0.4 seconds and an exceptional power level, earning a comprehensive score of 93 points. What? She can score 93 points for casting a fireball technique. Why did my rock shard technique only get me 70 points? Instantaneous release aside, exceptional power. What did that mean? Was it suggesting that her fireball technique was more potent than a second-tier spell? With a score of 93 points, the crowd erupted in astonishment, all expressing their disbelief at the outcome. A release time of 0.4 seconds was already instantaneous that To thinks she achieved a score of 93. Zuo Yang was equally taken aback. 93 points surpassed his own score by 0.5 points. Although the fireball technique could be cast by apprentice magicians, it's still classified as a first-tier spell if a mere fireball technique could secure 93 points. Her strength must at least correspond to that of a third-tier magician. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to unleash such power. Zuo Yang furrowed his brow, lost in thought. The higher the magician's level, the greater the power of the magic they cast. That a level 1 spell released by a master magician could surpass a level 5 spell cast by an intermediate magician. Ji Feier's fireball technique earning 93 points indicated her strength was at least equal to, if not greater than, Zuo Yang's. Zuo Yang pondered. If he were to test his rock shard technique, he certainly would not achieve such a high score. The strength test was based on a comprehensive assessment of an individual's magic level, speed, and power. Boasting remarkable accuracy, errors were virtually impossible. Thus, the conclusion was inevitable. Ji Feier possessed formidable strength. Truly, she deserved her level 10 talent. She was impressive, Zuo Yang quietly admired. The higher the talent level, the faster the cultivation speed. With a talent level of 10, if anyone could boast a faster cultivation speed, it would only be a transcendent spirit. Of course, with Ji Feier possessing a talent level of 10, it was possible that she herself was a transcendent spirit. However, transcendent spirits could not be detected. Unless one divulged it, no one could discern the truth. While Zuo Yang was lost in contemplation, Ji Feier suddenly turned her head, smiling at the crowd. Though it appeared directed at everyone, Zuo Yang discerned that her enchanting smile was clearly aimed at him, as if she were saying, "I didn't mean to, but I unexpectedly surpassed you." Zuo Yang responded with a smile of his own, acknowledging her before turning to leave the testing hall. To be why the time the strength testing concluded, it was nearly noon. The knowledge examination was scheduled to commence at 2:30 in the afternoon, leaving a span of nearly 3.5 hours for lunch and rest. "Hey, Zuo Yang, it's time for lunch. Want to join me?" Just as Zuo Yang was contemplating whether to wait for Jia Zheng to go out for lunch, someone spoke from behind him. Zuo Yang paused in surprise. Upon hearing the voice, he immediately recognized it as Ji Feier. "Weren't you supposed to meet someone, the son of that group as chairman?" Zuo Yang turned to say. "I almost forgot about him. Forget it. Let us go," Ji Feier said nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to Qin Ziming. As she spoke, she took the initiative to walk closely beside Zuo Yang, so near that he could catch a whiff of her fragrance, causing his heart to flutter. Whoa, could she be interested in me? Zuo Yang's heart raced, but he quickly reminded himself that, being so handsome and extraordinary, he must maintain his integrity and not succumb to the allure of beauty. However, the scent was truly captivating. Zuo Yang's thoughts wandered unrestrained. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the natural fragrance emanating from Ji Feier, stirring his desires, making him wish to embrace her. No, I must hold my ground. I cannot be enchanted by this little temptress. Zuo Yang kept reminding himself. Let us head out. I heard there's a nice Western restaurant at the school gate. Let us go try it out. Don't worry. It's on me. You want tea have to spend a dime. Ji Feier said with a cheerful smile, radiating warmth, with no choice but to accompany Ji Feier outside the school. Zuo Yang felt that, given the situation, refusing would only serve to embarrass him as a man. However, not long into their stroll through the campus, Zuo Yang began to regret it as they walked. He felt as though he were a monster attracting ire, drawing disapproving glances from passers-by. Who is that guy? He looks so unkempt, truly a flower blooming on cow dung. Sigh. Another cabbage being pushed by a pig. The women were undeniably beautiful, like fairies, while the man, ugh. How repulsive. Zuo Yang endured numerous scornful glances, his face turning green with frustration. Damn it, what kind of eyes do they have? I'm so handsome and extraordinary, and they dare to call me ugly. Truly, their eyes must be blind. Zuo Yang cursed inwardly. Of course, maintaining his composure in front of Ji Feier, on the other hand, appeared unfazed, as though she heard nothing and saw nothing, displaying no sign of discomfort. Ji Feier, with your fire element talent at level 10. You are not a transcendent spirit, are you? Zuo Yang sought to initiate a conversation, genuinely curious that in fact, this was the very question he most wanted answered. Transcendent magicians were a rarity encountered only once in a century. Ji Feier turned back, smiling. Just call me Feier. We'll be classmates from now on. No need for such formality. Very well. Zuo Yang nodded. Fair. You wouldn't happen to be a transcendent spirit, would you? A transcendent magician. A rare occurrence. This is monumental news. What if I said I am? Ji Feier turned her head to gaze at Zuo Yang. Zuo Yang was taken aback, not anticipating such a response from Ji Feier. Well, it is what it is. There is no harm in asking casually. Hee. Ji Feier giggled, her laughter like the chime of silver bells. You are quite an interesting person. Zuo Yang clicked his tongue, momentarily at a loss for words. Feier. Suddenly, someone shouted from their left, a somewhat portly boy hurriedly running over. Zuo Yang frowned involuntarily. Was it not Qin Ziming, yet again? Feier, didn't we agree to go eat together after the exam? Why are you with this guy again? Come on, let's go. My family's special car is waiting outside. Qin Ziming shot Zuo Yang a glare before smiling amiably at Ji Feier. Yang, why don't you join us? Ji Feier suggested. No need. I just happen to have something to attend to. You two go ahead, Zuo Yang replied, finding Qin Ziming increasingly displeasing and declining outright. All right then. I'll treat you to Western cuisine another time. We're off now, Ji Feier said with a smile. Departing with Qin Ziming. Watching Ji Feier walk away, a tinge of disappointment suddenly welled up in Zuo Yang's heart. It felt strangely unsettling. Chapter 40. Return. What was I thinking? Being around such a woman only attracts trouble. The further away, the better. Zuo Yang shook his head, attempting to maintain his clarity. Never mind, I'll just grab a bite to eat. After the afternoon exam, I can head home. Zuo Yang's mood remained quite pleasant. He had performed admirably in both the talent and strength assessments, ensuring his admission to Yuchen First High School AS for the knowledge exam in the afternoon. He could handle it with ease. Gaining admission to Yuchen First High School would also serve as a point of pride for my parents, he thought with a grin. Zuo Yang exited the school gates and randomly selected a restaurant for a bowl of noodles. However, to his dismay, it cost him 32 star coins. A painful blow, considering he possessed only 50 star coins in total. The prices here are utterly outrageous. How can the cost of living in the city be so high? A bowl of noodles costing 32 star coins. Back in Tianshui Lake Town, the most expensive restaurant doesn't charge more than a dozen star coins for the same dish. This is simply absurd. Zuo Yang lamented, his expression darkening. He had intended to buy a small gift for his sister, Xiaya, on his way back. But now, that plan seemed dashed. Sigh. Being broke is truly unpleasant. From now on, I must save at least 100,000 star coins. Zuo Yang sighed, increasingly yearning for financial independence. That a penny can thwart a hero. Without money, everything feels futile. With 18 star coins in his pocket as change, Zuo Yang returned to school. The heat was unbearable. And he bought a bottle of water, spending another 10 star coins, which made him feel even more distressed. He muttered repeatedly, "This is just too outrageous." After lunch, with over 2 hours remaining until the afternoon assessment, the candidates gathered in the sports hall to rest. The gymnasium was air-conditioned and refreshingly cool, spacious enough to accommodate everyone. The afternoon exam proved to be quite simple in reality. For Zuo Yang, Ji Feier, and Jia Zhang, even scoring 0 in the knowledge assessment would not affect their acceptance into the school. There was no way around it. Their talent levels were high, and their capabilities strong. As long as nothing unexpected happened, they were bound to become formidable individuals in the future. What school would willingly let such talent slip away? In this world, strength reigns supreme. Everything is dictated by power. Of course, it is also essential to acquire knowledge. One cannot be illiterate and not even know that 1 + 1 = 2. That would be quite the joke. The examination went smoothly, and by 5 in the afternoon, it concluded at Hongbei High School. Apart from Zuo Yang and Jia Zhang, several other students from Tianshui Lake Town gathered together, awaiting the bus to take them back. Teacher Ting and Teacher Ma had perished, and Teacher Zhao was severely injured. Tianshui Lake Junior High School sent 2 more teachers to assist in organizing the return of the students. After waiting for about half an hour, the bus arrived at the entrance of Hongbei High School. Everyone boarded the vehicle and headed back to Tianshui Lake Town. On the way back, Zuo Yang sat in the bus, unable to resist glancing out the window, fearing that another magical beast might appear. However, his companions laughed at his apprehension. I truly am like a snake bitten once, forever wary of ropes, he thought, almost developing a phobia. There couldn't be that many magical beasts around, and why would they all choose to cross my path? Zuo Yang shook his head, chuckling at himself, then closed his eyes to catch some sleep. The journey was uneventful, and the concerns Zuo Yang harbored did not materialize. They all safely returned to Tianshui Lake Town. The sacrifices of Teacher Tung and Teacher Ma, devoured by the Pteranodon, cast a shadow of sorrow over the school's faculty and students. However, what had happened was in the past. The deceased could not be brought back, and all that remained was to mourn their loss. Upon leaving the school, Zuo Yang first visited the town hospital. Earlier that morning, they had set off for Yuchen City to take their exams and had suffered an attack from the Pteranodon. Except for Zuo Yang and Jia Zhang, everyone in their vehicle was injured, primarily suffering from spiritual trauma, with some also bearing physical wounds. When the rescue team arrived, the severely injured were taken to the city hospital for treatment, while those with lighter injuries were sent to the town hospital. Hao Yin was currently recuperating there. Hao Yin possessed a 6th-level talent and was a rare lightning mage, making him quite capable within the class. Particularly, his strong mental fortitude as a mage enabled him to better resist the auditory assault's damage to the spirit, resulting in relatively minor injuries. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zuo Yang found Hao Yin's parents attending to him. Hao Yin lay in the hospital bed, looking somewhat unwell but otherwise fine. "Zuo Yang, you're back?" Hao Yin exclaimed, sitting up with a smile. "Yes." Zuo Yang nodded. "How's your injury?" "A light mage from the city hospital was dispatched to assist in healing our spiritual wounds." "I am already on the mend and should be fine in a few days," Hao Yin replied. Light mages are exceedingly rare, even more so than lightning mages, and they specialize in healing spiritual injuries. There isn't a single light mage in Tianshui Lake Town. For spiritual damage, they were at a loss and had to bring someone from the city. It's good to hear that. It's a pity you missed today's exam. You'll have to wait until next year," Zuo Yang lamented. With Hao Yin's 6th-level lightning talent, he could have easily gained admission to Hongbei High School. But fate had dealt a cruel hand. Encountering a 5th-level magical beast like the Pteranodon, it was already a stroke of luck to have survived. So what if the exam was delayed by a year? It's no big deal, Hao Yin grinned. Zuo Yang smiled faintly, choosing not to comment further. Though Hao Yin appeared indifferent on the surface, Zuo Yang could discern the reluctance in his eyes. Anyone in such a predicament would feel disheartened. "By the way, Zuo Yang, how did your exam go? Are you confident about being accepted into Yuchen First High School?" Hao Yin inquired eagerly. "It went smoothly. I should be fine," Zuo Yang responded. "Impressive. Yuchen First High School is the best in the city. I am planning to take the exam next year too. You'd better look out for me then, senior," Hao Yin said with a cheerful grin. "No problem. I'll have your back," Zuo Yang laughed. The two shared a light-hearted moment. After leaving the hospital, Zuo Yang made his way straight home. News of the 3 buses transporting students to the city for the exam being attacked by the Pteranodon had spread quickly that morning. Upon hearing the news, his parents, Zuo Yishan and Gao Mei, nearly fainted from fright. Eventually, they learned from the injured teacher Zhao that their son was safe and had already gone to the city for the exam, which alleviated their worries. As soon as Zuo Yang returned home, his parents surrounded him, bombarding him with questions, fearful that he might be injured. "Mom and Dad, I'm really fine. I swear to the heavens. I am not hurt at all," Zuo Yang declared loudly, raising a hand as if to take an oath. "That you're really not hurt?" Zuo Yishan asked skeptically. "Yangzi, don't lie to your mother. I heard it was a 5th-level magical beast. Everyone in your vehicle got injured. How is it that you came out unscathed? Tell me, where do you feel unwell? I'll take you to the hospital right now," Gao Mei insisted, hardly believing him and pulling Zuo Yang towards the hospital for a checkup. Zuo Yang felt helpless, deeply understanding the kind of coldness that arises when your mother worries excessively about you. Despite his assurances, neither of his parents seemed convinced. Unable to argue any further, Zuo Yang reluctantly accompanied them to the hospital for an examination. "See, I told you I was fine. You insisted on dragging me here for a checkup, and now the results are in. Are you satisfied?" Zuo Yang said, handing the examination report to his parents with a hint of exasperation. "All right, we're reassured now. Let us head home. Xiaoya is probably waiting anxiously," Gao Mei and Zuo Yishan said with relieved smiles after glancing at the report. Although Zuo Yang felt resigned, he was filled with warmth. This was the essence of his father and mother, selfless paternal love and boundless maternal care. Chapter 41. The choice in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed since the examination. And to Zuo Yang's astonishment, he received an acceptance letter this afternoon. However, it was not from Yuchen No. 1 High School, but rather from Hongbei High School. The acceptance letter arrived with such astonishing swiftness that Zuo Yang couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment. How eager they must be. The examination had barely concluded, yet the acceptance letter was already in his hands, clearly indicating Hongbei High School's fervent desire to recruit a potentially outstanding student. That it was not hard to predict that not only Zuo Yang, but also Zuo Yang and Ji Feier must have received acceptance letters from Hongbei High School, as they had all taken the exam there. Once the results were out, it was naturally the teachers from Hongbei High School who would be the first to know. The early bird catches the worm. Such exceptional students would certainly not be overlooked by Hongbei High School, prompting them to send out acceptance letters promptly. The conditions offered were undeniably enticing, while Zuo Yang was unaware of the terms extended to Zuo Yang and Ji Feier. His acceptance letter stated, tuition fully waived, an annual scholarship of 10,000 star coins, a complimentary magical artifact for auxiliary training to be returned upon graduation, and a guarantee of the best training resources. Any additional requirements can be negotiated. Upon seeing such conditions, Zuo Yang felt a twinge of temptation. They were exceedingly generous. Just the tuition waiver alone would save tens of thousands of star coins. Not to mention the provision of a free magical artifact for training. The level of one's talent was directly proportional to the speed of cultivation. The higher the talent level, the faster the cultivation. Yet, possessing a magical artifact for auxiliary training would differ vastly, as it could significantly enhance one's cultivation speed. Its impact was beyond imagination. Hongbei High School was truly making a considerable effort to recruit students with exceptional potential. If the conditions offered to him were so alluring, one could only imagine how favorable the terms were for Ji Feier. Zuo Yang mused silently. His talent level was only at 8, while Ji Feier boasted a talent level of 10. In terms of potential and aptitude, Ji Feier far surpassed him. Unfortunately, his ambition was set on Yuchen No. 1 High School. Otherwise, he might have genuinely considered attending Hongbei High School. With a light chuckle, Zuo Yang tossed the acceptance letter casually onto the table. His prospects for admission to Yuchen No. 1 High School were nearly assured. If he was to attend, it must be the best institution available. Zuo Yang was determined to secure a place at Yuchen No. 1 High School. Yet, that very night, he found himself reconsidering. Although somewhat reluctant, Zuo Yang believed it was worth it at 11 o'clock that night. Having paused his cultivation practice to visit the restroom, Zuo Yang noticed the light still on in his parents' bedroom. It struck him as odd. Usually, at this hour, they would be fast asleep. Why are Mom and Dad still awake at this hour? Zuo Yang wondered, and suddenly he overheard the hushed voices of Zuo Yishan and Gao Mei. Their conversation, though quiet, was easily discernible to Zuo Yang's keen ears. That I've looked into it. The tuition at Yuchen No. 1 High School is 96,000 star coins annually, while Hongbei High School is slightly cheaper, costing 87,000 star coins per year. Then there's Qingfeng High School, which is also 85,000 star coins a year. Zuo Yishan's voice carried through the door. That's exorbitant. Gao Mei gasped in shock. The cheapest, Qingfeng High School, still costs over 80,000 star coins for just 1 year. I say, Yishan, our total savings amount to only 70,000 star coins, which isn't even enough to cover Yangzi's tuition for a year. Gao Mei's anxiety was palpable, her voice rising unconsciously. Hush, keep your voice down. Don't let Yangzi hear you, is what Yishan urged. Alas, education has become prohibitively expensive. It feels like a burden that could crush us. Where will we ever find so much money? Even if we manage this year, what about next year? The year after that? Gao Mei lamented. Don't fret just yet. Yangzi's acceptance letter hasn't arrived, has it? Yuchen No. 1 High School is notoriously difficult to gain admission to. If, by chance, Yangzi does get in, we can always mortgage the house. So Yishan replied through gritted teeth. The time the acceptance letter from Hongbei High School arrived, they had not yet returned home from work, and Zuo Yang had remained silent about it, leaving them unaware of the development. Mortgage the house? Gao Mei exclaimed in shock. Are you out of your mind? If we do that, where will we live? Don't panic. We're not at that point yet. I'm just suggesting it. Besides, what takes precedence? Yangzi's future or the house? If he truly gets into Yuchen No. 1 High School and graduates, won't he be able to earn enough to buy a house later? Zuo Yishan reasoned. Hearing this, Zuo Yang felt a heaviness in his heart, a pang of sorrow. His parents' selfless love and unwavering dedication overwhelmed him. If anything could be deemed more precious than life itself, it would be the love that parents bestow upon their children. Quietly, Zuo Yang returned to his bedroom. That night, he remained wide awake. Nearly 2 weeks later, Zuo Yang finally received an acceptance letter from Yuchen No. 1 High School. Compared to the one from Hongbei High School, this letter was rather mundane, simply stating, Congratulations, you have been accepted to our school. Please report on September 1. There were no tuition waivers. No scholarships, nor any free magical artifacts provided. Nothing at all. Furthermore, the tuition was a staggering 103,000 star coins, even higher than what Zuo Yang had discovered. 103,000 star coins for just 1 year. Over 3 years of high school, that would amount to 311,000 star coins, an exorbitant expense that Zuo Yang's family could not bear. Gazing at the acceptance letter in his hands, Zuo Yang suddenly burst into laughter, devoid of disappointment or resentment. Instead, he felt a profound sense of tranquility that in truth, he had made his decision the night he overheard his parents' conversation. The master opens the door. But cultivation is up to the individual. Tom. There was little difference between Yuchin No. 1 High School and Hongbei High School. In fact, he had already acquired the finest training resources. They were his greatest support in enhancing his abilities. Zuo Yang felt a firm conviction within, glancing at the palm of his right hand, where the faint imprint of a hexagram lingered. That evening, the family gathered around the dinner table. Mom, Dad, I received my acceptance letter this afternoon, Zuo Yang announced. Really? Where is it? Quickly, show it to us, Gao Mei exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Despite her concerns over the high tuition fees, the news of her son's acceptance brought her immense happiness. Zuo Yang returned to his room, retrieved the acceptance letter, and handed it to his mother. Zuo Yishan leaned over eagerly to take a look. Let me see. Let me see. His younger sister, Xiaoyu, jumped on her tiptoes in anticipation. It's from Hongbei High School, not Yuchin No. 1. The couple was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the name of the school on the acceptance letter. Yes, Zuo Yang nodded that my grades might have fallen short of Yuchin No. 1's admission requirements, that I didn't expect Hongbei High School to send me an acceptance letter, so I was quite surprised. Yuchin No. 1 is the best high school in the city, and admission is already challenging. Not getting in is nothing to be ashamed of. I've heard Hongbei High School is also quite good. In terms of teaching quality and training resources, it ranks just below Yuchin No. 1. The two schools are not vastly different. Zuo Yishan comforted his son. Oh my! Gao Mei suddenly cried out, her eyes wide as she read the details on the acceptance letter. What is it? Why the commotion? Zuo Yishan inquired. Look, am I imagining things? This is too good to be true. Gao Mei showed the letter to Zuo Yishan, and he was equally stunned. Tuition fully waived, an annual scholarship of 10,000 star coins, and a complimentary magical artifact for auxiliary training, with additional requirements available for negotiation. Zuo Yishan exclaimed, his mind reeling. This isn't just an acceptance. It's like a high-paying job offer. Yangzi, how could Hongbei High School offer you such generous conditions? There must be some mistake. Zuo Yishan gazed at Zuo Yang in disbelief. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's because my grades were relatively good. While I didn't meet the requirements for Yuchin No. 1, I certainly exceeded those for Hongbei High School, Zuo Yang replied. That is certainly possible. Your mother and I have been fretting over your tuition these past few days, but now, everything is settled, tuition fully waived. Plus an annual scholarship of 10,000 star coins. This is simply wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Zuo Yishan laughed heartily, and Gao Mei could hardly contain her joy. Little did they know, the admission notice from Yuchin No. 1 High School was nestled within Zuo Yang's pocket at that very moment. This was Zuo Yang's choice, independent of right or wrong, solely driven by affection. Chapter 42. Registration in the small grove outside Xing'an community. This place had nearly become Zuo Yang's exclusive training ground. Unless the weather was inclement, Zuo Yang would diligently come here daily to practice the tea. This moment, he was performing handstands, continuously bending and straightening his arms. A rigorous exercise aimed at enhancing his arm and wrist strength. With his bare torso glistening with sweat, rivulets cascaded down the muscular contours of his back, while his arms resonated with a harmonious crack as they moved rhythmically. The veins on his arms coiled like serpents, exuding an aura of strength. As August drew to a close, Zuo Yang had focused his training on physical prowess for the past 2 months. After 2 months of intense training, his physical strength had already reached the level of a first-grade warrior. A single punch could shatter stone. This was the advantage of possessing a transcendent body. As the earth element continuously and subtly enhanced Zuo Yang's physique, affecting change from the minutiae. Previously, he passively absorbed the earth element's energy while refining his magical power, but now he actively cultivated it. making the improvement in his physical strength incomparable. Coupled with his unwavering daily training, achieving the level of a first-grade warrior in just 2 months was entirely reasonable. The shortcoming of a magician lies in their physical frailty, rendering them vulnerable in close combat. If an enemy were to close in, it could prove perilous. However, transcendent magicians do not share such concerns, as their bodies continuously absorb elemental power, allowing them to rival warriors. The term transcendent itself is legendary. With a sudden surge of strength, Zuo Yang propelled himself into the air, performing a somersault before landing gracefully on the ground. After 2 months of physical training, he felt his body brimming with power. Even a simple fist clench allowed him to sense the formidable energy coursing through him. His physique had transformed into one of admirable robustness, not the ostentatious bulk of a bodybuilder, but rather a harmonious and refined silhouette, embodying a latent strength that, when unleashed, would undoubtedly astonish. His physical strength equated to that of a first-grade warrior, while his magical prowess was that of a second-grade magician. With the aid of the mystical hexagram, he could even instantaneously cast third-grade magic. This represented the entirety of his current abilities. He pondered how he would measure up against Ji Fei-er. Though Ji Fei-er had not explicitly stated it, Zuo Yang suspected she was likely a transcendent magician. Her demeanor and confidence left a lasting impression, particularly when she surpassed him by casting only a first-grade spell during the entrance examination. Such power left Zuo Yang in awe. Alas, given her qualifications, she would undoubtedly gain admission to Yuqing No. 1 High School, that I have chosen Hongbei High School. Henceforth, our paths may diverge, and I should focus on how to enhance my strength more rapidly. Zuo Yang chuckled to himself. Despite the passage of 2 months, Ji Fei-er's image lingered vividly in his mind. Whenever he closed his eyes, he could vividly recall the enchanting figure that resembled a fire spirit. Zuo Yang speculated that he might have developed feelings for her, but would they ever be together? Would Ji Fei-er harbor feelings for him? One at Hongbei High School, the other at Yuqing No. 1 High School. What a challenge! Furthermore, Zuo Yang's thoughts were primarily consumed by his training, leaving little room for other musings. After witnessing the terrifying might of the 5th-grade magical beast, the winged dragon, and seeing teachers Tung and Zhao devoured by it, as well as witnessing the city hunter Chang Tianqing effortlessly slay the 5th-grade beast with a mere sword aura, Zuo Yang felt more vulnerable than ever. Without strength, he was akin to fish on a chopping block, entirely at the mercy of others, unable to control his own destiny. That if he could not even govern his own fate, what meaning was there in living? Strength. Everything hinges upon strength. One may adopt a low profile, but one must never be weak. Only by being strong can one carve out their own niche. Whether in physical strength or magical prowess, Zuo Yang had reached a bottleneck, making further breakthroughs difficult in the short term. With school starting in just a few days, he had heard that the high school would provide ample training resources, which might allow him to rapidly enhance his abilities. He was truly looking forward to it. With bright eyes, Zuo Yang felt a deep yearning for high school life. Continuing his training, having completed his arm exercises, it was time to focus on leg strength. With unwavering resolve, Zuo Yang commenced his leg workouts without a moment's pause. August 30th marked the day for new students to register at Hongbei High School. On this day, the school entrance was bustling with activity, filled with students registering, accompanying parents, and numerous second and third-year students, creating a lively atmosphere. Zuo Yang, carrying only a backpack, made his way alone into the campus of Hongbei High School. He first headed to the tuition payment area to collect a process form. After inquiring with another student, he had a rough idea of the registration procedure. The line for registration was long, stretching over 10 meters, and Zuo Yang patiently waited his turn. After half an hour, it was finally his turn. Here is my admission notice and my ID. Zuo Yang presented the documents to the teacher responsible for collecting tuition fees. The teacher received the admission notice casually, but upon opening it, his eyes widened in surprise. He quickly looked up at Zuo Yang, then down at the ID in his hand, verifying the admission notice once more, and an immediate smile spread across his face. Zuo Yang, this is your admission notice and ID, along with a process form. You may proceed to handle your accommodation arrangements. Should you have any requests, feel free to communicate directly with the dormitory supervisor. The teacher said courteously, handing Zuo Yang the admission notice, ID, and process form. Zuo Yang expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Wait, isn't he leaving without paying tuition? A student exclaimed in astonishment as Zuo Yang stepped out of the office. Teacher, Do we not need to pay tuition either? That student is a special admit. Are you one too? If you were, I wouldn't charge you tuition either, the teacher replied curtly. Special admit? What is that? The student asked, slightly disgruntled. Only those with a talent level of 8 or above qualify as special admits, exempt from tuition fees and entitled to various benefits. May I ask, what is your talent level? The teacher chuckled lightly. 8. The student gasped. So, that means the student from earlier has a talent level of at least 8. 8. The remaining students were equally astonished. Talent levels of 8 were exceptional. There's generally range from 5 to 6. Far below that standard. This exemplified the disparity between Hongbei High School and Yuqing No. 1 High School, Yuqing No. 1. A talent level of 8 might merely be considered excellent, whereas, at Hongbei High School, it was already regarded as top-tiered. As Zuo Yang exited the office building, just as he was about to leave, an unusual figure appeared before him. Chapter 43. Resources must be contended. Excuse me. Where is the tuition payment area? Zuo Yang had just stepped out of the office when a boy in a black short-sleeve shirt approached him and inquired. The boy was quite handsome, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, a backpack slung over his shoulder. However, his eyelids drooped, and his frame resembled that of a wilted sprout, exuding an air of lethargy, as if he had just awakened. His speech was lethargic as well. Zuo Yang pointed towards the office building. Turn right at the lobby on the first floor. You'll know where to go from there. Oh, thank you, the boy mumbled, his voice dull as he ambled into the office building. How peculiar, Zuo Yang thought, feeling as if this person resembled a sloth. He shook his head and chuckled, not dwelling on it further as he made his way towards the accommodation area. There were not many waiting to be assigned dormitories, as many students lived in the city and did not require on-campus housing. Only those like Zuo Yang, hailing from nearby towns, opted for dormitory life. The teacher in charge of arranging accommodations was a woman in her 50s, assisted by several students distributing bedding and daily necessities. Zuo Yang presented his admission notice and requested a single apartment, 1 bedroom and 1 living room, which was quite pleasant, albeit lacking a kitchen. The furniture was fully equipped. Such an apartment was considered one of the best accommodations at Hongbei High School, with annual lodging fees reaching 2,000 to 3,000 star coins. Thanks to his status as a special admit, Zuo Yang easily secured one that, since it was free, he might as well stay in the best available option. Carrying bedding and other necessities, Zuo Yang entered the dormitory building and found his small apartment. Number 312. Upon opening the door, he stepped inside. Wow, this room is so spacious. It even has a television, a computer, and air conditioning. Zuo Yang cast a glance, filled with satisfaction. The entire apartment spans nearly 60 square meters, providing ample space for a solitary occupant. Moreover, the floor, walls, and ceiling are imbued with protective magic circles, serving dual purposes, safeguarding its inhabitants while also concentrating elemental and terrestrial energies, greatly assisting in cultivation. Upon a slight attunement, Zuo Yang sensed that the earth element within the room was approximately 10% denser than that outside, a seemingly modest increase. However, for one who practices within this space over the years, such a difference would accumulate significantly. It is said that magical tools of the purple gold grade, designed to aid in cultivation, can enhance one's training speed several-fold. Whether this holds true remains to be seen. Nonetheless, Hongbei High School has promised to provide me with a complimentary cultivation aid, though its grade remains a mystery, which fills me with anticipation. Zuo Yang mused. The costs associated with cultivation aids are not far removed from those of spatial storage devices, often reaching well into the millions of star coins, making them unattainable for those not of considerable wealth. Even among prominent families and powerful factions, such aids are scarce, fiercely contested and coveted. Only the core disciples who are prioritized for nurturing are bestowed with such magical tools. While Hongbei High School's educational prowess ranks just below Yuqing First High, it possesses merely over 20 cultivation aids, of which the majority are of bronze grade, with only 4 of mithril grade and a solitary purple gold grade, reserved exclusively for the top-ranking student of the school. With 3,000 to 4,000 students competing for access to these limited resources, the intensity of competition is palpable. In Hongbei High School, my strength is already regarded as exceptional, standing out like a crane among chickens. However, my adversaries hail from Yuqing First High, where every individual is a prodigy, with numerous signs of affluent families and powerful factions. Their access to cultivation resources far surpasses my own, compelling me to remain diligent and vigilant. Zuo Yang resolved, clenching his fist. Upon entering Hongbei High School, Zuo Yang harbored no intentions of slackening his training. Such thoughts never even crossed his mind. He was acutely aware that the cultivation resources available to him would pale in comparison to those accessible to students of Yuqing First High. Without relentless effort, even a body of extraordinary talent would inevitably fall behind. The finest high school in the city, Yuqing First High boasts over 100 cultivation aids, not to mention a plethora of other abundant resources. Although Hongbei High School's educational conditions are commendable, the total resources allocated remain less than 20% of those at Yuqing First High. This stark disparity underscores the differences between the two institutions. Zuo Yang, lacking both wealth and influence, understood that without striving diligently, even achieving the top rank in his grade wouldn't suffice to keep pace with Ji Feier, whose level 10 talent guarantees her entry into Yuqing First High. Regardless of whether one aspires to be a mage or a warrior, the path to advancement becomes increasingly arduous. Zuo Yang, having become an apprentice mage in merely 10 days, took a month to progress to a first-level mage, and an additional 3 months to attain second-level status. He estimated that reaching the third level would require no less than a year. Thus, it becomes evident that as one ascends in cultivation, the time required multiplies exponentially. How, then, can one expedite their growth? Resources. It is imperative to devise every possible means to acquire cultivation resources. Only with ample support can one hasten their training, break through obstacles, and ascend to greatness. However, resources are finite. When one individual monopolizes them, others are inevitably deprived. Hence, competition, conflict, and survival of the fittest reign supreme. If one cannot seize resources, they risk being eliminated. Neither can they blame others for their misfortune. Zuo Yang arranged his bedding and reclined on the bed, resting his head upon his hands as he contemplated a simple plan for his high school journey. On one hand, he must strive diligently in his training, never allowing himself to relax his standards. On the other, he must seize every opportunity to procure resources, fortifying his strength. Why do people join the urban guard? They risk their lives battling ferocious magical beasts, executing perilous missions, not for amusement. Surely it is all for resources. The stronger one becomes, the greater their demand for resources. This is akin to the relationship between physical stature and caloric needs. Those with more robust physiques require greater energy and thus consume more. Realizing it was already past 11, Zuo Yang decided to have lunch before reporting to the classroom at 2 o'clock for the new student orientation. With a swift motion, he sprang from the bed. In middle school, the emphasis was on honing skills, but upon entering high school, individuals dedicate themselves fully to enhancing their cultivation and strength. For the sake of instructional convenience, mages and warriors are segregated. As an earth mage, Zuo Yang was naturally assigned to the mage class. Among the first-year students, there are 2 mage classes, Mage Class 1 and Mage Class 2, each comprising approximately 40 individuals. Zuo Yang found himself in Mage Class 1. While there were as many as 23 classes for warriors, each similarly populated. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Zuo Yang was about to exit his dormitory, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Who is it?" Zuo Yang called out, but curiously, there was no response. He opened the door, only to be taken aback. Standing outside was a young man clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, remarkably handsome, yet appearing lethargic. As though he had just awakened. It was the same youth Zuo Yang had encountered earlier in front of the teacher's office, seeking directions. "What can I do for you?" Zuo Yang inquired of the young man. "Excuse me, do you have 10 star coins?" The young man asked. "I do." Zuo Yang replied. "I'll trade you 100 star coins for it." The young man exclaimed joyously, pulling a 100 star coin note from his pocket and extending it towards Zuo Yang. Zuo Yang felt a surge of frustration. This fellow was offering 100 star coins in exchange for merely 10, acting quite irrationally. "What on earth are you doing? Why would you exchange 100 star coins for just 10? "I don't have the change to accommodate you," Zuo Yang retorted with irritation. He possessed a total of 30 star coins on him, and instead of seeking change from a shop, this peculiar individual had come to him instead. "No need for you to find change. I'll exchange 100 star coins for 10, the young man insisted with utmost seriousness. Zuo Yang was at a loss for words. The absurdity of this exchange was beyond comprehension. "Forget it. You don't need to trade with me. Whenever you have the 10 star coins, just return them," Zuo Yang said, shaking his head as he handed over the 10 star coins. "All right," the young man replied nonchalantly. showing no gratitude as he took the money and turned to leave. Wait, are you serious? Did you come here just to swindle me? Zuo Yang exclaimed. Incredulous, I must find out what you intend to do with those 10-star coins. Agitated, he decided to follow the young man. The youth exited the dormitory and entered a shop, where he promptly used the 10-star coins to purchase a bottle of water. I asked that all you needed 10-star coins for? Zuo Yang asked, following closely behind. Yes, I came to buy water earlier, but when I presented a 100-star coin note, they said they couldn't provide change, which is why I sought someone to exchange with. The young man explained, unscrewing the cap and taking a sip from the bottle. He then produced the 100-star coin note once more and offered it to Zuo Yang. Do you want it? If you do, take it. There's no need for change. Zuo Yang was filled with exasperation that if you don't intend to keep that 100-star coin note, why not just give it to the shopkeeper directly? Why go through the trouble of exchanging it for 10-star coins first? It's utterly redundant. Oh, you're right. The young man suddenly realized I could have just given it directly. He promptly turned around and approached the counter, placing the 100-star coin note before the shopkeeper. Here, I don't need any change. Just give me that 10-star coin note. The shopkeeper looked down at the 100-star note, then back at the young man. Bewildered and blinking in confusion, Zuo Yang, feeling a surge of frustration, was ready to explode. This guy is utterly clueless. Come on, let's go. Running into you has been my misfortune. You can keep that 10-star coin note. Consider the bottle of water my treat, Zuo Yang said, seizing the 100-star coin note from the counter and stuffing it into the young man's hand as he dragged him out of the shop. This is unacceptable. How can I let you take advantage of me? The young man protested. I said it's fine. Now hurry up, Zuo Yang insisted, pulling him away from the shop. That I'm Zuo Yang. What about you? Zuo Yang asked. That my name is Bai. You can call me Xiao Bai, as everyone around me does, the young man replied. Xiao Bai? Zuo Yang was taken aback. Isn't that a name for pets? Most people would avoid such a name, yet you willingly allow others to call you that. Are you quite all right? Forget it. I'll just call you Bailey. That I'm off to have a meal now. Are you coming along? Let's go together, Zhang remarked while gazing at Bailey Bai. He looked at Bailey Bai. Zhang couldn't help but recall Hao Yin, who was timid and struggled to articulate his thoughts. That in contrast, this fellow seemed to lack common sense. If the two were to be together, it would surely lead to some amusing situations. Sounds good. I'm hungry too. Since you're treating me to a drink, allow me to treat you to a meal. Bailey replied with delight. Upon arriving at Hongbei High School, Zhang was the first person he had come to know. Thus, the two companions made their way towards the school canteen. By now, it was noon. And students from the second and third years had also finished their classes, creating a lively atmosphere on campus. Those residing in the city hurried home for lunch, while boarders rushed to the school canteen. Some chose to dine out together, in groups of 3s and 5s, bustling about with great fervor. At that moment, 2 boys and a girl were walking side by side. All were second-year students. Zhao Xine. How could you break through to a level 2 mage without informing us? That's quite inconsiderate, one boy remarked. Indeed, you must be punished. You should treat the 2 of us to Bai Wei for lunch today. The other boy added. Bai Wei was a restaurant at the school gate, known for its delectable dishes, albeit at a hefty price. Look at you two. I just achieved my breakthrough and hadn't had the chance to tell you yet. But since you both have brought it up, let us go out for a meal today, Zhao Xine teased with a playful smile. The sight of her charming yet slightly annoyed expression made the hearts of the 2 boys flutter with joy. Female mages, who dedicate themselves to mastering magical powers and communicating with elements, often possess striking qualities, whether alluring, graceful, vibrant, or icy, rendering them irresistibly appealing to boys. As such, Zhao Xine had many admirers, and these 2 boys were among her suitors. Both were level 2 warriors, an impressive feat for second-year students, as many only reached that level by the time they graduated high school. Haha, it's rare for you, Zhao Xine, to treat us. Hurry up. My stomach is already grumbling, one boy urged. Suddenly, Zhao Xine's gaze sharpened, and she halted, her eyes narrowing slightly as she noticed 2 new students emerging from the boys' dormitory. Why have you stopped, Zhao Xine? What are you looking at? Today's the new student orientation. Could it be that you've spotted someone familiar? Her companions inquired. Zhao Xine seemed oblivious to their questions, her focus fixated on the new student in the distance. Suddenly, her expression shifted, turning I see wide itsm. That little brat who slapped me. Zhao Xine seethed, her eyes filled with resentment, her face darkening with anger. She could never forget the humiliation of that day when a middle schooler had the audacity to slap her. She was filled with hate, frustration, and rage. Nearly a year had passed since that disgrace, and she had almost forgotten it, until now, as she unexpectedly encountered the face that had filled her with such shame and fury. The memories surged back vividly, as if they had occurred yesterday. She could even feel the lingering pain on her cheek from the slap. This grudge must be avenged. What's wrong, Zhao Exit? You look unwell. The two boys asked in concern. Humph, how could I not be upset when I've encountered an enemy? Zhao Exine retorted angrily to an enemy. Who is it? Tell me, and I'll get revenge for you. One boy said, puffing out his chest with righteous indignation. Tell me too. I'll help you get back at him. If he dares to bully you. He's bullying me as well. Just wait and see how I deal with him. The other boy chimed in, equally indignant. They were eager to impress Zhao Exine, not wanting to be outdone. Oh, you see that short-haired boy in the checked t-shirt over there? He's accompanied by another boy in a black t-shirt. Zhao Exine discreetly pointed out, the person she referred to was none other than Zhao Yang. That incident had happened last November when Zhao Yang had taken Hao Yin, who suffered from a spinal injury, for a walk. Upon exiting the community gate, he had seen an upperclassman bullying his younger sister, Xiaoya, and in a fit of rage, he had slapped her. Later, the girl had summoned 3 delinquents to teach Zhao Yang a lesson. However, after Zhao Yang had injured the leader of the delinquents, Feng Tao, who recognized Zhao Yang as an earth mage with extraordinary potential, chose to withdraw to avoid trouble. The upperclassman who had been slapped by Zhao Yang was Zhao Exine, who was in her first year at the time and was now in her second. Enemies meeting again were bound to be hostile. Upon seeing Zhao Yang once more, Zhao Exine certainly wouldn't pretend she hadn't noticed him. So, that little brat is the one who bullied you? Zhao Exine, he must be a first-year student, right? How strong can he be? How could he have gotten on your bad side? One boy asked curiously. Why are you asking so many questions? If you're not going to help me seek revenge, just step aside. I'll never talk to you again, Zhao Exine pouted. Although she was filled with anger and resentment, she knew Zhao Yang was not someone to be trifled with. This boy was an earth mage, and according to Feng Tao, he had already reached the level of a level 1 mage last year. Nearly a year had passed since then, and his strength must have increased significantly. Although she had just broken through to level 2 mage, she likely wouldn't be his match. Therefore, she could only rely on these two boys for revenge. They were both level 2 warriors, and no matter how formidable Zhao Yang was, it was improbable for him to defeat 2 level 2 warriors simultaneously. Zhao Exine mused to herself, and no matter what, she had to avenge this humiliation. The two boys, seeing Zhao Exine's anger, quickly reassured her, don't be upset. We will definitely stand up for you today. Even if he's just a first-year student, we'll confront him. We won't let him off easily. Now that's more like it, Zhao Exine said with a smile, feigning shyness and sweetness, causing both boys to feel weak in the knees that it's too crowded here to make a move. Zhao Exine, you wait for us behind the Huamu forest on the playground. We'll bring him to you, and you can have your revenge, one boy suggested, clearly trying to win Zhao Exine's favor. All right, but be careful. Just because he's a freshman doesn't mean he's easy to deal with. Zhao Exine warned that don't worry. How strong could a first-year student possibly be? Besides, we're 2 against 1. We're more than capable of handling him. Just wait and see. The other boy laughed, completely dismissing Zhao Yang's abilities. Very well, I'll wait for you in the Huamu forest, Zhao Exine replied before turning to leave. The two boys exchanged knowing glances and shared a cold smile. Let us go. They strode forward with determination, directly approaching Zhao Yang. Chapter 45. Confrontation. Zhao Yang and Bailey were on their way to the canteen, chatting casually as they left the boys' dormitory. However, it wasn't long before 2 boys blocked their path. Excuse me, we have a favor to ask of you. Could you come with us for a moment? It won't take long, one of the boys said, grinning ominously at Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang sized them up with a glance, instinctively feeling a sense of annoyance. It was evident that these 2 were not freshmen. They were either second-year or third-year students. A favor. How amusing. What could a freshman like me possibly help you with? Zhao Yang thought. Feeling indignant, he had heard that some second-year students specialized in bullying newcomers and even extorting protection fees. Was it possible these 2 had set their sights on him? Did he really appear that easy to intimidate? Zhao Yang mused to himself. We're heading to lunch right now, and we're not interested. There are plenty of people around. Why not ask someone else for help? Bailey, let us go, Zhao Yang stated decisively. Oh, Bailey nodded in agreement. following Zuo Yang as they attempted to walk past. Humph. You will help us whether you want to or not. The two boys sneered, stepping closer to block Zuo Yang's way. Their intentions were unmistakable. If he refused, they would resort to force. Zuo Yang, instead of growing angry, chuckled. It seems you two are quite determined today. However, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get too full of yourselves that if you provoke me, you won't have a pleasant outcome. Well said. I think you're the one who is too full of himself. A mere first-year student daring to threaten us? Who do you think you are? A once-in-a-lifetime genius. Ridiculous. If you were such a prodigy, you wouldn't be attending Hongbei High School. You'd be at Yuchen No. One high school by now. The other boy mocked, his eyes filled with disdain. Zuo Yang sighed, realizing that those who were arrogant often had their own vulnerabilities. These two were simply too overconfident. If it were a different setting, Zuo Yang would have already taken action. He had no intention of becoming the center of attention on his first day as a new student surrounded by so many people. Are you coming with us or not? Don't say we didn't give you a chance. If you continue to be stubborn, we'll have no choice but to use force, one of the boys threatened. The first boy to speak threatened Zuo Yang. With a smile, Zuo Yang replied, "It is difficult to decline such hospitality. What harm could there be in accompanying you for a brief excursion?" He then turned to Bai Bai, who was standing nearby, and said, "Bai, you go ahead and have your meal. I'll assist them with a small task and find you afterward." Unexpectedly, Bai Bai interjected, "Zuo Yang, why don't I accompany you? Many hands make light work, and two of us can expedite the task." Zuo Yang was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. "Get lost. What do you mean by many hands make light work? Damn it, who do you think you are? Go away and don't make things difficult for yourself," a boy immediately shouted in anger. "Bai, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I can manage their affairs alone. Please, go eat," Zuo Yang insisted, genuinely fearing that Bai Bai would tag along and distract him. "Then I shall take my leave," Bai Bai said nonchalantly, slipping his hands into his pockets and departing as if nothing were amiss. What a foolish simpleton. What's wrong with the new students this year? Teske, they truly are becoming more inept with each passing class, two boys remarked, casting a derisive glance at the departing Bai Bai. They could clearly see that this newcomer was rather dim-witted. "Come with us. Don't attempt any tricks, or you'll be in for a world of trouble," the two boys said as they led Zuo Yang toward the playground behind the school. It was lunchtime, and the playground was nearly deserted, especially since their destination was the secluded Huamu forest behind the field, devoid of any passers-by. Before long, the trio crossed the playground and entered a small grove, where towering Huamu trees with broad leaves stood straight and tall as the wind rustled through the branches. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil that a stunning girl was standing amidst the trees. "Zhao Exin, we've brought the person you asked for," one boy exclaimed eagerly as they stepped into the grove. "Zhao Exin?" Zuo Yang furrowed his brow. The name was unfamiliar, yet the girl seemed somewhat recognizable, as if he had encountered her before. The two boys led Zuo Yang before Zhao Exin, who regarded him with a fierce and triumphant gaze. She cast a sidelong glance at Zuo Yang and sneered. Well, what a surprise. We meet again. Who are you? Have we met before?" Zuo Yang scrutinized the girl before him, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to recall where he had seen her. Humph. Zhao Exin's expression darkened, her demeanor turning venomous. "How outrageous. You've forgotten who I am. Truly infuriating. I warned you that I would make you regret it. You dared to slap my face, and today I shall settle the score," Zhao Exin declared, seething with rage. "What? This brat actually slapped your face? What gall? Let us see how we deal with him today." The two boys erupted in anger, ready to confront Zuo Yang. "A slap?" Zuo Yang paused, suddenly remembering, "No wonder you looked familiar. So it's you. Humph, you dared to bully my sister. A slap was merely a light punishment." Zuo Yang scoffed, finally recognizing the girl before him. "How dare you? You insolent brat. You still have not learned your lesson. You are utterly unaware of how formidable I am. Watch how I deal with you today." One of the boys bellowed, preparing to strike in retaliation for Zhao Exin. "Wait," Zhao Exin commanded, her eyes gleaming with malice. "This is a debt I shall repay personally. You too. Hold him down. He slapped me, and I will make him pay in full." The two boys, already flanking Zuo Yang, immediately sprang into action, one grasping Zuo Yang's left arm while the other seized his right. Zuo Yang was not one to passively accept such treatment. His physical prowess had reached the level of a first-tier warrior, and his speed and strength surpassed many newly enrolled students. Though he could not quite match the two second-year boys, he was more than capable of evading their grasp. Especially since the two boys had underestimated him, believing that a mere first-year student posed no real threat. They were careless, using only a fraction of their strength, while Zuo Yang was fully prepared. Thus, as they raised their hands, Zuo Yang had already slipped away. Quick reflexes, but that's hardly sufficient. Let me tell you, we are both second-tier warriors. Do you really think you, a first-year student, can compete with us? One boy sneered dismissively. Whether I can compete or not will be determined in battle. It's not something to be decided by mere words. And let me inform you, even if you were third-tier warriors, I would not fear you. Zuo Yang's eyes glinted coldly. That I do not initiate conflict. But if you are foolish enough to provoke me, do not expect mercy. Zuo Yang had always been merciless towards his foes. He is an earth mage. You too should be cautious of his magic. Not let him create distance between you. Zhao Xian urged anxiously, suddenly gripped by a strong, ominous premonition. He is a mage. Then there is nothing to worry about, the boys replied confidently. Mages excel in long-range attacks, but falter in close combat. Boy, knowing we are warriors, shouldn't you be hastily retreating? You're quite calm for someone so confident. They taunted with a predatory gleam in their eyes, akin to lions stalking their prey. Zuo Yang had ample opportunity to retreat, but he questioned the necessity of doing so. The notion that mages were weak in close combat applied to ordinary mages. Zuo Yang was an exceptional sorcerer, his physical strength formidable enough to face any opponent in close quarters without fear. In fact, he relished the thrill of close quarters combat, the exhilaration of a single punch shaking the earth and splitting mountains. That was the essence of a true warrior's spirit, igniting one's bloodlust. Come at me together. Do not claim I am bullying you, Zuo Yang said lightly, his demeanor calm and collected. How arrogant. A mere first-year dares to be so brazen. I initially intended to teach you a lesson, but now I've changed my mind. Today, you will bleed. The two second-year boys, incensed by Zuo Yang's words, glared at him with icy daggers in their eyes. Their internal fighting spirit surging to that moment. A boy clad in a black short-sleeved shirt entered the grove. Zuo Yang was taken aback. It was Li Bai. What is this fool doing here? Zuo Yang mused to himself. Another fool seeking death? Why aren't you off eating? Get lost, or I'll make sure you regret it. One boy shouted, furious at Li Bai's presence. Li Bai, unfazed by the threats, simply smiled and said, I'm not here to find trouble. I'm here to find Zuo Yang. Damn it. The boys were infuriated, their anger flaring. Zuo Yang was at a loss for words. Li Bai had a knack for provoking ire with his remarks. Li Bai appeared entirely oblivious to the tension, disregarding the threats from the two second-year boys as he approached Zuo Yang. Bai, what brings you here? Can't you see they're about to attack me? Zuo Yang glared at him, exasperated. Attack. Li Bai feigned surprise. That sounds great. My hands have been in my pockets all day. I was just thinking it's time to stretch them. That if anyone wants to fight, come on, my hands are ready. Zuo Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't believe Li Bai's audacity exceeded his own. You must be tired of living. You've brought this upon yourself. You can't blame anyone else, one boy shouted angrily, exchanging glances with his companion. Han Fei, let us do this. One for each of us. Fine, I'll take the one in the black shirt. Let us see who can take down their opponent first, the boy named Han Fei replied. All right, let us fight. The two boys lunged forward, fierce as tigers. One charging at Zuo Yang, the other at Li Bai, initiating their assault. Chapter 46. Li Bai with a fierce roar, the two second-year boys barreled towards Zuo Yang and Li Bai. It seems we don't even need to choose our opponents, Li Bai chuckled, suddenly transforming. Previously lethargic, his demeanor shifted dramatically. A sharp glint sparked in his eyes, and he emanated an intimidating aura, as if a sword had been drawn from its sheath, instilling a sense of trepidation. This guy truly has some skills. Zuo Yang was taken aback, for he had long discerned that Li Bai was no ordinary individual. Now, as he observed him more closely, the aura radiating from Li Bai was enough to send chills down Zuo Yang's spine. Zuo Yang surmised that Li Bai's prowess was at least equal to, if not superior to, that of Jia Zheng, undoubtedly a second-tier warrior. Han Fei, who charged towards Li Bai, was also startled. However, he retained confidence in his own abilities. After all, he was a second-year student, while his opponent was merely a freshman. How formidable could he truly be? So, you think you're so audacious? It seems you possess hidden depths. Well then, if you prove too weak, the fight would lack excitement. Prepare to receive my punch. Han Fei bellowed as he rushed forward, delivering a powerful blow that unleashed a fierce gale. Howling in its wake, Bai Li Bai's gaze was as sharp as lightning, his presence commanding and unyielding. Instead of retreating, he advanced, clenching his right fist and retaliating with equal force. That it was a clash of warriors, fist against fist, determining the stronger of the two in a single exchange. Bang! The two iron fists collided, and Han Fei gritted his teeth, a fierce look in his eyes. He had exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, his internal energy fully unleashed. He aimed to demonstrate to Bai Li the vast difference between a sophomore and a freshman, believing it was sheer folly for a mere first year to oppose him. Yet, in an instant, a cry of agony escaped Han Fei's lips, his expression transforming in shock upon the moment of impact with Bai Li Bai's fist. He felt as though a colossal hammer had struck his hand, the pain radiating as if his bones had shattered. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, Zhao Xian's complexion drained of color. Han Fei was a second-tier warrior and a sophomore. Who was this freshman before her, and where had he emerged from? His strength surpassed even that of Han Fei, forcing him to stagger back with a single blow. How could this be? The look of suffering on Han Fei's face indicated that he had sustained significant damage. In stark contrast, Bai Li Bai appeared utterly unfazed, as if he had exerted minimal effort in that punch. This realization chilled Zhao Xian's heart further. Was he truly just a freshman? How could he possess such power? Zhao Xian found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, as Han Fei and Bai Li Bai engaged in their fierce confrontation, another individual clashed with Zuo Yang. Unlike Bai Li Bai, Zuo Yang did not rely on brute force. He lacked inner energy and had honed only his physical strength, while he could rival a first-tier warrior. Taking on a second-tier warrior in a direct confrontation was akin to inviting suffering. "Junior, let me see what skills you possess," the male student sneered, unleashing a rapid punch aimed directly at Zuo Yang's face. Close combat was the bane of mages, and the male student was exceptionally confident in his agility, striking with lightning speed to prevent Zuo Yang from casting any spells. That my abilities are not for mere display. Zuo Yang extended both hands, and simultaneously, 6-pointed star magic circles materialized in a dazzling yellow radiance, brilliant and mesmerizing. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 the sound of air being pierced rang out consecutively as dozens of small stones surged from all directions, launching toward the sophomore like bullets from a gun. In this wooded area, stones were abundant, making it a grave miscalculation for the male student to engage Zuo Yang in battle. What? Instant casting. And so many stones. The second-year male student was taken aback, never anticipating that Zuo Yang possessed such formidable strength, capable of instantaneously casting spells with both hands. He beheld the barrage of stones flying toward him. He was left in a daze. There were no fewer than 30 projectiles hurtling toward him. How could he possibly defend against such an onslaught? There was no hope of evasion. Ouch! Ouch! Ah! Cries of anguish echoed as the sophomore was pelted mercilessly, his face bruised and swollen, a testament to Zuo Yang's restrained power. Had Zuo Yang desired, he could have easily taken the male student's life with his current strength. Bai Li Bai's punch had sent Han Fei reeling, while Zuo Yang's spell had incapacitated the other sophomore. Both had decisively triumphed over their adversaries in a single, clean sweep. Zhao Xian stood dumbfounded, her complexion pale. She could hardly believe that these two freshmen were so extraordinarily strong. Simultaneous instant casting of magic with such control over numerous stones. Were they truly just freshmen? When had first-year students become so formidable? The second-year male student, now battered and bruised, wore an expression of fear and disbelief as he regarded Zuo Yang. A prodigy, without a doubt a prodigy. "Hey, weren't you eager to witness my abilities? Come on, I have plenty more to show you. I assure you it will be quite the spectacle," Zuo Yang remarked, gazing at the sophomore with a playful smile. Lifting a stone that floated in his palm, rotating up and down, the male student, shaken, instinctively took a step back. "Hey, weren't you planning to attack? I merely moved my hand, and yet you seem frightened. Come on." Bai Li Bai chimed in, casting a harmless grin at Han Fei. Han Fei's expression shifted, fear evident as he too began to retreat. After colliding with Bai Li Bai's fist, his right arm throbbed painfully, akin to being smashed to bits. and the agony was unbearable. Even with a surge of courage, he dared not engage Bai Li Bai again. Bai Li, let's go, Zuo Yang said, not even sparing a glance at Zhao Xian before turning to leave. The two second-year students were already terrified. The fight was effectively over. Bai Li Bai slipped his hands into his pockets, reverting to his usual laid-back demeanor, appearing nothing like a martial expert that I say. Bai Li, did you realize this from the start? Zuo Yang inquired as they walked. That I'm not foolish. Naturally, I recognized it early on that I simply didn't want you to suffer, so I came to lend a hand. What do you think? Quite considerate, isn't it? Bai Li Bai chuckled. Then why did you take so long to arrive? Heroes typically appear at critical moments, don't they? If I show up too early, it undermines my significance. Oh, come on. Just stick to being Xiao Bai. You and heroism simply do not align. Whether it aligns or not is irrelevant. You manage just fine without my assistance. But speaking of which, Zuo Yang, your strength is quite impressive. I commend you. You're no slouch yourself. Come on, I'm still waiting for you to treat me to a meal. Haha, deal. The two ambled side by side, exchanging compliments and laughter, strolling confidently and nonchalantly out of Huamu Forest. Leaving behind two stupefied second-year students. Gulp, Han Fei, the second-year student, swallowed hard, his eyes wide as he stared at the receding figures of Zuo Yang and Bai Li Bai, muttering in disbelief. Are they truly just freshmen? Zhao Xian, who exactly are those two? Are you certain they are indeed first-year students? How can their strength be so overwhelming? Han Fei turned to Zhao Xian, questioning her. Zhao Xian's complexion remained pale as she bit her lower lip. Taking a long moment before responding, the boy you brought along is from Tianshui Lake Town, just like me. He must be a freshman this year. I last saw him when he was in junior high. As for the other one who came later, I have never seen him before. I do not know him. Humph, regardless of who they are, this matter cannot end here. To be bested by two freshmen is simply unacceptable. I cannot swallow this humiliation. The student, bruised and battered by Zuo Yang, fumed angrily. What good will it do to be indignant? You can't even win against them. Do you not feel ashamed? Han Fei shook his head. Feeling both unwilling and helpless, Dai was utterly ludicrous for a second-year student to be humiliated by two newly admitted freshmen. Yet, what could he say? It was merely a case of skill falling short. Suddenly, the battered male student grinned sinisterly. I have a plan that will ensure their downfall. Oh, what scheme? Han Fei inquired eagerly. Aren't they quite impressive? Perfect. We shall spread the word that this year's freshmen have two prodigious talents. One boasts of sweeping all warriors, while the other vows to dominate all mages. Tell me, do you think such arrogant figures will go unchallenged? Han Fei and Zhao Xian's eyes lit up with excitement. What a brilliant idea. Let them become the targets of enmity throughout the school, besieged from all sides. We'll see how they fare in the future. They might even find it impossible to remain in their own class. Han Fei exclaimed joyfully, while Zhao Xian shared in the enthusiasm. They could vividly envision the chaos that would ensue once the news spread, leading Zuo Yang and Bai Li Bai to become pariahs. Shunned and isolated by all, even facing the wrath of the upperclassmen, it was far more satisfying than a mere physical confrontation. And let's ensure their names are included as well. Let us make it truly authentic. Zhao Xian added. All right, leave this to me. I'll find a way to dig up the freshmen's files. Han Fei responded decisively. Zuo Yang and Bai Li Bai, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing against them, merrily made their way to the school cafeteria, filled with laughter and conversation, oblivious to the impending tempest that awaited them. Chapter 47. Wealthy Individual. Shall we be friends? After finishing lunch, Zuo Yang and Bai Li Bai returned together. Bai Li, where is your dormitory? Once there is nothing else to do in the future, I can come find you, Zuo Yang said as he and Bai Li Bai walked side by side. It's right next to your dormitory, Bai Li Bai replied. Otherwise, how could I knock on your door and ask if you have 10-star coins? You live next to me, Zuo Yang exclaimed, then laughed and added. I see, you must also be a special enrollment student, am I right? Bai Li Bai's prowess surpassed that of Jia Zheng, leading Zuo Yang to speculate that Bai Li Bai was likely a special enrollment student. Drawn by the conditions offered by Hongbei High School. However, Bai Li Bai remarked, I am not a special enrollment student. I entered through the regular examination process. That you're not a special enrollment student. Zuo Yang was genuinely astonished. That can't be. With your strength, you would easily qualify for Yuchen No. 1 high school. Why would you come to Hongbei High School to defeat a second-year student with a single punch? Such strength should not be found in a non-special enrollment student, leaving Zuo Yang baffled. Could it be that this person truly lacked common sense? Did he not realize that Yuchin No. 1 High School was vastly superior to Hongbei High School? Bai Li Bai glanced around before lowering his voice, speaking mysteriously. I must tell you, but you cannot let this information spread. Zuo Yang's heart tightened. Could it be that this person harbored some unspeakable secret? Bai Li Bai continued. I came to Hongbei High School to evade a particularly vicious enemy. If I fall into their hands, I will either die or be left crippled. An enemy. Zuo Yang was taken aback. An adversary that could instill such fear in Bai Li Bai must indeed be formidable. Zuo Yang, you must not divulge this to anyone else. If my enemy hears of it, my fate will be even worse. Bai Li Bai urged. Rest assured, I promise not to mention it to a third party. Zuo Yang said. Bai Li, who is your enemy? If you cannot handle it alone, I am willing to assist you. Although they had not known each other for long, Zuo Yang found Bai Li Bai agreeable, albeit occasionally a bit foolish, leaving him speechless. Please don't. Please don't. Bai Li Bai panicked at Zuo Yang's offer to help with his enemy. Hastily insisting, my enemy is extremely ruthless. If they discover that I am seeking help against them, I will only end up in a worse situation. Zuo Yang, please do not complicate matters. I appreciate your goodwill. Zuo Yang shook his head, unable to suppress a smile. I am genuinely curious about who this enemy of yours is. To have you so frightened. Cannot say, must not say. Bai Li Bai shivered, recalling the name. Just thinking of it makes me uneasy. Let's hurry on and not dwell on this. That name is my nightmare. Zuo Yang thought it wise to remain cautious, should Bai Li Bai's enemy come looking for him. He followed Bai Li Bai, striding towards the dormitory. It was only just past noon, and with classes not beginning until 2 o'clock, they could afford to take a short rest in their dormitory. In the first-year magic class, as the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, Zuo Yang arrived at the classroom door, but he glanced at the nameplate before stepping inside. He had indeed been assigned to this class, while Bai Li Bai was in class 16 of the warriors. What a crowd! Upon entering the classroom, Zuo Yang observed the nearly filled seats. With approximately 40 students present, I'll just sit in the last row. He scanned the room and finally spotted an empty seat at the back by the window, which he found quite satisfactory as it afforded him some privacy, similar to where he had sat in middle school. My name is Moo Moo, from Sheeping Town, with a level 5 Earth affinity. And you? As Zuo Yang sat down, a young man in front of him turned around eagerly. I am Zuo Yang, from Tianshui Lake Town, Zuo Yang replied. Tianshui Lake Town? Moo Moo's eyes lit up with excitement. What a coincidence. Tianshui Lake Town is quite close to Sheeping Town. That makes us neighbors, huh? More or less, Zuo Yang chuckled. Wait a minute. Moo Moo suddenly recalled something, furrowing his brow as he looked at Zuo Yang. Why haven't I seen you in either of the dormitories? Do you not live on campus? Typically, students from the surrounding areas of Yuchin City were required to stay on campus. It was impractical for them to attend classes all day and then rush home. Only students from the city itself could return home. Considering Moo Moo's assumption that Zuo Yang, hailing from Tianshui Lake Town, would certainly be residing on campus, he found it odd that he had not encountered Zuo Yang in their dormitory. Oh, I live in a single apartment in the northern district, not in a shared dormitory, Zuo Yang explained. A single apartment. Moo Moo's eyes widened in astonishment. That's a place only the wealthy can afford. I've heard the annual accommodation fee alone is 2,000 to 3,000 star coins. You must come from a wealthy family. Not really. It's not as extravagant as you think. Zuo Yang awkwardly smiled. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he thought to himself, if my family were wealthy, I would have gone to Yuchin No. 1 High School already, rather than ending up here. Wow, a single apartment. How enviable, Moo Moo said, looking rather envious. Who lives in a single apartment? A few others nearby, both male and female, perked up at the mention of a single apartment. Who lives in a single apartment? The accommodation fee is 2,000 to 3,000 star coins a year. What a tycoon! A girl approached, exclaiming in surprise. She was quite attractive, dressed fashionably, exuding a faint scent of roses, and possessed a captivating demeanor. His name is Zuo Yang, and he lives in a single apartment. Moo Moo excitedly pointed out as more students gathered around. Feeling the weight of their stares, Zuo Yang felt rather uncomfortable, as if he were some rare creature on display. Wow, a tycoon. Let's be friends. I am Hua Shi, as in flower and stream, the girl said, placing a hand on Zuo Yang's shoulder and speaking in a flirtatious tone, sending shivers down Zuo Yang's spine. Whoa! Zuo Yang shivered in response. What is up with this girl? So forward. Hua Shi, You might as well call yourself Hua Chi. A boy named Pei Wen laughed as he approached. Ha! The group burst into laughter, and Zuo Yang couldn't help but join in. Pei Wen, you better get lost. Go as far away as you can. Hua Chi retorted angrily, showing no regard for his feelings. Hey, the earth is round. I'll just come back. Pei Wen jested, spinning around playfully. Appearing quite pleased, Zuo Yang later learned that Pei Wen and Hua Chi were classmates from middle school, having taken the same exam and entered Hongbei High School together, hence their familiarity and playful banter. Before Zuo Yang arrived to register, he had also inquired that several students from Tianshui Lake Town had successfully entered Hongbei High School, but all of them were in the warrior classes, with him being the only mage. Hey, I'm Pei Wen, a level 6 lightning affinity. Pei Wen introduced himself to Zuo Yang, displaying a friendly demeanor. My name is Ma Li, a dual affinity mage with wind and fire. My wind affinity is level 4, while my fire affinity is level 5, another slightly plump boy chimed in. You are a dual affinity mage. Zuo Yang glanced at the boy with interest. In truth, dual affinity mages were not uncommon. Some even possessed 3 or 4 affinities. However, individuals had limited energy, and even if they could cultivate multiple affinities, they would typically choose one as their primary focus. For instance, Molly possessed both wind and fire affinities but focused primarily on fire, as it was easier to break through with a higher level, though I am a dual affinity mage. My expertise lies in fire, while wind is merely a secondary focus, Molly explained. Wind enhances the fire's might. Even as a secondary focus, that is impressive as it amplifies the power of your fire spells. Zuo Yang remarked. Zuo Yang, we've all introduced ourselves, but you haven't mentioned your affinity yet, Moo suddenly interjected. Right, Tycoon, what is your affinity? Hua Chi asked, twisting her body in a teasing manner, caught off guard. Zuo Yang could only smile wryly. I am of the Earth affinity, with a talent level similar to Moo. Earth affinity is great. We can practice with each other in the future, Moo exclaimed cheerfully. Anytime, Zuo Yang nodded in agreement. The bell signaling the start of class rang. Class is starting. Tycoon, we should return to our seats. Hua Chi, with a captivating smile, glanced back with a playful grin before returning to her own seat. Moo, Pei Wen, and Molly also returned to their respective places, while Zuo Yang let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though a weight had been lifted. These individuals were exceedingly enthusiastic. At that moment, a strikingly alluring figure entered the classroom, instantly capturing the attention of the entire class. Chapter 48. Teacher Feng Yu. As the bell rang, Moo, Hua Chi, Pei Wen, and Molly hurried back to their seats. In the next moment, an enticing silhouette walked in, drawing the eyes of every student in the room. Goodness, what a stunning figure, someone whispered softly, causing the boys in the class to become visibly excited. Their eyes fixated. Zuo Yang felt himself swallow hard. The figure's physique, her face, and her ample bosom, easily an E-cup, was nothing short of a devilishly enchanting sight. Hello, students. From today onwards, I shall be your homeroom teacher. You may call me Teacher Feng Yu, the woman proclaimed as she stepped onto the podium, her voluptuous form accentuated, accompanied by a sweet smile. Hello, Teacher Feng Yu, the students shouted in unison, the boys' voices ringing the loudest. Zuo Yang felt his throat go dry. A teacher so enticing and alluring, he wouldn't mind having a dozen of her. Young, beautiful, with all the right curves, a tiny waist, and a sumptuous bosom, my goodness. Just a glance could make one swoon. Teacher Feng Yu surveyed the students before continuing. In a while, at 3 o'clock, we will hold the opening ceremony that we still have some time, so let us start with some self-introductions. Let us get to know each other, starting with this student here, she said, directing her gaze to the student by the door in the front row. The student stood up and introduced himself. My name is Du Li Huang. I live on North Street in Yuchen City, and I possess water and earth elemental abilities. My water ability is at level 3, and my earth ability is at level 6. I am currently a level 1 mage. Already a level 1 mage, impressive, Teacher Feng Yu replied, casting an appreciative glance at him. All right, please take your seat. The next student, it's your turn. My name is Li Xiaoang. I also live in the city, and I have fire elemental abilities, level 5, and I am a trainee mage. Good. Next, the students continued to introduce themselves, primarily sharing their names, addresses, and abilities, allowing for a swift progression. I am Moo from Sheeping Town, with a level 5 earth ability that I just recently broke through, and am now a level 1 mage. Hee. After finishing his introduction, Moo sat down, and Zuo Yang stood up. stating directly, I'm Zuo Yang, from Tianshui Lake Town, with an Earth ability of level 8. Level 8? Level 8. The classroom erupted in chaos. Among the 42 students, the highest ability prior to Zuo Yang's revelation was a level 7 wind ability. Everyone had assumed that was the highest in the class, but now, a level 8 ability had emerged. Unbelievable. Zuo Yang, didn't you say your ability was about the same as mine? Level 8 is hardly about the same. Mu turned to Zuo Yang, astonished. Amazing. I didn't expect you to be such a genius. I'm increasingly fond of you, Huashi added, turning to Zuo Yang and throwing him a flirtatious glance. Zuo Yang pretended not to notice and quickly sat back down. He couldn't handle such attention from a girl like her. You are the special admit of our class, with a level 8 Earth ability. And you've already reached level 2 mage status right after graduating from middle school. Truly impressive. Teacher Feng Yu remarked with a gleeful smile, her gaze fixed on Zuo Yang. She had access to each student's information. And during Zuo Yang's strength assessment, he had unleashed a level 2 earth-shattering spell, indicating his status as a level 2 mage. What? He is already a level 2 mage. A level 2 mage. My goodness, did I hear that correctly? The classroom buzzed with disbelief. Achieving level 2 mage status was a terrifying feat. Normally, graduating middle school and becoming a level 1 mage was already quite remarkable. Let alone reaching level 2. It's not impossible, but it's exceedingly rare, unless one is a prodigious talent or comes from a powerful family with ample resources. Otherwise, dreaming of becoming a level 2 mage right after middle school is simply unrealistic. Wow, Zuo Yang, is it true? You're a level 2 mage. Mu's eyes widened in shock. Fixed on Zuo Yang, I just broke through. Zuo Yang replied with a slight smile, feeling somewhat helpless as he hadn't expected Teacher Feng Yu to be so direct, revealing his secrets so easily. Impressive, Zuo Yang. No, wait. I should call you boss now that I'm going to stick with you from now on. You must look after me, Mu exclaimed, even changing how he addressed Zuo Yang. Me too. Boss, you must take care of me as well. Pei Wen chimed in, stretching his neck to speak. Don't forget about me. Big spender, Huashi added with a charming smile. And I'm Molly. Boss, I'll be relying on you for all the good food and drink from now on. Molly joined in the excitement. Zuo Yang suddenly felt overwhelmed, realizing he had unintentionally become the boss with 3 new underlings. Not to mention a flirtatious sister. What a chaotic situation. Zuo Yang sat at the back, with Mu and his friends seated nearby, while the others in the class hesitated to approach him. All right, Teacher Feng Yu raised her voice. Everyone has introduced themselves. Let us ensure we get along well and support one another, especially you, Zuo Yang. You are the only special admit in our class, so you must set a good example. Don't embarrass me. Zuo Yang felt a slight stiffness in his expression. That phrase sounded rather peculiar. Just then, the school's intercom crackled to life. Attention all first-year homeroom teachers, please lead your students to the playground for assembly. Form lines according to the designated positions in preparation for the opening ceremony. Once again, attention all first-year homeroom teachers, please lead your students to the playground, forming lines according to the designated positions for the opening ceremony. Upon hearing the announcement, Teacher Feng Yu clapped her hands and said loudly, All right, it's time to gather. Zuo Yang, come here and organize everyone to line up outside of me. Zuo Yang was taken aback, being singled out to organize the entire class. Did this beautiful homeroom teacher have her eyes on him? Yes, you. Hurry up. Teacher Feng Yu waved at Zuo Yang, urging him to come forward. Zuo Yang felt 120 reasons to refuse. He just wanted to enjoy his cultivation peacefully. However, it seemed fate had other plans. Reluctantly, Zuo Yang made his way to the podium, quickly organized them. The whole class is waiting for you. Teacher Feng Yu urged. Sighing, Zuo Yang glanced at the students below and said, Everyone, please stand up, starting from the first row, line up outside. Boys on one side, girls on the other, and arrange yourselves by height. Let us begin, with Teacher Feng Yu overseeing. The students complied, standing up and filing out of the classroom, lining up outside. Zuo Yang, your organizational skills are quite commendable. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Tomorrow, I plan to make you the class leader. What do you think? Teacher Feng Yu smiled at Zuo Yang, her praise laced with temptation. Class leader. Zuo Yang's head felt even heavier upon hearing this. Chapter 49. The Struggle for Class Leader, Part 1. Outside the classroom. The students of Class 1 of the first-year magic program gradually exited, forming 2 lines, boys on one side, girls on the other. Teacher, please spare me. I'm really not cut out to be a class leader. I don't want that responsibility, Zuo Yang pleaded, his face a mask of desperation. He simply wanted to focus on his training and improving his abilities. All right, we can discuss this tomorrow. For now, you should go and help organize the lines. Teacher Feng Yu seemed to have seen through Zuo Yang's reluctance and didn't press the matter further. Sighing, Zuo Yang could only obediently proceed to assist with the lineup, instructing shorter students, please move to the front. Zuo Yang gazed at the 2 rows of students and shouted loudly, astonished by Zuo Yang's talent and prowess, not to mention the watchful eyes of teacher Feng Yu nearby. His classmates were quite respectful and soon stood neatly in 2 lines. Zuo Yang, lead everyone and follow me. Maintaining order, instructed teacher Feng Yu. Zuo Yang replied helplessly, guiding his peers behind teacher Feng Yu as they made their way to the playground. The first year comprised over 1,000 students in more than 20 classes. With only 2 dedicated to wizards, the rest were warriors. At this moment, there were still 20 minutes until the opening ceremony commenced, and all first-year students were bustling toward the playground, the atmosphere lively and animated. The ceremony itself was merely a formality, raising the flag, setting off fireworks, delivering speeches, discussing hopes and aspirations, tediously mundane. Throughout the proceedings, Zuo Yang fought off sleep, utterly disinterested. He could not fathom the purpose of such trivial rituals. As every leader took to the stage, rambling on endlessly, as if prolonged speeches were a requisite for their authority, Zuo Yang felt increasingly vexed. His temperament was ill-suited for such occasions. The entire opening ceremony lasted an hour and a half. The warrior students fared better, brimming with vitality, while the 2 wizard classes were left in a more unfortunate state, their physical stamina lacking compared to the warriors. They stood, aching in their waists and legs, mentally cursing the leaders who spoke at the podium. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the ceremony finally concluded, and the classes exited in an orderly fashion, Zuo Yang and his peers returning to their classroom. Standing at the podium, teacher Feng Yu smiled and announced, initially, I thought everyone could rest after the ceremony, but upon reflection, I believe we should elect a class leader today. Otherwise, we will waste considerable time tomorrow. What do you all think? The moment the prospect of electing a class leader was mentioned, the students perked up immediately. Great. Let's elect a leader. After all, Zuo Yang is a special recruit in our class, and his abilities are formidable. I propose we choose Zuo Yang as our class leader. Someone exclaimed loudly. I also support Zuo Yang as class leader. Mumu shouted. As soon as he spoke, Pei 1, Ma Li, and Hua Shi joined in, and soon, the classroom resonated with voices in favor of Zuo Yang's leadership. Teacher Feng Yu beamed. Just as she had anticipated, Zuo Yang's popularity had indeed soared after her endorsement. Now that the entire class has nominated you as leader, how will you wriggle out of this one? Feng Yu thought to herself, feeling a sense of pride. The class leader, after all, should be the most capable individual. And in her eyes, it was only fitting that the most powerful among them be chosen. However, Zuo Yang did not share this sentiment. The responsibilities and troubles of being a class leader were burdensome, and he preferred to remain unencumbered. Most importantly, he was concerned that assuming the role would hinder his training progress. In this world, strength was paramount. The educational resources and training facilities at Hongbei Middle School were far inferior to those at Yuqin No. One middle school that if he did not exert himself, the gap between him and the top talents at Yuqin No. 1 would only widen. Zuo Yang's rivals had always been those elite geniuses from Yuqin No. 1, and he could not afford to squander time. I object. Just as the entire class was rallying behind Zuo Yang, someone suddenly stood up to voice dissent. The room fell silent in surprise, but upon seeing who had stood, it all became clear. Among them, Zuo Yang possessed the highest talent level, an earth element of level 8, yet there was another with a water element talent of level 7, making him the second most gifted in the class. The individual who had abruptly risen to oppose was Jiang Hongyu, the student with the water element talent. With his abilities, he could easily have entered Yuqin No. 1, but he knew that even there, he would be just another face in the crowd, as that school was renowned for its concentration of prodigies, with level 8 and 9 talents plentiful. Thus, he chose to enroll at Hongbei Middle School, preferring to be a leader among lesser talents than a follower among the best. However, now that a special recruit had emerged in their class with an even higher talent level, Jiang Hongyu could not accept losing his spotlight. The whole class's support for Zuo Yang only fueled his indignation. In a way, absolutely not. The position of class leader is mine. Jiang Hongyu's inner turmoil raged. His pride would not allow him to let this title slip away. At the back of the classroom, Zuo Yang, who had no desire to be class leader, felt a surge of joy upon hearing the objection. This person is truly my savior, Zuo Yang thought gratefully as he looked at Jiang Hongyu. Teacher Fengyu paused, asking, Jiang Hongyu, why do you object? Jiang Hongyu replied, to be class leader, one must possess genuine abilities. Although Zuo Yang is a special recruit, excelling in exams does not necessarily indicate strength. I challenge him. If I win, it will prove he is unfit for the role. Jiang Hongyu turned sharply, fixing an intense gaze on Zuo Yang, shouting, Zuo Yang, do you dare accept my challenge? The classroom erupted in excitement. Wow, a challenge. Jiang Hongyu certainly has guts. He knows Zuo Yang is a level 2 wizard and still dares to challenge him. I remember he is a level 1 wizard, right? Though he claims to be level 1. He could very well be a level 2 wizard in reality. Hey, a challenge. Who would have thought we'd witness such a spectacle on the first day of school? The clash between the first and second should be exhilarating. The classmates buzzed with anticipation, eager to witness the impending duel. Boss, Jiang Hongyu wants to challenge your position. Accept the challenge and give him a good thrashing, Mu urged, his fists clenched in anger. Rich boy, let me see your strength. Huashi also encouraged Zuo Yang. All eyes turned to him, waiting for his response. All right, I accept, Zuo Yang said with a smirk, already having devised a plan to engage in a feigned struggle before conceding. Great, there's going to be some excitement, someone shouted, and the rest of the class buzzed with enthusiasm. This is getting interesting, Teacher Fengyu chuckled, adding, very well, it will be a good opportunity to assess your practical abilities. Follow me to the training ground. The training ground was one of the most significant locations at the school, furnished with an oversized magic array capable of continuously gathering the forces of nature and elemental powers, serving as a vital venue for student training. When it came to training, competitions were inevitable. The training ground also featured designated fighting platforms and sparring rooms for students to engage in combat. The sparring rooms offered a degree of privacy, suitable for friendly practice, while the fighting platforms were designated for public challenges or competitions, surrounded by ample seating for spectators. Naturally, using the fighting platform required prior approval, and a teacher had to be present. Otherwise, any mishaps could lead to dire consequences. The earth elemental force here is so rich, far more than in a single apartment. Upon entering the training ground, Zuo Yang felt a jolt of energy. As an earth elemental adept, he could communicate with the surrounding earth elements at will. However, he was utterly blind to the other 6 elemental forces and the natural energies, as he lacked talents in those areas. This is the training ground, equipped with mountains, hills, forests, lakes, marshes, and deserts, along with abandoned factories and towns, albeit all simulated and much smaller than reality. Teacher Fengyu explained as she led the students through the grounds. Wow, it's enormous. It must cover several hundred acres. One student gasped. The entire training ground spans 300 acres. And over there is the training area where you can practice. The elemental forces and natural energies there are 30% more concentrated than in the outside world. Teacher Fengyu pointed to a vast expanse of land to their left. Teacher Fengyu, are there even better training facilities at the school? Mu inquired. Of course. Teacher Fengyu replied with a smile. The best training grounds boast elemental forces and natural energies that are 3 times that of the outside world. 3 times. The students gasped in astonishment. 3 times. What does that mean? It implies that if Zuo Yang were to break through from a level 2 wizard to a level 3 wizard, which normally takes a year, he could achieve it in just 4 months. 3 times. Zuo Yang felt his breath quicken. Utilizing the school's resources would indeed elevate his training speed significantly. Teacher Fengyu continued. However, those areas are not accessible to everyone. Resources are limited, and one must possess qualifications to enter. What qualifications are needed for training there? Zuo Yang asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Teacher Fengyu looked at Zuo Yang, narrowing her eyes with a sly smile. It's simple. Whoever becomes class leader will have the opportunity. Become class leader? Zuo Yang's lips twitched in frustration. Clearly, Teacher Fengyu had dug a pit, waiting for him to leap in. Yet, despite knowing it was a trap, Zuo Yang felt compelled to jump in, for the allure of tripled cultivation speed was an opportunity he could not let slip away. Zizi. Zuo Yang fixed his gaze on Jiang Hongyu, who met his stare with equal intensity, their eyes sparking with challenge. Tripled cultivation speed. Who would willingly relinquish such an advantage? I never intended to be class leader, but for the sake of that accelerated growth, I might as well accept the role. Zuo Yang gritted his teeth. The position of class leader is mine, and so is the tripled cultivation speed. It must be mine alone. Jiang Hongyu's gaze was sharp, exuding formidable presence that To attained that tripled speed. Both were resolute. Victory was the only option. Defeat was not an alternative. In that moment, it was not just the two of them. Every student present felt the stir of ambition. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food that if they did not fight for it, how could they justify their existence? Chapter 50. The Contest for Class Leader, Part 2. The dueling platform in the training area was under the supervision of designated personnel. Teacher Feng Yu first completed the necessary formalities before leading the students inside. The platform measured 20 meters on each side, spacious enough for two individuals to engage in combat. Jiang Hongyu stepped onto the dueling platform first, just as Zuo Yang was about to follow. However, Mu rushed ahead, exclaiming, "Boss, seeing the platform makes me eager to fight. Let me have a go against him first." Before Zuo Yang could respond, Mu had already ascended the platform. In truth, upon sighting the dueling area, each student felt an urge to showcase their skills and test their mettle. Who among the youth does not yearn for competition, particularly with the enticing prospect of tripled cultivation speed? They were all the more eager to display their prowess. TCH, how could Mu steal the spotlight? Pei Wen felt somewhat resentful. He too had wished to demonstrate his abilities, but had been usurped by Mu. Teacher Feng Yu ascended the platform, knowing that a teacher's presence was essential during such contests to prevent unforeseen mishaps. Each challenge was limited to 2 participants. Losing combat capability, stepping out of bounds, or conceding would all result in defeat. Teacher Feng Yu did not prevent Mu from taking the stage. On the contrary, she welcomed the competition among her students. Without a competitive spirit, how could one aspire to greatness? With a flourish, a magical barrier appeared around the dueling area, designed to shield the surrounding space from the ensuing combat. Are you two ready? If so, we may begin, Teacher Feng Yu announced, directing her gaze towards Jiang Hongyu and Mu in the center of the platform. As soon as her words fell, Mu raised his right hand, swiftly sketching a magic circle, preparing to strike first with the flying rock technique. To be precise, Mu's actions were not entirely honorable, as Jiang Hongyu had yet to declare his readiness. Thus, Mu's approach was more akin to an ambush. However, Mu was unconcerned. His earth magic was at level 5, a considerable disparity from Jiang Hongyu's abilities. If he did not take the initiative, victory would likely elude him. Buzz, a flash of yellow light erupted as Mu expertly completed the magic circle in mere seconds, forming a hexagram pattern. Countless hazy yellow orbs materialized before him, representing the gathered earth elements. These elements rapidly coalesced into a pebble the size of an egg. With a flick of his wrist, the pebble shot forth towards Jiang Hongyu. 10 meters away, fire mages can condense fire elements into fireballs, and earth mages can similarly solidify earth elements into rocks. However, Zuo Yang preferred to utilize the terrain, employing the flying rock technique to manipulate surrounding stones to assail his foes. Mu wished to control pre-existing stones or rocks for his attack to conserve magical energy, but the platform was devoid of such materials. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to expend time and magical energy to form a rock. Whoosh! The pebble flew forth with remarkable speed, reaching Jiang Hongyu in the blink of an eye. Jiang Hongyu smirked coldly. "You can't even cast instantly, and you think you can challenge me?" Raising his right hand, his fingers spread wide. A shimmering blue spiral magic circle manifested before him. Water magic, water ball technique. Release! Jiang Hongyu bellowed as the water elements around him rapidly converged, forming a vibrant blue water sphere in an instant. In the next moment, the water ball shot forth, colliding with the pebble. Jiang Hongyu's strength was evidently superior to Mu's. The impact sent the pebble flying away. Instantaneous casting. Mu's expression shifted, though he had released the flying rock technique with impressive speed. Jiang Hongyu had managed to cast his spell in less than a second. Mu finally grasped the reality of their disparity in strength. He was leagues behind Jiang Hongyu. Buzz! The blue light flickered. And without hesitation, Jiang Hongyu prepared to unleash another water ball technique. Realizing the peril, Mu shouted, "I concede! I concede!" He clasped his hands over his head and dashed off the platform, eliciting laughter from Pei Wen, Ma Li, and Hua Shi. "Humph!" Jiang Hongyu scoffed, retracting his spell just before unleashing it. Below the platform, Pei Wen chuckled. Moo, your retreat was nothing short of spectacular. I commend you. Get lost, if you're so capable. Why don't you step up and fight him? Moo shot back, rolling his eyes. Fine, I'll go. You think I'm afraid? Pei Wen raised his chin in defiance and strode onto the platform. Zuo Yang felt increasingly helpless. What was meant to be a duel between him and Zhang Hongyu had morphed into a competition. Teacher Feng, you must have done this intentionally, using the training ground with 3 times the elemental concentration to incite conflict among them. Sigh. I wonder if Teacher Feng, you deliberately crafted this pit for me to leap into. Is it truly necessary to become class leader to qualify for training there? Zuo Yang harbored doubts. Uncertain yet unwilling to gamble. Whether he became class leader or not was inconsequential. He simply had to seize that tripled cultivation speed. Zuo Yang glanced up at the platform, where Pei Wen had already positioned himself opposite Zhang Hongyu. Pei Wen possessed thunder magic at level 6. Although his talent level was 1 tier lower than Zhang Hongyu's, thunder mages were relatively rare and were renowned for their formidable offensive capabilities within the 7 elemental magics. This battle would likely not be so easily won for Zhang Hongyu, Zuo Yang thought. The magical barrier around the platform activated once more. Prepare, and we may begin, Teacher Feng Yu declared, her anticipation for Pei Wen's performance palpable. Among her students, there were only 2 thunder mages. Pei Wen was one, while the other, Lu Tingting, possessed only level 4 thunder magic, making her significantly weaker and at the bottom of the class. Jiang, my talent is thunder. You best be cautious lest you be struck by my lightning, Pei Wen boasted with a triumphant grin. Zizi, Pei Wen's right hand and entire arm crackled with arcs of electricity, resembling slender serpents of lightning, instilling a sense of dread in Zhang Hongyu, whose pupils constricted. Humph, enough boasting. Prepare to take my attack. Zhang Hongyu furrowed his brow and waved his hand, summoning a blue spiral magic circle that shimmered with light. Releasing a vibrant blue water ball. Magic, lightning, Pei Wen countered, extending his fingers as a purple lightning symbol magic circle materialized before him. Minuscule arcs of electricity erupted from the circle, crackling ominously as a bolt of lightning shot forth. Boom! The lightning and water ball collided in the center of the platform, resulting in a resounding explosion as the water ball burst apart while the lightning simultaneously dissipated. Thunder magic proved its might. Both in terms of offensive power and speed, it outclassed many other elemental magics. Zuo Yang marveled inwardly. Zhang Hongyu launched the first strike, followed by Pei Wen. The 2 attacks clashed at the center of the platform, demonstrating the astonishing velocity of the lightning attack which managed to arrive before Zhang Hongyu's second strike. Humph, come again. Seeing that Pei Wen had managed to withstand his attack, Zhang Hongyu's expression hardened as he prepared for another offensive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Hongyu released 3 water balls in quick succession, each hurtling towards Pei Wen from different angles, their speed significantly faster than before. Clearly, Zhang Hongyu was now fully engaged in the contest. TCH, do you think I fear you? Pei Wen chuckled lightly, raising his hand as the purple magic circle pulsed with energy, unleashing 2 bolts of lightning in rapid succession. Bang! Bang! 2 of the water balls were shattered by the lightning spells. Yet Pei Wen found himself unable to intercept the 3rd water ball in time that he swiftly dodged to evade the attack. Bang! The 3rd water ball crashed into the spot where Pei Wen had just stood, shattering the stone tiles beneath him. Goodness, who said water magic lacked power? This is formidable, Pei Wen gasped, realizing that if struck, he would not only be injured but potentially face dire consequences. Now, taste my lightning. Pei Wen roared as he dodged, simultaneously unleashing a 3rd bolt of lightning that transformed into an electric serpent, darting towards Zhang Hongyu with astonishing speed. Zhang Hongyu, in a single breath, released 3 water orbs. Feeling a significant drain on his magical energy, he did not wish to deplete himself excessively and promptly exerted force with both legs to evade the attack. Crack! The electric serpent struck down, shattering a piece of bluestone into fragments. In a fleeting moment, the 2 exchanged blows, each equally matched, captivating the audience below with their fervent cheers. It was a spectacle, one wielding water magic, the other lightning. Both capable of instantaneous spellcasting. It was evident to Zuo Yang that Zhang Hongyu faced a formidable challenge in securing victory. Rich kid, a delicate hand rested on Zuo Yang's shoulder and he jolted slightly. Upon hearing those words, his mind raced. Who do you think will win between the 2? Huashi inquired, standing beside him, her hand playfully on his shoulder, a smile gracing her lips, from what I can see. Either could emerge victorious. Jiang Hongyu possesses significantly greater strength than Pei Wen, yet Pei Wen excels in the speed and power of his lightning magic. Ultimately, however, Jiang Hongyu seems to have the upper hand. Zuo Yang replied, candidly though, Jiang Hongyu is considerably stronger than Pei Wen. I see them as quite similar. Huashi expressed her confusion. Did you not notice Pei Wen's labored breathing? His complexion has paled, clearly indicating excessive magical exhaustion. Meanwhile, Jiang Hongyu appears to be handling the situation with ease that I suspect he might very well be a second-level mage. Zuo Yang explained that a second-level mage. Isn't that on par with you? Huashi exclaimed, her mouth forming an A shape. Indeed, rich kid, she winked playfully. If you manage to win, perhaps I might consider treating you to some tofu. Yang nearly stumbled, blood rushing to his face. What a beguiling little vixen. On the dueling platform, Jiang Hongyu and Pei Wen were engaged in a fierce exchange, water orbs and bolts of lightning flying back and forth, the sounds of explosions echoing in a tumultuous symphony. Oh no, my magical energy is nearly depleted. Pei Wen thought in dismay as he continued to unleash lightning, having become so caught up in his flamboyant display that he failed to notice his dwindling reserves. Bang! A blue water orb descended, and Pei Wen's expression shifted as he hastily dodged, barely avoiding a direct hit. His stamina and magical energy were faltering. For my final strike, Thunder Strike, Pei Wen bellowed, extending his right index finger and swiftly sketching a pattern before him. Both Lightning and Thunder Strike were first-level lightning spells. However, Lightning was easier to cast, manageable even for apprentice mages, while Thunder Strike required one to be a first-level mage to successfully execute. Pei Wen was a first-level mage, capable of instantaneous lightning spells, but Thunder Strike required intense concentration and a minimum of 2 seconds to cast. In that time, Jiang Hongyu could unleash dozens of water orbs. This is disastrous, Zuo Yang thought grimly, recognizing the folly of Pei Wen's decision. Indeed, Jiang Hongyu's derisive scoff echoed, how foolish, no matter how powerful a spell may be, if it cannot be unleashed. What use is it? With a flick of his wrist, a blue water orb shot forth, hurtling directly towards Pei Wen, who was focused on his spellcasting. Pei Wen cried out, his body flung backward, the magic formation he was drawing disrupted and dissipated. Damn it! Pei Wen grumbled, scrambling to his feet, ready to retaliate with lightning. Pei Wen, you have stepped out of bounds. The challenge is over, Teacher Fengyu interjected firmly. What? Out of bounds? Pei Wen looked down, stunned to find both of his feet outside the designated area. He had been sent flying by Jiang Hongyu's blow. It was infuriating. Enough, step down. Had Jiang Hongyu not shown mercy, you would not even be able to get back up, Teacher Fengyu advised. Pei Wen's face shifted through shades of green and red. Feeling utterly humiliated, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. Yet, he acknowledged that Teacher Fengyu was correct. Jiang Hongyu indeed had held back at the last moment. Otherwise, that water orb could have shattered even bluestone upon impact, leaving him with dire consequences. With his head hung low, Pei Wen exited the dueling platform. Mosquito, not bad at all. Lightning magic truly is formidable, far surpassing my own, Mu remarked, patting Pei Wen on the shoulder. Of course, Pei Wen, who had been feeling quite dejected, perked up at this comment, his chin lifting with pride. Pei Wen's expression suddenly stiffened. Wait a minute, mosquito? Who is the mosquito? Of course, it's you. Buzzing around, only to return with your face covered in dust. What else could you be but a mosquito? Mu burst into laughter, inciting a wave of chuckles from those around. Zuo Yang could not help but join in, finding the nickname for Pei Wen rather fitting. Very well, Mu, or should I say, Would, just wait and see how I deal with you. Pei Wen glowered, seizing Mu's arm, followed by a surge of electric current that sent Mu into a state of shock, smoke rising from him. Ow! You've electrocuted me, Mu cried out, eliciting even louder laughter from the crowd. Chapter 51, The Contest for Class Leader, Part 2. Zuo Yang, are you afraid? Why not come up and face me in battle? Jiang Hongyu suddenly shouted from the dueling platform. Zuo Yang could not help but chuckle. He understood Jiang Hongyu's intentions perfectly. After Mu and Pei Wen, if he did not step forward, Jiang Hongyu would soon be overwhelmed by several challengers, and he would struggle to maintain his stamina. Indeed, Jiang Hongyu was feeling quite vexed. His original plan had been to challenge Zuo Yang directly, but it had turned into a class-wide competition. Zuo Yang's earlier speculation had proven accurate. Jiang Hongyu was indeed a second-level mage. However, even a second-level mage could not withstand a series of consecutive battles. Facing one or two challengers was manageable, but with numerous competitors, he would soon find himself exhausted. His clash with Pei Wen had already drained a significant portion of his magical energy. With a subtle smile, Zuo Yang ascended the dueling platform, and the protective magical barrier surrounding the arena was immediately raised. Apologies for the wait. Zuo Yang addressed Jiang Hongyu with an air of confidence as he took his position opposite him. Humph, all show and no substance. That I wonder if this special recruit truly possesses any skill. Jiang Hongyu scoffed, his animosity towards Zuo Yang palpable. Whether I possess skill or not, you shall soon find out. Zuo Yang replied, but I am in no rush. Do you need to recuperate your magical energy? I would not want anyone to claim I won merely by taking advantage of you. Jiang Hongyu's expression turned cold. If I lose, it is due to my own lack of skill. Prepare yourself. With a swift motion, he launched a water orb that soared towards Zuo Yang like a cannonball. Zuo Yang deftly evaded it with a simple step. Having attained the strength level of a first-level warrior, dodging a water orb was effortlessly within his capabilities. Earth Trap. As he sidestepped the water orb, Zuo Yang instantaneously cast Earth Trap, the dueling platform. Having been ravaged by the previous battle between Jiang Hongyu and Pei Wen, was littered with shattered bluestone. Zuo Yang opted against using Rock Blast to manipulate the debris for an attack. So he chose to initiate with Earth Trap instead. Earth Trap was a first-level earth magic spell, requiring one to be a first-level mage to cast it. With a thought, radiant yellow light burst forth, and a complete, captivating magic formation materialized beneath Zuo Yang's feet. Yes, beneath his feet. Previously, Zuo Yang had always used his hands to cast spells, but both Earth Trap and Earth Split required the magic formation to be pressed into the ground for activation. Controlling the magic formation with his hands and then embedding it in the earth consumed considerable time. For beginners, utilizing their hands to cast spells facilitated the concentration of their mental energy, allowing for quicker construction of the magic formation. However, for Zuo Yang, he could activate Earth Trap with a mere thought, requiring no significant effort, thus allowing him to use his feet for casting as his mental energy flowed. Magical power emanated from his feet, indistinguishable from casting with his hands. Not only could Zuo Yang use his feet for Earth Trap, but he could also now cast the second-level spell, Earth Split. In the same manner, the brilliance was blinding as a perfect magic formation appeared beneath Zuo Yang, based on a six-pointed star, with two triangular stars positioned above and below at its center. Their auras swirling and radiating enchanting light. Release, Earth Trap, Zuo Yang commanded, and the magic formation beneath him erupted in brilliance. Almost simultaneously, a magic formation also ignited beneath Jiang Hongyu's feet 10 meters away. Comprised of a six-pointed star and two triangular stars, as the earth element was summoned, transforming the hard ground into quicksand with astonishing suction power. Oh no! Jiang Hongyu's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that Zuo Yang would immediately unleash a level 1 earth-type magic. The quicksand technique, and to do so with his foot was utterly unexpected, leaving him no time to react. The quicksand beneath him swirled counterclockwise, as if a pair of colossal hands were relentlessly tugging at his legs. Its voracious pull rendering Jiang Hongyu helpless. Witnessing this scene, the students below were all taken aback. Truly remarkable. He has trapped Jiang Hongyu in an instant. Indeed, the boss is impressive, Mu Mu exclaimed in awe. It took him 2 to 3 seconds to cast the flying rock technique, and as for the quicksand technique, he couldn't even aspire to learn it since he was merely an apprentice mage. While the quicksand technique required one to be a level 1 mage to master it, a wealthy individual is indeed a wealthy individual. Go for it, shouted Huashi, cheering for Zuo Yang. To start off with a level 1 earth-type magic. Instantaneously no less, and initiated with his foot. What formidable mental acuity and control. Pei Wen was equally astonished. This single move revealed that Zuo Yang's prowess far surpassed his own. On the side of the dueling arena, Teacher Feng Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. She had already regarded Zuo Yang's abilities highly, yet it appeared she had underestimated this exceptional student. Very good, very good. Zuo Yang's strength exceeds my expectations. The stronger he is, the better for me as his homeroom teacher. Not only does it bring me glory, but with the upcoming freshman strength ranking competition, his capabilities will surely secure him a commendable position, Feng Yu thought to herself. Elated, teaching brings rewards. The higher her students rank, the greater the benefits she receives from the school. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongyu's face darkened considerably as his body continued to sink. The quicksand pit created by the quicksand technique was nearly up to his knees. Hey, do you possess any other spells? If not, I may have to send you off the stage, Zuo Yang remarked casually. Humph, I have underestimated you, Zhang Hongyu retorted angrily, raising his right hand to swiftly sketch a magic circle before the onlookers. In the blink of an eye, a magic circle radiating a blue aura materialized. Circular ring, ice crystal, level 2 ice-type magic, ice freeze. A sudden gasp arose from the students watching below. What? Ice type? Level 2 magic, and it's ice type. My goodness, Zhang Hongyu can actually cast ice type magic? The students were all astounded. Level 2 mages were already fearsome enough, and to be ice type on top of that was astonishing. To be precise, ice magic falls under the water category, as ice is composed of water elements. However, not every water mage can wield ice magic, as it requires a specific ice affinity. The occurrence of ice mages is rarer than that of lightning mages, illustrating the scarcity and uniqueness of ice mages. Undoubtedly, the power wielded by ice mages is unparalleled, rivaling even that of lightning mages though. Teacher Feng Yu's eyes gleamed as she regarded Zhang Hongyu, akin to discovering a precious diamond. Ice-type magic, haha. I have struck gold. A member of my class is actually an ice mage, a talent of level 7 in ice magic. In terms of potential, was just as captivating as Zuo Yang. Perhaps even more so, for it drew greater attention. What a delightful surprise to encounter such talent. How could Feng Yu not be thrilled? Of course, while Zuo Yang openly displayed level 8 Earth-type talent. In reality, he was a transcendent mage, far surpassing Zhang Hongyu. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Hongyu concentrated, rapidly sketching the magic circle. In an instant, a magic formation composed of circular rings and ice crystals was completed. This magic circle was evidently more intricate than the water ball technique. And given Zhang Hongyu's current strength, he was unable to cast it instantaneously. Nevertheless, the speed of his sketching was impressive, taking less than 2 seconds. Ice, freeze, Zhang Hongyu shouted suddenly, pressing down on the magic circle with his right hand. The magic formation, glowing with blue light, unleashed a frigid aura, causing the air to freeze instantly into ice columns. Zuo Yang's quicksand technique was shattered, the level 2 ice magic freezing him solid, nullifying the pulling force entirely. Bang! Zhang Hongyu commanded the ice to shatter, regaining his freedom of movement, while the temperature around the dueling arena plummeted by several degrees, frost forming on the ground. BRR, it's truly cold. Zuo Yang shivered involuntarily. He hadn't anticipated that this fellow was also an ice mage. No wonder he exuded such a commanding presence. Heh, this just got interesting. Zuo Yang remained exhilarated. Encountering an ice mage, rarer than a lightning mage, was an opportunity he certainly wanted to seize. Well done, an ice mage, impressive. Zuo Yang remarked with admiration, an ice mage who has remained so low-key until now. If it weren't for Zuo Yang trapping Zhang Hongyu with the quicksand technique, he might never have revealed his ice talents. This composure is indeed commendable, Zuo Yang thought. You're quite impressive yourself. Your control over magic is far superior to others. I barely had time to react before I was caught off guard. Zhang Hongyu admitted, acknowledging Zuo Yang's unparalleled mastery of magic. You flatter me. Heh. Let us see your moves. I am eager to witness the might of an ice mage, Zuo Yang replied with a grin. I assure you, you will not be disappointed, Zhang Hongyu declared confidently, raising his hand to conjure an ice arrow, level 1 ice magic, ice arrow technique. The ice arrow, emanating an aura of chill, appeared remarkably sharp and intimidating. Catch this. Zhang Hongyu flicked his wrist, sending the ice arrow hurtling forth with the speed of lightning, producing a sharp whistling sound as it surged towards Zuo Yang. What a rapid attack speed! Zuo Yang gasped. The ice arrow approached with such velocity that he couldn't even find time to cast a spell, let alone react instantaneously. Bang! Zuo Yang propelled himself backward with a push from his feet. Swiftly evading to the side, the ice arrow missed, striking the protective magic barrier surrounding the dueling arena, shattering upon impact. He actually dodged it. Such quick reflexes. It seems I must find a way to restrict his movement if I hope to defeat him. Zhang Hongyu frowned. He recognized that Zuo Yang's movement speed was exceptionally fast, rendering his attacks ineffective. That he needed to control Zuo Yang's speed to succeed. As Zhang Hongyu's thoughts raced, he devised a strategy. He summoned another magic circle, conjuring 3 ice arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh! The first ice arrow shot towards Zuo Yang, emitting a piercing sound. As the arrow was released, Zhang Hongyu extended his right index finger and began sketching another magic circle. Come on! Zuo Yang had anticipated this. Seeing the ice arrow approaching, he quickly conjured a pebble to counter it. The power of the ice arrow dwarfed that of the water ball, and the fragmented stones on the dueling arena could not withstand it, prompting Zuo Yang to use magic to summon a rock instead. Although summoning a rock with magic consumed some magical energy, Zuo Yang possessed the mystical 6-pointed star, which reduced his mana and mental energy consumption to merely 1/7 of the usual amount, making this expenditure negligible. Bang! As Zuo Yang unleashed the flying rock technique, the pebble collided with the ice arrow, resulting in an explosive impact. Whoosh! The second ice arrow shot toward Zhang Hongyu, but Zuo Yang remained unfazed, easily dodging it with a push from his feet. The third ice arrow followed closely behind, but Zuo Yang's 6-pointed star magic circle flickered, unleashing the flying rock technique once more to shatter it. One after another, the 3 ice arrows were unleashed with relentless precision. Had it been anyone else, they would have been overwhelmed and flustered. Yet Zuo Yang navigated it all with ease, not having exerted his full strength thus far. Zuo Yang was exhilarated. Ice magic, rarer than lightning magic, presented a rare opportunity for combat, and he was determined to witness its full capabilities. Ice, freeze. After the barrage of 3 ice arrows, Zhang Hongyu finally unveiled his true intentions. Casting ice freeze required over a second, and the 3 ice arrows were merely a means to buy him time. Chapter 52. Class Leader's Declaration. Ice, freeze. Zhang Hongyu forcefully pressed down on the magic circle with his right hand. Crackle! A path of ice appeared, suffused with chilling air, rapidly extending towards Zuo Yang's feet. What? Zuo Yang gasped in shock as his legs became encased in thick ice, the coldness spreading, causing him to feel as if his limbs were being frozen solid. Even more troublesome was that he found himself unable to move. What formidable ice magic, Zuo Yang thought, hastily channeling his magical energy to combat the encroaching cold. Do you possess any other spells? If not, I may have to send you off the stage. Zhang Hongyu began to speak. This was a repetition of what Zuo Yang had said before, now returned in kind to prove that his strength surpassed that of Zuo Yang. Huh. Zuo Yang could not help but laugh. Indeed, ice magic was formidable, but did he think this would ensnare him? Earth split technique. Release. A magical array suddenly appeared beneath Zuo Yang's feet, formed by hexagrams and pentagrams, radiating a dazzling golden light, which, under the refraction of ice, appeared even more magnificent. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Boom! The entire combat platform cracked open, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, revealing a fissure over 10 meters long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter deep, a sight truly astounding, nearly splitting the platform in half, causing the ice beneath Zuo Yang's feet to shatter. What? Zhang Hongyu exclaimed in shock, hastily leaping aside as the immense cracks surged directly towards him. He certainly did not wish to fall in. This was the Earth system's 2nd-level magic, the Earth split technique. My heavens, such power that it almost cleaved the platform in two. Moo gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. Not only Moo, but everyone was also taken aback by the tremendous commotion caused by the Earth split technique. It was overwhelmingly strong. Teacher Fengyu, situated on one side of the platform, also changed her expression, not out of surprise at the power of the Earth split technique, but rather at Zuo Yang's ability to cast it instantaneously. How could a 2nd-level magic be unleashed in an instant? How had he trained? Being merely a 2nd-year student, it was exceedingly rare to be able to release a 2nd-level spell instantaneously. Teacher Fengyu stared at Zuo Yang in disbelief. By this reasoning, Zuo Yang's current strength could place him among the top in the 2nd year. This was extraordinarily unusual. The higher the level of magic, the more challenging it became to cast instantaneously. Even though Zhang Hongyu could freeze with ice in just over a second, to achieve instantaneous casting, he could not fathom how long he would need to practice. This not only required diligent study and hard work, but also the support of immense magical and mental power. Just based on this factor alone, The gap between Jiang Hongyu and Zuo Yang was not insignificant. In a battle between experts, even a fraction of a second could spell the difference between life and death. Earth split technique. Instantaneous. Jiang Hongyu's expression darkened. He clearly saw that Zuo Yang had not even sketched the magic formation. It had formed a complete magical array directly. Was this not instantaneous? Phew, that was close. My feet are nearly numb from the cold. Zuo Yang stamped his foot, shaking off the ice crystals from his pant legs. Up until now, Zuo Yang remained remarkably relaxed. Throughout the match, it had mainly been Jiang Hongyu on the offensive, while he had merely been on the defensive. With Zuo Yang's strength, once he initiated an attack, it would be a barrage of strikes. Even if Jiang Hongyu were a second-level magician, he would not be able to withstand it. Zuo Yang also wished to personally experience the power of ice magic, which was why he did not evade Jiang Hongyu's freezing spell. Otherwise, how could Jiang Hongyu possibly have hit Zuo Yang? I concede. Jiang Hongyu's complexion changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and spoke. Jiang Hongyu realized that Zuo Yang had not exerted himself to the fullest. He was merely toying with him. And even the freezing spell could not ensnare Zuo Yang. He had no hope of victory. Thank you for your mercy, Zuo Yang smiled. Without saying more, Jiang Hongyu stepped down from the platform, and the students observing below immediately surrounded him. Incredible, Jiang Hongyu. We actually have an ice magician in our class. How impressive. Jiang Hongyu, your ice magic is truly beautiful. The ice arrows you released resemble works of art. Don't be disheartened. Zuo Yang is a specially recruited student. He's a freak of nature. You are already remarkable. This is what we call a noble defeat. One by one, the students surrounded Jiang Hongyu, chattering enthusiastically, each more fervent than the last. Jiang Hongyu's displayed strength and his talent as an ice magician had garnered the admiration and recognition of everyone. After battling Zuo Yang, Jiang Hongyu's popularity soared, even surpassing that of Zuo Yang. There was no helping it. Although Zuo Yang was exceptionally powerful, he was a specially recruited student, a unique existence, while Jiang Hongyu, like everyone else, had entered Hongbei High School through the regular examination process. Psychologically, they were more inclined to befriend Jiang Hongyu, freak. Upon hearing himself described this way from the audience, Zuo Yang's expression darkened immediately. He fancied himself charming and carefree, yet someone had the audacity to label him a freak. How could he bear it? Boom. The entire combat platform suddenly shook. The large fissure caused by Zuo Yang's earth split technique was rapidly healing. It was Teacher Fengyu. Zuo Yang was taken aback. He sensed the fluctuations of the earth system elements emanating from Teacher Fengyu, and beneath her feet lay a complex magical array. The hexagram shining brightly, magical energy flowing, divine radiance surging forth, auspicious colors like a rosy dawn. It was earth system magic. So intricate, it should be intermediate earth magic, Zuo Yang surmised. He could not comprehend the magical array being cast by Teacher Fengyu, which was based on the hexagram but integrated the spiral and swastika symbols, three types of symbols intertwining and evolving, profoundly arcane. The hexagram was the basic symbol of earth system elements. The spiral represented the basic symbol of water system elements, and the swastika was the basic symbol of fire system elements. How could a magical array incorporate three elemental symbols? Zuo Yang found it bewildering. Could it be that the higher the level of magic, the more varied the elemental symbols that must be integrated? Zuo Yang pondered. He suddenly recalled the Earth System third-level magic, Earth Spike. To unleash Earth Spike, the magic array was exceedingly complex, with a hexagram as the foundation, surrounded by a circular ring, and each of the 6 points of the hexagram adorned with a spike design. The hexagram was the basic symbol of Earth System elements, while the 6 spike designs were derived symbols of the hexagram, also belonging to Earth System symbols, and the outer circular ring was a derived symbol of the Water System symbol spiral. It seemed my conjecture may be correct. The higher the level of magic, the more types of elements that must be integrated, Zuo Yang thought to himself. Zuo Yang's conjecture was entirely accurate. The higher the level of magic, the more elemental symbols required during the formation of the magical array. This abundance did not merely refer to various symbols of the same elemental type, but also included symbols from other elemental types. For instance, the Earth System first-level magician's flying rock technique directly utilized the foundational Earth System symbol, the hexagram, while the Earth System's second-level magic, Earth Split technique, was composed of both hexagrams and pentagrams, with the pentagram being a derived symbol of the hexagram, AS for the Earth System third-level magic. Earth Spike. The magical array became even more complex, requiring the formation of a hexagram, a circular ring, and 6 spike designs. Both the hexagram and the spike designs belonged to Earth system symbols, while the circular ring belonged to water system symbols. Thus, it is clear that the higher the level of magic, the more varied symbols needed during the formation of the magical array. Boom, the platform continued to tremble, and within just 2 or 3 breaths, it returned to its original state, smooth and level. Teacher Feng Yu is indeed an Earth system magician. Someone called out from below. I am a dual system magician, specializing in fire system magic, with Earth system magic as a minor focus. Teacher Feng Yu said with a charming smile. A dual system magician? Earth is only a minor focus. Zuo Yang was astonished. If her minor focus on Earth was so powerful, how formidable must her fire system magic be? Could it be that Teacher Feng Yu is a high-level magician? Levels 1, 2, and 3 are classified as primary magicians, while levels 4, 5, and 6 are classified as intermediate magicians, and levels 7, 8, and 9 are classified as high-level magicians. The classification for warriors follows the same pattern. However, whether for warriors or magicians, as one progresses, the time and energy required increase exponentially. Teacher Feng Yu before him could be no more than 30 years old. If she were indeed a high-level magician, that would be terrifying. A 30-year-old high-level magician would undoubtedly be a genius among geniuses. Well then, since Jiang Hongyu has voluntarily conceded, the victor of this match is Zuo Yang. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Teacher Feng Yu proclaimed loudly, surveying the students below. The students exchanged glances. After witnessing Zuo Yang's strength, they lost all confidence. They had seen that even Jiang Hongyu, an ice magician, had voluntarily conceded. Anyone who stepped up would only suffer greater embarrassment. After waiting for a moment and seeing no one step forward to challenge, Teacher Feng Yu declared, "Very well, I now announce that from this moment on, our Magic Class 1's class leader will be Zuo Yang." She then turned to Zuo Yang, squinting with a smile. "Zuo Yang, come here. You are now the class leader. Say a few words to everyone." "What? Say a few words?" Zuo Yang was left utterly stunned. Throughout his life, he had always been the listener. He had never spoken to an audience before. Was this not an intentional setup for him to embarrass himself? "What are you still standing there for? Come here." Teacher Feng Yu's expression darkened as she urged him on. With no alternative, Zuo Yang could only muster the courage to walk forward. Looking at the students below, Zuo Yang felt his mind go blank. In such a solemn occasion, he was genuinely at a loss for words. Beneath the platform, Mu Mu, Pei Wen, Hua Shi, and others all stared wide-eyed, awaiting Zuo Yang's important inaugural speech as class leader. Damn it! Zuo Yang gritted his teeth resolutely, steeling his heart for what lay ahead. From this moment forth, he bellowed, "I am your class leader. Anyone who dares to oppose me, step forward and face me. Should anyone bully you, I will lead you in retaliation." Instantly, the room fell into a state of shock. Stunned, speechless, and utterly bewildered, it was as if a bandit leader had taken the stage instead of a class leader. Chapter 53, Significant Events. My heavens! Upon hearing Zuo Yang's declaration, Teacher Feng Yu felt her forehead burning with frustration, pondering whether appointing this individual as class leader was a wise decision. The students beneath the fighting platform were similarly petrified. Their astonishment palpable. What a charismatic speech from a class leader. Incredible. Wow, the boss is magnificent. Yay. Mumu suddenly cheered exuberantly, further deepening the frown lines on Teacher Feng Yu's face. With the challenge concluded and the class leader established, the students began to disperse. "Teacher, I am now the class leader. May I inquire when I can begin my training in that prestigious location?" Zuo Yang asked Feng Yu as they made their way back from the training grounds. The prestigious location Zuo Yang referred to was, of course, the area where the elemental and celestial energies were 3 times denser than those found outside. The denser the elemental and celestial energies, the quicker the training progress. With a narrowed gaze and a smile, Teacher Feng Yu replied, "There's no need to rush. Simply becoming the class leader is insufficient. There is another condition." "Another condition? What is it?" Zuo Yang inquired. "In 1 month, a competition for the ranking of new students will be held. If you place in the top 10, you will gain access to that training area. Moreover, the higher your rank, the more training time you will receive." Feng Yu explained, "Is there a time limit for training in that area?" Zuo Yang was taken aback, frowning at the implication. Of course, with 3,000 to 4,000 students in the school, how could training be unlimited? Resources are limited, and to obtain more, one must compete. Therefore, the better you perform in the new student ranking competition, the more resources you will be allocated later. Do you understand? Feng Yu elucidated. Zuo Yang's expression grew serious. He had long been prepared to vie for resources, but the intensity and ferocity of the competition now seemed far beyond his expectations. By the way, there's something else I forgot to mention. Feng Yu suddenly said, I heard that Class 2 of Magic also has a special recruit whose talent level surpasses yours. It's said to be an extremely rare light element mage. At level 9. If you encounter them in the arena, don't lose. A light element mage. Zuo Yang was astonished. Among the 7 elemental types, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, light, and dark, the first 4 were quite common, comprising 80% of all mages. Lightning mages were far less common, while light and dark mages were exceedingly rare. One might not encounter even a single light or dark mage among 100. A light element mage. How intriguing. Zuo Yang felt a surge of fierce determination. The rarity of such mages made the prospect of engaging one in battle worthwhile. Affirming his choice to attend Hongbei High School, it seemed that Hongbei was home to numerous special recruits. If Class 2 of Magic had one, then with over 20 combat classes, there were likely more than 20 special recruits in total. Yang felt invigorated. Previously, he worried about a lack of competition upon entering Hongbei. But it now appeared that the presence of over 20 special recruits provided ample rivalry. In addition to these recruits, there were also second and third year students. It was important to note that each graduating class had its own special recruits. And those chosen by Hongbei had a minimum talent level of 8. That with so many special recruits gathered, Zuo Yang's ambition to claim the top spot would not be an easy feat. However, he recognized that pressure breeds motivation. Competition fosters rapid progress. The stronger his rivals, the higher his fighting spirit soared. Teacher Feng Yu, does entering that prestigious training location have any bearing on whether or not I am class leader? Zuo Yang inquired just before their dismissal. Feng Yu shot him a sharp look. Of course it does. If you weren't class leader, how could I share such vital information with you? I only disclose this to the class leader. Oh, and don't forget to inform your classmates about the new student ranking competition tomorrow. Thank you for your efforts. Goodbye. With a graceful wave, Feng Yu turned away with an air of elegance. How infuriating. Zuo Yang's expression darkened considerably, resembling a thundercloud that he realized he had been duped. After dinner, Zuo Yang returned to his single apartment. After a brief chat with Li Bai, he commenced his training. Living in a single apartment required an annual accommodation fee of 20 to 30,000 star coins. But the benefits were substantial. The living conditions were excellent, and most importantly, each apartment was equipped with a magical array that increased training speed by 10%. In Zuo Yang's case, the concentration of earth element energy in his apartment was also 10% higher than the outside environment. Enhancing his training efficiency, Zuo Yang settled cross-legged in his living room, closing his eyes to absorb the rich earth element energy surrounding him, feeling a profound sense of joy, as if he were swimming in an ocean of earth energy. Drifting freely in a state of ethereal bliss, swish, 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 countless yellow light points appeared around Zuo Yang, enveloping him like a vast ocean. These were the densely concentrated earth elements drawn to him, continuously converging. As Zuo Yang trained, the endless earth element energy flowed into his body, partially refining into magical power, while the rest merged with him, subtly transforming his very being. The next morning, as all the students departed their dorms for class, one individual remained in bed, soundly asleep. Zuo Yang had trained nearly all night, only retiring to bed after 5 o'clock, which caused the alarm to fail to wake him, with approximately half an hour until class began. Many students had already arrived, including Mu Mu, Pei Wan, and Hua Shi. Given that it was the first official day of classes, everyone was particularly enthusiastic. Suddenly, Mu Mu's phone buzzed twice. Who could be messaging me this early? He wondered aloud as he checked his phone. I received a message too. Pei Wan chimed in, pulling out his phone as well. Not only Mu Mu and Pei Wan, but also Hua Shi and other classmates began to check their phones. Upon reading the messages, they were all left speechless, eyes wide in shock. Goodness, the boss is challenging all the heroes of the world, Mu Mu exclaimed in disbelief. Wow, my brother is going to take on all the mages in the school alone. Pei Wan shouted, his eyes glazing over in astonishment. Zuo Yang out of his mind. Hey, did you all receive the message too? Hua Shi stood up, asking the other students in the class that we did. The class leader claims to be the greatest genius in the world, belittling all the mages and warriors in the school. stating that anyone who dares to oppose him can challenge him. And he guarantees that they will be defeated so thoroughly that their parents won't recognize them. A student nodded, and others followed suit. My goodness. Huashi took a deep breath, urging Mu Mu and Pei Wan. Quick, let's go outside and see if students from other classes receive the same message. Zuo Yang's arrogance might lead to disaster. Thanks to Huashi's reminder, Mu Mu and Pei Wan quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and hurried toward the exit, eager to inquire in other classes. However, before they could leave the classroom, a large crowd, 20 or 30 people, gathered at the door. Where's Zuo Yang? Come out. Yes, come out. This is utterly intolerable. What is this nonsense about being the greatest genius in the world? If we don't receive an explanation today, we will dismantle your magic class. The crowd's anger was palpable, and Mu Mu and Pei Wan were taken aback, quickly retreating to the back of the classroom. Fearing a potential brawl, who is Zuo Yang? Come out and face your doom. The mob outside the classroom shouted, their fury palpable. The students of Magic Class 1 were paralyzed with fear, with the class teacher absent and Zuo Yang missing. They were devoid of a leader and unsure how to respond. Why are you blocking our classroom? Move aside. Suddenly, a voice boomed from behind the crowd. Upon hearing it, Mu Mu and Pei Wan exchanged glances of relief. It's Jiang Hongyu. They thought, their spirits lifted. The other students in the classroom felt a sense of assurance as well. Aside from Zuo Yang, Jiang Hongyu possessed the highest strength and reputation. You are Zuo Yang? The leading individuals forcefully parted the crowd, striding towards Jiang Hongyu, demanding answers in a stern tone. They were all first-year students, yet not from the same class. Amongst them were mages and warriors alike, united in their intent to confront Zuo Yang. Though none recognized Zuo Yang personally, the content of the text message they received incited their fury. The self-proclaimed Zuo Yang was utterly intolerable, a transgressor beyond redemption. I'm not Zuo Yang, but this is our classroom for the magic class, and you have no right to act wildly here. Leave at once, Jiang Hongyu retorted, his anger flaring at the mere mention of Zuo Yang. Ah, the illustrious magic class. Everyone here is so arrogant. You've already provoked the wrath of many. Do you not realize the audacity of disregarding the entire student body? One of them pointed at Jiang Hongyu, shouting loudly. With flames of anger igniting in his eyes, Jiang Hongyu shot back. If you've angered the masses, seek out the one who did. Stop your rambling and leave now, or I won't hold back. Are you looking for a fight? Do you think we fear you? Come on. The individual, emboldened by the support of his companions, issued a challenge. Jiang Hongyu's expression turned icy. Magic, water sphere technique. A brilliant blue sphere of water shot forth, striking the challenger and leaving him pale, stumbling backward. Jiang Hongyu had deliberately restrained his power. Otherwise, breaking a few ribs would have been inevitable. How dare you? The audacity of the magic class is astounding. Resorting to violence at will. Fellow students, behold the malevolent magic class, brazenly disrespecting us all. This is utterly intolerable. Teach him a lesson, the challenger bellowed, indignation etched across his face. Yes, teach him a lesson. Such arrogance deserves punishment. Attack him. The crowd, stirred by his words, surged forward, fists raised towards Jiang Hongyu. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Hongyu knew he was outnumbered. Though powerful, even the strongest cannot withstand a multitude. Before he could retreat, a punch landed squarely on his face. Damn it! This is insurrection. Brothers, anyone from the magic class, drive them out. No one dares strike our own. Mu Mu, witnessing Jiang Hongyu's plight, felt a surge of fury. He leapt onto a desk, rallying the class with a single proclamation that ignited their spirits. Beat these scoundrels, Pei Wan shouted, leading the charge. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a torrent of electric sparks that engulfed two of their assailants outside the classroom, leaving them smoking. Seeing Jiang Hongyu being attacked fueled the righteous anger of the others. Following Pei Wan's lead, they cast their spells without restraint. Flying rock technique. Perish you vile wretches. Dare to wreak havoc in our magic class? Behold the force of my tornado technique. Witness my fireball, water sphere technique. Release. In an instant, water spheres and fireballs soared forth. Lightning and whirlwinds danced through the air, as vibrant spells flew in a dazzling display, sending the attackers into disarray, their cries echoing in the chaos. The fiery magic circle glowed with red light. The blue circle radiated water energy. The yellow emanated earth magic. The green revealed wind power, and the purple emitted lightning strikes, collectively illuminating the classroom in a kaleidoscope of colors. Mages excel in long-range and area attacks, and those who dared disrupt the magic class had truly invited their own demise. Chapter 54. Oh no. Oh no. I'm late. I'm late. Zuo Yang scrambled out of bed. Foregoing brushing his teeth or washing his face, seizing his backpack and bolting for the door, to be late on the very first day of class as class president was a disgrace he could hardly bear. Time was ticking. 8:15 a.m. Zuo Yang sprinted at breakneck speed, wind coursing past him as he exerted every ounce of strength he had. Gasping for breath, Zuo Yang finally reached the classroom door. The class had begun at 8, and he was undoubtedly tardy. Reporting for duty, he burst into the classroom, leaning against the doorframe, panting heavily. What is happening here? Zuo Yang paused, his eyes widening as he surveyed the scene. All his classmates stood in silence, while Mu Mu, Pei Wan, Hua Shi, and Zhang Hongyu were at the front, heads bowed, seemingly being reprimanded. What could have transpired on the first day of class that left them all standing as if they had just emerged from a brawl? Bruised and battered, Zuo Yang was bewildered, having merely overslept, yet it felt as though he had missed a grand spectacle. Suddenly, a chill ran down Zuo Yang's spine, and he trembled as an overwhelming sense of murderous intent enveloped him. The source of this hostility came from his classmates, their eyes fixed on him with a fury that suggested he was the embodiment of evil. What on earth is happening? Zuo Yang was utterly confused. Had he slept for a century and somehow traversed into another realm? An explosive roar erupted from the podium, a voice more terrifying than that of a fifth-level magical beast. Teacher Feng Fengyu. Zuo Yang's heart raced as he beheld his fierce-looking homeroom teacher, a veritable tiger in maternal form. Utterly perplexed by the situation, did I not merely oversleep? Is it truly necessary for the entire class to stand in punishment for my tardiness? Zuo Yang murmured softly. Zuo Yang, you have the audacity. Fengyu glared at her prized student, wishing she could deliver a swift blow for the chaos he caused on the very first day of class. The audacity? Zuo Yang blinked in confusion. Teacher Fengyu, what did I do? I was late, yes, but does it warrant such a grand spectacle? Big brother, you've embroiled our entire class in your mess. Just confess. Mu Mu turned, his face contorted in dismay. Signaling Zuo Yang with his eyes that I've caused a mess? What mess? Zuo Yang was lost, utterly bewildered. Humph, Mu Mu, show him the text message. Fengyu commanded angrily. All right. Mu Mu retrieved his phone, opened the message, and handed it to Zuo Yang. A text? Zuo Yang took the phone, his heart filled with suspicion. Upon reading it, he leapt several feet in the air, cursing vehemently, his face paling instantly. Damn it! Who sent this? Who is so despicable? Zuo Yang erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The message brazenly declared, to the scum of Hongbei High School, I am Zuo Yang from the first-year magic class, the world's greatest magical genius. I am here to trample upon you. So play your parts as stepping stones for my ascent. If you dare to defy me, I welcome your challenge, ensuring you won't be killed but will leave your parents barely recognizing you. Ha ha ha. Teacher, fellow classmates, you have wronged me. I swear, I did not send that message. Zuo Yang exclaimed immediately. Not you? Truly not you. Fengyu narrowed her eyes, skeptical. While she found it hard to believe Zuo Yang would do such a thing, there must be a reason for it. Someone must have provoked him into this predicament. I swear to heaven, I did not send that message, Zuo Yang insisted, finally grasping why Fengyu and his classmates viewed him with such animosity. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Fengyu's voice turned grave. I do not know. I just woke up and know nothing. Zuo Yang felt utterly helpless, unable to articulate his defense. Very well, I will investigate who sent this message. However, your collective brawl is a severe violation of school rules, causing a tremendously negative impact. All of you are receiving a serious warning. Before school ends today, each of you must write a reflection of 10,000 words. If you fail to complete it, you will not be allowed to leave. Fengyu declared sternly. What? 10,000 words. The class erupted in dismay. The punishment was excessively harsh. Countless furious glares turned towards Zuo Yang, the architect of their misfortune, as if they wanted not just to harm him but to devour him whole. This fight had been absurd, and the punishment was equally nonsensical, truly a bewildering ordeal. You four may return to your seats. Zuo Yang, come with me. Fengyu instructed. Mu Mu, Pei Wan, Hua Shi, and Zhang Hongyu returned to their seats as Zuo Yang followed Fengyu towards the teacher's office building. Teacher, I swear I did not send that message. I am truly wronged. Zuo Yang wore a grimace as he spoke. All right, let us set aside who sent that message for the moment. First, let us resolve this matter, Teacher Feng Yu instructed. Resolve it? How do we resolve it? Zuo Yang retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief. He felt as though he could jump into the Yellow River and still not clear his name. Words failed him. So how could they possibly resolve anything? Teacher Feng Yu remained silent, continuing to walk ahead without looking back. Zuo Yang, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow her. Upon arriving at the faculty office building, Teacher Feng Yu ascended directly to the 5th floor and entered an office. The campus broadcasting station? Zuo Yang glanced at the sign on the door, momentarily taken aback. What was the purpose of coming here? Teacher Feng Yu greeted the staff at the station and then requested pen and paper. She sat down at a table and began to write, leaving Zuo Yang in the dark about her intentions. Before long, Teacher Feng Yu handed Zuo Yang the completed document, instructing, "You will read this aloud shortly." "Oh," Zuo Yang replied instinctively. Taking the paper to examine it, he saw it was titled, Self-Reflection Lettered, IT began. Greetings to all students of the 1st year and senior students of the 2nd and 3rd years. I am Zuo Yang from Class 1 of the 1st year of Magic. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by the text message incident. Please do not take it seriously. It was merely a prank of low taste. Herein, I deeply reflect upon my immature behavior and assure you that I shall never repeat such folly. That I ask for your forgiveness, to quell your anger and restore normalcy to our academic lives. I would be immensely grateful. Once again, I offer my sincere apologies. The letter concluded with the writer's name and date. After reading it, Zuo Yang felt a surge of indignation. Teacher, I have already stated that I did not send that message. How can you expect me to write such a reflection? Zuo Yang protested defiantly. If you refuse to write this reflection, are you waiting for the entire school to come and beat you up? Teacher Feng Yu snapped back, exasperated. Zuo Yang, have you considered that this message has made you a public enemy within the school? Have you not noticed that even your classmates have begun to view you with hostility? If you refuse to reflect, how will you continue to exist in this school? The choice is yours to make. She fixed her unwavering gaze upon Zuo Yang, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Her actions stemmed from concern for him. If this message led the entire school to shun or even harbor animosity towards Zuo Yang, how would he manage to navigate his future? Zuo Yang furrowed his brow, torn within himself. He understood Teacher Feng Yu's words, but he could never bring himself to recite that letter against his will. Humph, since everyone has already decided that I sent that message, let them come at me. I will take it all. Zuo Yang resolved fiercely. Chapter 55. This Lord Zuo Yang, have you made your decision? Will you read this self-reflection or not? Teacher Feng Yu inquired. Her gaze locked onto him. I will read it. Zuo Yang replied immediately. Having reached a conclusion in his heart, Teacher Feng Yu sighed in relief, fearing he might remain obstinate. That's the spirit. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. A moment of patience can lead to great benefits in the future. Zuo Yang remained silent. His determination was steadfast and not easily swayed by mere words. Teacher Feng Yu instructed the broadcasting staff to activate the audio equipment. Zuo Yang approached the microphone, took a deep breath, and boldly declared a statement that sent shockwaves throughout the school, like a tempest sweeping across the campus. Teacher Feng Yu was left utterly stunned. Students in various classrooms were engaged in lessons when nearly everyone received the same outrageous text message, which brazenly proclaimed, "To all the worthless students of Hongbei Middle School, I am Zuo Yang from Class 1 of the 1st year of Magic. The greatest magical genius in the world, I have come to trample upon you. I owe your utmost to serve as my stepping stones. Should you dare to challenge me, I assure you that I will not kill you. But you may not recognize your parents afterward." Upon reading such audacious words, every student was filled with fury, eager to rush to the 1st year of Magic class and teach the audacious Zuo Yang a lesson. Ensuring he understood the limits of arrogance, students from all grades, whether 1st, 2nd, or 3rd year, resolved that once class was over, their first order of business would be to confront this arrogant Zuo Yang and deliver a proper reprimand. How dare he belittle the entire student body? This boy clearly had no intention of fitting in. Particularly incensed were the 2nd and 3rd year students. They found it intolerable that a mere newcomer would look down upon those in higher grades. Such arrogance could not go unpunished, for how could the senior students maintain their dignity otherwise? Thus, they all prepared to storm the 1st year of Magic class and show this newcomer named Zuo Yang the consequences of his insolence. In the last row of Class 17 of the 1st year, Li Bai lay languidly, barely paying attention to the teacher at the podium that he found it difficult to focus, as the text message he had received kept him from dozing off. Zuo Yang, this situation is clearly a setup against you. How will you respond? Will you grovel for forgiveness or strike back with undeniable force? I hope for the latter. Otherwise, Li Bai, may have to look down upon you. He mused internally. Despite his usual lethargic demeanor, Li Bai was quite perceptive. He held high standards and rarely regarded others with respect unless they matched his temperament, even if one were a genius. If they did not align with his disposition, he wouldn't spare them a glance. For Li Bai, Zuo Yang was the most compatible individual he had encountered since enrolling at Hongbei Middle School. Zuo Yang's temperament and character resonated deeply with him. Upon receiving that audacious text, Li Bai immediately sensed that Zuo Yang had been ensnared in a trap. He was certain that Zuo Yang would never stoop to such antics. How then would Zuo Yang handle this predicament? Would he submit humbly, or would he retaliate fiercely? Li Bai was intrigued, for Zuo Yang's forthcoming choices would directly influence Li Bai's perception of him. Would he be merely ordinary or an equal in spirit? All hinged on Zuo Yang's next move. Zuo Yang, please do not disappoint me, Li Bai thought silently, yearning for someone to admire. In another classroom of the second year, Zhao Xian sat listening to the teacher while secretly reveling in her satisfaction. You foolish boy, I warned you that I would make you regret your actions. Now the entire school has received that text message, and they all despise you, wishing to expel you from Hongbei Middle School that I eagerly await to see how you handle the ensuing chaos. She thought with glee. Of course, she and two other second-year boys had sent that message. Initially, they considered targeting Li Bai as well, but ultimately decided it would be too contrived to unleash two egotistical individuals simultaneously. Hence, they focused solely on Zuo Yang, aiming to incite widespread hatred against him and ultimately ruin him. Just then, the campus broadcasting system crackled to life, prompting teachers to halt their lessons and students to perk up and listen attentively. That voice belongs to Zuo Yang. Li Bai straightened, recognizing it immediately. That the audacious boy? Is he planning to use this opportunity to declare his innocence? Zhao Xian scoffed. An explanation is merely a cover-up. If Zuo Yang claims that message was not his doing and that he was set up, it will only deepen the misunderstanding. Few will believe him. Greetings, students of the entire school. Yang's voice boomed through the speakers. After a brief pause, his tone escalated to one of furious arrogance, shouting, I am Zuo Yang from class 1 of the first year of magic. You wish to see my true colors? Bring it on. I am ready. The campus broadcast was abruptly cut off, and in the ensuing seconds, the entire school fell into a profound silence, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that such an arrogant individual existed in this world? As if sending a text message to every student wasn't enough, he had to proclaim it over the loudspeaker. As if he feared that someone might remain unaware, thus reiterating his message. What audacity, what hubris, what sheer arrogance. How infuriating it was to witness such a brazen display of contempt for us seniors. In a classroom of the second year, a student slammed his hand on the desk in fury and exclaimed, Let us go. There's no point in attending this class any longer. We must confront this newcomer named Zuo Yang and discover just who he thinks he is. To dare to act so outrageously. Another student rose and strode purposefully towards the door. The teacher at the podium had yet to intervene when the remaining students stood up, filled with righteous indignation, and surged out of the classroom. In truth, it was not just the students from this particular class. Nearly the entire student body was pouring out, enraged by Zuo Yang's declaration of war. The teachers in various classrooms were powerless to stop them. A storm had suddenly erupted. Chapter 56. The Challenger. Zuo Yang, I am Zuo Yang from class 1 of the first year of magic. You all wish to see me in a different light? Then come on. I accept your challenge. Zuo Yang's audacious voice reverberated throughout the campus via the loudspeaker, igniting an explosive reaction among the students. Of course, they were incensed. Who is this new student named Zuo Yang? With such boundless arrogance? He must be taught a lesson. I have never encountered such an audacious person before, a newcomer daring to make such bold claims, utterly ignorant of his own limitations. What an insolent brat. If I don't give him a sound beating, I would be doing a disservice to my own hands. Let us get Zuo Yang. Let us get Zuo Yang. Let us get Zuo Yang. Students from various classes poured out of their rooms, chanting in unison, forming groups as they marched fiercely towards the classroom of class, one of the first year of magic.in, that very classroom. Moo Moo, Pei 1, Ma Li, and Huashi were all preoccupied, desperately composing their reflections when they suddenly heard Zuo Yang's bold proclamation over the loudspeaker, rendering them utterly speechless. Good grief, the boss has truly lost it. He is genuinely challenging the entire school. This is madness. Sending a message was one thing. Most wouldn't take it seriously, but broadcasting it so openly is tantamount to slapping the faces of all the students. Pei Wen exclaimed in shock. How could this happen? Didn't Zuo Yang leave with Teacher Feng Yu? How could he utter such provocative words on the campus broadcast? Is Teacher Feng Yu not concerned? Huashi added, equally astonished. Zuo Yang, do you not think you've stirred enough trouble? Jiang Hongyu clenched his teeth, his anger palpable. Zuo Yang's recklessness would undoubtedly implicate them all. Let us not forget. Zuo Yang is currently our class leader. Mu Mu suddenly gasped in horror at oh my. Look outside. There are so many people coming. We're going to be mobbed. Are we going to get beaten to death? Everyone, run for your lives. The students in the classroom instinctively looked outside, only to see a throng of students, packed tightly together, approaching ominously. First-year newcomers, as well as seniors from the second and third years. An intimidating sight, indeed. It was evident that these individuals were coming for Zuo Yang. Yet, Zuo Yang was nowhere to be found, leaving them, the remaining students, to potentially serve as scapegoats. The class was filled with dread, and they began to tremble involuntarily. Let us get Zuo Yang. Let us get Zuo Yang. The shouts outside were deafening, causing the classroom windows to vibrate. What do we do? What do we do? The homeroom teacher is absent, and so is Zuo Yang. Are we going to be caught in the crossfire, bearing the brunt of Zuo Yang's misdeeds? The classmates were left in a state of panic, hastily shutting the classroom door at that moment. The outside was teeming with people, leaving no room for escape. Bang! Just as the classroom door closed, it was kicked open, and a large group of students stormed into the room with fierce determination. Where is Zuo Yang? Which one of you is Zuo Yang? Get out here! A thunderous voice rang out amidst the chaos. The students in the class were too intimidated to speak, fearing a beating. Jiang Hongyu stood up, glaring at the intruders. Zuo Yang is not here. If you wish to find him, go outside and do so. Do not disrupt our class. Not here. Humph, we'll wait for him here. You think you can continue your class in peace? Dream on. Unless we see Zuo Yang today, none of you are leaving. One shouted angrily that I heard Zuo Yang is your class leader. How can such a person hold that position? What a joke. I wonder how you all managed to elect him. Clearly, you're all blind. Another chimed in, mocking them. Jiang Hongyu, Pei 1, Ma Li, Moo Moo, and Huashi felt their fists clench involuntarily. Anger and indignation surged within them. They could tolerate insults directed at Zuo Yang, for he had indeed brought this upon himself. However, to have even them, the bystanders, insulted and ridiculed was intolerable. Who the hell are you calling blind? I see you're just a fool spouting nonsense. Get lost, Pei 1 erupted, pointing angrily at the one who had just spoken. The tension in the air was already thick, and Pei 1's words ignited the powder keg, setting off a chain reaction. You re-asking for it, the aggressor shouted, lunging at Pei 1. Pei 1 was not one to shy away. He raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that sent the attacker reeling, smoke billowing from him. Ah, the audacious class, one of the first year of magic. Let us teach them a lesson. Someone in the crowd shouted, Oh, they think they can bully us just because they're more numerous? Students, they're picking on us. Who is afraid? Jiang Hongyu could no longer contain himself and unleashed several water orbs at the intruders. Fight, fight. In the heat of youth, who among them did not possess a bit of bravado? Blood surged, and in a moment of passion, none cared for the consequences. What did it matter if they were upperclassmen? If they were pushed too far, they would fight back regardless. The classroom erupted into chaos. Fireballs, water orbs, whirlwinds, lightning, and stones flew in every direction. Desks were overturned, chairs shattered, noses broken, and arms fractured. Truly a scene of unrestrained mayhem. Meanwhile, in the faculty office building on the 5th floor, in the campus broadcast room, Zuo Yang. UVE, he truly infuriated me. Teacher Feng Yu fumed, staring at Zuo Yang, at a loss for words. Requiring Zuo Yang to write a reflection was intended to quell the students' anger, but it had now devolved into a declaration of war. Teacher Feng Yu, this is my resolution that if everyone believes I sent that message and wishes to teach me a lesson, then let them come. My path does not require unnecessary validation, nor do I care for others' opinions. I will do what I wish, and this is my decision, Zuo Yang declared, each word sharp and radiant, like a sword piercing the void, steadfast and unwavering in the moment to follow one's heart. This was Zuo Yang's determination. Why you teacher Feng Yu was so exasperated, she could hardly find the words that ho ho ho. Young people are indeed remarkable. It has been a long time since I've seen such determination in a youth. Suddenly, a diminutive old man entered, smiling. Principal? Teacher Feng Yu exclaimed in surprise. He is the principal. Truly, one must not judge by appearances, Zuo Yang thought, stealing a glance at the old man. He was exceptionally short, barely reaching 1.50 meters. With a thin frame, a bald head that shone like a light bulb, a face full of wrinkles when he smiled, and a demeanor lacking any authority, he hardly resembled a principal at all. Teacher Feng Yu, the principal said with a squint and a smile, greeting her, please forgive me, due to my negligence. I have caused such a significant disturbance for the school that I will ensure that Zuo Yang publicly apologizes immediately. Please rest assured, Teacher Feng Yu replied hastily. Zuo Yang furrowed his brow. If the principal were to coerce him as well, it would spell trouble. He was uncertain of the weight his status as a special recruit carried. Being expelled would be disastrous. The principal chuckled heartily. No need for such formality. Let us organize a school-wide challenge instead. He turned to Zuo Yang and asked, young man, you are Zuo Yang, correct? Left Yang nodded. Suddenly, the principal squinted his eyes and proposed, how about we organize a special challenge match just for you? Left Yang felt an exhilarating rush of blood, clenched his fist, and replied with a smile. That is exactly what I am looking for. Excellent. Youth truly is a wonderful thing. It is settled then. Teacher Feng Yu, please make the announcement. The first talent challenge of Hongbei High School will officially commence tomorrow. With the champion being Left Yang, you shall preside over the event, and as for the reward, a bronze-level attack magic tool shall be the prize, the old man declared. What? Teacher Feng Yu exclaimed. Principal, Left Yang is still a freshman. Having just enrolled, he is to face challenges from the entire student body. Teacher Feng Yu's mind was in disarray. She could not fathom the principal's reasoning behind such reckless decisions. It's decided. Then, the old man chuckled, turning to leave the broadcasting room. After a moment, Teacher Feng Yu regained her composure. She glanced at Left Yang, hesitating to speak, but ultimately felt it futile. Left Yang, although the principal has spoken, there are many talents at Hongbei High School. Each year, we have numerous special recruits that I hope you won't come to regret this. Teacher Feng Yu, I am fully aware of the stakes. Losing is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is lacking the courage to fight. Left Yang asserted decisively. With a soft sigh, Teacher Feng Yu did not press further. Left Yang now stood opposed to the entire student body, akin to teetering on the edge of a precipice. The single misstep could lead to irrevocable failure and inevitable disdain from his peers. Feeling somewhat helpless, Teacher Feng Yu picked up the microphone, switched it on, and began to speak. Attention all students. Attention all students. I am Feng Yu, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Year 1 of Magic. By order of the principal. Our school will hold the first talent challenge of Hongbei High School tomorrow. The champion will be our very own Left Yang, and all students are welcome to participate. The prize will be a bronze-level attack magic tool. The broadcast resonated throughout the school, and an uproar ensued. The champion is Left Yang. In the classroom of Class 1, Year 1 of Magic, Pei 1, Moo, and the other students were fiercely defending against the intruders. Fireballs, water blasts, and lightning bolts flew indiscriminately, striking relentlessly forward. Although a multitude of students had gathered outside, the doorway was limited in size, restricting the number of attackers. Moo and Pei 1 unleashed their magic. The overwhelming firepower sent the intruders howling in agony. Among the invaders were also students from Year 2 and Year 3. The warriors, unable to launch ranged attacks, could only passively defend themselves, despite their strength. They could not withstand the bombardment from the 40-plus mages in Moo's class. It is well known that a swarm of ants can take down an elephant. The warriors could only defend themselves for the time being, posing no immediate threat to Moo and his companions. However, the mages from higher grades were indeed a significant concern. A single one could match the strength of 2 or 3 freshmen. The power of their spells was formidable, and Moo nearly succumbed to a fireball from a Year 2 fire mage, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, the number of mages who had entered was limited to 2 or 3. and they could not form an overwhelming advantage against Moo Moo's entire class. Bang! A desk shattered as it was struck by a rock spell. Boom! Lightning crackled, striking a Year 1 warrior, who collapsed instantly. Whoosh! An ice arrow shot forth, swift as the wind, aimed at a senior warrior. The warrior felt a chill run down his spine, and as he attempted to dodge, he was ensnared by a whirlwind, launching him violently into the crowd outside. Thanks to Moo Moo, Pei Wan, Hua Shi, Jiang Hongyu, and their classmates occupying the advantageous position, their collective magical prowess proved unstoppable. The students who had invaded the classroom were terrified. Upon the first clash, they were swiftly defeated, fleeing the scene in panic. My goodness, this class is like a band of robbers. They attack at the slightest provocation, even fiercer than us, and they don't even hold back. Ouch, my face, a male student cried out, nursing his injuries. The detestable class 1 of magic. How dare they think they're so impressive with their magic? Come out and face us one-on-one if you dare, shouted a group from outside. Yes, come out and face us one-on-one, echoed another voice. A throng gathered at the doorway and windows, yelling at the students of Class 1 of Magic, though they were numerous. They dared not breach the threshold. The concentrated firepower of a group of mages was nothing to be trifled with. Several teachers arrived outside, but the crowd was too agitated for them to quell the situation. Just then, Teacher Fengyu's voice echoed through the broadcast system. Attention all students, that I am Fengyu, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Year 1 of Magic. By order of the principal, our school will hold the first talent challenge of Hongbei High School tomorrow. The champion will be our very own Left Yang, and all students are welcome to participate. The prize will be a bronze-level attack magic tool. What? The first talent challenge of Hongbei High School. The champion is that Left Yang, and this is directly from the principal. In an instant, chaos erupted, stirring a tempest of excitement. The champion is that Left Yang. Just wait until tomorrow. I will teach him a lesson. The title of first talent of Hongbei High School must be mine, someone in the crowd declared, clenching their fist. The title of first talent of Hongbei High School instantly piqued everyone's interest. I didn't hear about any prize. A bronze-level attack magic tool? If I could obtain the title of first talent, that would be a double reward of fame and fortune. Who wouldn't be envious? A bronze-level attack magic tool typically costs several thousand star coins. Although it is the lowest tier of magical tools, it is more than sufficient for novice mages, regardless of how exceptional the tool may be. If one cannot wield its power, it is of no use. Attack magic tools are intended for mages. Should a warrior claim the title, their prize would naturally be a bronze-level weapon. Humph, I'll let that insufferable brat off for today. But tomorrow at the challenge, just wait and see how Su Ziming defeats him fair and square. Some in the crowd began to disperse. With the challenge set for tomorrow, returning early to prepare was paramount. After all, they planned to teach Left Yang a lesson, and defeating him publicly in the arena would bring them even greater honor. Let that arrogant Left Yang bask in his pride for one more day. Tomorrow, he shall experience the might of my fists. As people noticed others leaving, they too began to withdraw. Despite Left Yang's brazen claims inciting their ire, the allure of the first talent challenge held greater significance for them. The title of first talent. What an immense honor. Who wouldn't be envious? If the champion were one of the well-known talents in the school, most would likely lack the courage to challenge them. However, with the champion being a mere freshman, defeating him would not be an insurmountable task. Thus, they willingly retreated. For today, they were not only intent on teaching Left Yang a lesson, but also sought ways to protect him. What if some rogue were to severely injure Left Yang, the champion? Wouldn't that jeopardize the challenge tomorrow? That would be a tremendous loss for them. Phew, they've finally all left. That I was terrified. Hua Shi sighed with relief as she sank into a chair. Moments ago, they had been besieged by hundreds, creating an immense pressure. Li observed the scattering crowd outside and remarked, "These people are truly pragmatic." The moment they heard about the first talent challenge with Left Yang as the champion, they immediately dispersed. Of course, who wouldn't want to be first? Let us not even talk about them. If I weren't aware of our leader's strength, I might be tempted too, Pei Wen replied. They think Left Yang is a newcomer and therefore easy to bully, which is why they've chosen to withdraw, waiting to challenge him honorably tomorrow. Humph, just wait and see. Many will undoubtedly rise to challenge Left Yang. That I just wonder how long our class leader can hold out. Hua Shi smiled alluringly. There are plenty of talents in other classes, especially among the seniors in Year 2 and Year 3, who are far more formidable that I hope our leader 1T suffer too badly tomorrow. Mumu Dao, he has already been praying for Zuo Yang. In fact, not many people hold high hopes for Zuo Yang. Among the new students this year, he still has a chance to compete for the top position. But if he encounters second or third year students, his chances of victory become exceedingly slim. It is essential to understand that even an ordinary third-year student surpasses a newly enrolled freshman in talent. Even the most gifted individual, without sufficient time to grow, remains ineffectual. Chapter 58. The challenge match begins on the following dawn. Before the sun had fully risen, many had already arrived at the training arena, securing good seats to await the commencement of the first Genius Challenge match. It was easy to imagine the excitement surrounding this event, which pertained to the title of the foremost genius of Hongbei High School. Regardless of whether they were freshmen or upperclassmen, no one wished to miss it. Particularly those students of lesser ability yearned to take the stage and showcase themselves, for the champion of this Genius Challenge was, astonishingly, a newly enrolled freshman. Such a soft target was simply irresistible. As the crowd in the arena swelled, it was barely past 7 o'clock, and it was already filled to capacity, with spectators both there to watch and to compete. Those intending to participate had registered, eagerly awaiting the match's start. Teacher Feng Yu also arrived, taking on the role of judge. My, how crowded it is! A short, slender old man ambled into the arena with his hands clasped behind his back, immediately stirring the atmosphere. Oh, even the principal is here. The freshman named Zuo Yang must have quite the stature to attract the principal's attention. The crowd gasped in astonishment. That diminutive old man was none other than Principal Ming Taigong of Hongbei High School. Principal, Teacher Feng Yu greeted him with a bow. Please proceed with the match. Do not mind me. Ha. Quite a few teachers have come as well. It's truly lively, the principal replied with a squint and a smile, surveying the crowd of educators around him. All the students had gathered to watch or participate in the first Genius Challenge match, and with no classes in session, the teachers were free to attend. They were equally curious to see what kind of individual Zuo Yang, the freshman, was, daring enough to openly challenge the entire student body. As time ticked away, nearly all the faculty and students had arrived. Yet Zuo Yang was still nowhere to be seen. It's almost 8 o'clock. Why hasn't Zuo Yang shown up? Could it be that he has suddenly backed out, afraid to face the challenge? Teacher Feng Yu couldn't help but feel anxious. Zuo Yang's previous actions had already made her the subject of ridicule among the faculty and students. If he were to shy away from this competition, it would indeed be a tremendous embarrassment for her. Hey, where is that freshman named Zuo Yang? Has he decided to be a coward? Shouted an impatient boy from the stands, prompting laughter from the crowd. Teacher Feng Yu maintained her composure and said, the challenge match begins at 8 o'clock. Please remain patient. This beautiful teacher, I've heard you are the homeroom teacher of that Zuo Yang. During the match, you won't be biased in favor of your student, will you? A frivolous upperclassman chuckled, adorned with earrings and sporting shoulder-length hair, indicative of a rebellious nature. Recognizing his demeanor, Teacher Feng Yu replied sternly, rest assured, there are other teachers present, and the principal is here as well. With so many eyes upon us, I wouldn't dare show favoritism. That moment, a youth clad in a short-sleeved shirt strolled into the arena. He first glanced at Teacher Feng Yu standing atop the stage, then surveyed the packed crowd in the stands. Suddenly, he broke into a broad smile, raised a hand, and declared, hello everyone, I am Zuo Yang. Thank you for waiting. The crowd fell silent in astonishment, only to erupt into a flurry of murmurs. Is he really Zuo Yang? The freshman from class, one of the first-year magic students? He doesn't seem extraordinary at all. I expected someone more formidable. How arrogant. Even at this moment, he can still grin like that. I wonder if he truly possesses any skill, or if it's all a fade. Humph, what can a first-year freshman possibly achieve? Even if he trained since birth, he couldn't possibly surpass our class's Yi Luo. Indeed, Yi Luo had entered the school as a second-level magician and had since ascended to a fourth-level magician. Ranking among the top 10 in the school, this Zuo Yang was certainly no match for him. It was a pity that those with true prowess in the school regarded such challenge matches with disdain. Or else it would be even more exhilarating. Everyone, quiet down. The challenge match is about to commence. I will now announce the rules, Teacher Feng Yu declared with an air of authority. First, this competition is a one-on-one challenge. With Zuo Yang as the initial champion, a new challenger may only enter if one side is defeated. Second, challengers will be determined by a random selection process, and forfeits are permitted. Third, a forfeit, voluntary surrender. or loss of combat capability outside the arena will result in a challenge failure. Fourth, after the champion has won 5 consecutive matches, they may choose to rest. In such a case, the system will randomly select 2 individuals to compete, with the winner becoming the new champion and continuing to accept challenges. Finally, each match will be limited to 5 minutes. If a winner cannot be determined within that time, the champion is declared the victor. No magical artifacts are permitted during the match, although warriors may use ordinary weapons without magical enhancements. These are the rules for the upcoming challenge. All participants must adhere to them strictly. Zuo Yang. You may take the stage, Teacher Feng Yu concluded, turning her gaze toward him. Taking a deep breath, Zuo Yang slowly ascended the stage. Tio claimed he felt no pressure or nervousness would be a lie. With thousands of eyes upon him, even Zuo Yang felt his heart racing, a surge of battle intent coursing through him, accompanied by an unquenchable desire to grow stronger as for the 6 rules announced by Teacher Feng Yu. He had no objections, for it was a challenge match, and the rules were naturally inclined to favor the champion. Upon stepping onto the stage, Teacher Feng Yu continued, "Now, we will randomly select the first challenger via the computer system." The audience focused intently, eyes fixed on the large electronic display, where names of the registered participants began to scroll rapidly. Finally, the name Su Ziming, Class 3 of the second-year warriors, appeared in bold letters on the screen. "The first challenger is actually me. I am so fortunate. Kid, let's see how I can defeat you fair and square." A voice erupted from the stands, filled with exuberance. The speaker was overjoyed. He, an unremarkable student, had never had a chance to shine in class, but now he had been chosen to compete first. Defeating this freshman would elevate his reputation significantly, even if he didn't win the championship. What a stroke of luck it was for him. "Su Ziming from Class 3 of the second-year warriors, please come to the stage," Teacher Feng Yu announced. Chapter 59. Victory in a Match. "Junior, you are truly my lucky star. Defeating you will ensure my name, Su Ziming, is known throughout the school." Su Ziming exclaimed with glee as he stepped onto the stage, unable to contain his excitement. He was thrilled. This was the moment he had been waiting for, even if it felt somewhat unfair to defeat a freshman. However, this freshman was a common enemy among the students. Defeating him would be a service to all, and the entire school would remember and appreciate his effort. What a glorious achievement it would be. Su Ziming's face radiated with joy, as if basking in divine illumination, sacred and blissful. Indeed, to him, Zuo Yang was a gift bestowed by the heavens. Otherwise, why would the computer system select him first to challenge? Was this not a sign of divine favor and arrangement? My days of turning over a new leaf have finally arrived. Su Ziming laughed heartily. Ugh, how did such an idiot come up here? Zuo Yang thought, staring at the grinning Su Ziming across from him, mentally cursing. With that ridiculous smile, he must be a bit off, perhaps even a gay. Zuo Yang, watch as I, Su Ziming, defeat you today? Su Ziming bellowed, pointing dramatically at Zuo Yang, that he intentionally emphasized his name, ensuring everyone present would remember the hero who vanquished the common enemy and served justice for all. Su Ziming, Zuo Yang cast a sidelong glance at him, scratched his head, and said, I remember encountering someone named Qin Ziming 2 months ago during the exam. Your names are quite similar. Are you certain you two are not brothers? Su Ziming's expression darkened immediately. Although he did not know who Zuo Yang's Qin Ziming was, it was evident that Zuo Yang was intentionally belittling him. Suddenly, Zuo Yang felt an inexplicable wave of nostalgia wash over him as he recalled Qin Ziming, which naturally led his thoughts to Ji Feier. His association with Ji Feier made Zuo Yang remember the chubby Qin Ziming particularly well. Undeniably, like a fairy amid flames, Ji Feier stirred Zuo Yang's heart. And despite their brief encounter, she left an indelible mark in his mind. That innocent yet profound emotion had troubled Zuo Yang for quite some time, and now, after a considerable interval, it had faded significantly. Yet at times, the image of that enchanting figure would unconsciously resurface in his mind. She had worn a flowing red gown, emanating a unique charm, bathed in the glow of the crimson sun. As if she were a celestial being amidst fire, stunning all who beheld her. Such beauty was breathtaking to Su Ziming. Will you be using a weapon? Teacher Feng Yu inquired. In the competition, warriors were permitted to use weapons. But they had to be ordinary ones without magical enhancements that I won't. It would be unfair to use a weapon against a junior. If I did, it would be even more of a bullying act. Su Ziming declared with high-mindedness. confident in his status as a level 2 warrior, believing he was more than capable of defeating a freshman. Very well. In that case, the match may commence. Remember, the time limit is 5 minutes. If no victor emerges within that period, the reigning champion will be declared the winner. Teacher phone you reminded. 0.5 minutes is far too long. A winner can be determined in just 1 minute. Junior, you must give it your all, or else the defeat will be too humiliating. And as your senior, I would feel quite uneasy, Su Ziming remarked with a proud smile directed at Zuo Yang. Thank you for your kind words, senior, Zuo Yang replied with a slight smile, while subtly exerting force beneath his feet. With a crack, a shard of the blue stone slab on the competition stage shattered. About the size of a fingernail, Zuo Yang's movement was exceedingly subtle, occurring beneath him, and the sound of the fracture was nearly inaudible, thus going unnoticed by anyone. Heh, Junior, be cautious. I will show no mercy, Su Ziming declared as he channeled his internal energy and lunged at Zuo Yang. Aware that Zuo Yang was a mage, he had prepared to execute a surprise attack right from the start. Aiming to unleash a thunderous assault and swiftly claim victory, the multitude of teachers and students in the stands watched with keen interest, speculating whether Zuo Yang could successfully defend his title. We're in trouble. Su Ziming is launching a surprise attack right off the bat. Mages are most vulnerable at close range. That freshman Zuo Yang is likely to lose, a teacher mused regretfully. Indeed, over 90% of those in the stands believed Zuo Yang was doomed. Su Ziming, after all, was a sophomore. Even if his innate talent did not match Zuo Yang's, he had the advantage of extensive training time. Middle school students primarily focused on enhancing their talent levels. As talent equated to innate ability, the higher the talent level, the greater the potential achievements in the future. At BY High School, talent levels were generally fixed, and students began to concentrate on improving their strength. Zuo Yang had just enrolled and had yet to begin his training, while Su Ziming had been training for a year, bolstered by the school's abundant resources. Under normal circumstances, it was clear that Su Ziming would be the stronger contender. In one corner of the stands, Mu Mu, Pei Wan, Ma Li, Hua Shi, Zhang Hongyu, and others from Class 1 of the first-year mages were gathered. Zuo Yang was their class leader, and although he had inadvertently led them into 2 major troubles, causing them to bear the brunt of blame twice, they still supported him psychologically. Zuo Yang, if you don't secure first place today, just watch me take you down. Zhang Hongyu suddenly stood up, roaring in anger. To be honest, he felt immense jealousy towards Zuo Yang, as Zuo Yang always overshadowed him, especially after becoming class leader, failing to contribute positively, and instead making the entire class shoulder the blame. Zhang Hongyu felt indignant, wishing he could personally teach Zuo Yang a harsh lesson. However, compared to Zuo Yang, he was even more infuriated with the students who intentionally sought trouble with them. Why should the entire class bear the consequences of Zuo Yang's misfortunes? This was utterly unreasonable. Unable to contain his rage, Zhang Hongyu leapt to his feet and shouted. Moreover, from another perspective, Zuo Yang now represented not just himself, but the entire first-year mage class if Zuo Yang were to lose. Not only would the school mock him, but they would also ridicule their entire class for producing such an oddball. Thus, from any angle, Zhang Hongyu did not wish to see Zuo Yang fail. He viewed Zuo Yang as a rival who could only be defeated by himself, and if someone else were to triumph over him, it would only reflect poorly on Zhang Hongyu. The same sentiment was shared by Mu Mu, Pei Wan, and the others. They felt a mix of admiration and resentment towards Zuo Yang. Their admiration stemmed from Zuo Yang's exceptional abilities and amiable nature, while their resentment arose from having to bear the blame twice, without justification. Nonetheless, since the moment Zuo Yang became class leader, they had become a cohesive unit, sharing both glory and shame, inseparable. This challenge was not only Zuo Yang's battle, but also that of the entire first-year mage class. Should he lose, Hongbei High School would no longer recognize the first-year mage class, and they would all become the subject of ridicule, unable to hold their heads high on the competition stage. Upon hearing Zhang Hongyu's furious outburst, Zuo Yang smiled slightly and muttered to himself, "Do I need you to say that? Junior, my apologies." Su Ziming laughed triumphantly, channeling his internal energy and accelerating towards Zuo Yang in an instant. He was filled with pride, thinking to himself that he had reached Zuo Yang so quickly, and Zuo Yang had yet to react. Who could match such speed? He could not help but admire himself, with a fierce punch aimed at Zuo Yang. It seemed he was about to land a hit. The spectators shook their heads in disappointment, sighing inwardly. Realizing that this newcomer named Zuo Yang truly lacked skill, this was nothing more than a farce. However, the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. Wait, wait, wait. Su Ziming suddenly shouted and panicked. He had been charging straight at Zuo Yang when, for some inexplicable reason, he stumbled and rolled away from Zuo Yang, tumbling off the stage. Then, outside the ring, Teacher Feng Yu's voice rang out, "Su Ziming, you lose." What? In an instant, the entire crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, utterly bewildered. Was this some kind of joke? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. That was a mistake. It doesn't count. I demand a rematch. Su Ziming stood up, his face flushed and his voice hoarse as he protested. Humph. In a life-or-death struggle with an opponent, do you expect a second chance? Get down. Teacher Feng Yu retorted coldly. Su Ziming's face turned as red as a ripe peach, and he glanced at Zuo Yang, filled with unwillingness. Yet he understood that a rematch was impossible. He simply could not comprehend how he had ended up rolling off the stage for no apparent reason. It was utterly baffling. Could it be that I've run into a ghost today? Su Ziming mused, a chill running down his spine as he recalled the moment he stumbled. It truly felt as if someone had pushed him from beneath. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Su Ziming cast a wary glance at Zuo Yang, then hurriedly exited the stage, looking rather dejected. Ha! What a splendid tumble. What a magnificent roll. He hadn't even begun the fight, and ended up rolling off the stage. Moo Moo laughed heartily. You scared me half to death. Wealthy people are indeed fortunate. Winning without a fight. Huashi remarked, placing a hand on her chest feebly. Pei Wan, Ma Li, and the other students from the mage class felt immense relief and joy at Zuo Yang's victory. Humph, such sheer luck. He can win like this? It's absurd. Other students glared at Zuo Yang with disdain. Suddenly, the short, bald principal sitting in the stands began to chuckle, squinting at a seemingly inconspicuous stone fragment at Zuo Yang's feet. Muttering to himself, his control over magical power has reached an intricate level, and his mental acuity is commendable. It seems we have brought in an exceptional young talent this time, while others might not perceive it. Many teachers, including the principal, understood the truth that in reality, Su Ziming had not simply stumbled out of the ring due to a mistake. As he prepared to attack Zuo Yang had employed the flying rock technique to subtly manipulate the stone fragment beneath Su Ziming's feet, causing him to lose his balance and tumble out. However, Zuo Yang's execution of the flying rock technique was so swift that the hexagram magic circle in his palm flickered and vanished almost instantaneously, leaving most spectators oblivious to what had transpired. Chapter 60. Dual Cultivation of Magic and Martial Arts. The selection of the second challenger will now commence. The names displayed on the electronic screen rolled rapidly before finally coming to a halt with a resounding chime. First Year Magic Class 2, Inqing. Teacher Feng Yu called out in a commanding voice. A figure in the stands rose, striding confidently towards the dual platform. The electronic display showcased the challenger's likeness, making it unmistakable whether it was indeed him. Both were freshmen and fellow magicians. This promised to be an intriguing spectacle, one that would likely feature an exhilarating magical confrontation. The spectators in the stands were instantly enlivened by the prospect. Inqing ascended the dual platform, casting a fierce glare at Zuo Yang, and declared with righteous indignation, Zuo Yang, you are truly a disgrace to our freshman cohort, a pariah among magicians. How dare you audaciously proclaim yourself the foremost genius? Disregarding the entire student body, your words are nothing but the ravings of an arrogant fool. Today, I shall stand as a representative of the freshmen and defeat you. Zuo Yang, momentarily taken aback, pointed at Inqing's zipper and remarked, My dear classmate, it seems you've forgotten to zip up your pants. Upon hearing this, Inqing was instantly flustered, instinctively reaching to fasten his zipper. However, upon glancing down, he was filled with rage. His zipper was indeed secured. The laughter from the surrounding spectators erupted uncontrollably. You vile Zuo Yang, you have gone too far. I shall teach you a proper lesson today. Inqing seethed, his face flushed with fury. Lighten up, it was merely a jest. Zuo Yang replied with a playful smile. Inqing trembled with rage. Zuo Yang was utterly insufferable. Enough of your banter. Let the competition commence. Teacher Feng Yu shot Zuo Yang a disapproving look, feeling somewhat exasperated herself. Before announcing, the protective magic array surrounding the dual platform activated, enveloping the entire area in a transparent shield to prevent any magical attacks from reaching the stands. Behold my fireball spell, Inqing shouted. raising his right hand and swiftly sketching a swastika-shaped magic array before him. Puffed, you speak with such righteous fervor, yet you cannot even cast a spell instantaneously. How dare you boast here? Zuo Yang scoffed. Dismissing the notion of engaging with a magician incapable of executing even a basic level 1 spell instantaneously. Qing, incensed and humiliated by Zuo Yang's taunt, felt his concentration falter, causing the magic array he had been forming to collapse into nothingness with a disheartening puff. His face burned crimson with embarrassment. The spectators, witnessing this spectacle, could only sigh in disappointment. How could the challenger be so inept? He hadn't even begun the duel, and already he had faltered, failing to even complete a basic magic array. This was not the display they had anticipated. Perhaps it would be best for you to exit the stage now and spare us any further humiliation, someone in the audience shouted, their frustration palpable. If not for the constraints of the competition rules, they would have rushed onto the stage in exasperation. Zuo Yang, unperturbed, surveyed the scene with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of urgency, standing on the platform. Qing felt the weight of 1,000 scornful gazes boring into him, as if he had become the target of their disdain. Shouts urging him to leave rang in his ears. Exacerbating his anxiety, time seemed to stretch infinitely, and he felt utterly unmoored in his mind. He had assumed that as fellow freshmen, their strengths would be comparable. Yet, upon facing Zuo Yang, his confidence had crumbled, leaving him incapable of even forming a complete magic array. The pressure from the crowd made his heart race uncontrollably. Attention, 3 minutes remain for the challenge, Teacher Feng Yu reminded him. Qing felt the sweat bead on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and attempted to sketch the magic array once more. He was loath to concede defeat, especially as it would be a significant loss of face. However, with a disheartening puff, the partially formed magic array once again disintegrated, his nerves preventing him from focusing. Cursed be this, how infuriating! Qing fumed, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Leave the stage. Don't waste our time any longer. The crowd echoed in disapproval, their chorus of jeers resounding that my dear classmate, you are far too tense. Relax, and think of the spectators as mere distractions. Take your time, I am in no hurry, Zuo Yang encouraged him in a seemingly sincere tone. Before Qing could respond, the audience erupted in outrage. You insolent brat, who do you refer to as mere distractions? Such a venomous youth. Your arrogance knows no bounds. I shall show you how to silence that foul mouth of yours. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of curses directed at Zuo Yang, their anger palpable. Even Pei Wen and Mu Mu, his classmates, felt compelled to defend their own. The principal, who had been smiling moments before, turned pale upon hearing Zuo Yang's words, his expression darkening with fury. Other teachers in the stands also glared at Zuo Yang, their anger simmering beneath the surface as they silently vowed to make him pay should he cross them as for Qing. Zuo Yang's intention to offer encouragement had only served to deepen his humiliation. It's so wrong that I failed to form a magic array. What is there to celebrate? I am standing here. If you are capable, show me a spell. Qing shot a fierce glare at Zuo Yang, his voice laced with venom. In truth, many shared Qing's sentiments. They too were freshmen and could not fathom the extent of difference in their abilities. It was often said that one cannot appreciate the vastness of the sea without seeing it, nor can one comprehend the height of a mountain without standing before it. There were over 400 participants in the challenge, with a significant portion being first-year students, a few second-year students, and hardly any third years, as it would be undignified to bully a newcomer. Zuo Yang shook his head with a smile, regarding Qing with a hint of pity. Allow me to offer you 4 words, if you don't mind. What words? A frog at the bottom of a well. Qing's fury boiled, but before he could utter a retort, Zuo Yang moved like a panther, swiftly closing the distance between them. What? How can you be so fast? Qing gasped, his heart racing as he felt the impending doom. The next moment, he found himself hurled out of the arena. Qing, you lose, Teacher Feng Yu exclaimed in surprise. The crowd was astounded. Zuo Yang had not cast a spell, but had physically thrown Qing out of the ring. What strength must that require? And his speed. Even a level 1 warrior would struggle to match it. He truly just a magician. A stunned silence enveloped the arena, leaving the audience in disbelief. Well, what a treasure we have found. The bald principal chuckled, forgetting all about the earlier insult as he beamed with delight. This is impossible. Qing sat at the edge of the platform, staring blankly at the boundary line, momentarily dazed before regaining his senses. Anger and astonishment surged within him as he cast a sideways glance at Zuo Yang. Both were magicians, yet Zuo Yang had used sheer strength to eject him from the arena without casting a single spell. This was both an affront and evidence of Zuo Yang's prowess. If he could defeat him without magic, what would happen if he unleashed his spells? Qing's mind was a whirlpool of confusion, and he began to grasp the meaning of Zuo Yang's words. Indeed, how could he boast when he couldn't even complete a magic array? Was he not a frog at the bottom of a well? A profound sense of defeat washed over him. Just moments before, he had felt invincible, and now he realized the reality of being outclassed. Qing said nothing further as he descended from the duel platform. "Wow, you are amazing. You don't even need magic to be so powerful," Mu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Pei 1, Ma Li, and the students of first-year magic class 1 were equally in awe. Excitement coursing through them. Oh wonders, Zuo Yang was so audacious. He had hidden depths. That power, that speed, was at least the caliber of a level 1 warrior to master both magic and martial prowess. Was this not the mark of a genius? He was indeed a rare talent, being both a magician and a warrior. A profound sense of helplessness surged within Jiang Hongyu. He had always perceived the gap between himself and Zuo Yang as negligible. Both were second-level mages, and he believed that with a little more diligence, he could not only catch up to Zuo Yang, but even surpass him. However, at this moment, Zuo Yang loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. In the grand scheme of the Xinghan continent, practitioners of both magic and martial arts did exist. Indeed, they were not uncommon. The majority of mages or warriors, upon reaching the later stages of their training, found progress exceedingly arduous, especially when ensnared by the bottleneck of cultivation, making advancement seem nearly impossible. It was during such times that they sought alternative paths to enhance their strength, hoping to break through their limitations. Naturally, this was contingent upon their innate talents. If a person's abilities could only sense the existence of 7 elemental forces and remained ignorant of the power of the heavens and earth, they would be utterly incapable of becoming a warrior. The inability to cultivate fighting spirit would preclude them from ever becoming a warrior. While there were indeed many who practiced both magic and martial arts, the majority only chose to do so when they reached their cultivation bottleneck. Thus, individuals like Zuo Yang, who opted for dual cultivation from the very beginning, were exceedingly rare. After all, one's energy is finite, and once divided, the likelihood of achieving breakthroughs diminishes significantly. High school and university represent the most opportune periods for rapid advancement in one's abilities. To choose distraction during this phase is, quite frankly, unwise. Yet, while others may be oblivious, Mu, Pei 1, Ma Li, Hua Shi, and Jiang Hongyu were well aware that Zuo Yang was already a second-level mage capable of instantaneously casting second-level spells, coupled with his status as a first-level warrior. Zuo Yang undoubtedly merited the title of the top genius of Hongbei High School. Chapter 61. Feng Huatian. He actually chose to pursue both magic and martial arts. Surely he cannot be in his right mind. Does he not understand that distraction makes breakthroughs even more challenging? After a brief silence, the spectators in the stands expressed their disdain. High school and university are the phases of most rapid improvement. To divert one's focus to a field in which one is less adept during this crucial time is profoundly foolish. Whether as a mage or a warrior, individuals initially select their professions based on their inherent talents, gravitating towards their strongest domains. If a person possesses 9th-level lightning elemental talent alongside 4th-level terrestrial power, they would undoubtedly choose to be a mage. Only a fool would forsake such exceptional magical aptitude. It is only when they encounter a bottleneck in their magical training that they would consider also cultivating as a warrior, and even then, it is to further enhance their strength. However, individuals like Zuo Yang, who choose to dual cultivate as a mage and warrior right at the onset of high school, are virtually non-existent. Such a decision is exceedingly foolish, as one's energy is limited, and focusing entirely on one path is already challenging enough, let alone dividing attention. Those who dare to do so are either exceptionally gifted and self-assured, or they are of mediocre talent, resigned to failure. That makes sense, someone commented from the stands, but I don't think this young man resembles the latter. Oh, how can you tell? From the speed and strength he displayed earlier, it was at least at the level of a first-level warrior. We all know that this fellow named Zuo Yang is a mage. And if his martial prowess is already so formidable, his magical abilities must be exceptional as well. The individual analyzed. The murmurs of the crowd grew increasingly animated, with various opinions circulating, though the majority regarded Zuo Yang as a fool, recklessly dabbling in fields he did not understand. Unperturbed by the spectators' chatter, Zuo Yang maintained his composure, his expression unchanged. They were unaware that Zuo Yang was an extraordinary spirit mage, possessing earth elemental affinity. As he cultivated his magical energy, the earth elements naturally nourished his body, endowing him with physical strength on par with a first-level warrior. This, far from hindering him, significantly bolstered his capabilities, effectively compensating for the shortcomings typically associated with mages. Zuo Yang is indeed a warrior. His speed is astonishing, exclaimed Teacher Feng Yu in surprise. While a first-level warrior might not seem particularly impressive when combined with the strength of a second-level mage, it was nothing short of remarkable. The combat prowess displayed could easily rival that of a third-level mage. Third-level mages were a rarity even among the second-year students, with many third-year students failing to reach such heights. For a newcomer just entering high school to exhibit such combat strength was truly extraordinary. The challengers list on the electronic display began to scroll once more, and soon it read, First-year warrior class 13. Feng Huatian. A rather handsome youth with a stern countenance rose from the stands, moving towards the dueling platform with the poise of a drawn sword. Go Feng Huatian. I love you. Feng Huatian. You will surely win. Feng Huatian. I love you. As the new student named Feng Huatian stood, 2 rows of girls behind him rose in unison, their excitement reminiscent of a cheerleading squad, their chants growing increasingly fervent. Wow, he even has his own cheerleading squad. Zuo Yang marveled, taken aback. Truly impressive. As Feng Huatian ascended the dueling platform, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority, sharp and imposing, creating an atmosphere of oppression. A master. Zuo Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Feng Huatian, will you be using a weapon? Teacher Feng Yu inquired. A sword. Feng Huatian responded, his voice resonant and striking, akin to the sound of a blade being drawn, eliciting admiration. In short order, a staff member presented him with an ordinary blue steel sword, which Feng Huatian weighed in his hands, finding it to his liking. With a flick of his wrist, the ordinary blue steel sword emitted a ringing sound, a glimmer of cold light dancing along the blade, its edge formidable. Zuo Yang's pupils constricted in surprise. He understood instantly that Feng Huatian was no ordinary individual based solely on this aura. The match commences. The time limit is 5 minutes. Should no victor emerge within this time frame, the challenger shall be declared the winner, Teacher Feng Yu announced. Feng Huatian gripped the blue steel sword with a steely gaze, uttering not a single word, with a powerful push against the ground. He surged towards Zuo Yang, intent on striking. For the first time, Zuo Yang felt a sense of threat. He could not afford to be careless. Raising his right hand, he summoned the 6-pointed star magic array, swiftly conjuring a pebble and launching it towards Feng Huatian. Slash. Feng Huatian's sword cut through the air like a rainbow, and with a resounding clash, he split the pebble cleanly in two. However, this action momentarily hampered his speed, preventing him from closing the distance to Zuo Yang in one breath. Precise and ruthless. What a remarkable swordsmanship, to cleave my flying rock attack with a single stroke, Zuo Yang marveled, seizing the opportunity to widen the gap between them. Remarkable. This youth possesses great potential, sharp and full of promise. The bald principal squinted, watching with delight. The previously noisy stands fell silent, captivated by the clash between the two, which, though fleeting, was nothing short of spectacular. What a formidable sword technique, decisive and aggressive. I believe this newcomer named Feng Huatian is likely a second-level warrior. That Zuo Yang is not to be underestimated either. His ability to instantly cast first-level magic and his combat awareness are commendable. Feng Huatian aimed for a swift victory, yet Zuo Yang managed to create distance, someone commented. Indeed, based on this brief exchange, the two appear evenly matched. It will not be so easy for that fellow named Zuo Yang to win this time. Another remarked, chuckling. Those with discerning eyes knew that this seemingly simple initial confrontation was, in fact, exceptionally intense. Both were keenly searching for the other's vulnerabilities, and within the tranquility lay hidden dangers. Flying rock technique. Release. Zuo Yang raised his hand, conjuring a spell, once again summoning a pebble to hurl towards Feng Huatian. This time, Zuo Yang chose to take the initiative, for as a magician, long-range assaults were his forte. Allowing him to seize the reins of battle entirely, the pebble, roughly the size of an egg, traveled at an astonishing speed, tracing a curved trajectory through the air towards Fang Huatian. Direct attacks were the easiest to defend against. Yet once the assault took on an arched form, the challenge of defense escalated significantly. It was akin to kicking a soccer ball. The banana shot was the most difficult to block. Fang Huatian's expression grew stern as he deftly pivoted, his toes barely grazing the ground, propelling his body backward. Simultaneously, he swung his Qinggang sword in a diagonal cut, neutralizing Zuo Yang's assault and splitting the pebble in twain. However, Fang Huatian did not relax. Instead, his demeanor became even more grave, for Zuo Yang's magical onslaught was upon him once more. This time, it was not a single pebble, but three. The trio of pebbles surged forth like artillery shells, one launching directly at him while the other two flanked him with ferocity and precision. Fang Huatian furrowed his brow. Zuo Yang's attacks were exceedingly troublesome. The trio of pebbles encircled him, akin to three adversaries converging simultaneously, presenting a daunting challenge for Fang Huatian to fend off. The crux of the matter lay in Zuo Yang's astonishing speed in casting spells. Even when both were executing instantaneous attacks, Zuo Yang's swiftness surpassed that of others. The three pebbles hurtled towards him with the swiftness of lightning, arriving almost instantaneously after Fang Huatian had just parried Zuo Yang's second strike. Evasion was no longer an option, only defense remained. With a resolute glare, Fang Huatian raised his sword, his internal energy surging forth, creating an overwhelming presence that rippled through the air. Water wave slash, he intoned, as the sword gleamed with a watery luminescence, reminiscent of ripples on a lake. With a fluid motion, he wielded his Qinggang sword, and in an instant, the three pebbles were deftly deflected, each split in half. What a magnificent display of martial prowess! It was akin to the shimmering light dancing upon the surface of a lake, simply breathtaking. The spectators erupted in astonishment. Fang Huatian, Fang Tianhua, I adore you! I adore you! The fervent cheerleaders called out, their eyes sparkling with adoration. Impressive, Zuo Yang conceded, genuinely impressed. He had never witnessed such a beautiful yet fierce swordplay before. In that fleeting moment, when Fang Huatian executed his technique, Zuo Yang felt as if he truly beheld the ripples on a water's surface. The mastery of martial arts displayed was nothing short of extraordinary. While magicians could unleash spells, warriors wielded martial techniques that in terms of instantaneous offensive power, martial techniques surpassed magic, yet the energy expenditure was immense. Even though water wave slash was classified as a first-tier technique, Fang Huatian was wary of employing it consecutively. It was akin to a game. While magicians had abundant mana, warriors possessed considerable health. A warrior's basic attacks consumed little mana, yet casting skills depleted it rapidly. Fang Huatian held his Qinggang sword at an angle towards the ground, turning to Zuo Yang, finally breaking his silence. You are quite formidable, worthy of being my opponent. From this moment forth, I shall unleash my full strength. His expression was one of cold pride. What an honor that is, Zuo Yang replied with a playful grin. Though he appeared nonchalant, he was acutely cautious. The onlookers in the stands tensed, all recognizing that thus far, both combatants had merely been testing each other, and what lay ahead would undoubtedly be a fierce clash. Chapter 62. Opponent Kill. Fang Huatian's eyes narrowed, his internal energy coursing through him as he infused it into his feet and legs. With a thunderous boom, his speed surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he closed the 10-meter gap to Zuo Yang. Slash! Fang Huatian's expression was steely as he struck mercilessly, his Qinggang sword sweeping horizontally from left to right. Intent on cleaving Zuo Yang in half, his speed had doubled, surpassing what he had previously displayed. Zuo Yang's heart raced, and he dared not delay. With a powerful push off the ground, he retreated hastily as Zuo Yang fell back. A yellow light flickered beneath his feet, activating a magical array that manifested as a dazzling six-pointed star, adorned with two three-pointed stars above and below, magnificent and mystical. Quicksand technique. Release. Zuo Yang intoned softly, as the magical array erupted in brilliance. That very moment, another array appeared beneath Fang Huatian's feet, emanating a radiant glow that enveloped him like a cage. Seeking to ensnare him, the solid arena floor transformed into quicksand, swirling counterclockwise with an astonishing force, pulling at Fang Huatian's feet and dragging him downward. Not good. Fong Huatian gasped, his expression shifting alarmingly. He had anticipated Zuo Yang's ability to instantaneously cast the quicksand technique and had devised a countermeasure. However, he never expected Zuo Yang could activate it with his foot, thereby bypassing the time needed to press the magical array into the ground, catching Fong Huatian off guard, typically to unleash the quicksand technique. One must imprint the drawn magical array into the ground for it to take effect. Yet Zuo Yang's foot activation allowed the technique to manifest unexpectedly, leaving Fong Huatian unprepared as his feet sank into the swirling sands. Magic, flying pebble technique, attack. Zuo Yang raised his hands without hesitation, sending 2 pebbles hurtling forward, seizing the moment to strike. With no alternative, Fong Huatian was compelled to defend himself. He redirected his Qinggang sword, using finesse to shatter the 2 pebbles. However, while he successfully thwarted Zuo Yang's assault, he simultaneously missed the prime opportunity to escape the quicksand technique. The quicksand's reach expanded nearly 2 meters, swirling in a vortex, and Fong Huatian's feet continued to sink. Now up to his calves. Damn it. Fong Huatian gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing into a deep crease. With his feet ensnared, he was unable to exert any strength, rendering him unable to escape. How careless of me. I underestimated his magical prowess. His ability to unleash spells has reached an unpredictable level. Fong Huatian lamented, anxiety gnawing at him as he frantically pondered a way to break free. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Fong Huatian's mind. If my feet cannot be utilized, then I shall employ my hands instead. In a swift motion, he tossed his Qinggang sword backward. With a clang, it embedded itself into the ground. Following this, he leaned backward, executing a bridge position, pressing his hands against the firm arena floor. The quicksand technique spanned nearly 2 meters, and standing at over 1.7 meters tall, Fong Huatian was able to rest his hands firmly on the solid ground as he leaned back. Huh! Fong Huatian exclaimed, channeling his internal energy to its peak. His hands pressed against the ground, finally allowing him to exert force. His entire body braced, his arms visibly bulging with newfound strength. With a powerful thrust, he liberated his feet from the swirling quicksand, propelling himself into the air and landing deftly beside his Qinggang sword. Fong Huatian withdrew the sword, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. That was perilously close. Had I delayed a moment longer, and the quicksand reached my knees, even bracing myself against the arena floor would not have sufficed to free me. The force of the quicksand was greater than I had anticipated. The duel between the two was fraught with tension, and the audience watched in breathless suspense. What a remarkable display. This fellow managed to devise a countermeasure to the boss's quicksand technique in such a brief span. One could not help but admire him, Moo marveled. However, the boss also took it easy. Had he unleashed 2 more flying pebble techniques, escaping would have been impossible. That I suspect even the boss underestimated him. He likely did not foresee this fellow's ability to extricate himself. Pei Wen chuckled. In truth, Pei Wen's conjecture was spot on. Zuo Yang had indeed grown complacent. The quicksand technique had ensnared Fong Huatian, and his subsequent casting of the flying pebble technique had caused Fong Huatian to miss the optimal moment to escape. Zuo Yang had assumed the battle was nearing its conclusion, only to be taken aback when Fong Huatian emerged unscathed. This was truly a case of losing an opportunity due to carelessness. I underestimated my opponent. Next time, I shall learn from this lesson. I will not cease my assault until my adversary is utterly defeated. Zuo Yang vowed inwardly. Only 1 minute remained. Teacher Feng Yu, a reminder echoed, as the newly enrolled students demonstrated such remarkable prowess that it left her in awe. Only a minute left? Fong Huatian's expression darkened, his chest heaving as beads of sweat trickled down. The recent exertion to escape had drained him significantly. His internal energy had diminished to a mere 20%, and he estimated his current strength at less than 60% of his original capacity. With full power, he had matched Zuo Yang evenly. Now, with less than 60% of his strength remaining, could he still secure victory within a minute? Fong Huatian inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He had always been proud, and this was the first time someone had pushed him to such an extent. Fong Huatian was deep in thought, for he never embarked on endeavors without certainty. Moments later, he murmured, "I concede." Fong Huatian opened his mouth and articulated the conclusion he had reached after much contemplation, that it was not that he lacked the desire to fight. Rather, regardless of the perspective he considered, He knew he could not defeat Zuo Yang within a minute. Even if he exerted himself to the utmost, it would be in vain. Thus, after a moment of calm reflection, he chose to concede outright, a decision true to his character. For he never wasted time. The spectators in the stands were taken aback. To concede with a minute still remaining was rather casual and unexpected. Zuo Yang, too, was momentarily stunned, regretting that he had not struck with greater ferocity to incapacitate Feng Huatian entirely. With Feng Huatian's concession, the challenge was deemed a failure. Teacher Fengyu announced the result. You should still have the strength to continue. Why concede? Zuo Yang inquired with curiosity. Further combat would be futile. The outcome is already predetermined and cannot be altered. You are formidable, and I will challenge you again when the opportunity arises, Feng Huatian replied, his words retaining their icy arrogance. I shall await your challenge at any time. Zuo Yang smiled. He held a deep respect for Feng Huatian's prowess. The fierce swordsmanship and decisive assaults indicated that he would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent in the future. As Feng Huatian descended from the combat stage, he did not return to the stands, but instead exited the arena directly. He had come seeking a worthy adversary, and now he had found one. Chapter 63. Earth Element versus Earth Element. The fourth challenge match commenced, and the name of the next challenger swiftly scrolled across the electronic display. Class 8 of the first year, Wang Chao, Teacher Fengyu announced loudly. Turning to the surrounding stands, a youth clad in a green tunic rose to his feet. He hesitated momentarily, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. Before finally departing his seat and making his way to the combat stage, Teacher, I wish to use a shield and a battle knife, Wang Chao stated without waiting for Teacher Fengyu to ask. Very well, please wait, she replied with a nod. Shortly thereafter, a staff member presented him with a round shield and a battle knife. The shield, with a diameter of 1.5 feet, was crafted from a high-performance iron-carbon alloy. Lightweight yet resilient, offering excellent defensive capabilities. For a newcomer to the first year of high school, this shield was quite substantial, capable of covering half his body, given Zuo Yang's proficiency in ranged attacks as a mage. Employing a shield was indeed a wise choice. Wang Chao equipped the round shield on his left arm and grasped the battle knife in his right, exuding the aura of an ancient warrior. Appearing quite formidable. Are you ready? Teacher Fengyu inquired. Yes, Wang Chao affirmed, tightening his grip on the battle knife, his gaze fixed intently on Zuo Yang. After witnessing the clash between Zuo Yang and Feng Huatian, Wang Chao had entertained thoughts of retreating, yet a sense of unwillingness compelled him to ascend the combat stage. The match begins, Teacher Fengyu announced with a wave of her hand. Wang Chao immediately charged towards Zuo Yang. Launching his attack, he crouched low, raising the shield to protect his upper body, concealing the battle knife behind it, and then executed a zigzag pattern to disrupt Zuo Yang's line of sight. This was indeed a clever tactic. Zuo Yang extended his fingers, the hexagram magic circle already prepared, but he could not lock onto Wang Chao, rendering him unable to unleash his spell. Wang Chao continued to approach Zuo Yang in a zigzag manner. And suddenly, he halted, accelerating rapidly towards Zuo Yang. At this point, he was less than 5 meters away from him, a mere instant for a warrior. Kill. Wang Chao's eyes narrowed as he lunged at Zuo Yang, revealing the battle knife that had been hidden behind the shield, akin to a venomous serpent striking forth, cleaving through the air. Come on, Zuo Yang bellowed, fully prepared. He flicked his wrist, and the hexagram magic circle blazed to life, launching a pebble like a cannonball directly toward the round shield protecting Wang Chao. Boom! The pebble shattered upon impact, exploding into fragments of varying sizes that scattered widely. Wang Chao's expression shifted. Such formidable power. When the pebble struck his shield, it felt as though a massive hammer had crashed down, causing his entire left arm to tingle. Fortunately, the shield absorbed the blow. Had it struck him directly, he would have been gravely injured, if not killed. Gritting his teeth, Wang Chao summoned his inner fighting spirit, steadfastly withstanding Zuo Yang's assault, and with a glint of cold determination in his eyes, he thrust the battle knife towards Zuo Yang's abdomen. Zuo Yang would not remain passive. He swiftly evaded, retreating a few steps while unleashing 2 more pebbles that forced Wang Chao back further. Damn it! Wang Chao frowned, lamenting the lost opportunity to face both a mage and a warrior. Zuo Yang proved to be a formidable opponent. Wang Chao's brow furrowed. He had nearly reached Zuo Yang, and if it had been any other mage, they would not have dodged his strike so effortlessly. Zuo Yang's agility surpassed that of ordinary mages, allowing him to evade with ease while countering Wang Chao's attack. Such a character was exceedingly difficult to contend with. Do not lose focus, Zuo Yang chuckled. A radiant yellow light emanating from beneath his feet as a magic circle composed of hexagrams and trigrams whirled into action. Quicksand technique. The solid combat stage transformed into quicksand, swirling counterclockwise like a deadly desert, seeking to ensnare any living being within. Wang Chao shivered, drenched in cold sweat, as he felt his feet beginning to sink. The terrifying suction could only be truly understood by those who experienced it firsthand. Zuo Yang's quicksand technique activated faster than his flying rock technique. The pebbles from the latter had yet to reach their target when the former had already ensnared Wang Chao's feet. Invisible and intangible, impossible to defend against. The moment one halted, they would likely fall prey to its grasp. In that critical moment, Wang Chao recalled how Feng Huatian had escaped the quicksand in the previous match. He promptly applied what he had learned, discarding his battle knife, leaning back while using the round shield to prop himself up, executing a bridge maneuver, and with a sudden burst of strength, he pulled his feet free. Though his strength paled in comparison to Feng Huatian's, he was fortunate that he had not sunk too deeply. The quicksand had only reached his ankles. Otherwise, this match would have been a foregone conclusion. Wang Chao extricated his ensnared feet and leaped into the air, executing a backward flip to land on the combat stage behind him. However, just as his feet were about to touch down, a brilliant light erupted from below, revealing a magic circle composed of hexagrams and trigrams, transforming the area into a quicksand pit nearly 2 meters in diameter. Quicksand technique. Zuo Yang had predicted Wang Chao's landing spot, having set the trap in advance. What? Wang Chao exclaimed in shock, his face paling as dread gripped his heart. What a trap! It dawned on him that Zuo Yang had intentionally guided him to escape, only to set a trap for him to jump into. With a thud, Wang Chao plummeted directly into the quicksand pit, a significant portion of his legs sinking firmly into the treacherous substance, rendering him utterly trapped. The stands erupted in laughter, the audience convulsing with mirth. I concede, Wang Chao cried, tears welling in his eyes as he beheld Zuo Yang's innocent smile, filled with regret for having stepped onto the stage. Teacher Fengyu shook her head, stifling a laugh. Zuo Yang was quite the trickster, deliberately setting others up for failure. Suddenly, a yellow crystalline glow radiated from beneath Teacher Fengyu's feet, summoning a massive magic circle that enveloped the entire combat stage. The earth element was activated, causing the quicksand pit to vanish and restoring the stage to its solid form. The traces of the previous battle were mended by Teacher Fengyu, a dual-element mage skilled in both earth and fire magic. Repairing the stage was a trivial task for her. Having achieved 4 consecutive victories, Zuo Yang needed only one more win to opt for a respite. The selection for the 5th match's challenger began. The large screen scrolled rapidly. Class 1 of the 2nd year, Wu Feng. Teacher Fengyu called out. A figure rose from the stands and approached the combat stage, clad in a yellow t-shirt adorned with a prominent X-shaped pattern. His golden hair either dyed or natural. As Wu Feng stepped onto the combat stage, Teacher Fengyu announced the commencement of the match. Junior, would you like to take a moment to recover your magical energy? I wouldn't want to take advantage of you, Wu Feng said, exuding an air of seniority. Sure, since you are so considerate, give me 5 minutes, Zuo Yang replied with a squint and a smile that Wu Feng's expression turned cold. He had merely made a polite remark, not expecting Zuo Yang's audacity. 5 minutes. The time limit for a match is only 5 minutes. If you rest for 5 minutes, what am I supposed to do? Wu Feng inwardly cursed, filled with boundless disdain for Zuo Yang. Humph! With a cold snort, Wu Feng ceased his words, extending his right hand, and instantly a 6-pointed star flickered into existence. With a whoosh, a pebble shot forth, hurtling towards Zuo Yang. Another earth element. Zuo Yang's eyes sparkled. An earth element duel. How intriguing. The spectators widened their eyes, for Wu Feng was a 2nd-year sorcerer, undoubtedly formidable. With both being earth element users, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. At this moment, the public's animosity towards Zuo Yang had diminished significantly. His displayed strength had earned their respect. This world truly revered the strong. If one was arrogant, one must possess the means to be so. Without power, one would be met with disdain. Yet if one had exceptional abilities, even arrogance would be regarded as character. It is akin to a celebrity's every action being praised, while a mere mortal, despite dousing themselves in perfume, only contributes to the pollution of the air. Whoosh! The pebble shot through the air, aimed at Zuo Yang. Reacting swiftly, Zuo Yang nimbly dodged, his feet in constant motion as he charged towards Wu Feng. The opponent was a sorcerer, thus his physical strength, equivalent to that of a level 1 warrior, was an advantage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wu Feng unleashed 3 more pebbles in succession to thwart Zuo Yang's advance, all while he too moved rapidly. Both were acutely aware that this match could not afford to pause. As earth element sorcerers, any halt of their feet could result in being ensnared by the opponent's earth trap, with 3 pebbles advancing. Zuo Yang dared not be negligent, leaping backward thrice. Bang, bang, bang. The pebbles shattered the stone slabs of the dual platform. Experience my rockfall technique, Zuo Yang shouted, raising his hand as the 6-pointed star magic array shimmered, summoning 5 pebbles that rushed towards Wu Feng like meteors. This kid's magical energy seems limitless. Wu Feng was taken aback. Having fought consecutively for 4 rounds, he believed Zuo Yang's remaining magical energy would be scant. Yet here he was, recklessly casting spells. Was he not afraid of exhausting his magical reserves? Wu Feng was bewildered. Little did he know, Zuo Yang possessed the mysterious 6-pointed star, allowing him to expend only 1/7 of the typical magical energy and mental strength when casting spells. Despite 4 consecutive battles, Zuo Yang had hardly depleted his magical energy. Chapter 64. Fusion Magic. Black Scythe. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 pebbles were fired in rapid succession towards Wu Feng. His expression shifted slightly. Fortunately, he was already in motion, preventing Zuo Yang's attack from locking onto him. After a series of explosive sounds, Wu Feng evaded each pebble, which crashed onto the dual platform, shattering several stone slabs. The two circled the platform, relentlessly pursuing and attacking each other as earth element sorcerers. Their rockfall techniques resemble the duel between 2 sharpshooters, intensely fierce. This troublesome kid, to be so formidable even in his first year, Wu Feng's countenance darkened. As a second-year student, it was indeed embarrassing to be chased and beaten by Zuo Yang. Yes, chased and beaten. Wu Feng was a pure sorcerer with almost 0 close combat ability, and he dared not let Zuo Yang approach, resulting in Zuo Yang perpetually pursuing him while Wu Feng used rockfall techniques to obstruct Zuo Yang's advance. Another pebble hurtled through the air towards Zuo Yang, who squinted and leaped aside, easily evading it. Immediately after, Zuo Yang surged forward, propelled by explosive physical power, transforming into a whirlwind as he lunged forward. This was Zuo Yang's true explosive power. His previous speed had merely been a ruse. Wu Feng gasped, inhaling sharply. Zuo Yang's speed was terrifyingly fast, inducing panic within him. Rockfall technique, attack, Wu Feng shouted, hastily unleashing 3 pebbles in an attempt to hinder Zuo Yang. Yet Zuo Yang deftly dodged each one, his assault only slightly interrupted before he charged again. Being an earth element sorcerer himself, Zuo Yang was intimately familiar with earth element magic. The intense magical fluctuations and elemental forces allowed him to easily perceive Wu Feng's attacks. Casting rockfall technique in front of Zuo Yang was akin to child's play. What? So easy? Wu Feng was astonished. It seems Zuo Yang could see through his attacks before his rockfall technique even activated. Zuo Yang was already prepared to evade, dodging with effortless ease that Wu Feng even felt as though his spells had eyes, actively avoiding Zuo Yang. This thought startled him, sending chills down his spine. It was too bizarre. With the wind howling, Zuo Yang descended like a fierce tiger, pouncing before Wu Feng. Senior, my apologies. Zuo Yang grinned widely, and in the next instant, with a resounding crash, he collided solidly with Wu Feng. The outcome was predictable. Zuo Yang's body was as sturdy as a young bull, whereas Wu Feng's slight frame could hardly withstand such force. Wu Feng screamed, sent flying as if his bones were about to shatter. The spectators gasped in alarm, for Wu Feng was hurtling towards the edge of the dual platform. Would he really be ejected from the arena? Magic, whirlwind technique, just as he was about to cross the boundary. Wu Feng suddenly shouted, 2 crescent moons appearing before him, intertwining and radiating a blue glow. Wind magic. Zuo Yang was taken aback. The 2 intersecting crescent-shaped magic arrays represented a level 1 wind magic. Whirlwind technique, comparable in difficulty to earth trap. Whoosh, a whirlwind enveloped Wu Feng, forcefully pulling him back from midair. Wu Feng landed on the dual platform, mere inches from the boundary line, too close for comfort. He had nearly been eliminated. This Wu Feng is actually a dual-element sorcerer. The crowd marveled as he nearly went out of bounds but managed to conjure such a maneuver at the last moment. Impressive. The same magic, understood and utilized differently, yielded varying results. It could attack or defend, kill or save. This was the enigmatic nature of magic. Senior, you are truly formidable, even mastering wind magic, Zuo Yang praised, genuinely admiring his opponent. He too longed to learn other elemental magics beyond earth, yet alas, he possessed only the talent for earth elements. The other elements were beyond his reach. You are quite impressive yourself, stronger than I anticipated. I initially intended to duel you with only earth magic, yet here I am using wind magic, Wu Feng replied, shaking his head, feeling helpless against Zuo Yang's prowess. 2 minutes remaining. Teacher Feng Yu reminded. Wu Feng inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. He had made a decision. No longer would he hold back. He would unleash his full strength to compete with Zuo Yang. Magic, speed burst. The crescent-shaped magic array flickered as Wu Feng cast a speed-enhancing spell upon himself. Quickly moving thereafter, Speed Burst was also a level 1 wind spell. Its release difficulty comparable to the Earth Element's Rockfall technique. It was the most fundamental wind magic. With Speed Burst activated, his speed increased 2 to 3 times, matching Zuo Yang's full force acceleration. Zuo Yang, this is my utmost power. Prepare yourself, Wu Feng shouted, his left hand wielding the wind magic whirlwind technique, his right hand conjuring the earth magic rockfall technique. Both spells were released simultaneously and merged into a formidable black blade. Crescent in shape, exuding an overwhelming pressure and sharpness. Merely gazing upon it conveyed a sense of lethal intent. What sort of magic is this? Zuo Yang was startled, witnessing the fusion of wind and earth magic, resulting in such a terrifying blade. Unbelievable. It is fusion magic, a voice from the stands exclaimed. Fusion magic, the amalgamation of 2 or more different magics, could unleash spells surpassing level limitations, exponentially increasing their power. Indeed, the 2 or more types referred to must be of different elements. For instance, Wu Feng's rockfall technique and whirlwind technique, one being earth magic and the other wind magic, combined to create a spell more potent than a singular level 3 spell. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of fusion magic. However, the difficulty and danger of achieving such a fusion are immense. One misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Wow, this guy can actually fuse 2 forms of magic. How did he manage that? A spectator exclaimed in astonishment. You don't know, smirked Pei Wen beside him. This is called fusion magic, merging different types of magic to induce a qualitative change in the original spells. Unleashing power that transcends normal limitations, surpassing the levels? Mu Mu was taken aback. Could it be that the boss was in danger? How could you still find it amusing? Fear not, for we have Teacher Feng Yu with us. Our homeroom teacher, who would never stand idly by in the face of peril. The boss is certainly not doomed. Pei Wen Daoat that moment. Mu Mu's face turned pale. Indeed, Pei Wen was quite the optimist. Ah, that Wu Feng is about to launch an attack. Huashi suddenly cried out, startling everyone as they hurried to look. They saw Wu Feng moving swiftly in a curved trajectory, already closing in on Zuo Yang. Black Scythe, unleash, Wu Feng bellowed in fury, channeling all his strength into a single strike that sent shockwaves through the arena. The black crescent spun ominously, exuding a terrifying aura, its sharp edge slicing through the air as if to cleave the very fabric of space. Sending shivers down spines, Teacher Feng Yu tensed instinctively. Flames flickered in her right hand, concealed yet potent, her gaze fixed intently on the battlefield, ready to cast her spell to save Zuo Yang at the first sign of his inability to withstand the onslaught. The fusion magic Wu Feng was employing had already transcended his own level limits. Though both the flying rock and whirlwind spells were merely first-level magic, the power of the unleashed Black Scythe surpassed that of a third-level spell. Most critically, the Black Scythe struck with astonishing speed and proximity, leaving Zuo Yang with no chance to evade. Could the flying rock spell suffice to block the assault of Wu Feng's Black Scythe? Teacher Feng Yu shook her head, and the spectators in the stands echoed her sentiment, all unanimously concluding that this time, Zuo Yang was undoubtedly destined to lose. Up until now, Zuo Yang had only cast 2 spells. One was Flying Rock, and the other, the Earth Trap spell, which was ineffective for defense. Relying solely on the Flying Rock spell would be futile against such a formidable Black Scythe. Swish, the black crescent, akin to the scythe of death, cleaved through the void, aiming to bisect Zuo Yang. Zuo Yang's expression was uncharacteristically grave, He had never encountered such a fearsome attack before. If he did not proceed with caution, his very life could be at stake. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, an overwhelming aura suddenly radiated from Zuo Yang, stirring the heavens and instilling awe in the elements. His magic powers surged forth, filling the air with palpable energy. To withstand the Black Scythe's assault, Zuo Yang too had to unleash his full potential. Chapter 65. 5 consecutive victories. Swish. The Black Crescent, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, sliced through the void. Zuo Yang focused intently, unleashing his magical power entirely, an astonishing aura soaring into the sky as he faced the terrifying fusion magic, the Black Scythe, with all his might. Magic, Earth Spike. A mesmerizing magic circle appeared before Zuo Yang's hands in an instant. Surrounded by a circular ring enclosing a hexagram, with each of the 6 corners adorned with sharp, pointed designs, radiant light surged forth, breathtakingly beautiful and utterly captivating. What? This is a 3rd-level Earth spell, Earth Spike. How is it possible for a freshman to cast a 3rd-level spell? And instantaneously at that, gasps filled the arena, and many spectators even sprang to their feet in astonishment. Everyone was taken aback, unable to fathom how a newcomer could instantaneously unleash a 3rd-level spell. Could he be a 3rd-level mage, or even of a higher rank? Eyes widened in disbelief, minds reeling, as they regarded Zuo Yang as if he were a monster. Even the usually jovial short, bald principal found himself momentarily stunned. Gazing at the dazzling magic circle before Zuo Yang, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as the crowd regarded him with incredulity, Zuo Yang suddenly shouted, "Release!" He pressed down forcefully on the magic circle with both hands. In an instant, with a thunderous roar, dust erupted, and the ground split open, as countless densely packed earth spikes shot forth from the earth, resembling the lances of ancient knights, valiant, unyielding, and unstoppable, sweeping all before them. The entire arena trembled as an overwhelming number of earth spikes surged forth from below, their destructive power immense. The area of the spikes spanned a radius of 5 to 6 meters, each one sharp and fierce, completely carpeting the center of the arena. At a first glance, it appeared as though hundreds of fearless knights had gathered, brandishing their lances, all simultaneously thrusting towards a target. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the arena as the earth spike collided with the Black Scythe, sending debris flying and a cloud of dust billowing forth, as if a star had exploded in the heavens. Utterly astonishing, a terrifying shockwave swept through the surroundings, the space shuddering, the ground rumbling, yet all was contained by the magical barrier over the arena, preventing any impact on the stands. Nevertheless, the spectators felt their hearts race. It was terrifying. Such was the intensity. It could rival the duels of third-year students. The audience held their breath, anxiously watching as the dust shrouded the entire arena, obscuring the outcome of the battle. Who emerged victorious? What was the result? The onlookers craned their necks, tense with anticipation, yet the dust was too thick to reveal any figures. Silence enveloped the arena, an eerie stillness that heightened the tension further. Undoubtedly, this was a spectacular showdown. Wu Feng's fusion magic was already remarkable, its power surpassing that of a singular 3rd-level spell. Yet Zuo Yang's display shone even brighter. A mere freshman had managed to instantaneously cast the Earth Spike, a feat both astonishing and monstrous. It is essential to note that higher-level magic comes with greater difficulty in casting, with the complexity increasing exponentially. If the difficulty of casting a 1st-level spell is 1, then for a 2nd-level spell, it is 2, whereas for a 3rd-level spell, it escalates to 4. This only accounts for casting, not instantaneous casting, which is exponentially more challenging. Even a 4th-level mage might struggle to achieve it. Yet here was Zuo Yang, defying all logic by casting Earth Spike, an extraordinary anomaly that shattered common understanding. In the annals of Hongbei High School's history, no freshman had ever accomplished such a feat. As the dust began to dissipate, a figure emerged. It was Wu Feng. The crowd gasped. Wu Feng stood trembling on the arena, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath like a withered branch in the wind, on the verge of collapse. He had exerted immense effort. Casting fusion magic was no simple task, and the toll on his magical energy paled in comparison to the strain on his mental fortitude. That Wu Feng felt as though his head might split open, his spirit drained, and his soul trembling. With his current strength, he could only cast the Black Scythe once. Had Wu Feng won? Doubts arose among the spectators, their hearts in their throats. as the dust still obscured Zuo Yang's condition. Cough, 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 came Zuo Yang's voice through the swirling dust. What immense power! The fusion of two different magics is truly remarkable. I am in awe. As the dust cleared, Zuo Yang appeared before the crowd, a smile gracing his face, completely unharmed, exuding vitality as if nothing had transpired. How could this be possible? Wu Feng's pupils dilated. He gazed at the smiling Zuo Yang, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. How could their disparity be so vast? Wu Feng found it hard to believe that Zuo Yang had withstood his black scythe magic unscathed, without even a hint of fatigue. Who on earth was this young man? A prodigy? Wu Feng's mind spun, blanking out in disbelief. I in the stands. Ha! I knew it. I knew the boss would win. Long live the boss! Pei Wen exclaimed, bursting into joyous laughter. Mu Mu shot him an exasperated glance and retorted. Who was it just now that said there was no need to worry, that the boss wouldn't die? Did I say that? You must have misheard. How could I speak ill of the boss? Pei Wen blinked innocently, adamantly refusing to concede. The spectators were astounded. The outcome was clear that Wu Feng's fusion magic had been insufficient to overcome Zuo Yang. This result was utterly unexpected. How could a mere freshman possess such strength? It was beyond comprehension. I concede. Finally, Wu Feng uttered weakly, his mental energy nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. That he turned and departed the arena, his back forlorn. Teacher Feng, you cast a spell to restore the arena to its original state. Then turned to Zuo Yang with a hint of concern in her voice. Zuo Yang, are you all right? Zuo Yang had fought 5 consecutive battles, and particularly this last one with Wu Feng had been fraught with peril, placing a considerable burden on his magical and mental energy. Rest assured, teacher, I am perfectly fine, Zuo Yang replied with a broad smile. With the mystical hexagram assisting him, the magical energy and mental power expended during his battle with Wu Feng were merely 1/7 of what they would ordinarily be. Thus, despite appearances, he had not been significantly drained. That's a relief. Teacher Feng Yu sighed, then addressed the spectators in the stands, her voice ringing out. Zuo Yang has achieved 5 consecutive victories, according to the competition rules. He may choose to rest. Zuo Yang. She turned to him. Will you take a break? Rest. Zuo Yang spoke directly. After battling in 5 consecutive matches, to be frank, he felt somewhat fatigued. It wasn't so much the depletion of his magical and mental energies, but rather the emotional exhaustion. Moreover, watching others compete from below provided another avenue for learning and inspiration. Zuo Yang was eager to observe the fighting styles of others in order to absorb valuable experience. All right, you may step down now, instructed Teacher Feng Yu. Zuo Yang descended from the arena, having already spotted the figures of Mu Mu, Pei Wen, and several others, and he made his way over to sit beside Mu Mu. Impressive, my boss. You managed to unleash a level 3 spell instantaneously. Come on, admit it. Are you a level 3 mage? Or perhaps even a level 4? Mu Mu inquired excitedly, with Pei Wen, Ma Li, and Huaxi all fixated on Zuo Yang. Equally curious about the answer, Zhang Hongyu couldn't help but glance over. Zuo Yang's strength far exceeded his own, and he had always believed that Zuo Yang had not exerted his full potential during the competition for class leader. Now it seemed evident that he had not merely held back, but had been toying with him. The disparity was staggering. That's a secret, not something I can casually share with you, Zuo Yang responded with feigned mystery. In truth, his actual level was that of a level 2 mage, and he could only instantaneously cast a level 3 spell due to the capabilities of the mysterious 6-pointed star. Of course, Zuo Yang would never divulge the existence of the 6-pointed star to anyone. Boss, seeing you in such high spirits, I thought you might choose to remain in the arena and continue fighting. Pei Wen remarked that I'm not foolish. Winning 5 matches allows for a breather. Why would I fight more? Do you think it's easy to secure a victory? Zuo Yang retorted. Heh. Pei Wen chuckled awkwardly. It's not that I lack your prowess, but if I had your strength, I'd definitely challenge him for 70 or 80 rounds before stepping down. Cut it out and chase your dreams. Mu Mu interjected. Laughter erupted among the group. The electronic display screen word, and soon a name was highlighted. Class 15 of the senior year warriors, Yin Chunliang. Teacher Feng Yu announced loudly, continuing, according to the rules of the competition, student Yin Chunliang will become the second champion. Yin Chunliang, please take the stage. While we select the first challenger, the names continued to scroll on the electronic display. A tall man rose from his seat and approached the arena. Goodness, There really are senior students participating in the competition. Don't they feel ashamed for bullying the younger ones? The first-year students around him expressed their disdain upon seeing Yin Chunliang ascend the stage to TO them. This genius challenge was designed specifically for newcomers like themselves. Hadn't they noticed that the champion, Zuo Yang, was also a first year? It was one thing for second years to join in the fun, but for a senior to participate felt like sheer bullying. Yin Chunliang stood resolutely on the stage. Ignoring the jeers from the crowd, he had come to compete not for the title of first genius, but for the reward of victory, an attack-type magical tool of bronze grade, worth at least several thousand star coins. This was no trivial sum for any high school student. Even if he had no use for it himself, it could be traded for cash. Resources were essential for training, and money was one of the most crucial resources. There was no problem that money couldn't solve. If there was, it was simply a matter of insufficient funds. Yin Chunliang was determined to enhance his strength swiftly, indifferent to the opinions of others. Strength was the ultimate path. At that moment, Teacher Fengyu announced Yin Chunliang's first challenger, a female student, Class 9 of the first-year warriors, Wang Lulu. Teacher, I forfeit. A girl in the stands rose and hesitated before speaking. Are you kidding? That's a senior student. At least a level 3 warrior. How could I possibly fight him? Am I just going to walk into my own demise? Wang Lulu was too intimidated to ascend the stage. All right, we shall draw another challenger. Teacher Fengyu responded. The challenger's names scrolled rapidly on the electronic display. Class 2 of the first-year mages, Song and I also forfeit. A bespectacled boy stood up, visibly frightened. That's a senior student. What if he knocks me out with a single punch? The electronic display continued to roll through names. Class 3 of the second-year warriors, Ma Ying. Teacher Fengyu announced again. Finally, one student stood up without forfeiting. The boy named Ma Ying approached the arena and faced Yin Chunliang. I would like to test the prowess of my senior. Senior, please enlighten me. Ma Ying clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, embodying an ancient style. Enlightenment is too much to ask. Let us spar instead. Yin Chunliang replied, exuding a dignified presence as a senior. Will you both be using weapons? Teacher Fengyu inquired. You decide. Yin Chunliang responded to Ma Ying. Let us forego weapons. It would disrupt the spirit of the match. Let us use our fists and feet, Ma Ying suggested, as he excelled in hand-to-hand combat. Very well. Yin Chunliang nodded in agreement. Then, the match begins. You have 5 minutes. If you cannot defeat the champion within that time, the champion wins, Teacher Fengyu declared. No problem, Ma Ying said, his arms quaking as he launched into an attack. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Those who hesitate shall suffer. Ma Ying moved with the agility of a monkey, swiftly darting towards Yin Chunliang, delivering a well-aimed strike. Yin Chunliang stood firm as a mountain, raising one arm to meet Ma Ying's attack head-on. However, Ma Ying nimbly evaded the confrontation, deftly maneuvering behind Yin Chunliang for a surprise assault. Yet, being a senior, Yin Chunliang was not to be underestimated. Ma Ying understood that his strength paled in comparison to that of his opponent, so he relied on his speed and agility to secure victory. Confident in his swiftness, he was taken aback when he felt the gust of wind from a strike aimed at his back. With a frown, Yin Chunliang quickly turned to retaliate, but Ma Ying had already evaded him. Leaping around like a monkey, proving to be a nuisance. How troublesome. Yin Chunliang frowned, drawing upon his inner energy. With a thunderous roar, a formidable aura erupted from him, shaking the very ground beneath them. Ma Ying's expression shifted dramatically as he felt the oppressive force. It was so overwhelming that he struggled to maintain his balance, forced to retreat. What an intimidating presence. At the very least, he is a level 3 warrior, Ma Ying mused, realizing that he had only recently broken through to level 2, a significant disparity. Under the pressure of Yin Chunliang's aura, Ma Ying's speed faltered, and after exchanging several blows, Yin Chunliang unleashed his power, sending Ma Ying flying out of the ring. Ma Ying has failed in his challenge. Teacher Fengyu announced the outcome. What a pity. That kid was so fast, yet he still got hit with one strike. Mumu lamented, shaking his head. One can only say the disparity in strength was too great. When Yin Chunliang unleashed his power, Ma Ying's speed was rendered ineffective, compounded by his own fear. His defeat was hardly surprising, Zuo Yang commented. Indeed, the analysis from the boss is spot on. Ultimately, that second-year boy named Ma Ying was simply too weak. Pei Wen quickly concurred. Please, you're just good at flattering, Mumu scoffed. Zuo Yang smiled. Weakness is one aspect. However, his inner trepidation also contributed to his swift defeat. Once fear takes root, the fighting spirit diminishes. Had he adopted a mindset of fighting to the death, even if he couldn't win, he would at least not have lost so quickly. That makes sense. Moo and Pei Wen nodded in agreement. Indeed, if a person lacks the will to continue fighting, their defeat is inevitable. It's akin to life. If one has lost all hope of living, what meaning does life hold? The second challenger is from Class 20 of the first-year warriors. Li Minglong. The electronic display halted, and Teacher Fengyu announced loudly, "I forfeit." Class 16 of the first-year warriors, Zheng Shuang. I also forfeit. I forfeit. I also forfeit. The electronic display continued to scroll, and Teacher Fengyu called out 6 or 7 names, all of whom forfeited. Among them was even a senior warrior who chose to forfeit, causing a stir in the stands. These people really lack courage. They won't even step onto the stage and just forfeit. Molly remarked at Ma Li. "If it were you, would you dare to go up?" Hua Shi teased. Molly hesitated. "Enough. Let us not criticize one another. That Yin Chengliang is a senior. I bet he's at least a level 3 warrior. We are not even in the same league. Knowing full well we'd just be going up to take a beating, why would we bother? One must possess self-awareness, or else it would be sheer folly." Moo imparted a rare piece of wisdom. "Well, who would have thought? Moo, you're quite the philosopher." Pei Wen jested. Moo glared at Pei Wen, his lips forming an O shape before he spat out one word: scram. A sudden wave of laughter erupted on the stage. Yin Chengliang observed that 6 or 7 individuals had opted out of the challenge and thus turned to Teacher Fengyu, saying, "Referee, I propose this. Since so many have chosen to withdraw, let's allow those willing to challenge me to raise their hands, and we can select from among them. This will save us from unnecessary trouble and delay." Teacher Fengyu pondered for a moment, considering Yin Chengliang's reasoning valid. After all, a senior student standing on stage undoubtedly exuded a significant presence. "Very well. We shall proceed as Yin Chengliang suggests that I invite any students willing to challenge him to raise their hands, provided they have registered for the competition. Those who have not signed up are not eligible," Teacher Fengyu announced, scanning the audience to gauge how many would respond. The onlookers exchanged glances, eager to see who might dare to confront a senior student. "No way, not a single person," Pei Wen exclaimed in astonishment. Zuo Yang was equally taken aback. After waiting for a while, it became evident that no one was willing to raise their hand. "When I was the champion, hundreds signed up to face me. Now, with a different contender, everyone has turned into turtles." Zuo Yang sighed, fully aware that the crowd's hesitance stemmed from Yin Chengliang's formidable prowess. Yet he could not help but feel a sense of imbalance. The disparity between individuals felt overwhelmingly vast. Did he truly appear so easily intimidated? Yang was filled with frustration. "That I will ask once more. Any student wishing to challenge Yin Chengliang, please raise your hand. If there are none, we shall commence the final match." Teacher Fengyu called out. The arena fell silent. No one spoke or raised their hand. "Very well. I now declare the 2 finalists of today's Genius Challenge. From Class 1 of the first year, Zuo Yang, and from Class 15 of the third year, Yin Chengliang. Yang, please come to the stage," Teacher Fengyu concluded. Chapter 67. Unleashing full power. Zuo Yang ascended the arena, and as no one dared to challenge Yin Chengliang, Teacher Fengyu proceeded to announce the finals. Zuo Yang rose from his seat. Be careful, boss," urged Moo, Pei Wen, Ma Li, and Hua Shi, aware that his opponent was a formidable senior. Zuo Yang nodded and strode confidently towards the stage. "I never anticipated reaching the finals so swiftly. Indeed, I thought today's challenge would last the entire day. Yet, within an hour, we've arrived at the finals. That it's no surprise, given that Yin Chengliang is a senior. Once he steps onto the stage, who would dare to challenge him? We can only blame the unfortunate first-year student from Class 1 of the Magic Department. Having fought 5 consecutive battles, his magical and mental energies must be severely depleted. And now he is to face the finals without any rest. That I foresee his defeat." They murmured among themselves that of course he will lose. After all, he is up against a third-year student. That I refuse to believe Zuo Yang can prevail. The spectators whispered. Zuo Yang approached the arena, standing opposite Yin Chengliang, wearing a relaxed smile, unfazed. "Junior, you possess quite the mental fortitude. Knowing I am a senior, you stand before me so composed. However, I wonder if this calmness indicates your readiness to concede defeat, or if you deem me inconsequential?" Yin Chengliang remarked, observing Zuo Yang. What do you think? Zuo Yang countered. Haha, your confidence is palpable. It seems you believe you can surely best me. Yin Chengliang chuckled without a hint of anger, whether I can win or not. You will find out shortly, Zuo Yang replied, maintaining a poised demeanor. Haha, the younger generation is indeed formidable, but I am not among the ordinary. To defeat me, your previous demonstrations are insufficient, Yin Chengliang stated with a cold smile, attempting to assert psychological dominance over Zuo Yang. Although his words suggested confidence, he harbored a deep-seated respect for Zuo Yang, who could unleash third-level magic instantaneously, a feat beyond the capability of most third-year students. Yin Chengliang sought to unsettle Zuo Yang mentally, understanding that a person's performance is greatly influenced by their will and state of mind. If one succumbs to fear before the battle, their true potential cannot be realized. However, he underestimated Zuo Yang, who was not easily swayed by mere words. With a resolute heart and unwavering focus, Zuo Yang could not be intimidated into submission. Yes, I said, whether I can win or not. You will soon find out, Zuo Yang replied with a smile, his resolve as steadfast as a rock, unyielding as an exceptional sorcerer. With the mysterious six-pointed star aiding him, Zuo Yang was fully confident in facing Yin Chengliang. This battle was not only about winning. It was about winning resoundingly. Very well, I look forward to your performance. Junior, I assure you, it will not disappoint, Yin Chengliang said, and the two fell silent. The verbal sparring had concluded, and Yin Chengliang furrowed his brow in concern, realizing his efforts had yielded little effect, even causing a slight disturbance within himself. This was troubling. Zuo Yang's aura had managed to influence him, indicating that the outcome of this battle might be unpredictable. Yin Chengliang steeled himself. Yin Chengliang, will you be using a weapon? Teacher Fengyu inquired. A spear, Yin Chengliang replied succinctly. The longer the weapon, the greater the strength. It can attack from afar and defend up close. The spear is also Yin Chengliang's preferred weapon, indicating his careful consideration in choosing it against Zuo Yang. Shortly thereafter, a staff member presented a spear to Yin Chengliang. It was over 2 meters long, with a gleaming silver shaft and a razor-sharp tip that shimmered ominously. Gripping the spear with both hands, Yin Chengliang gave it a slight shake, producing a resonating hum as the spearhead twirled into a flurry of motion. Junior, you must be cautious. This spear does not discern between friend and foe. An accidental injury would be unfortunate. He warned, if I were to be injured, it would simply be a reflection of my inadequate skills. You worry too much, senior, Zuo Yang replied, maintaining his composure. At that moment, Teacher Fengyu interjected. Yin Chengliang, I must clarify that since Zuo Yang is the reigning champion, you are the challenger. The rules remain unchanged. If you cannot secure victory within 5 minutes, the champion will be declared the winner. Yin Chengliang nodded. Having anticipated this, the tournament was indeed a challenge, and Zuo Yang had never lost, thus maintaining his title as champion. Well, since this is irrelevant, I now declare the match to begin. Swish. As Teacher Fengyu's words hung in the air, Yin Chengliang thrust his spear forward, charging with ferocity, the weapon slicing through the air like a venomous serpent lunging at Zuo Yang. Aware of Zuo Yang's strength, he held nothing back, launching a fierce assault. Zuo Yang extended both hands, channeling his magical energy, a golden glow enveloping him as a perfect magical array materialized. Earth Spike. Release, he bellowed. Pressing both hands firmly onto the arena floor, suddenly, the ground trembled as hundreds of spiked earth pillars erupted, an awe-inspiring spectacle that quickly filled the space before Zuo Yang. These spikes, sharp and menacing, varied in length from a meter to several feet, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour all that lay before it. Yin Chengliang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a formidable display of magic from Zuo Yang right from the outset. Even before reaching Zuo Yang, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Should he be struck by the earth spikes, he would surely be reduced to mere shreds. Yin Chengliang, quick on his feet, utilized his spear as a pole to leap high above the arena. The ground rumbled as the earth spikes unleashed their devastating force, yet they could not reach him while he was airborne. Look out, he shouted, descending from above with the spear in hand, executing a fierce and merciless strike. Zuo Yang smirked. Flying rock technique, attack. With a swift motion, he unleashed 6 magic arrays in rapid succession, sending forth 4 smooth pebbles in a flurry. After launching the projectiles, Zuo Yang swiftly retreated from his previous position. In midair, Yin Chengliang found himself unable to evade Zuo Yang's assault. He had no choice but to use his spear defensively. The spear danced like a dragon, weaving through the air, as Yin Chengliang's spear skills shone brightly, deftly deflecting the 4 pebbles in a blink. However, with his offensive momentum spent, he could not continue to press the attack and began to descend, landing precisely where Zuo Yang had just stood. Huh? This is not good. Yin Chengliang's feet barely touched the ground when he felt a sudden surge of light beneath him, accompanied by the appearance of a magical array. Instantly recognizing it as a form of earth magic, earth trap, he realized with alarm that Zuo Yang had anticipated his landing and set a trap. Yin Chengliang was taken aback. The hard ground transformed into quicksand, swirling counterclockwise with an astonishing pull, causing his feet to begin sinking as though someone were relentlessly yanking them down, intent on burying him alive. What? Yin Chengliang was actually trapped? Could it be that he would lose just like this? The spectators in the stands held their breath. Was the outcome to be revealed so swiftly? Chapter 68. The youth to be feared whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Yin Chengliang's feet were ensnared in the quicksand, and before he could extricate himself, 3 pebbles came hurtling towards him, fast as lightning, striking from 3 directions, above, below, and directly at him. What a relentless underclassman. Yin Chengliang wielded his long spear with grace, resembling a dragon in flight, deftly deflecting the 3 pebbles away. Then, planting the spear firmly into the ground, he pushed himself up, soaring out of the quicksand's grasp and emerging victorious. His spear, measuring over 2 meters, effectively countered the diameter of Zuo Yang's sinking technique, which was just over 1 meter. Yin Chengliang cleverly used the spear as a lever, perfectly neutralizing the sinking technique. To be precise, this not only countered the sinking technique, but also thwarted Zuo Yang's earth-based magic, as a mere second-tier magician. Zuo Yang's sinking technique, earth spike, and earth fissure spells could only be cast from solid ground. With the long spear in hand, Yin Chengliang could leap at critical moments, rendering those 3 spells utterly ineffective against him. With the threat of the sinking technique, earth fissure, and earth spike eliminated, Zuo Yang was left with only the flying rock spell at his disposal. Yin Chengliang was confident he could undoubtedly defeat Zuo Yang. Underclassmen, what other tricks do you have? Feel free to unleash them, Yin Chengliang said with a grin, spear in hand. Just as he anticipated, the long spear allowed him to completely counter Zuo Yang's magic. Zuo Yang furrowed his brow, realizing the predicament he was in. Yin Chengliang was a 3rd-tier warrior, inherently formidable. Choosing a spear as his weapon rendered Zuo Yang's sinking technique, earth spike, and earth fissure nearly ineffective, leaving him with merely the flying rock spell. How could he possibly defeat him? It was indeed a challenging situation. Around the stands, spectators watched in rapt attention. By this point, their animosity towards Zuo Yang had nearly dissipated, especially among the freshmen, who instead regarded him with admiration. To possess such strength upon entering school and to dare engage in direct combat with a senior. Who could achieve that? Brashness required a foundation of strength. And without a doubt, Zuo Yang had it in abundance. Go, Zuo Yang! Don't lose, shouted a freshman from the stands, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. Yes, give it your all. You represent us freshmen. You cannot lose. Show him what you're made of. Another freshman roared to go. Go, Zuo Yang. In an instant, the arena was filled with chants of encouragement, the fervor rising higher and higher, igniting the entire battleground. Haha, the tide has turned in our favor. Now it's not just everyone against him, but rather everyone cheering for Zuo Yang. Mumu laughed heartily. Who asked that senior to bully others? He is a 3rd year and still comes here to stir up trouble. Unaware this competition was meant for us freshmen, he has gone too far. Someone needs to teach him a lesson. Huashi huffed angrily. Indeed, Yin Chengliang is utterly shameless, flaunting his power before us freshmen. He deserves a good beating from our leader. Go, Zuo Yang, go. Pei Wen raised his arms in a rallying cry, joining the chorus. Zuo Yang, defeat him, represent us freshmen, bring down the 3rd years, make it so that even his parents won't recognize him. The freshmen in the stands erupted in a frenzy of shouts, their spirits soaring. The 2nd-year students were astonished, and the 3rd-year students felt a wave of trepidation. The majority of the audience consisted of freshmen. With the 2nd years in the minority and the 3rd years even fewer, if this unruly group of freshmen were to riot and unleash their fury, it would be disastrous. Hey, why aren't you cheering for Zuo Yang? You're not a 3rd-year student. Are you? A freshman at the edge of the stands asked a boy next to him. Upon hearing the words third year, the surrounding freshmen turned their gazes towards him. Their expressions fierce and predatory. The boy trembled, his heart racing in panic. Oh no, this looked like the prelude to a group beating. No, I'm not a third year. I'm a freshman, he quickly insisted. Then why aren't you cheering for Zuo Yang? Do you want to be a lackey for the third years? Those students are utterly despicable for bullying us freshmen. The other freshmen shouted angrily. The boy's heart sank. He was indeed a third-year student who had come to observe the commotion. Now, he couldn't even admit it. If only he had known, he wouldn't have come here at all. On the battleground, Yin Shenliang's expression grew increasingly grim. The cacophony of shouts surrounding him was a chorus of condemnation. What was happening? Shouldn't the outcry be directed at the arrogant and ignorant underclassman who claimed he could beat all the students in the school? Was the situation reversed? Yin Shenliang felt bewildered. Senior, it seems your popularity has waned, Zuo Yang remarked with a smile. Victory depends on strength. What use is popularity? Do you think these cheers can defeat me? Yin Shenliang scoffed, his gaze darkening further. Whether I can defeat you? We shall see, Zuo Yang shouted, his hands thrust forward as yellow light flashed, a magnificent magic circle appearing in the next moment. Zuo Yang pressed that magic circle into the ground. Buzz! The magic circle manifested on the surface of the battleground, its radiance enveloping a 5 to 6 meter radius beneath Yin Shenliang's feet. Once again, he attempted the same trick. What could he do to me? Yin Shenliang growled, pushing off forcefully with both feet. Leaping high into the air, rumble. Just as Yin Shenliang soared upward, the earth spike spell was unleashed, countless spikes erupting from the ground with tremendous force. Yet, Yin Shenliang was already airborne, rendering the attack ineffective against him. Kid, give up. You cannot win against me. Yin Shenliang bellowed as he descended towards Zuo Yang. Zuo Yang ignored him, extending his hands, his expression focused, magic power surging within him, gathering relentlessly. Rise! Zuo Yang's body tensed, exerting all his strength as an enormous six-pointed star magic circle materialized. Its light shooting skyward, nearly engulfing the entire battleground. Crack, crack, crack. Sounds of breaking filled the air, eliciting gasps from the spectators that it was the earth spikes protruding from the ground, hundreds upon thousands of them, all fracturing and launching skyward towards Yin Shenliang. What? This is the flying rock spell? How is that possible? The crowd gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had never witnessed such a terrifying application of the flying rock spell, controlling hundreds of spikes at once. Was this person some kind of monster? They felt their throats go dry. Utterly astonished, to control such a multitude of spikes required an immense amount of magical and mental energy. Oh, the youth to be feared. The youth to be feared. The bald principal squinted his eyes, exceedingly pleased. Chapter 69. Victory and defeat. This is impossible. Yin Shenliang was stunned as hundreds of spikes shot towards him, resembling a volley of arrows, terrifying beyond measure. This kid. Fear gripped Yin Shenliang's heart. Such a formidable attack was something even most third-year magicians would struggle to execute. Standing at one corner of the battleground, Teacher Feng Yu was equally astonished. To manipulate such a number of spikes imposed a significant burden on one's magical and mental faculties. How was he accomplishing this? This had already reached the level of an intermediate magician. Teacher Feng Yu was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. Prepare to receive my attack, Zuo Yang roared. A glint of madness in his eyes that he extended his hands, pouring magical energy into the colossal six-pointed star magic circle as if it were limitless. His mental energy rapidly depleting. All for the sake of executing this assault. The flying rock spell, although a first-tier magic, could unleash devastating power as the magician's strength increased. In its infancy, it could only manipulate small stones and pebbles. But when wielded by a powerful magician, it could move mountains and fill seas. Boom! The earth trembled as an uncountable number of spikes soared into the sky, densely converging upon Yin Shenliang. The might of the attack overwhelming and earth-shattering. Yin Shenliang was horrified. Suspended in midair, he had no means to evade. Most critically, the sheer volume of spikes rendered him unable to defend himself. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Amid the crisis, Yin Shenliang resolved to unveil his ultimate technique. Battle skill. Rain of spears. With a swift motion, a myriad of starry sparks erupted, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, as they surged towards the earth spikes shooting up from below. These were the rapidly thrusting spearheads, executed by Yin Chunliang, who unleashed his martial prowess, causing a surge of combat energy to erupt within him. In the span of a single second, he thrust his long spear nearly 100 times, rendering a vast area below impervious to any intrusion. Boom, 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 boom. The resounding explosions echoed, each thrust from Yin Chunliang resulting in a corresponding earth spike detonating. The very heavens trembled, and the earth quaked, a testament to the might of Yin Chunliang's spear technique. However, the onslaught of earth spikes was simply overwhelming. Not only was the area beneath him besieged, but he found himself surrounded on all sides by these formidable spikes. The rain of spears and cold stars could only shield a portion of the battlefield, failing to protect against the entirety of the oncoming spikes. There was no other option. Zuo Yang had poured every ounce of his life force into this strike, recklessly mobilizing his magical and mental energies without reservation. Aided by a mysterious hexagram, allowing him to achieve this astonishing feat utilizing a first-level spell, the flying rock technique, he propelled the spikes formed by a third-level spell, the earth spike attack. It was a stroke of inspiration that led Zuo Yang to conceive such a reckless maneuver. Otherwise, he could not fathom how to defeat Yin Chunliang. That if quality was unattainable, then quantity must prevail. This was Zuo Yang's strategy. Simple, direct, yet exceedingly effective, for when numbers reached a critical mass, they could indeed catalyze a qualitative transformation. With a thunderous roar, a colossal explosion erupted mid-air, as countless earth spikes engulfed Yin Chunliang, reminiscent of a star bursting forth in the cosmos. The overwhelming force caused the magical barrier enveloping the dual platform to tremble violently. The spectators in the stands felt their hearts constrict in fear. My goodness, how could one withstand such a barrage of spikes and remain unscathed? How brutal, the release of such terrifying magic. Could this boy truly be human? He was relentless. In the future, one must never provoke the newcomer named Zuo Yang. The arena fell into a profound silence, the air thick with astonishment, as all were captivated by Zuo Yang's extraordinary flying rock technique. Had he won? Had he triumphed? Moo, Pei Wan, Mali, and Huashi all craned their necks in anticipation. It was evident to all that the outcome hinged upon this singular moment. Zuo Yang had wagered everything on this strike. Amidst the swirling smoke of the explosion, a figure emerged, landing opposite Zuo Yang. What? He couldn't have defeated Yin Chunliang. Could he? How could he be so resilient? Molly shouted suddenly, recognizing that the figure was indeed Yin Chunliang. Wait, Moo observed Yin Chunliang with a furrowed brow. Puzzled, isn't he a warrior? Why does he possess a magical protective shield? This is intermediate-level magic. Indeed, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. He does have a magical protective shield around him. A yellow one formed by earth magic, Molly noted, now aware of the anomaly. A magical protective shield. Only an intermediate mage could conjure such a spell. To be precise, this is 4th-level magic. Any mage of any elemental affinity can summon a protective shield once they reach this level. The principle is straightforward: to project one's magical energy outward, enveloping the body to form a barrier that can deflect attacks. The higher the mage's level, the more formidable the protective shield they can create, necessitating a strong command over their magical energy. It is akin to commanding troops. If one cannot even manage their own soldiers, how can they hope to win? The appearance of a protective shield around Yin Chunliang, an established warrior, is truly perplexing. The yellow shield encasing him undoubtedly indicates earth magic. Could it be that this fellow is also an earth mage and has attained 4th-level status? Moo speculated. Impossible. If that were the case, Yin Chunliang would undoubtedly be a prodigious genius. Such an illustrious figure would hardly deign to involve himself in this competition. Pei Wan interjected swiftly. Indeed, such a talent would find this competition beneath them. Moo realized on the dual platform. Zuo Yang appeared pale, his magical and mental energies nearly depleted. Were it not for his physical strength sustaining him, he would have collapsed by now. This was his first time fully unleashing the flying rock technique. Though reckless, its effects were remarkable. This strike was indeed earth-shattering, rivaling the potency of 4th-level magic. As the dust from the explosion settled, Yin Chunliang descended gracefully, landing before Zuo Yang, encased in a shimmering yellow barrier that emanated powerful magical waves. It was this very shield that had shielded him from the terrifying onslaught of earth spikes. Zuo Yang suddenly grinned, witnessing Yin Qingliang's unscathed landing. Rather than feeling surprised or anxious, he laughed. In contrast, Yin Qingliang's expression was one of deep disappointment and despair. What is happening? Zuo Yang's magical energy is entirely expended. Can he still fight? The onlookers were bewildered, unable to comprehend Zuo Yang's mirth or Yin Qingliang's despondency. At that moment, the voice of teacher Feng Yu resonated through the air. Yin Qingliang's challenge has failed. The victor is Zuo Yang. What? The crowd erupted in disbelief. Each person left in a stupor. Hadn't Yin Qingliang successfully blocked Zuo Yang's attack? The 5-minute time limit had not yet elapsed. How could the verdict be that he had failed? Confusion reigned. Upon hearing teacher Feng Yu's declaration, the crowd was astonished, unable to grasp the situation. Just then, teacher Feng Yu waved her hand, causing Yin Qingliang's magical protective shield to dissipate into a myriad of shimmering lights, vanishing into the ether. Now it makes sense. The protective shield was conjured by the referee. Upon witnessing this turn of events, the spectators finally understood why Yin Qingliang had been declared the loser. It was evident that Yin Qingliang could not fully withstand Zuo Yang's final assault and was at risk of severe injury or even death, prompting teacher Feng Yu to intervene and create a protective shield for his safety. In this light, it was clear that Yin Qingliang had indeed lost. I hereby announce that the ultimate victor of this challenge is Zuo Yang from Class 1 of the first-year magic program. Teacher Feng Yu proclaimed with great enthusiasm. Her spirits were lifted. The worries she had harbored did not come to fruition, as Zuo Yang's performance had far exceeded her expectations, securing the championship title. This was a remarkable achievement, not only elevating Zuo Yang's reputation, but also bringing great acclaim to her class. Such a momentous occasion was cause for celebration. Long live the boss, class leader, class leader, class leader, Mu Mu, Pei Wan, Ma Li, Hua Shi, and many other classmates from Class 1 of the first-year magic program cheered exuberantly. In a corner of the stands, Zhao Exine and 2 other second-year boys sat, watching Zuo Yang's victory with palpable discontent. How infuriating that he claimed the championship. Zhao Exine seethed. They had intended for Zuo Yang to become the target of universal disdain, yet now it had backfired, inadvertently elevating him to prominence and bestowing upon him the title of First Genius. A truly vexing turn of events. Zhao Exine, perhaps we should let this go. You've seen his strength. He is not someone we can afford to offend. I hope he doesn't connect the dots regarding that message we sent. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in quite a predicament, Han Fei whispered. Indeed, this fellow is not to be trifled with. Even the third-year students are no match for him. It's best we avoid courting trouble, echoed another boy, both feeling a sense of trepidation. Zhao Exin bit her lower lip, her heart brimming with reluctance, yet she understood the vast chasm between her and Zuo Yang. It was prudent to steer clear of such a genius. On the dual platform, Yin Qingliang, having accepted defeat, said nothing as he exited the stage. Zuo Yang. Teacher Feng Yu flicked her wrist, revealing a staff in her hand. Zuo Yang's eyes lit up, recognizing it as the prize for this competition. A bronze-level magical weapon of offensive capability. He gazed at the staff, nearly 2 feet in length, seemingly crafted from gold. Its brilliance captivating, adorned with intricate magical engravings that exuded an aura of mystery. At the pinnacle of the staff lay a yellow crystal, pulsating with ethereal light, its interior swirling like a nebula. Vast and resplendent, a mere glance was enough to ensnare one's attention. It was breathtaking. Truly a work of art. Zuo Yang, this is your reward, known as the Star Emperor's Staff. It enhances the efficiency and power of magical attacks during spellcasting, making it an excellent bronze-level magical tool, sufficient for your current needs. Accept it. Teacher Feng Yu handed the magic wand to Zhao Yang, who eagerly accepted it with both hands, his excitement palpable. This was the first time he had received a magical artifact. As he grasped it, he could faintly sense the surging magical energy within the wand, as if it were communicating with him. With just a thought, he could summon the earth elements surrounding him. Thank you, teacher, Zhao Yang exclaimed with exhilaration. There's no need to thank me. This is a reward for your own prowess. Teacher Feng Yu replied. By the way, homeroom teacher, my admission notice states that one auxiliary training magical artifact would be provided free of charge. Now that school has been in session for 2 to 3 days, I wonder when I will receive it. Zhao Yang suddenly inquired. Auxiliary training magical artifacts are quite precious. Even the lowest tier, bronze level, exceeds 100,000 star coins. Compared to the Star Emperor wand, Zhao yearned more for an auxiliary training artifact, as it could significantly enhance his training speed and save time, its value far surpassing that of the Star Emperor wand. Since the beginning of school, Zhao had been eagerly anticipating such an artifact, as it was one of the conditions for his admission as a special student at Hongbei High School, yet the school had yet to provide it. Rest assured, since it is a promise from the school, you will surely receive it. Moreover, given your excellent performance this time, I would not allow you to receive anything inferior, Teacher Fingyu said with a smile. That's great. That's great. Zhao Yang's heart finally felt at ease. He was truly worried that this matter would fall through. The first day of the Genius Challenge has concluded successfully. Please exit in an orderly fashion. Teacher Fingyu announced at last. As people began to rise and leave, a chorus of voices called out, Boss, Boss, Class Leader, Moo Moo, Pei 1, and several other students from the first-year magic class surged onto the dual platform, surrounding Zhao Yang with uncontainable enthusiasm. Boss, where's your wand? Let me see it. Moo Moo leaned in, snatching the Star Emperor wand from Zhao Yang's hands, inspecting it from top to bottom with admiration. It's stunning, with just a bit of magical power. It can be activated, and the affinity with surrounding elements has clearly increased significantly. Truly a marvelous item. Boss, such a bronze-level attack magical artifact is worth several tens of thousands of star coins. You've struck it rich this time, gaining both fame and fortune. Pei Wen chimed in with a grin. Class leader, you've received such a great benefit. You must treat us to a meal. We have to celebrate. Right, everyone? A voice from the crowd shouted. Yes, treat us to a meal. Treat us to a meal. Upon hearing this, the others erupted into a jubilant clamor. Zhao Yang, in high spirits, felt the rush of excitement from his classmates and declared, All right, I'll treat everyone to lunch today. Order whatever you like. Wow, our boss is magnificent. Long live the class leader. They cheered, dancing with joy, lifting Zhao Yang high amidst their laughter. However, Zhao Yang soon found himself unable to smile. With over 40 classmates, including Teacher Fingyu, the group indulged in a feast that cost him a staggering 2,900 star coins. 2,900 star coins. When Zhao Yang came from home, he had only brought 3,000 star coins in total. After accounting for his expenditures over the last 2 days, he was left with barely a dozen star coins. That a penny can defeat a hero. How can I possibly survive on nothing but the wind? Zhao Yang's heart ached at the thought of his dwindling funds. That he regretted his impulsiveness. He vowed never again to engage in such ostentatious displays of wealth. Yet, the money had already been spent, and regret was of no use. Chapter 71. The fiancé, a penny can defeat a hero. I now truly understand the plight of being broke. Zhao Yang hung his head. Having exhausted his living expenses in just one meal, leaving him with only a few star coins in his pocket, how would he manage in the days to come? He needed to devise a way to earn some money. He couldn't live off nothing. Lost in thought, Zhao Yang unknowingly returned to his apartment. A girl. Zhao Yang suddenly paused, noticing a young lady standing in the corridor. Her bright eyes sparkled, and she was elegantly dressed, appearing both charming and enchanting as she waited for someone. Zhao Yang, preoccupied with thoughts of making money, glanced at her but did not wish to interfere. He proceeded to open his door, intending to search online for lucrative opportunities. The single apartment was well equipped with a computer, internet, air conditioning, refrigerator, and television. The annual accommodation fee alone amounted to 20 to 30,000 star coins. Had he not been a special student, he could never afford such luxury. Excuse me, student. The girl approached as Zhao Yang opened his door. Do you need something? Zhao Yang inquired. That it was not unusual for girls to appear in a co-ed dormitory, but it was quite strange to see a student from Yuqing No. 1 High School here. Are you from Yuqing No. 1 High School? Zhao Yang squinted, noticing the unusual attire. The girl wore a uniform distinct from that of Hongbei High School, embroidered with the name Yuqing No. 1 High School. Zhao Yang had been so lost in thoughts of earning money that he had not paid close attention until she stood before him. Yes, the girl nodded. My name is Yun Yanming, and I am a new student at Yuqing No. 1 High School. Yun Yanming? Zhao Yang studied her, his demeanor becoming serious. Yuqing No. 1 High School was renowned as the best high school in the city. Anyone who could attend was undoubtedly talented. This girl appeared delicate, yet her strength could not be underestimated. Excuse me, how did you manage to enter our school? And although this building accommodates both genders, this floor is exclusively for boys. Did you perhaps take a wrong turn? Zhao Yang asked, puzzled. Donning the uniform of Yuqing No. 1 High School, and managing to enter Hongbei High School. What was the security detail doing? He had not heard of any students from Yuqing No. 1 High School visiting for an exchange. Yun Yinming playfully clasped her hands behind her back, squinting with a smile, exuding elegance and warmth as she replied. I climbed over the wall to get in. Climbed over the wall. Zuo Yang was taken aback, utterly astonished. This girl appeared quite demure, yet her methods were audaciously wild. He mused that the behavior of geniuses could not be measured by conventional standards. The more exceptional the individual, the more unconventional they seemed. This girl, though seemingly gentle, was likely quite formidable. Zuo Yang looked at Yun Yinming and asked, "What brings you here? Are you looking for someone?" "You're quite perceptive." "You guessed I was looking for someone right away," Yun Yinming replied with a smile. "What? When did I become your little brother?" Zuo Yang's expression soured, and he exclaimed loudly, "Then tell me, how old are you this year?" Yun Yinming countered point 16. "Then I am 17. Now what a ridiculous notion. If I said I was 17, would you then claim to be 18? Zuo Yang shouted in frustration. Yun Yinming clearly intended to take advantage of him while pretending to be serious, which was infuriating. "Hee, you've seen through me that you're much smarter than our little Bai," she giggled, referring to Bai Li Bai. "Are you speaking of Bai Li Bai?" Zuo Yang blinked in surprise. Bai Li Bai's nickname was indeed Little Bai. Could this girl be his sister or fiancée? "Ah, so you know our little Bai? That's wonderful." Yun Yinming beamed and continued. "I am Bai Li Bai's fiancée. Do you happen to know where he is? I've been waiting here for him for quite a while, and I haven't seen him return. That I haven't seen little Bai in ages." "What? Fiancé? Puffed. Zuo Yang nearly spewed blood in disbelief. They had just entered high school, and already a fiancé was in the picture. What a ridiculous plot twist. "Do you know where our little Bai is?" Yun Yinming asked. "That I called him, but he didn't." He answered. "We had agreed he would come today. Yet I can't find him anywhere. That little Bai is driving me crazy." Zuo Yang felt 3 black lines emerge on his forehead. The name Little Bai sounded almost like calling a pet. "I am sorry, but I haven't seen Bai Li Bai today. That I don't know where he is." Zuo Yang replied seriously. He truly had not seen Bai Li Bai since last night. Could it be that he is deliberately hiding from me? Zuo Yang thought, stealing another glance at Yun Yinming. "That's so?" A hint of disappointment flickered in Yun Yinming's eyes, but then she grinned mischievously, clasping Zuo Yang's arm affectionately. "Since you're a friend of Little Bai's, would you mind if I came in and sat with you?" Let go. Let go. No close contact between boys and girls," Zuo Yang protested. Zuo Yang was akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, yowling incessantly. Joking aside, this was Bai Li Bai's fiancée, embracing him in a manner that could lead to dire consequences should Bai Li Bai catch sight of them. Not even jumping into the Yellow River would cleanse his guilt. One must never transgress against a friend's wife. "So, will you allow me to enter and sit for a while?" Yun Yinming clung to Zuo Yang's arm obstinately. Let go. Let go. Release me at once." Zuo Yang cried out, a chill running down his spine. The initial impression of Yun Yinming as pure and endearing had utterly evaporated. This girl possessed an overwhelming force. "That's splendid. Thank you." "Little brother." Yun Yinming finally relinquished Zuo Yang's arm. "I am not your little brother. My name is Zuo Yang." He bellowed in exasperation. "Wow, what an extravagant apartment. It's far superior to where we reside," Zuo Yang declared as he opened the door, with Yun Yinming trailing behind him. "Make yourself comfortable. There are drinks in the fridge. That I'm going to take a nap," Zuo Yang tossed over his shoulder as he headed for the bedroom. "I need a nap too. If I don't, my skin will become coarse," Yun Yinming retorted. "Then you can sleep on the sofa." "That I refuse to sleep on the sofa. It's uncomfortable. I must sleep on the bed." Zuo Yang gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead throbbing. This girl was indeed a harbinger of mischief. There's only the sofa. You can sleep there or not at all. Zuo Yang suppressed his anger. Speaking rather rudely, he had anticipated that Yun Yinming would behave herself, but he had gravely underestimated her tenacity. "If you don't allow me to sleep in the bed, I will tell Xiao Bai that you harassed me," Yun Yinming proclaimed defiantly, her developing figure accentuating her argument. "You little rascal." Zuo Yang was at his wit's end, tears streaming down his face. "Oh heaven, whom have I offended today to encounter such a calamity?" Ultimately, Yun Yinming successfully claimed the bed, while Zuo Yang, unable to endure any longer, chose to vacate the apartment and return to the classroom to prepare for class. Damn it, where has Bai Li gone? His phone is off. It's infuriating. Zuo Yang sat in the classroom, contemplating calling Bai Li Bai to hasten his return, and retrieve his mad fiancée. Yet, Bai Li Bai's phone remained unreachable. Suddenly, a thought struck Zuo Yang. He recalled Bai Li mentioning that he had come to Hongbei Middle School to evade a particularly malevolent enemy. Could it be that the foe he spoke of was none other than his fiancée? Zuo Yang's realization dawned upon him, as if all had become clear in an instant. Indeed, it is highly probable. With Bai Li Bai's capabilities, he could easily have attended Yuqin No. 1 Middle School, yet he chose Hongbei Middle School. Undoubtedly because there is someone he fears at Yuqin No. 1. And coincidentally, Yunyan Ming is at Yuqin No. 1 and is Bai Li's fiancée, arriving just to find him when he is absent. All signs point to the conclusion that Yunyan Ming is the formidable adversary Bai Li referred to. Curse it, this fellow truly is a source of misfortune. He could have at least informed me before hiding away, leaving me to endure this plight. Zuo Yang cursed under his breath, lamenting his poor choice in friends. That moment, Mu approached. Hey, boss, what are you muttering about all alone? Mu grinned. Nothing much, just boredom. Zuo Yang replied casually. Boredom? Haha. Are you feeling lonely at the top? You are now the top genius of Hongbei Middle School. You can walk sideways out in the world. Mu exclaimed excitedly. Stop belittling me. True powerhouses wouldn't even bother with such competitions. That MY title is merely a hollow accolade, a farce that should not be taken seriously, Zuo Yang stated seriously. Although Hongbei Middle School may not rival Yuqin No. 1, it harbored its share of formidable individuals. At the very least, none of the top 10 students participated in the challenge, and Zuo Yang doubted he could defeat even one of them. There are always greater talents beyond our own. If one takes oneself too seriously, one is destined to fail. By the way, Mu, do you know of any lucrative opportunities for mages? Zuo Yang inquired. Money-making. Boss, what has prompted this sudden desire? Are you running low on funds? Mu asked. Indeed. You lot are oblivious to the fact that a single meal has depleted my entire semester's budget if I don't devise a way to earn some pocket money. I'll be left to fend for myself with the wind of the northwest, Zuo Yang sighed. Well, who can blame you? Boss, you're the class leader, and after winning the competition, everyone is elated. Mu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Enough with the idle chatter. Think of a solution quickly. I'm currently so broke I could rattle a coin. Zuo Yang snapped. How about we all chip in a bit? I can't promise much, but a few 100-star coins should be manageable. Mu suggested that a few 100-star coins would only alleviate my immediate crisis. It's hardly enough. Besides, as class leader, I can't rely on you all for handouts indefinitely. What if next time you refuse to help? What will I do if I have no money in my pocket? Zuo Yang lamented that he was beginning to realize that being a leader and a class president requires funding. Though maintaining appearances can be a burden, sometimes it is entirely necessary. Why don't you sell the Star Emperor staff? You could at least fetch a price of 10 to 20,000 star coins. Get lost. That's a terrible idea. Zuo Yang retorted sharply. The Star Emperor staff was worth 50 to 60,000 star coins. Who in their right mind would sell it for a mere 10 to 20,000? I would never sell the Star Emperor staff, at least not until I acquire a better magical tool. So, your ill-advised suggestion is out of the question. Zuo Yang declared firmly that I was just joking. Don't take it to heart, boss. Mu laughed. Is there any other advice? If not, I'll consult Pei one and the others shortly. Zuo Yang asked. There is something, but it's not suitable for you. Boss, Mu replied. Not suitable? Why not? Zuo Yang probed. Actually, it's quite easy for mages to make money. There are numerous avenues. However, our current magical levels are too low and our strength too weak, making it difficult. Mu explained. Forget about the difficulty for now. Just tell me the methods. Zuo Yang insisted. Mu pondered for a moment and said, as far as I know, some large families and powerful factions are actively recruiting strong individuals, especially high-level mages, with extremely favorable conditions. If one can gain entry into those families or factions, financial worries would be a thing of the past. That certainly doesn't apply to me. I'm merely a novice mage, and there are plenty of them around. No one would want me. Let us discuss other options, Zuo Yang replied. Another possibility is to join the city guards. The pay is high, and the benefits are excellent. Ensuring you won't go hungry, Mu suggested. City guards? Zuo Yang frowned. He recalled the city guards from when he witnessed their personnel under attack by a level 5 magical beast, the Wyvern. The team leader, known as Knife Wolf, had even offered to introduce him and Jia Zheng to join the city guards, although one needed to be at least a mid-level warrior or mid-level mage to qualify. Given Zuo Yang's current capabilities, joining was out of the question. Mu added, if you don't want to join the city guards, becoming a demon hunter or a city hunter is also a viable option. It offers more freedom, though the associated risks are greater. I'm familiar with city hunters, but what exactly is a demon hunting team? Zuo Yang asked. The one who killed the level 5 wyvern and saved them was Chang Tianxing, a city hunter who cleaved the wyvern in two with a single sword strike. His strength is truly terrifying, Mu recounted, and even Zuo Yang felt a shiver at the memory that a demon hunting team is a group that specializes in hunting magical beasts and also accepts various commission tasks. The income can be quite substantial, especially since hunting magical beasts yields valuable magical cores, Mu explained. Magical cores? Zuo Yang's eyes lit up suddenly. Yes, Mu nodded, but low-level magical cores aren't particularly valuable. Level 3 cores are worth only 20 to 30,000 star coins, while level 1 cores are even cheaper, reportedly only a few hundred star coins, with the highest reaching around 1,000 star coins. Haha, price isn't a concern. Volume is what matters. If I can hunt down a few level 1 magical beasts, I'll have enough for this semester's living expenses, Zuo Yang exclaimed, his spirits soaring. While he couldn't take on level 3 beasts, surely level 1 beasts wouldn't be too difficult to defeat. Mu, alarmed, cautioned, boss, magical beasts aren't so easily slain. Even if you can handle level 1 beasts. What if you encounter a level 5 beast? That would be a death sentence. Boss, please don't do anything rash. If you were to perish, I would become a historical villain. All right, I was merely speaking out loud. I don't genuinely intend to go. Rest assured, your boss won't act foolishly, Zuo Yang assured him. Really? Boss, please don't pull my leg, Mu said doubtfully, observing the smile on Zuo Yang's face. Really, truly? Don't worry, Zuo Yang insisted. Just then, he noticed Pei Wen and Molly entering the classroom and called out, Pei Wen, Molly, come over here. Boss, what's the matter? You seem quite cheerful. The two approached. Could you each lend me 100 star coins? Your boss is out of money for meals, Zuo Yang, with an audacious demeanor, boldly declared. After school in the afternoon, having enjoyed a delightful meal, Zuo Yang returned to his apartment in high spirits. It had been an entire afternoon. Surely Yun Yanming had departed by now, Zuo Yang mused, opening the door only to be utterly astonished. What the hell? Why are you wearing my clothes, including my oversized shorts? Zuo Yang exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. There sat Yun Yanming, cross-legged in the living room, engrossed in a television show, a mountain of snacks cradled in her arms, blissfully indulging herself, unbeknownst to him. She had changed into one of Zuo Yang's sky blue t-shirts, and her lower half was clad in his baggy shorts as well. In that instant, Zuo Yang felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Overwhelmed with despair, this girl was far too carefree. Upon noticing Zuo Yang's entrance, Yun Yanming waved the snacks in her hand, beaming with a smile as she greeted him warmly. Oh, you big silly. How can you be so casual? What if Xiaobai sees you? He would surely kill me. Zuo Yang shouted that I just took a shower and had nothing else to wear. So I put on yours, Yun Yanming replied, tilting her head with an innocent expression. Zuo Yang, unwilling to be deceived again, retorted immediately, you must change back into your own clothes and leave at once. You are Xiaobai's fiancé. It is utterly inappropriate for you to linger here. Depart immediately. No. Yun Yanming remained unfazed, resolute in her stance. Xiaobai hasn't arrived yet, and until he does, I shall not leave. What the hell? Zuo Yang was speechless, infuriated to the point of wanting to spit blood. This girl possessed a shamelessness that rivaled the walls of a city. Fine. If you refuse to leave, I shall have no choice but to notify the school security, Zuo Yang declared as he turned to exit. However, Yun Yanming immediately shouted, You dare? If you do, I will tell Xiaobai that you harassed me. This outfit I'm wearing is proof. Zuo Yang felt as if he were about to vomit blood. Utterly exasperated, why must I encounter such an unreasonable girl? Zuo Yang lamented, gazing at Yun Yanming, pleading, Dear lady, have mercy on me. My frail frame cannot withstand your antics. Would it not be better for you to seek out Bai Li tomorrow? Or I could leave you a message, and when Bai Li returns, I will inform you at once. How does that sound? Not a chance. Yun Yanming outright rejected, her determination unwavering. She had resolved to stay until she saw Bai Li. Impervious to reason, Zuo Yang was left utterly speechless, at a loss for words. He could not strike her, nor could he scold her. Her thick skin surpassed that of a city wall, leaving Zuo Yang completely at his wit's end. Bai Li, if you do not compensate me for my emotional distress regarding this matter, I shall hold you accountable, Zuo Yang cursed internally, convinced that Bai Li was deliberately absent, having left his phone turned off and not returning. Clearly playing hide dash and dash seek. Is Bai Li planning to spend the night here if he does not return tonight? Zuo Yang inquired again. Hee hee, Yin Yinming grinned, her eyes sparkling with intent. You may stay, but I have one condition. Before Zuo Yang could finish his sentence, Yin Yinming interjected, I want to sleep in the bed. Do you have any other conditions? Her large, innocent eyes were fixed on Zuo Yang. Damn it. Zuo Yang gritted his teeth. Furious to the point of trembling. He had encountered unreasonable individuals before, but never anyone as unreasonable as this girl. She was the epitome of unreasonableness. Forget it, Zuo Yang said in exasperation, realizing that his intended condition of claiming the bed had been thwarted before he could even voice it. Hee hee, then thank you for your hospitality. Yin Yinming smiled sweetly, her innocent and charming demeanor captivating, while Zuo Yang felt as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant, utterly drained of spirit. Conversing with this girl was more exhausting than battling through 5 consecutive rounds. Thus, Yin Yinming made herself at home, and naturally, she claimed the bed while Zuo Yang was relegated to the sofa. The night passed without further incident. The following morning, Zuo Yang rose at 5 as usual. Commencing his practice in honing magical power, the early morning was a time of abundant energy from the heavens and the 7 elemental forces, as well as when one's spirit was at its peak. Thus, practicing during this time yielded remarkable results. Zuo Yang had never been lax in his training, for he understood that his abilities were a gift from the mysterious hexagram in his palm. He was merely an ordinary person, and only by exerting efforts far beyond that of others could he hope to surpass them. Zuo Yang never considered himself a genius. In his heart, he remained an ordinary person devoid of any remarkable talents. With nothing to boast about and nothing to feel proud of, only relentless effort and tireless diligence could fulfill the expectations of his family and his own aspirations. Zuo Yang's singular desire was to mature swiftly and earn substantial income, ensuring a better and more comfortable life for his parents and sister. That was all. His goal was modest yet worthy of his utmost dedication. All he needed to do was to grow stronger, for only with sufficient strength could he attain everything he desired. The law of the jungle dictated that the weak were prey to the strong. Survival had always been this cruel. Bang, 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 just as Zuo Yang sat cross-legged in the living room. Focusing on his magical cultivation, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. How peculiar. It was barely past 6, and the sun had yet to rise. Who could be knocking at this hour? Zuo Yang pondered. Opening his eyes, bang, 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 the knocking continued. Rising, he opened the door. Bai Li. Zuo Yang was taken aback. Who else could be at the door if not Bai Li Bai? There stood Bai Li, disheveled and worn, his eyes darkened as though he had not slept for days. Exuding an unpleasant odor as if he had not bathed in a while, he looked utterly despondent. What on earth happened to you, Bai Li? Where have you been? Have you been abducted? Zuo Yang exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 73. What on earth is this? Shoo. In response to Zuo Yang's inquiry, Bai Li Bai flinched as if startled by an arrow, glancing nervously down the corridor before whispering. Was there a girl from Yuqing? No. One high school looking for me yesterday? Has she left? The mere mention of Yin Yinming ignited Zuo Yang's ire. Zuo Yang, suddenly grasping Bai Li's collar, questioned, Why are you so anxious? Bai Li Bai was taken aback. Realizing Zuo Yang had seized him firmly. What is the meaning of this? Let go. He protested, panic evident in his voice. Let go. Not a chance. Even if you called me grandfather, I wouldn't release you. You left, and now your little fiancé is wreaking havoc on me. Zuo Yang growled, refusing to loosen his grip. Bai Li Bai, in a moment of desperation, tore his own shirt and made a run for it. Just as he took 2 steps, Yin Yinming burst forth. Barefoot, clad in Zuo Yang's t-shirt and oversized shorts, darting past Zuo Yang like a flash so fast, Zuo Yang thought, astonished, he could barely register her movement with his eyes. Xiao Bai. Yin Yinming joyfully called out. Having caught up to Bai Li Bai, and then, to Zuo Yang's utter disbelief, she leapt into the air and delivered a powerful kick that sent Bai Li Bai sprawling to the ground, shaking the entire apartment building. What brutality! Zuo Yang's heart raced, utterly dumbfounded. He had witnessed Bai Li Bai's strength firsthand and knew it to be formidable, Yet before this seemingly fragile Yun Yanming, he was rendered utterly defenseless. Clearly, those admitted to Yuqing No. 1 High School were not to be underestimated. Zuo Yang was taken aback that, oh dear, Xiaobai, I hope that didn't hurt you. I'm so sorry. I was a bit too forceful. Where have you been? I was worried sick about you all day, Yun Yanming exclaimed, lifting Bai Li Bai as if he were a small chick, showering him with affection while pressing her developing form against him, leaving Zuo Yang feeling rather uneasy. What an inappropriate sight. This is not suitable for children. Bai Li, for my own peace of mind, you must be the sacrificial lamb. With that, Zuo Yang swiftly closed the door. Bai Li Bai, tears streaming down his face, lamented his humiliation, having been overpowered by a girl he had spent a day and night on the streets to avoid Yun Yanming's clutches, yet fate had conspired against him. And he had not escaped her grasp. Heaven, have mercy on me. Take me away. In the depths of Bai Li's heart, a desperate cry echoed, for he had lost all affection for life. Yun Yanming, indeed his betrothed, was the daughter of a family with whom his own had maintained a close relationship for generations. Thus, their union had been arranged even before their births. However, Bai Li harbored no fondness for Yun Yanming, while she, on the contrary, was infatuated with him to an alarming degree. The most daunting aspect was that Yun Yanming possessed far greater strength than he did, leaving him with no opportunity to resist. A mere disagreement often resulted in a severe beating to this very moment. As he contemplated escape, Yun Yanming had swiftly kicked him over, proceeding to embrace him with a fervor that was both coarse and overwhelming. Bai Li found himself utterly unprepared to bear such a brazen display of affection. Consequently, he had long regarded Yun Yanming as his greatest adversary in this life, with a fear that had penetrated to his very bones. Vowing to avoid her at all costs, his enrollment at Hongbei High School was, in fact, a strategic move to elude her presence. Xiaobai, why are you crying? Did I kick you too hard? Come, let us return to your room. I shall soothe you, Yun Yanming said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with concern. Before Bai Li could utter a word, she had already hoisted him up, enforcing her will upon him. In an instant, his tears flowed more profusely. As Zuo Yang closed the door behind him, the world outside fell silent. He silently swore that he would never choose a wife like Yun Yanming in the future. After such tumult, Zuo Yang found his focus on cultivation dissipated. He entered his bedroom, lay down on the bed, and stretched luxuriously. There was nothing quite like the comfort of a bed. One could argue that the invention of the bed should be celebrated as one of humanity's greatest achievements. Reclining in a relaxed manner, Zuo Yang suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. What is this smell? He wondered, turning to glance at the pillow beside him, where he discovered a small white item adorned with patterns, a pair of panties. Moreover, there was a faint stain upon them. What the hell is this? Zuo Yang exclaimed, blood gushing from his nostrils in shock. 2 days later, aboard a bus heading to the outskirts, the vehicle departed from Yuchen City. Halfway through the journey, a young man stood up. Driver, please stop. I need to get off, he declared, a parcel slung across his back, wrapped in cloth. You do realize this is a wild area, right? Monsters frequently roam here. It's quite dangerous to disembark, the driver cautioned. That I understand. Please stop, the young man replied, his demeanor calm, showing no fear of the monsters mentioned by the driver. With a sigh, the driver shook his head, ceasing further discussion as he pulled the bus to the side. Once the young man exited, the bus sped away. Standing by the roadside, the young man gazed into the distance, where a dark, foreboding forest loomed. Seemingly cloaked in ominous mist, the black mist forest lay 10 kilometers ahead, primarily inhabited by low-level monsters, with mid-level creatures being a rare occurrence. That served as an essential training ground for novice mages and warriors. The young man, of course, was Zuo Yang, and the item he carried was the Star Emperor staff, a prize he had won in a recent talent competition, concealed to avoid drawing attention. High school was rather easygoing. Classes were held only 3 days a week, leaving the remaining days open for personal pursuits. Seizing this opportunity, Zuo Yang had come here alone, without informing anyone. Over the past couple of days, he had researched extensively online and consulted various individuals, ultimately deciding to venture into the Black Mist Forest. The forest was predominantly home to low-level monsters, making it a favored location for novice warriors and mages seeking to hone their skills. Zuo Yang's primary aim was to earn some living expenses. He believed that slaying 3 or 4 low-level monsters would suffice to cover his costs for the semester. With my strength, even if I cannot defeat a mid-level monster. Surely I can handle a low-level one, he thought, inhaling deeply as he approached the black mist forest an hour later. Yang found himself nearing the forest, which loomed before him like a ferocious beast. Radiating an aura of danger that instilled a profound sense of dread, the atmosphere was laden with an overwhelming pressure, making him ponder how terrifying the monster-infested forest itself must be that he stood atop a hill. Peering at the darkened woods, feeling a chill run down his spine, the Black Mist Forest was renowned as a prime location for novice training, while the monster forest itself was considered the stronghold of beasts. Housing creatures of sacred domain level, only those with exceptional prowess dared to enter, as failure meant certain death. As Zuo Yang prepared to descend the slope into the forest, he was met with a chilling roar, a sound reminiscent of a wolf. Piercing and unnerving. Time to enter, he resolved, taking a deep breath as he stepped down the hill. Just as he descended, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at his back. The jolt of fear coursed through him. The attack had come without warning, and he was unprepared for an ambush, he thought, his heart racing as he swiftly evaded, the arrow grazing his right arm and drawing blood. Damn it, who dares to attack me from the shadows? Show yourself, Zuo Yang shouted, fury boiling within him. Fortunately, as a mage, his heightened senses and swift reflexes allowed him to escape serious injury. Had he been any other mage or warrior, the outcome would likely have been dire. Three figures emerged, one standing atop the hill with a bow in hand and a quiver of arrows on her back, the quiver brimming with arrows of various hues. She appeared to be in her 20s. Zuo Yang furrowed his brow, recognizing that these arrows were imbued with magic, granting them formidable power. The other two figures brandished steel knives, flanking Zuo Yang with malicious grins. Well done, kid. You managed to dodge my gale arrow. The woman atop the hill remarked coldly. What do you three want? I have no enmity with you. Why attack me? Zuo Yang demanded, anger surging as he realized how close he had come to death. Haven't you heard of robbery? The woman replied with a smirk. That you've got such delicate skin. I initially intended to rob you of your belongings, but now I find myself more interested in something else. Come with me, little brother. I'm feeling hot and bothered, and if you serve me well, I might just spare your life. How shameless, Zuo Yang retorted vehemently. The woman, with her tall figure and revealing attire, did possess a certain allure, but Zuo Yang would never stoop to entertain such lewdness. Xiaozhe, why waste words on this brat? Just subdue him. Once we return, you can have your fun for as long as you want. One of the men blocking Zuo Yang declared. Exactly. Let us get this over with. We've waited for days to catch this little fish. We can't let him slip away, the other man chimed in. Zuo Yang's brow furrowed as he realized these three were clearly thugs lying in wait to ambush unsuspecting prey. They dared not challenge formidable opponents, but sought out those they deemed weaker. Like him, with an ambush occurring even before entering the Black Mist Forest, he lamented his ill fortune. The arrows wielded by the woman posed the greatest threat, while the two warriors seemed less formidable. Zuo Yang mentally assessed the situation, preparing for the impending confrontation. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Let us go. As Zuo Yang's gaze sharpened, he decisively launched his attack, with a swift motion of his right hand. A hexagram magic circle materialized, instantly releasing three pebbles that hurtled toward the woman on the hillside, who wielded a bow and arrow. The threat she posed was paramount, though her distance made her a lesser immediate concern. Thus, Zuo Yang resolved to first subdue the two men flanking her before confronting her. The three pebbles served merely to distract her. Zuo Yang's right arm bore a shallow wound from an arrow. Yet the injury was minor, scarcely impeding his movements. As he unleashed the rock-throwing spell, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push from his feet, charging toward the man blocking his path. The hexagram on his left hand glowed, stirring the stones on the ground around him. In this desolate wilderness, stones were abundant, and as Zuo Yang activated the spell with his left hand, dozens of pebbles soared into the air, targeting the man. What? This young lad is a geomancer, and he can cast spells instantaneously. The woman on the hillside gasped in shock as Zuo Yang flicked his hand, sending three pebbles with astonishing speed. The rapidity of his assault was almost incomprehensible, rivaling the swiftness of her own arrows. Impossible. How can he control so many stones simultaneously? Isn't mental and magical energy finite? The other two men also turned pale, particularly the one under Zuo Yang's onslaught, whose face drained of color in an instant. Zuo Yang's attacks were ferociously swift, akin to a machine gun's barrage, as the stones rained down mercilessly. Now a second-level mage. Even a single pebble from him possessed the power to pierce wood. And with dozens crashing down, the display was nothing short of terrifying. Ouch. My head. The man brandishing a steel knife could only deflect a few pebbles before cries of pain escaped him. Seizing the opportunity, Zuo Yang swiftly closed the distance and delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. Such strength. He's not just a mage, but a warrior as well, skilled in both magic and martial arts. The woman on the hillside, taken aback, skillfully dodged the 3 pebbles Zuo Yang had launched, only to witness her comrade being kicked away. The shock was palpable. Her companion was a second-level warrior, and to be dispatched so easily was daunting. A mere boy of his age possesses such combat prowess. What a monster! Retreat, the woman shouted, drawing her bow and knocking an arrow tipped with fiery red feathers that suddenly ignited, resembling a miniature fire phoenix as it soared towards Zuo Yang. Chapter 75. Long lines. Big fish. Just as Zuo Yang prepared to subdue the man he had kicked away, a wave of heat surged from behind him. Startled, he deduced that the archer was launching her attack. Recognizing the intense heat behind him, he acted without hesitation, retreating while simultaneously unleashing the rock-throwing spell, the pebbles colliding with the fiery arrow, sending sparks flying like fireworks in the air, dazzling and vibrant. What a formidable arrow! Zuo Yang was taken aback as 3 pebbles he shot forth were shattered by the fire phoenix arrow. In a moment of desperation, he summoned his physical strength, pushing off the ground with both feet and leaping high to evade the arrow's onslaught. Boom! The fire phoenix arrow struck the ground, erupting in a blaze that sent dirt flying, leaving a half-meter deep crater. Its power was indeed remarkable. Kid, when the mountain doesn't move, the water shifts. We shall meet again. The man whom Zuo Yang had kicked away had already fled 100 meters off. Unwilling to concede, he shouted back. The 3 of them quickly vanished from sight. Tsich, consider yourselves fortunate to escape so swiftly. Otherwise, I might have stripped you 3 of your valuables and returned home with ease. Zuo Yang chuckled lightly. He had discerned that these 3 were mere thugs, lying in wait to ambush the weak, ready to pounce on anyone attempting to traverse the black mist forest. Their abilities were limited, their strength stagnating at a rudimentary level. Disinterested in conventional work, they chose instead to band together for robbery. Before arriving, Zuo Yang had thoroughly prepared, gathering extensive information online, including warnings about potential robbery incidents, advising caution to avoid falling victim. It was also suggested that entering the Black Mist Forest was safer in groups to better handle unforeseen events. Nevertheless, Zuo Yang, confident in his own strength, felt undaunted. Encountering robbers on my first venture into the Black Mist Forest, my luck remains consistently good. Zuo Yang chuckled at his own misfortune. However, he resolved to be more vigilant next time. If those 3 had been stronger or more numerous, he might have found himself in peril. Drawing a deep breath, his gaze sharpened further. The law of the jungle was undeniable, and having left behind the comforts of school, he felt its weight more acutely. A low growl echoed from the depths of the dense forest, as if summoning companions or declaring its territory and might, sending a shiver down his spine. Beasts of the wild, I have arrived. Zuo Yang's blood surged with excitement. Igniting a fierce battle spirit within him, his warrior instincts awakened, eager to engage. This was the fervent blood of youth, relentless in battle, unwavering in resolve. With determined steps, Zuo Yang entered the black mist forest, the swirling black fog enveloping him, quickly obscuring his figure. Behind a large stone, 3 figures huddled together. Xiaozhe, I haven't even made a move yet. Why retreat? So what if that kid is a geomancer? Surely the 3 of us together can't overpower him, one man protested. Exactly. I've been beaten to a pulp, and instead of seeking vengeance, you shout for a retreat. You re a 3rd-level warrior and a 3rd-level mage. How could you possibly lose to that kid? Another man chimed in, his face marred with bruises, looking utterly disheveled. These 3 were indeed the ambushers who had attacked Zuo Yang. Had he heard their exchange, he would have been astonished to learn that the archer, named Xiaozhe, was also proficient in both magic and martial arts, her levels reaching 3rd tier in both disciplines. Such prowess would pose a significant challenge even for Zuo Yang in a one-on-one encounter, let alone with the support of her 2 companions, with her bow slung over her shoulder and leaning against the stone. Xiaozhe crossed her arms, her figure accentuated, almost bursting forth from her attire, igniting a primal urge within those who beheld her. You two don't understand. I'm playing the long game to catch a big fish. She chuckled lightly. Play the long game to catch a big fish? The two men stared, puzzled by her meaning. That I say you're both foolish. She remarked. That can't you see he's just a student? How much could a student possibly have? If we strike now, we can only snatch what's on his person, but if we wait until he emerges from the black mist forest, we can seize everything, including the monster cores he collects. Do you understand? Ah, I see. Brilliant, one man exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. But how will we know when he emerges from the black mist forest, if we miss our chance? We'll have nothing. Moreover, if that kid perishes inside, it's not as if the majority of monsters are low tier. There are fourth-level beasts lurking as well. The other man interjected. Rest assured, the woman replied with a charming smile. That kid is quite capable. He won't die so easily. As long as he exits the black mist forest, he'll be within my grasp. Don't forget, he has been struck by my wind arrow. For 3 months, he won't escape my senses. Zuo Yang ventured deeper into the black mist forest, brimming with martial fervor and eager for battle. He remained blissfully unaware that the three who had previously ambushed him were not retreating due to fear, but had deliberately chosen to withdraw. The moment Zuo Yang returned victorious would mark their opportunity to strike. Creak, creak. Zuo Yang tread cautiously through the black mist forest, his footsteps crunching on the dry twigs and decaying leaves beneath him. The deeper he ventured, the thicker the fog became, diminishing visibility and casting eerie shadows from the towering trees, creating a suffocating atmosphere that pressed heavily upon him. Indeed, the name Black Mist Forest bore truth. The entire expanse was shrouded in fog for most of the day, creating a foreboding ambience with limited visibility, rendering it difficult to see far ahead. I should exercise caution. Limited visibility is detrimental to my safety. It would be prudent to find a hiding place until noon when the mist dissipates before I proceed, Zuo Yang mused. Prior to his journey, Zuo Yang had conducted extensive research, knowing that the fog would clear around midday only to rise again by 5 or 6 in the evening. Thus, the optimal time for hunting monsters would be afternoon. This is the one. Zuo Yang swiftly located a towering tree nearby, scaling it with nimble agility before retracting his presence, patiently awaiting the dissipating fog. An hour passed. The sun ascended to its zenith, casting its fervent rays upon the mountains and forests, gradually banishing the lingering mist. That it was nearly time. The moment for action had arrived. Zuo Yang leapt from the great tree, extending his right hand backward to retrieve the Star Sovereign's staff, which he had carried upon his back. The magical beasts were notoriously ferocious, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, and their formidable strength was a terrifying prospect. Far surpassing that of mere humans. In battles of equal rank, few could stand against these beasts. Even the weakest first-tier magical beast could slay a second-tier warrior or mage with ease. However, Zuo Yang was no ordinary human. He possessed the enigmatic hexagram and could cast spells using merely 1/7 of the usual magical and mental energy. Even in exhaustion, he could drain the life from a magical beast. A magical beast. Zuo Yang advanced cautiously, suddenly jolted by a thrill. He had finally spotted a magical beast. Chapter 76. The Golden-Haired Mouse. Before him was a golden mouse, a first-tier magical beast known as the Golden-Haired Mouse. A surge of joy filled Zuo Yang's heart. The first magical beast he encountered was indeed a first-tier one. What fortuitous luck! I should manage to contend with a second-tier beast, though slaying one would be nearly impossible. Yet with a first-tier beast, there must be a glimmer of hope. Zuo Yang concealed himself behind a patch of grass, fixating on the nearby golden mouse, holding his breath and completely masking his presence. Magical beasts possessed an acute awareness of their surroundings, and even the slightest rustle could alert them, particularly the weaker ones that must remain ever vigilant to survive in their harsh habitat. The golden-haired mouse, though merely a first-tier beast, occupied the lowest rung of the food chain, exhibiting timidity and remarkable speed. Even the faintest disturbance would prompt it to flee. That I must conceal my aura effectively. I cannot allow the golden-haired mouse to sense me. I shall strike when it relaxes its guard. Zuo Yang remained fixated on the golden-haired mouse, releasing no trace of his presence, and the creature remained oblivious to him. Squeak, squeak. The golden-haired mouse appeared to be foraging for food, occasionally emitting soft sounds. Its appearance was not unlike that of an ordinary mouse, save for its striking golden fur, which stood erect and shimmered like gilded threads. Due to its lustrous coat, the golden-haired mouse was highly prized. its pelt could fetch a price exceeding that of its magical core. Under normal circumstances, a first-tier magical core might be valued at 1,000 star coins, whereas a pelt could easily command over 2,000 star coins to encounter a golden-haired mouse so readily. If I capture it, I shall have nearly enough for my living expenses this semester. Zuo Yang was filled with delight as he hid in the grass, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Squeak, squeak. The golden-haired mouse continued its search for food, drawing ever closer to Zuo Yang's hiding place. Now is the time. Zuo Yang's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly launched his attack, for the golden-haired mouse had entered his effective range. Landquake. Zuo Yang silently commanded, and a radiant light erupted beneath him, forming a magical circle beneath the golden-haired mouse. The ground transformed into quicksand, swirling counterclockwise, intent on engulfing the creature. Squeak. The golden-haired mouse, startled, reacted with remarkable speed. Almost instantaneously upon sensing the disturbance, it darted away like a streak of golden light, evading the grasp of the swirling quicksand. What? The landquake spell proved ineffective and could not ensnare it. Zuo Yang was taken aback, propelling himself from the grass in pursuit of the golden-haired mouse. Simultaneously, he brandished the Star Sovereign's staff, sweeping it forward. The embedded gem glimmered, and 2 pebbles shot forth, whistling through the air as they tore toward the mouse. The Star Sovereign's staff, a bronze-tier attack magical artifact, enhanced the speed and power of magical attacks while conserving magical and mental energy. With the staff's augmentation, Zuo Yang's casting speed and the spell's potency surged, while the speed increase might seem negligible. In the hands of a skilled practitioner, even a fraction of a second could alter the course of battle. The 2 pebbles sliced through the air, emitting sharp whistles as they hurtled toward the golden-haired mouse. The mouse, swift as it was, could hardly match Zuo Yang's reflexes. With a resounding thud, one of the pebbles struck the golden-haired mouse, sending it tumbling through the air. Zuo Yang, a second-tier mage equipped with the Star Sovereign staff, unleashed the Fly Rock spell with such force that a mere golden-haired mouse could not withstand it. Yet, to his astonishment, the creature let out a shriek, rolled several times upon landing, and, without pausing, darted away with even greater speed. Incredible! It emerged unscathed after enduring a blow from the Fly Rock spell, exhibiting astonishing resilience. Zuo Yang marveled. From his research, he had learned that the golden-haired mouse possessed exceedingly weak offensive capabilities, yet its speed and defensive prowess were formidable. Even a steel blade would struggle to pierce its hide, and now he witnessed this truth firsthand. Nowhere to run, Zuo Yang bellowed, unwilling to let the golden-haired mouse escape. Grasping the Star Sovereign staff with both hands, he summoned his magical energy, a massive magical circle suddenly manifesting beneath him, adorned with hexagrams, circular rings, and spiked patterns, resplendent and radiant, illuminating a vast area of 5 to 6 meters. Earth spike, with a thunderous roar. The ground trembled as numerous spikes erupted from below, all sharp and deadly, aimed at impaling the golden-haired mouse. However, the creature, small in stature and no larger than a human fist, was agile and swift. As the earth spikes shot forth, it deftly navigated through the gaps, evading capture. In a flash of golden fur, the golden-haired mouse escaped the area of the spikes, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Cursed be it, a mere golden-haired mouse proves so troublesome, Zuo Yang lamented, helplessly watching his quarry flee. His attacks had been utterly ineffective, and although he pursued, he could not keep up, left merely to gnash his teeth in frustration. The mouse was simply too small and too quick for him to hunt. Perhaps he should seek a more dim-witted magical beast next time. Just then, Zuo Yang was deep in reflection when a piercing cry echoed from the depths of the black fog forest. Its sharpness unsettling and remarkably penetrating. That must be the call of the thunderwing sparrow, a second-tier magical beast capable of flight, that it would be wise not to provoke it, lest he attract misfortune. He decided to change direction. Recognizing the call belonged to the thunderwing sparrow, Zuo Yang understood he could not hope to defeat it, and promptly turned to venture towards another section of the forest. Cautiously scanning his surroundings as he walked, the Black Fog Forest was predominantly home to first- and second-tier magical beasts, which Zuo Yang could handle. However, should he encounter a third-tier beast, it would spell danger. With his current capabilities, he was ill-equipped to confront such a foe. Third-tier magical beasts were adversaries that even fourth-tier warriors or mages struggled to vanquish. Where are all the magical beasts? After searching for quite some time, I have only encountered a single golden-haired mouse. Shouldn't there be many more magical beasts in the Black Fog Forest? Zuo Yang pondered, having spent half an hour since his encounter with the golden-haired mouse. Yet he had not even glimpsed a second beast. In truth, Zuo Yang had misjudged the situation. The beasts of the Black Fog Forest were accustomed to roaming under the cover of fog. And now, with the sun shining brightly at midday, the mist had dispersed, prompting the magical beasts to retreat into hiding. Since he could not find any beasts near the forest's edge, he resolved to venture deeper. Zuo Yang set his gaze towards the heart of the Black Fog Forest, firmly deciding to proceed further. Until now, he had exercised caution by exploring the periphery. Now, he determined to delve deeper, hoping to encounter a magical beast more suitable for his hunting. Chapter 77. The Black Snake. Zuo Yang pressed onward into the depths of the Black Fog Forest, searching for any signs of magical beasts. Half an hour later, he exclaimed in triumph, "At last, I have discovered another magical beast." Long ears, red eyes, and a short tail. It was a first-tier magical beast known as the Wind Rabbit. Zuo Yang crouched behind a large tree, instantly recognizing the creature before him. This time, I must succeed. With determination surging within him, he initiated his attack. Landquake, Fly Rock, Release. With his left hand firmly gripping the Star Emperor's staff, Zuo Yang simultaneously unleashed the Earth Collapse technique and the Flying Rock technique. The crystal atop the staff radiated light, and a hexagram magic circle materialized, launching 5 pebbles in different directions to assault the target. That very moment, another magic circle appeared beneath Zuo Yang's feet. Encircled by a hexagram, with 2 opposing trigrams at its center. The instant the magic circle manifested, it reflected upon the ground beneath the Wind Rabbit, which was foraging nearby. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted from the earth, transforming the soil into quicksand. Intent on ensnaring the unsuspecting creature. Alarmed, the Wind Rabbit sensed a dire threat to its life. The magical force swirling the ground into quicksand generated a counterclockwise rotation, creating a formidable suction that aimed to entrap its essence. Reacting like a startled bird, the Wind Rabbit bolted, a whirlwind enveloping its 4 legs. Despite the incredible pull of the quicksand below, it could not be ensnared. The whirlwind around its feet counteracted the sucking force of the Earth Collapse technique. Zuo Yang's technique spanned over 1 meter in diameter, and the Wind Rabbit, sensing imminent danger, fled instinctively. Just then, the flying rock Zuo Yang had launched struck true. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 5 pebbles approached like shooting stars, slicing through the air and nearly reaching the Wind Rabbit in an instant. A series of dull thuds resounded as the Wind Rabbit was hit. Although its defenses were not as formidable as those of a golden-furred mouse, it was still a magical beast, and its fur provided far greater protection than that of a human. Enduring 5 successive strikes merely resulted in minor injuries. Truly, as a magical beast, its hide was akin to a shield, boasting several times the defensive capability of a human. Zuo Yang sighed, wishing he could possess such robust defenses himself. Stepping out from behind the tree where he had concealed himself, Zuo Yang observed that most of the Wind Rabbit's body was now submerged in quicksand. The assault from the flying rocks had not only inflicted light wounds, but had also coerced it deeper into the quicksand, rendering escape impossible. Tisk teske, little rabbit, it seems you cannot flee now. Zuo Yang exhaled in relief as he approached the Wind Rabbit. Desperately thrashing, the Wind Rabbit emitted shrill cries, yet the more it struggled, the quicker it sank into the quicksand. Alas, seeing you in such a pitiful state makes me reluctant to end your life. But fate is cruel. Who could have predicted our paths would cross? Remember in your next life to become a powerful magical beast, and perhaps then you could feast upon me, Zuo Yang muttered to himself, watching as the quicksand continued to swirl, gradually consuming the Wind Rabbit. Without any weapons on hand, killing the Wind Rabbit was the simplest course of action. After all, magical beasts also required oxygen, and without it, they too would perish. Suddenly, Zuo Yang felt a shiver run down his spine, an unsettling sensation as if he were being targeted by a formidable beast. Boom! Zuo Yang propelled himself off the ground, leaping into the air just as a dark shadow zipped past where he had been crouching. Resembling a black arrow, swift and lethal, fortunately, he had jumped in time. Had he been a second slower, the shadow would have struck him. A small black snake. Zuo Yang's pupils constricted as he hovered in midair, scrutinizing the shadow, finally discerning it was a nearly 2-foot-long, thumb-thick black snake. Its body as dark as ink, glistening with an icy sheen under the sunlight, as if forged from steel. What manner of magical beast is this? Exuding such a terrifying aura? Just a glance sends chills down my spine. Zuo Yang was taken aback. He could not identify the species of the snake. Prior to his arrival, he had researched various magical beasts within the Black Mist Forest. Yet there was no mention of this particular black snake. There existed a type of black snake-like magical beast called the black pattern python, classified as a level 3 beast, but this black snake before him was clearly not that. Ah, my prey, my magical beast core, Zuo Yang suddenly yelled, his heart aching. The small black snake had darted past the spot where he had just been crouched, effortlessly snatching the wind rabbit that was on the verge of being engulfed by the quicksand. A thumb-thick snake had devoured a rabbit nearly a foot long in one gulp, leaving Zuo Yang astounded. What was most astonishing was that after consuming the wind rabbit, the snake's body showed no sign of change. It remained the same thickness, and its speed remained unaffected. This is simply unbelievable. With a swift motion, the black snake vanished into the underbrush, attempting to make its escape. You scoundrel! I care not what kind of magical beast you are. Dare to steal my prey, and witness how I will stew you for dinner. Zuo Yang fumed, rage boiling within him. After laboriously capturing a wind rabbit, only to have a black snake swoop in and steal it, was infuriating. I can endure, but this is intolerable. Where do you think you're going? Zuo Yang bellowed, his body still airborne as he brandished the Star Emperor's staff, unleashing a volley of pebbles toward the underbrush. Hiss, hiss, the black snake, agile and serpentine, deftly evaded most of the oncoming barrage, countering with a sweeping motion of its tail, shattering the last 2 stones that came its way. So formidable. It must be a level 2 magical beast. Zuo Yang thought, landing on the ground as his expression hardened. You will provide for my living expenses, he declared. Earth split technique. Boom! Zuo Yang stomped down fiercely, causing the ground to fracture, revealing a chasm over 10 meters long and more than a meter wide. Leading directly to the thicket where the black snake was concealed, the earth trembled violently as the black snake slithered out, appearing furious, its head raised, its golden eyes fixated on Zuo Yang, hissing vehemently. Revealing its ferocity, golden vertical pupils. Zuo Yang squinted. Now facing the black snake directly, he could see that its eyes were indeed a striking gold, an extraordinary sight. What a rare magical beast. If I can capture you alive, perhaps I can sell you for a handsome price, Zuo Yang exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement. The black snake seemed to comprehend Zuo Yang's words, upon hearing his intent to capture it alive. Its eyes glimmered with even greater ferocity, its tongue flicking in and out, exuding a dark, menacing aura. Chapter 78. Battle with the Black Snake. Prepare to perish, little black snake. How dare you snatch food from my grasp? Witness how I will deal with you today, Zuo Yang roared, swinging the Star Emperor's staff, launching a barrage of pebbles at the black snake a few meters away. This small black snake possessed exceptional attack power and formidable defenses. Ordinary stones were as soft as tofu before it, while the pebbles conjured through magic were significantly harder and more potent. Whoosh, 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 a flurry of pebbles shot forth like a rapid-fire barrage, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Enhanced by the Star Emperor's staff, these pebbles bore the impact akin to bullets. The small black snake, cloaked in a velvety black sheen, was adorned with delicate scales that glimmered like steel in the sunlight, creating an appearance akin to wearing armor that provided exceptional protection. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The small black snake raised its head, its fangs bared, revealing no intention of retreat in the face of Zuo Yang's assault. Its pupils were a dark gold, and despite its diminutive size, it exuded the presence of an ancient beast that had just awakened, captivating Zuo Yang's attention. Suddenly, the small black snake sprang into action. Its movements incredibly agile, slithering like a miniature dragon, skillfully evading Zuo Yang's attacks. The pebbles struck the ground, trees, and rocks with resounding thuds, leaving pits and splintering wood in their wake, all testament to the power of the flying rock technique. However, this small black snake was no ordinary creature. After dodging Zuo Yang's assault, it coiled and sprang forward with explosive speed, akin to a released crossbow bolt, launching itself towards Zuo Yang with lethal intent. The speed was astonishing, striking like a bolt of black lightning, appearing directly before Zuo Yang in an instant. Hiss! The black snake opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 curved, dagger-like fangs. So fast, Zuo Yang gasped, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of odor and a jolt of fear coursing through him. The distance between him and the black snake was a good 7 to 8 meters, yet it could bridge that gap in a heartbeat, even faster than his own flying rock technique. No time to think. Zuo Yang swung the Star Emperor's staff, attempting to counter. There was no choice. The black snake's attack arrived too swiftly to evade, and he certainly could not block it with his bare hands. What if he were bitten? Who knows whether this little black snake is venomous? Zuo Yang's physical strength has long attained the level of a first-tier warrior, and his prowess is indeed formidable, with a surge of power. He wielded the Star Emperor's staff like a club, striking it down with a resounding thud against the little black snake. The snake was sent flying. However, its body was remarkably resilient, and despite sustaining the blow, it remained unscathed. Nevertheless, Zuo Yang felt a pang of regret, for the Star Emperor's staff is an artifact designed to aid in the casting of spells for attacks, not a weapon for warriors. To use it as a club would surely infuriate the craftsman who forged this magical tool. After sending the little black snake flying, Zuo Yang hastily inspected the Star Emperor's staff, meticulously examining it from top to bottom several times before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that scared me. Thankfully, the Star Emperor's staff is unharmed. If it had been damaged, it would have been utterly unjustifiable. Zuo Yang repeatedly expressed his gratitude. The Star Emperor's staff is valued at 60 to 70,000 star coins. Should it be destroyed, even flaying this little black snake alive would not suffice as compensation. It is worth noting that a core from a third-tier magical beast is merely worth 20 to 30,000 star coins. While cores from second-tier and first-tier magical beasts hold negligible value. A core from a second-tier magical beast is worth at most 4 to 5,000 star coins, and a core from a first-tier magical beast would only fetch around 1,000 star coins at best. According to Zuo Yang's estimation, this little black snake,